Good morning, everyone. Try and pin this link. What's going on, Tara? You good, brother? You good, bro? Hope you're well. Right. If I do that and do that. Right. I haven't done this for such a long time, Tara. Right. Right. There's 5 of you in. Hello, James Winston. I've put the link in the chat for you, brother. Put the link in the chat for you. I think my pad has gone dead now, so my phone only it is. But nice to see you here, Tara. James, there we go. Mr. Winston, how are we?
Pretty good. How about yourself, my friend?
I'm pretty good, buddy. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. There seems to be only 3 of us in here at the moment, and that's me, you, and Tara, I think. But that's okay. That's okay.
Oh,
It is what it is.
oh yeah. Like they say, if you build it, they will come. So,
Yeah, of course. Of
so how
course,
you doing,
brother.
my friend? How you doing, my
I'm all
friend?
right. I'm good. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. Just not ready to go to sleep yet, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
Not ready yet to go to sleep, but I thought I'd just throw on a little bit of a live because it did look like nobody was willing to go to bed. I don't know where James Patrick McDonald is or any of them. They should be over here soon with a bit of luck.
Yeah, with a little luck, like Paul McCartney says.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I wanted all this arguing and that I can't be dealing with on this bullshit YouTube, man. All this arguing and backbiting, it's just too much.
Hey, I agree
Too
with
much
you.
for most.
I agree with you 100%. To me, I think the time that we spend arguing we could be spending working to solve issues. We could be working to help one another. We could be working to fight government corruption. Like I said before, it's
Yeah,
just the time to me. You
yeah.
know, I,
No, you're
you,
right.
Smokey, I was always taught that, time is precious. And once that second is gone, you can't get it back. So use it wisely.
That's correct. Absolutely bang on the button. That's right. No amount of money bought a second of time.
Exactly. Exactly. I really did enjoy our stream. I told Tony that the next day that I enjoyed our stream because we just sat, we talked, we discussed things. There was no arguing, there was no fussing, there was no fighting. I think the
Yeah,
problem today is everybody wants to talk, but nobody wants to listen. Well, almost everybody wants to talk, but nobody wants to listen. It's
No,
like
you're
this.
right.
I want you to hear what I'm saying. I want you to understand my point of view. And it's not, let me listen to your side. Let me try to
Yeah.
understand your point of view. That me mentality.
Yeah. The fuck you, Jack. That's what it's all about. Fuck you, Jack. I'm all right. That's what it is.
You're exactly right. As you would say, spot on. That's what it
You
is.
know, it's right. It's right. It's a fuck you, Jack mentality, and it's got to stop, man. Right? It's got to. Otherwise, none of us. We're all going to be tripping each other up on the same fucking hurdles in the same race all the time, and I just don't understand why we do it to ourselves.
Well, it it's sad, and I hate to say it, but you know the old saying, negativity sells. And so to me, it seems like after a while, it's not about discussing issues. It's just about seeing who can get the most likes, who can get the most views. That's what it
Yeah,
comes down to. It's not about working together and solving issues. It's about likes and views and getting seen and becoming popular. It's just a joke to
that's
me.
right. That's right. That's right. That seems to be the way forward with it, doesn't it? It does seem to be the way forward with it, and it's sad, really, right? That you can have a channel that'll do really good content, and it will be 10, 15, 20 viewers in it. And then you'll have a channel where everybody's arguing and shooting each other down in flames and backstabbing each other. And it'll raise 120, 130 people in their chat. It's like, what a sad state of affairs.
You're exactly right. As you would say, spot on. Um, I think that's kind of like what saddens me though. It's like the more the idiots become popular, the more the sensible people like you and I might become afraid to speak out because we might be ostracized. But I'm
I'm
gonna
not
say
bothered about being ostracized, mate. I've been ostracized. I'm not bothered about being ostracized anymore, if that makes sense. It's sort of, thanks to everybody
oh,
that give me shit, it's made me a lot stronger. So in my eyes, I don't care about being ostracized, about my views, and about the way I think and the way. Do you know what I mean? Because in my head,
I know,
that's pretty fucking normal.
yeah. Well, see, Smokey, I agree with you 1,000% because that's exactly
Great,
how I
Grim.
feel. If you like me, fine. If you don't, the hell with you. And I'm being
To
nice.
hell with us, right?
I was thinking about something else I was going to say, but but my
No, it's
point,
fine. You be open and honest on you, mate. You say what you've got
yeah,
to say.
I'm going to say, well, I'll tell you straight up. To me, if you like me, fine. If you don't, fuck you. I don't care.
Yeah,
I got
yeah,
my opinion just like you got your opinions, and I respect
yeah.
your opinion. I just ask you to respect mine. So I don't care if anybody ostracize me or not. They can go suck on a monkey's nipple or something. Shit.
the,
Well, I'm being honest.
the link is pinned, Grim. If you want to jump on, man, the link is pinned.
Yeah, Grim, the
Yeah,
more the merrier. I think I don't
yeah,
get paid
Grim's all right, man.
attention. Oh yeah, I know Grim.
Yeah, he's good, man. He's in the same thing we are. We're not interested in all this arguing and bullshit. Just
Yeah,
want a
like
decent conversation, decent conversation with like-minded people.
exactly. To me, it's just a waste of time.
Yeah,
I've been, because I've been watching different. I don't know if I asked you. Was it okay? Yeah, it was you. I believe we're talking about Princess Diana, and I was getting your thoughts on Princess Diana. And
that's
see,
right. Yes, you're
yeah,
correct.
exactly. And see, I like your point of view because that's the way I was thinking. The thing is, over here in the States, we only get like BBC's point of view, or you get some
Oh,
speaking
yeah.
on it. I'd rather hear a down to earth British person tell me about it. A down to earth Brit speak about it. I think she was killed. That's what I think.
Yes,
You know, I said it
definitely.
before. I
Definitely, I think she was absolutely 100% murdered.
I just
She
think
done an
because
interview. I've done a bit of research into this over the last couple of weeks, right? And
yeah,
there's they'd actually found out that Princess Diana did she actually predict her own death? Like because she'd done an interview a news interview, and she said she didn't think she'd ever become Queen Consort.
You know what? I
Right? She
actually
never
remember
thought she knew she would never become that person because she was too strong, and the people loved her more than the royals.
that. You know what? I actually remember seeing something about that. I do remember seeing that, and that's one of the things I'm thinking about. Because if you think about it, we only know what they want us to see. But it makes you wonder if she
Of course.
knew something was going on behind the scenes and she sensed that somebody was going to try to do something to her. You know,
Yes.
it makes you
Yes.
wonder, doesn't it? And like I said, I can see like a parallel. Martin Luther King spoke about peace.
Oh,
He,
sorry, Grim. Fucking hell. Sorry, mate. 2 seconds.
yeah, Martin Luther King, he spoke about peace and working together, and he was for the common man. He gets taken out. She's talking about peace, and she's for the common man, and she's a strong person who doesn't take any mess.
Hello.
She's out. Hello,
Hello,
Grill.
Grim.
Good to see you, my friend.
It's good to see you, James. Not seen you for ages. Hello, Smokey.
Well, see, you hang out in the American chats, and I hang out over here most of the time.
I've seen you in the American chats. I'll tell you, when they have school ground politics, they do it really well, and it's funny sometimes as well.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I'll put it that way. It can get quite what do you call it?
Personal? Personal.
Yeah, personal. I was thinking of a different word. It
Oh,
can get
right.
So
quite.
you say in this side of the pond, then we're quite reserved.
Yes, it's
Compared
a
to the
lot milder.
States. Oh, yes.
It's a lot milder. Well, Grim, you always go on that show that I'm not going to mention, and you know all hell breaks loose over there. You see it in the
No, I
chat.
know you. I know you won't mention it because I know which side of the fence you sit on. But at the end of the day, I don't give a rat's because as I said, I'm independent. I can go to either side. I can listen to either
Yeah.
side. It makes no difference to
Grim,
me.
listen.
You know.
Grim, hey Grim, we're all adults here. You can say I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know, but I don't. This isn't my stream.
You carry on, mate. You carry on. I'm not one for things like that. You carry on. You be as you are.
No, I just actually I want to come back to what you were talking about. To be honest, um,
Princess Diana.
yeah. Do you know why she was so popular?
Why?
It had nothing to do with Charles. It was to do with the fact that the public fell in love with her on the day, if not before, she got married. And then once she realised that she can go against the royal family, she became idolised. And she married in. So I've never really classed her as a royal. I've classed her more as a genuine person. And I'm glad that she found her voice and started doing things which provoked controversy, shall we say?
Yeah, absolutely.
And highlighted a lot of things. Yes, all right, she had a few bad things. She was heavily involved at one stage with Mr. Savile. Because Savile was the one who was dictating to the royals what they should or what they shouldn't do. How the hell he got into that sort of position, I don't know. But the
very
right thing
powerful
was
man,
done.
wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a con artist, basically, and very good at it.
Of course. Very, very good at it. He had a whole country fooled.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, he was actually probably more famous for what he portrayed at the time is more famous than any prime minister or any king or queen. Everybody knew him. And then when it came out about his secret past after he died, the first thing that happened was he was removed from the royal seal because they wanted to distance themselves. Well, okay, fair enough. You want to distance yourself, so it doesn't mean to say that you didn't do what was going on. And Andrew probably, allegedly, was the right hand man, so to
That
speak.
doesn't surprise me at all.
But yeah, I had a lot of respect for what Princess Diana actually did, like walking through minefields and things like that to highlight it. She could have got.
She's done a lot of charitable work. She's done a hell of a lot of charitable work, right off her own back. She wasn't, she wasn't told to do it. She'd done it out of her own free will, out of her own heart, and that's what gained the British. That's what gained people. That's what got on people. That's what she was ingrained into people. She was
exactly because you could see that she was doing it from the heart. Already, I'm enjoying this. Enjoying this conversation. I'm gonna tell you why I'm enjoying it. The reason I'm enjoying it is because one, you made me think about how she did charity work for the kids, and if you think about it, the kids are our future. They're tomorrow's leaders. So it's like she was trying to help generations be creative for positivity.
Of course.
But the second reason I enjoyed it, Grim, you brought up this shady guy, as y'all call him, Dodgy. You made me think about politics. Yeah, you made me think about politicians in general. And really, if you think about it, politics is really just an illusion. They just say what you want to hear in order to get in power. Then it's like F you. So
I've got a saying: doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in.
Exactly, and that's my whole point. Over here they say,
"How are we doing, Greg?"
Hello, Greg.
Hey, Greg. It's Republicans versus Democrats. And to me, they're all full of shit. They're all cut from the same cloth. They just get in,
of course.
And say the hell with the people. It don't matter who it is.
Don't you find that in with YouTube these days?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's all smoke screens and mirrors at the end of the day. My arguments against arguments, if this makes sense, right, is that if we actually work together, because we're all after one thing, I honestly believe deep down we're all after taking back taking our rights as they are, instead of them being given to us as a privilege. They are our God-given rights, excuse the expression, right, as human beings. So as far as I'm concerned, the right to speak freely shouldn't be a privilege, because if the government give you that right, it's a privilege, and we don't have that over here. You have it over there because of the Constitution, right? And I'm a firm believer in the Constitution of America, believe it or not, because of the fact that there's so many people who are Karens, I think is the easiest way of putting it, and Darrens, who object to being held accountable. Hello, Glue Sniffer. How you doing, mate?
Hey, Glue, always good to see you.
That's just my opinion. If we actually put our resources into doing that and concentrating on that, we would win, or we would be so influential. More people would wake up. But while
something I've always said, Grim, is solidarity is key.
Yeah.
Well, some people would say that's very left wing, but I don't see it as being political. It's not left or right. It's about being together. That's what it's about, in my opinion.
I agree. Hey, Grim, you're spot on, or bang on, however you want to say it. But you hit the nail on the head. The reason I say that is because I've talked to a lot of Republicans and I talked to a lot of Democrats, and what I found is a lot of them actually agree on different things. And what I came to realize, it's the leadership. It's like the people at the top that want to see us fighting. And I think the reason they want to keep us divided is because they know that we're stronger if we're together.
I agree. Totally agree. And while we cause our own divisions, right, they're laughing.
Yes.
Of course they are.
Yes, exactly.
You know, and it's the people. I mean, people think it's the government which are pulling the strings or putting things in the way. No, it's not. It's higher up than that. It's the elite of the elite. They're the ones with the money. They're the ones who control everything at the end of the day. And
exactly.
Are you talking
our
about the JP Morgans? You talking about those sort of people? You know,
yeah,
the
the Rothschilds.
Rothschilds. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, they're the elite of the elite. They're the ones who are wanting less people on the planet so they get more, you know, of the pie. It's that sort of thing. And they're the ones that are pulling the strings with all the governments. That's my belief, and it's only my opinion. It's not the opinion of the channel in any way, shape, or form.
Oh,
Doghouse.
Well, you know what?
Use.
Now I'm going to take it just a little bit further.
Go on, Doghouse.
I'm gonna say
Come on up, mate.
if you think about it, to me, and I'm gonna seem crazy to you. I think that freedom is really just an illusion because they give us these so-called rights telling us we're free to do what we want, we're free to say this, we're free to say that. But if we say something that they disagree with, we catch consequences. I give you a perfect example. They say, "Oh, I've got a right to free speech," right? But if I stood out here and I said something against the president or said something against one of the higher ups, there'd be the FBI knocking on my door. So it's like you get this illusion of freedom, but you're really not free.
Well, we've
That's
had the same sort of instance in this country. Just out when the Queen was born and Charles took over as King Charles, there was a lot of people writing on bits of paper, "Not my king." They were being arrested.
Yep.
Right, because they were trying to do the freedom of speech thing. But in this country, we have not got freedom of speech. We got freedom of expression. There's a difference.
oh yes.
A
And
massive difference. Now, there was
even
one
that
solicitor
subject
held up a
is
blank
subjective.
piece of paper. He held just one blank piece of paper, and it started off people holding blank pieces of paper. Now, that's the expression. We knew what was on there, "Not my king." But the problem is they couldn't write it on there, so they held up blank pieces of paper. So they expressed themselves rather than had the freedom of speech. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Perfect
They
sense.
could not get arrested for freedom of expression, but they did get arrested for freedom of speech.
Well,
Mhm.
there was. I was watching one of the lives that people were doing. I wasn't actually interested in the funeral, but there was one of the guys was doing a live, and they showed how literally the police took offence to the word effing, even though it was blocked out. Right. So what they had to do to stop being arrested from being arrested, right? Because they argued it's freedom of speech, and it was pointed out you don't have freedom of speech. We find that offensive, and so may other people. So you would be arrested under Section 5 of the public order, right? What they had to do was to scrub it out. And once they scrubbed it out, they said, yeah, that's fine. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, a word is expression. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, that's how you express yourself.
That was that girl with purple hair, wasn't it? You were on about?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
And
I've seen that. I've seen that.
I thought it was a bit like the girl who had a T-shirt which said "F you," F Boris, but obviously two letters were asterished out, right? And the copper turned around to her, and I saw this live as well. You'll have to remove your shirt, your top, because it's offensive. So she turned around and said, "Offensive to who?" And they said, "Offensive to the public." And so she argued it, and she turned around and she said, "But who's reported it? Show me the person who's reported it." Right? Or point them out, and said, "No, it could be, therefore we're telling you." And she turned around and she said, "Well, I haven't even got a bra underneath." And one copper turned around and said, "Well, that's not my problem."
Unbelievable.
You brought up.
And I can see the sarcasm behind it, but and I actually thought it was a very good line if it hadn't come from a copper. But they actually arrested.
But then
her.
if she'd taken that T-shirt off, she'd have been done for exposing herself.
Exactly.
But, so she was given the choice: take it off and put another T-shirt on, and they said you can change in the back of the van. And there'll only be female officers around. And she turned around, she said, "No, I refuse, because it's my right to have freedom of expression, and she was actually arrested and taken away under public order on the basis that she was lightly. And
Well,
this was
see,
during lockdown. You know,
but see,
it was murder. It was stupid. I mean, it just
but
gave the
Wow.
coppers
this is
um,
this,
and
this
you
is
know,
what
do
I'm.
anything, get them off the streets.
But see, this is
Yeah.
what I keep trying to tell people though. If you think about it, the justice system isn't really about justice. All it is about making money. It's just a
Yeah.
revenue generator. And what always tripped me out, and I never thought about this until a friend pointed it out to me. They said the justice system is also about intimidation, and you don't
Hmm.
even see it if you don't look at it. But you think about it, when the police come to your house, over here they look like soldiers. So that's like they're trying to intimidate you into confessing to something. You go before the judge, you're looking up at the judge, and he or she is looking down at you like they're God. So it's like this
Oh yeah,
intimidation factor, and you
yeah,
don't even see it if you don't look for it.
yeah, yeah. Um, Blue, it wasn't that they wanted to see a bra. She didn't have one.
Pick up Nige.
I know.
It, it was they wanted to find an excuse to take her to jail so they could find some way to charge her and make money off of her.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what it
exactly.
was.
You know, but the thing is, what annoyed me more than anything else was when they turned round to someone on Speaker's Corner on a Saturday morning, where they got a perfect legal right to have free speech, and it is the only place in Britain where you can have free speech, right? And it was just after they turned around and said, "Oh, you're allowed to go out a little bit more," blah blah blah. Anyway, he got told by two coppers that if he didn't stop talking and move on, he would be arrested because he is causing people to stop and break the law. So they pointed out, all I'm doing is exercising my right to freedom of speech. It is not my fault if people stop and listen. Normally, they just walk on by. So maybe
What
you should disperse the crowd or turn around to them and say, you've got to stand 2 meters apart. And the funny thing was, most people were standing 2 meters apart.
and see
But
that's
this
the
is,
sad part.
but
I was
this,
oh,
this,
go
But
ahead.
this is where the coppers they've been given an inch and they've taken a mile, and they were just trying to frighten, intimidate, and act as the state's stormtroopers to keep people under control.
I agree
Yeah.
1,000%.
That's what it was all about, and I
I agree
agree. It is about
1,000%.
intimidation.
I agree a
You know.
1,000%. And it's sad to me because I tell people to learn all your laws because the first thing a cop loves is an uneducated person. So learn your laws, learn what your rights are. But along that same line, I think it's sad because they create laws to like counter the laws that they already have. So you'll say, well, I'm not breaking this law, but they turn around and say, yeah, but you're breaking that law. So it's
Yeah.
like a chess game, you know?
It is. I mean, years ago, I used to go on demonstrations and whatnot when I was younger, and we never had the problems that we have today with the police. It's a bit strange when I look back and I think the power of the people was greater than the power of the police. So long as you stayed within what you were permitted to do, they
Yeah.
couldn't do jack shit about it, you know. And then after the riots over here in the was it middle 80s or early 80s? Can't remember now off the top of my head. The laws changed due to Margaret Thatcher, and I think she was a little bit frightened that she might end up being lynched at the time. And one of
Was
the
that the
first
coal
things,
miners and all that sort of stuff and all the privatization?
oh yeah. What they did was when people went on strike, she introduced this law that you couldn't have any more than 6 people on a picket line, and you couldn't physically stop anybody from going in. Although at the time, people went, Really? So what happened was loads of when people went on strike, they had T-shirts and they went, "I'm the 7th picket," and there was at least 200 on the picket line. The coppers couldn't do anything. It was impossible. I mean, technically they were breaking the law,
the
but
police bringing the
could
army
coppers
in
do?
and dressing them in police uniforms to attack the boys on up the road when I was on the miners' strikes. I remember that.
Yes,
Like it was yesterday.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, I mean,
they couldn't cope with them.
Yeah, we have every copper's got to have a number on display. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What they didn't realise was that when they brought the army in and etc. and they dressed them all up, right? They had the same numbers.
Did they?
They had the same numbers, and it was hilarious. Yes, Doghouse, I can remember those days. The coal miners were the best people they brought down, as far as I'm concerned, and two governments. And I thought it was really good. I'm not talking about the politics behind it. It's more to do with standing up for what they believed in. Thatcher privatised everything, sold everything off, and that continued after her reign, unfortunately. And now
I remember my grandfather.
We should take the word "great" out of what we call. We're not great anymore. We're just Britain. So
it's funny, right. And it's funny that you bring this up. I want to say first of all, hello to Doghouse and Nigel. Secondly, I love panels like this because I see the more we talk, the more we have in common. As you know, I live in Virginia, and we actually had coal miner strikes here in the western part of the state because that's where all the mountains are. And you were talking about times changing. And what I noticed, it seemed like back in the 70s and maybe the early 80s, the police would go in and talk to the people. They were trying to end things peacefully, whereas now it's all about intimidation and control. It's all about power now. And that's one of the big differences that I'm noticing. But I'm enjoying this conversation, so carry on.
I've got someone in the back. Zara, do me a favor, stick 2 fingers in the air. Stick 2 fingers in the air. Okay. All right. Are you going to behave yourself, girl? Yeah.
Zara's turned over a new leaf.
Hello.
Hello, Zara.
Hello, James.
Hello,
Smokey. Hello, Greg.
I didn't know if it was you, Zara, because I know you and Crinkling talking at the moment, and I don't like him anyway. So
yeah. We won't talk again. So let's.
No, I'm not into him. So you know what I mean. I hope we don't follow his lead anymore.
Yeah, let's not even speak on him. But Smokey, I've
Good.
never actually.
Good on you.
I've never been on your panel, have I?
No, you haven't, Zara. You haven't. No, I was a bit dubious because of what's gone on before, but I'm going to give you the opportunity, and obviously you're being fine with me, so I can't argue with that.
Well, just you've got it. If it needs a reference, ask Grim because Grim will tell you what I'm about.
Yeah, well, as I said, you turned over a new leaf, and people turn around to me and say, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that." And I just say, "Sod off! I'll do what the hell I like. I'm independent."
Well, this is me. I don't want any repercussions, but if I get them, I get them, right? But at the end of the day, Zara's done nothing to me. She hasn't done any porn bombing on me. She hasn't done anything to make me look bad. She hasn't said anything bad about me. So why the fuck should I carry that on with somebody else's opinion?
Exactly. I agree totally. But Zara's, you're coming across a lot better than you were at one time. That's what I will say. So good on you.
I'm just being myself now. I'm not being led by anybody, or that's it. But that's it. Anyway, I don't want to lead with negativity. So, hello, James. Hello, Smokey. Thank you for letting me on. I do appreciate it.
Hello,
and you probably will. trust me, you will get repercussions tomorrow. People will say, "What are you letting her on your panel for?" But
I have. Listen, people got to understand, right? I'm my own person, Zara, right? And you haven't done nothing to me personally. You haven't done anything to me. You haven't called me names. You didn't join in any of the bullying. You haven't done anything to me that'll make me say, fuck off, Zara. You haven't, like. Now, with Crinkle's concerned, he's just a fucking rotten egg through and through.
No, don't. He's just doxed me full name, tried to spell it out and everything.
He's a wrong one. No,
exactly.
sorry.
But
I don't agree with him.
To see it, but either way, I don't want to even talk about him. Don't want to give him any sort of clout. I don't want that name.
No, be fucked.
Yeah.
No, be
Zara,
fucked.
did you sort out your StreamYard?
I did. Do you know what I've done? To be honest, I was just about to delete my channel because I don't think anybody likes to listen to me warble on. Mostly it's just me playing games and doing quizzes. Do you know, I am quite boring. I think I disappoint people in that way. I don't get off me drunk or anything like that, so I don't.
I'll tell you what, Zara, quizzes work, and if you can have some chat, it works. I've been getting away with that for some time. But like Smokey, there's a change in direction. Because the people who are supporting me behind the scenes, they're changing. New ideas are coming through, so we're looking at different ideas. I mean, I went live yesterday because there was a protest on in London, and I checked with local if I could restream it, and he said, yeah, and I ended up restreaming for about 4 hours, and it went off the air, something like that. But we were having the chat and the conversation. It was just on in the background. Something I'd not done before. I hadn't done a live like that. Certainly on the Saturday morning. You never see me on a Saturday morning, you know. But hey, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Hey, Grim, I presumed you were sleeping in before that. I was like, look, who kicked Grim out of bed? What's going on?
Well, Saturday is normally my day of rest.
Yes.
You know, I work all week, and Saturday during the day, I'll catch up with sleep that I've lost, theoretically. But you know what? There was nobody live, and I just sorry, I'll go live for a change, see what happens. And it was a good show.
I was watching it, to be honest. We were all sick. We were all down with a cold. And literally all three of us were just sat around. He was on his Xbox in the living room. She was on the laptop. And I'm sat on my phone. I thought, right, we're all in the same room, ignoring each other. I'm going to go in the kitchen and watch Grim. So it was a very welcome thing.
Yeah, I saw you hop in. You know, if you wanted to come on the panel, I'd have said yes. You know, sod everybody else. I don't care. You know, at the end of the day, a bit like Smokey.
Only just got my voice back.
Well, it's still croaky, but it's nice to hear you.
I find it quite sexy. It's better than me sounding like a squeaky guinea pig as usual, doesn't it? Makes a change.
It's your accent's changing.
The accent?
Yeah, I can understand you more.
Oh, you cheeky bugger.
So are you red or are you blue, Zara?
Blue.
Oh, no.
No, you don't understand. Proper Scousers don't. Oh, I'm gonna get some clap back for this. Proper Scousers support blue.
No,
really.
No, really? Red Army all the way, you know.
Oh no! Listen, there's people in bloody
Army.
Israel that support Liverpool. Like there's only locals that support. I'm sort of biased. So my ex-husband's brother played for Everton all his life, so I have to.
That's the reason why. Family ties.
Literally, if I went in there, I remember before we were married, and as we walked in. When I first went to meet his parents, he went, "Don't say you support Liverpool." And I went, "What?" At the door. And that was it. He just walked off. And I thought, oh shit, what am I walking into here? And when I walked in, they said, who do you support? And I was like, one of the first questions.
The only thing that came out of Everton that was any good was the mince.
No, Neville Southall, that was it. A Neville Southall. A mint and Neville Southall.
Hey.
Changing the subject slightly. Hello, everybody in the chat.
Yeah. What about our Tony? You've got to love. He's the most mild-mannered, lovely, subtle, like humble person. I never have met a footballer that was like that. The rest up their own asses. Stories I could tell you, but he is, really humble as a person, and
just remember to put allegedly before any of the stories.
Allegedly. Well, yeah, I won't even tell you.
James.
Yeah.
You have something which you call football, which is this is just again what I see. A load of people dressed up to the nines with protective gear, about 4 different teams for different plays that they have, and you call that football, yet you call our football soccer. What do you call our rugby?
I guess rugby. But now to jump into your previous conversation, I don't know about the red or blue, but if I had to pick a team, I would go with Manchester because there's a neighborhood not too far from me called Manchester. So I'm going with Manchester.
That makes me want to vomit, James. That makes me want to vomit. That's worse than being blue.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let me just finish that. He said Manchester City, I believe.
I'm saying Manchester City. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Manchester City.
All right. I swallowed a bit more vomit. That's not too bad. Manchester City. I can deal with that. Manchester United. That could be vomit.
Hang on. There's only one Premier League, Premier team that actually plays in Manchester, and that is City.
I'm gonna tell you something. What you just said is complete bollocks.
Well, we appreciate your opinion. Next.
James, can I just say, please don't swear on this channel. Don't say the M word ever again, please.
I won't say it. I promise. I won't say it. And Grim, just remember, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one, and they can get shitty at times.
Thing is, you can always take the piss out of people with verbal diarrhea.
There's loads of them. There's loads of them on fucking YouTube with verbal diarrhea. Loads and loads.
Yeah. James, I've heard of Manchester before in America. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Richmond, Virginia.
You're down. You're in the southern.
Yep, that is correct. I'm 2 hours south of DC.
I am so jealous. So you have the times of year where you have the big shrimp. Look, I'm making words up here. Shrimp.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Chesapeake Bay, the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I tried to get down south for it because that is like my dream. Obsessed with seafood. You know, when you put on the big plastic bibs and you all sit around like all the crawfish and everything on one table.
Well, see, now you're talking about like Louisiana. That's further south. Like Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Yeah, okay, Gulf Coast.
Yeah, that's where I wanted to go. I wanted to go further south every time. And people were warning me not to because of...
What?
Yeah, they were telling me because they were saying... you're gonna be arrested, watch out for the cops and all this, because I am half black, half white. That's the best way to put it, because everything I say is non-PC these days. Can't even describe my own skin color. But they were saying don't go down there, like don't go further south. They were pushing me like not to go. You dumb if you go.
If I were you, I wouldn't have listened to him. I would have came here. Because the cops are crazy here, but I'll be honest with you, they're crazy all over the place. Now, what it is with the South has a bad past when it comes to racism, and that may have been what
Yeah.
they were talking about. But I wouldn't have let that stop me from coming here because I'm black and I live in the South.
That's it, exactly it. I didn't want it to stop me, but there was nobody willing to take me. They were saying no because I feel responsible if anything happens to you.
Wow.
I was
You
like,
know what the
wow.
sad fact is? I remember you saying you went to New York, and I used to live in Brooklyn, although I'm from the South. When you went to New York, you were actually only 6 hours from where I am.
I went to my friend lives in Brooklyn, so we
Yeah.
were. I was in between. I stayed in New York, and then we met up. My friend from Brooklyn came to New York, well, two of them, and I went to Michigan for the longest time. Detroit, not the nicest of places. Yeah, I know exactly. Who goes to America and goes to fucking Detroit? Never again.
That's the craziest part. Now, you went to Detroit, but you wouldn't come down south, and Detroit has a
I
worse
know, Detroit
reputation
is
than the.
much rougher.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
It
hell,
was
Detroit
it
is a problem state, like.
it was
Yeah.
people from Detroit telling me not to go down south, and I was like, "Are
Oh,
you mad?"
my man. Detroit and Chicago are, how can I put this nicely? They shitholes. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's what they are.
Well, James, I stayed in I wanted to go into the woods, towards Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor's lovely. That was a nice place. Um, so I stayed there, but I went to this cabin in the woods for 2 weeks as well, just like in the middle of nowhere. I could have been anywhere in the entire world. Could have been in Wales. Nobody would, you couldn't tell. But it was walking distance, like half a mile to a lake, and it was just wonderful. You could do free swimming and everything. It was just brilliant. But I sort of stayed out of the way. I visited Detroit, which was the best part of it was the Walmart, to be honest.
Well, okay, so it sounds like you like nature and
Yeah,
the woods, so you would have liked it here. Damn, you missed a good opportunity.
I know, and
You
I
would have
always
you would have
wanted to go
liked it here.
fishing. I wanted to go proper
Oh,
fishing. I've never been I've been fishing, but not like out on a boat, proper fishing. Like wanted to catch some seafood and eat it, that type of thing. But next time,
See,
definitely.
the only reason why I'd want to go to Detroit was to see where Motown started and Tamla started, you know?
um, I wouldn't even want to go for that, to be honest with you. I had the chance to go to Chicago, and if I told you some of the stories I've seen, well, I'll give you a perfect example. So I went to
It's got the
Chicago
biggest
back in.
murder rate in America, haven't it, Chicago?
I went to listen. This is so crazy, and I never seen this happen. The Chicago Bulls were in the playoffs, right? This was June of '93. The Chicago Bulls won the playoff, right? You know how the people celebrated? They turned over a city bus. How the hell can you turn over a whole city bus? And I was like, damn, I'd hate to see what happened if they would have lost. Gee.
Oh, James. The history of America is just, I don't know why I find it so intriguing.
For
But,
such a young country, it's got a lot of history, hasn't it?
oh, so much. And so much is false. I've been delving into Black history hugely in America. It's crazy. It's crazy, James. They've lied to people for so long. Obviously, that's world over. It's international, isn't it? It's worldwide. But
I'm gonna tell you something though. I hope you don't get mad.
I don't get mad, James. I'm brilliant.
So you've been watching this show called The Fight Club, right?
Oh, this is,
And so I
I've been on
I,
there.
gla- I glanced at it and I turned away from that. I'm gonna be nice. I turned away from that crap because it's just a whole bunch of stereotypes and negativity on there. And I would encourage you, please don't think all black people are like that. Don't think all black Americans are like them, because I ain't nothing like that. And I know people, plenty of black people, who would look at that and say, "Turn that shit off." So please
Yeah.
don't let them think cause you to think all black Americans are like that, because we not.
I know you're not, but there's people on there like Sharon. he goes on there, but on his own standpoint, he comes away and does his own thing. There's a man called Dane Calloway, and he talks on Black history. He got mentioned on there, and they've given me a few good leads, places to go down. But they turn every single issue into black and white issue. Black women like this. Would you ever date a white? Everything is black and white, and I'm like, well, what they call me, the white lady, and they reference me all the time. They're like, Zora, she's so negative, she's so conservative. Oh, she don't know how it is to be black. I'm like, shut up.
Oh my, see, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I hate. I hate to hear. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I hate to hear black against white, British against American. I think there's good and bad in everybody. You got some good people and you got some real shitty people. And so you should look at a person as an individual. That's the thing. You got good people, but they're far and few in between. You just got to search them out. And so when I hear them talking about, oh, black women this and black women that and white this, I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's why I can only watch them. That's why I can only watch them for a second.
I agree there, James. Do you know what really annoyed me was the Black Lives Matter. And I always thought it should be humans matter.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm gonna Grim, I'm gonna
care the colour of your skin. It's neither in nor there.
Grim, I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna tell you.
Go for it. Come on. Let's have a debate.
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you good. Most black people think Black people think Black Lives Matter is a joke. Most black people like me know that they were just set up to get money. That's all it was, to get money and create division.
Morning, John.
It's crazy as hell that they're like, oh, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Okay, look at all the neighborhoods you're destroying are black. So how the hell are you helping black people if you're destroying our neighborhoods? Then you look at some of the leaders, they living in mansions and driving fancy cars. I'm like, what? I knew they were full of more shit than a constipated whale the minute I saw them. So
I think personally Black Lives Matter is bollocks as well, to be honest, because I'm not being like that, James. James, you black boys have been killing each other for fucking years over there, shooting each other in the streets and every fucking thing, right? So if Black Lives Matter, why don't that fucking stop?
A good point. Good question.
Smokey, there's whole different levels to this. Now, I agree in ways with Black Lives Matter, not the way that they've gone about it, not the BLM, not that movement, but why are we still paying reparations to Israel? This country personally gives out, I think it was 14.6 million a year in reparations still about the Holocaust, but there's no reparations paid to slavery. So there's different hues to everything, but this is not what it was brought about. It was brought, they're trying to segregate everybody. I'm black, I'm gay, I'm LGBT, everything is different. They're trying to separate us because united we stand and divided we fall.
Exactly.
If we all see each other as people, we are people. Now, us in this country, we're surviving one particular thing. They're trying to, up food prices, absolutely put the electric and gas prices up to where some people's rent are $6,500 a year. Yeah. I know people, they're trying to divide, and now what they're distracting us with theatrical politics and, oh, look who's this person, who's that person, it's trusting. Who cares? Who gives a shit who's in office? Their gas and electric bills are paid. We're all going through the same thing, and we should unite, like you say, with Speaker's Corner and things like that. And they're even trying to shut that down. If they can segregate us in any way, I'm Jewish, I'm Muslim, I'm Christian, it doesn't bloody matter. We are people, and if we just stood together and took our power back, our power is in our numbers. They could not do that.
I agree.
Well, you see, it's all. Well, you're all right, my friend. It's all about division, and that's what saddens me is the fact that they've got us so focused on the small things that we're not looking at the big picture. My thought is, okay, you've got me fighting over Ukraine, talking about what's going on in Ukraine. But what are you really doing behind the scenes? Why are you trying to take my focus off of what you're doing? So it's all a diversion tactic. And over here we have something called foreign aid. And one of the things I couldn't stand is you give all this money to the other countries and give people this illusion that the U.S. is so great. Meanwhile, if I go to one part of town, my cell phone service cuts out. We don't have high-speed rail. Our schools are falling apart. Put some of the money in our infrastructure. That's what you should be doing.
Yeah. That's in this country, James. You get called a racist if you say we should be putting money into our own country and treating ourselves right and sorting out the children that are starving in this country before letting people come in on boats. And whilst I understand being humane and saying these people have nowhere else to go, you get called a racist if you. So people are getting very scared to even speak on their own opinions. So and then that segregates us because there's people who go, oh no, help everybody. And I understand that. Help anybody that's in need. But then there's people that say, no, look after our own. There are children starving here, homeless on the street, beneath the age of 10. And you're getting, so we're segregating ourselves in that way. At the end of the day, this is their job. They're put into power to do this bloody job. They're not doing it. They're just deflecting it upon the other people.
Well, the people that are put in power are just puppets. It's the higher ups that control everything. But it's funny you said that because over here we had some workers, some people who came in. I don't know exactly where they came from, but they ended up in Texas. And so the governor of Texas put them on buses and shipped them to New York City. And New York, in New York, they're trying to find shelter. So these people, and I'm like, now I haven't lived in New York. It's already got too many people there. They're already strapped for cash. Why in the hell would you add more people to that chaos? It's almost like they want to see us miserable, if you ask me.
Did you not see it, James? Then they moved everybody on. They took all the homeless. They put them in a mini concentration camp. And then they shipped them all to LA, which you know yourself is overcrowded.
Exactly.
Oh, so, it's the street. If you've never seen it, go after this. And literally, it's unbelievable. If you think like there's one or two streets where it's just full of tents, no, there is literally entire. Think of your village. The whole of the pavement is doubled. You cannot walk past it. Doubled down with tents, and there's children. There's children, 3 and 4 children in one tent, and the mum and dad are in the next one. It would make you cry. It makes you cry.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can I just pick up on what John said in the chat, John O'Connell? Look at Brexit. People was called stupid and didn't know what they were voting for. People didn't know what they were voting for. They didn't understand what it actually meant to us, etc. I'm still undecided whether it was the right thing to do or not, because I just look at the state that Europe's in now and the state that we're in, and the fact that, all right, we've got some trade agreements, but not many, you know. And I think as a country, we might be worse off these days than what we were.
Well, we're not as self-sustainable as what we used to be. See, that's the problem, right? People forget that we used to be really back in the 60s and 70s, right? We were sustainable. We could run as our own country. We could do our own thing. We had the money in this country. We had everything. Now we have nothing, and now we've pulled out of Europe, right? We definitely have got nothing.
Yeah, well, when we went into Europe, and not many people remember the reasoning why we went into Europe, it was to allow us the freedom to trade. But there again, at that particular time, we actually had the monopoly on what we were producing because it was nationalised. When it became privatised, it went against us. And we got... we were basically open to takeover from companies that operated abroad. And that's what's happened. So
umbrella companies really more than anything, wouldn't it?
Yeah, whether we're in Europe or we're not in Europe, we are as I said earlier, we're no longer Great Britain. Should just be called Britain.
No, we're not. Exactly.
Because there's nothing great about us these days.
One of the biggest things was when we're part of the European Union, we agreed, obviously being an island, think about of our geographical position on the globe, our biggest thing are fishing rights, and it's very sustainable within this country. A fisherman, very old school, very long, such longevity within fishing lines. Now there's people, because we haven't made these trade agreements, local fishermen that go out to this spot and that spot forevermore, as their grandfathers did, their great grandfathers did. They are literally being bullied. There's no trade agreement. They're coming in and mass fishing, with the huge nets, not just what they can come back and sell on their little part of the coast or anything like that. What's sustainable? They are mass fishing and killing the waters, literally trawling and bullying smaller ships, our ships, back inland, and they're just killing the waters. It's non-sustainable, and nobody's doing anything about it. Nobody, and this has been years and years. Have a little Google go into company's house and have a look at how many fishing companies that have existed for hundreds and hundreds of years down the line have shut within the past 10 years. It's crazy.
Yeah.
This angers me more than anything, because I go to like Cornwall and St. Ives, and I believe in holidaying in this country. It's such a beautiful country as much as possible, but it's absolutely terrible watching people just die, the companies die, the family lines just not surviving, going onto the bloody dole when you live in the middle of nowhere, and the working men who've been up.
Do you remember the slogans by British? And that was hilarious, because most of the stuff that you bought was from China or it was imported.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous. Yeah, all right, it had a British name on it, but I mean, look at some of the great cars that we've had in this, like the MGs and whatnot. That's now been bought out by a company in China. I mean, I've got an MG because it gives me all the bells and whistles, the one which I've got, and it's cheap enough to run if the prices on the fuel pumps down. But you can't buy a British car anymore. You can't get hold of one. If you look at places like Vauxhall, for instance, Vauxhall is supposed to be British, but if you dig enough, you'll find it's not.
It's Swedish, isn't it, Vauxhall?
Yeah, it used to be British, and I remember going back a few years, that one of their main plants, I think they had two. I think there's one in Luton, if I remember right, and one in Ellesmere Port in near your Zara, on the other side of the water. And they'd have strikes and all sorts of things, but for better wages and better conditions. Nothing wrong with that, and I'm not going to take anything away from that, but because they were justified, in my opinion, right? However, when the big bully boys started taking over, because we had this thing about selling the national treasure to all these foreign companies, they came in and they just looked at it from a business point of view and stripped it. And people redundant, etc. And that's what selling the stock off, if you like, our treasures is caused.
Well, Graham,
we don't own the energy anymore. Go on.
Graham,
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you're okay, my friend. I'm enjoying this conversation. It's just that you making me think of so many things. I want to say it before I forget. I'm enjoying this conversation, first of all, because a lot of the things that y'all going through over here, we're going through. I mean, over there, we're going through over here. And so I notice we have a lot of things in common. So it's not just American or British, it's worldwide. And I'll give you a perfect example. Over
Morning,
here,
Michelle.
good
Hello,
morning, Michelle.
Michelle.
We had this company called Nabisco, and they're known for making cookies and crackers and everything. Well, now, if I'm not mistaken, it's owned by a German company. And so it just makes me think about how our countries are basically being brought out by other countries, slowly but
That's probably
surely.
Volkswagen as well.
Yeah, we don't even see it coming, and that's what I keep telling people. It's happening right under our noses, and we're so busy fighting and arguing that we don't even see the little things that's taking place gradually. You know, that's
Yep.
that's what I think is a crying shame. It's happening and we don't even see it. You
Well,
know.
look, right? I think when you were about Detroit earlier, you go back to Detroit 30, 40 years
Oh,
ago, right?
oh
It
yeah.
was the Motor City. It was. It was
Yes.
rich. The
Yeah.
city was rich beyond belief. Now it's one of the poorest cities in the world.
Yeah. It's also desolate. The
Exactly.
streets just aren't busy.
Oh, that's
I,
not true. That's not true. Honestly, it's one of the horrifically
no, when I'm
busy
talking,
places.
yeah, when I'm talking about the streets aren't busy, I'm talking about the vehicles. The vehicles that you saw were all built, made, and bought in the city.
Yeah.
Well, don't
You
forget,
know,
Right.
it's the head of Ford. It's literally the landmark. So they've got a Ford museum there, and it's the I used to wind them all up and go, no, Ford was built in Liverpool, and they all went mad. They didn't find it funny, to be honest. But and I was like, no, we've got Ford in Liverpool. No, we built Ford.
but now,
But
but now
they
they're
hate
building
Ford.
in Japan and China and wherever else
Yeah.
to get the components from.
No, well, they
You know.
literally took over. I was part of. I worked at Ford Jaguar, as they call it now, and there was the Lean Learning Academy, which is basically cutting people off, workers off the line, who've broken their backs and killed themselves to work their whole life, and
Read the
stripping it
screen,
down.
Zara.
Hey, stop insulting cows.
Blow your rude cow. Calm
Sorry,
down.
Zara, I couldn't resist it.
Oh, it's all right. I am a rude cow. Oh, Michelle, I'm sorry. Shut up, Michelle. It's too early for your shit.
Sorry. We interrupted the flow of your conversation.
It's all right, to be honest. I'm saving my voice for Michelle now. I'm going to rant at her later.
Hey, Michelle, it was lovely earlier. She couldn't speak. She was saving her voice.
Michelle, if I was this way all the time, I'd still be married.
But you
No,
know,
but you
Grim,
look at it. Detroit is one of the poorest cities, right? In America alone, right? Now you got to look at where Dagenham and Redbridge was. Dagenham was one of the biggest car producers or car makers in the country, and that was shut down, and the place is absolutely ruined now. Again, very much like Detroit, just not the money there. There's no money there.
There is,
but see, you know,
if you go to
Smokey,
Ann Arbor, you're wrong. That's still classed as Detroit, and it's friggin'
but you see,
unbelievably rich. So living on the water and yachts and stuff, it's unreal.
Smokey and Grim, what did you say earlier? You said decisions are made in a business sense. So
Yeah,
they think about how, and I'm gonna get right to it. They think of how to put money into the big wheels pocket. They don't care about the common man. They're not concerned about me or you. They're concerned about the higher up. So when they look at it in a
yeah.
bigger sense, they're not looking at it like, how can we better protect our workers? How can we make better products? They're looking at it like, how can we as CEOs make more money? I mean, if you think about it, the products that used to be made back then would last for years. Now the products that are made fall apart within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's all by design, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
all by design.
John's hit the
Yeah.
nail on the head again. The elite want cheap or free labor.
Exactly, John. Exactly. You just hit it. I don't have to say anything else.
So is that come under modern day slavery then?
Well, that's where
Obviously.
the prison system in America comes in, because what are they doing all day, every day? They're working, they're building components for big companies. Why are they keeping the prisons going? Why is there so many people put in unnecessarily for a little bit of weed? It's an absolute joke.
It's funny. It's funny you say that, because do you know what the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution is?
Nope.
It basically says that slavery ends, right? But it comes back and says, well, I can say it like this: you cannot be in servitude unless you have committed a crime. So basically, today's inmate is a modern day slave.
Yep.
Yep.
That is so true.
I mean, some of them should be in there, but some of them shouldn't be. You know,
not some. No, if you saw the numbers, it's you wouldn't believe it until you see it. You literally, you know, you watch. Remember that film with Eddie Murphy, Life, with the toiling in the field?
Oh yeah, the chain gang.
Factory style now. Factory style. You can see men, and they're working for like $6 a month. And they're working for these huge companies who are getting massive contracts, publicly available information. And this is why they're keeping them in and denying bail. Do you know why? Because he was caught with like a $5 bag of weed on him, and they get 12 years. You know, you only get 12 years for murder here, and you do half.
Yeah.
But you see, that's what pisses me off about the system here. It's almost like you were set to fail, because they spend time building all these prisons so that they can throw people into prison. Why not spend that time building schools? Why not spend that time funding after school programs? It's like, instead of trying to prevent crime, they wait till after crime happens and then handle it. In other words, they're retroactive, not proactive. And that's one of the things that's always pissed me off about this outdated system.
These aren't even, you know why? You just answered your own question. It's built for profit. So
the
prisons actually bid on government contracts to build this component and that component. Do you think they're going to let you go? Or when you get so irate that you're in jail for 12 years for having a £5 bag of weed on you, eventually you get burnt out and angry. They add another 3 years onto your sentence. That's money for them. Money in their pocket, and it's vile. It's absolutely vile.
Well, you don't think that doesn't happen in this country, Zara?
No,
or do you think that happens in this country?
No, I mean, not on the same scale, but you wouldn't actually believe
not with
it.
Not with the length of your age, but when it comes down to working in prison, like personally, I've been there. I don't make it. I don't make it any sort of secret that I haven't been in prison. I have. But when I went to prison, right, you were either doing breakfast packs for the boys, putting, bits of milk and sugars and all in a bag, or you were doing nuts and bolts for B&Q, or you were making cards for Hallmark, or you were doing things with Crown Paints, or do you know what I mean? You were doing contract work.
That is
for 60 pence a day. That's what you get, 60 pence a day. That's what you get.
Yeah, I think it works out at around about 20 quid a month. Maybe
if that, 20. yeah, around that, yeah. I think it's I used to I used to get paid 45 pence in the morning and 50 pence in the afternoon because I was a cleaner. So I was earning £1 a day. So I was earning about £21 a month.
Yeah, I think that's probably about the same now in the kitchens, but it's annoying that okay, I'm not going to say that there shouldn't be people in prison because there should, right? What I'm getting at is that and I agree with what Sarah's saying, it happens over here when you get long sentences for stupid things, yet people who get done for drink driving, having no insurance, and they have their licenses taken away, the banned, etc. There's nothing to stop them from getting into a car and driving.
No,
absolutely nothing. So, and when they go before the magistrates, for the third or fourth time, and they get banned yet again, blah, 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 blah. Surely we've got to look at a way of treating the problem rather than treating or punishing people that you know are just going to go out the following day and jump into a car or whatever. We have a stupid system that doesn't. It makes it so unfair, right?
So my cousin passed away in a car accident, Gripper, right? Sorry, Grim, right? My cousin passed away in a car accident, and the boy who killed him, right, was up on a drink drive charge the day before. He was locked up. He was interviewed. He was given his car keys back until court. The next day, he got back in the car after 10 pints and killed my cousin. Now, realistically, he shouldn't have had his fucking car keys back at all.
That's where the law's an ass, because until convicted, they can't. They can't refuse. But they should have kept him in. They should have rebanded him, in my opinion.
They didn't.
Well, see, Grim and Smokey, you remember what we talked about earlier? The justice system isn't about justice. It's all about intimidation and making money. That's why he was able to walk. The sad fact is, when the guy who killed your cousin went to court, they probably just made him pay a fine.
He had 7 years for killing my cousin. He had 7 years.
I don't believe it. Hell must be freezing over now. I don't believe it. Because normally when something like that happens over here, all they do is they put you on probation, send you to safe driving school, and recommend that you take AA courses. That's all.
They give him 7 years.
And that in itself is probably the maximum they could give him. As well.
Death by dangerous driving, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I personally, I think they should introduce sort of a charge of manslaughter, because although you didn't intend, you made the decision to get in the car, so it would be classed as involuntary manslaughter. But we don't have such a career.
Why are we not looking at the most basic things that they have in America, where you can only, even after you've done your sentence, for the next 20 years, you have to blow on an alcohol thing. You know what I mean? Like a
breathalyzer.
Yeah, but it only it has your DNA, so there's no way that you can get around it and get your mate to blow or whatever. Your car will not start, and if it does blow positive, then it's triggered.
Be back in a minute, guys.
You go back to jail. That's it. Why are we not looking? Because it's as if they want people to offend and re-offend again. They clearly come, if they're in jail for so many years and they come out, they're going to have even more of a drink problem, because they're not going to be able to cope with life. And there's so many things that have happened in there.
There's no rehabilitation in jail either. There's no rehabilitation in jail. Nothing.
I heard that said.
No.
There's nothing in jail for rehabilitation. You're locked up, you're let out, you're doing your work, you're locked up, you're let out, you do your work, you're locked. That's it. That is it. That's your routine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all jail is a warehouse. That's all it really is. A warehouse, or should I say a factory.
Yeah, there is no rehabilitation in these prisons. There's not, especially not in the UK ones. I've been to 2. And I got to be honest, there's no rehabilitation in any one of them. And that was a private prison and a public prison. Obviously, the black and whites, the black and white collar. You know what I'm on about, Sarah? Yeah, the black and whites, and then you got the privates, then, which is like the G4, which were worse. The G4 prisons are so much worse than the black and whites.
In what manner?
Too much free time. Nah, and the guards. The guards are corrupt as fuck.
They bring all the shit
in. It's a corrupt. I was 2 days in a private prison, and within 2 days I got offered an iPad, whatever weed I wanted, how much I wanted, a phone if I want, and that was off a guard.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm enjoying this conversation because
it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It is. But you go to a black and white, right? And you won't get none of that shit. You won't, you get more of a professionalism, if that makes sense.
But you want to hear the craziest part, though? That reminds me of a story over here. It was in our county jail. This, because over here we call them deputies, sheriff's deputies. They're the ones who control the jail and the courts. And this female deputy got arrested because she was sneaking drugs into the jails for the inmates. So
Yeah.
I'm enjoying these type of conversations because I see that even though we're on separate sides of the pond, we have a lot of things in common, and that's what I keep telling people. We have differences, but we also have similarities. We should talk about our similarities just as much
You
as we
just,
talk about our
James,
differences.
if you're caught bringing it in, you're probably going to get a slap on the wrist and paid time off.
Oh
Like
yeah,
told to do a
the thing,
course.
you
You're
know,
not.
the thing is, she went to court, and I didn't hear any more about it. So I wouldn't even be surprised if they just let her go, and she got a job with another sheriff's department.
I read
No,
a
if
story.
you're caught in this country doing things with prisoners or smuggling things in, you're gone. You're going to jail. You are like you're going back. You're going to jail.
I read something recently, and she's on TV. She's part of a TLC show in America.
Yeah.
She was basically, she fell in love with what she was a prison officer, and she fell in love, and she got caught having sex in a cell with one of the prisoners.
Loads of that goes on.
Exactly, it does. She's not a mate anymore because she chose that job. She chose to be a prison officer, so we stopped talking. That's gone for me. You don't go on that side. But I bumped into her recently, and I was just, you're all right, still doing that job now. She was basically an easy victim, a young girl. She was only 21 at the time, and she was bullied into bringing stuff in, doing sexual favors. She was just getting used left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And she ended up leaving. She said she had a mental breakdown, and I was like, "Well, I told you not to do the job."
It happens. It really does happen. I used to, when I was in Park Prison in Bridgend, I used to do the doors going in the night when the female officers were on. Do you know what I mean? They used to go into people at different cells and sleep with people, and it was all happening. And this is what a private jail is all about. It's all about money and not about safety.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you
the problem.
said that, well, Smokey, since you said that, I want y'all to Google this place called, and you probably heard of it. It's Rikers Island Prison.
Rikers Island.
Rikers Island is the worst in New Jersey.
It's in New York specifically. It's in Queens. You have inmates committing suicide. You have officers taking bribes. You have officers getting assaulted. That'll give you a really good look into what our prison and jail system is like over here. Rikers Island.
Rikers Island is famous for, and it's in a lot of the cop shows which have been made. They refer to it and they try to put it across as a good place.
A good place.
I said they try to.
Who tries to?
Well, was it what's this?
Vouched for by Prince Andrew.
Dick Wolf's series, was it Special Victims Unit?
They try to put it across. Listen,
yeah, because they always refer to Rikers as the best place for them, but we don't really want to send you there.
Hey, Graham, I'm gonna tell you something. I typed over in chat earlier. They don't believe what you see in here on Television.
Yeah, no, I agree totally with what you're saying. I take it with a pinch of salt. I just think it was in the way that they use it as a place where we're going to put you. But if you cooperate with us, we're not going to send you there. We really don't want to do it. It's sort of like
Rikers is literally known as the worst of the worst. So my friends who, one of them's a bit of a socialite, born trust fund baby, and she lives in a hotel in New York, and she was put in Rikers for drink driving, and her family just to get her out of Rikers and moved because it's the worst place anybody can go, and it's known for it. But it's crazy. If you've got money, you can elude within an hour. Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah. Now here here in Virginia, I'm gonna show you how things work. There's this guy who's a prosecutor, right? Now, his son got drunk, hit somebody over the head with a beer bottle, and the person had to get about 5 stitches. You know what happened to his son? Because his father was the prosecutor and had money, they just gave his son a slap on the wrist. They put him on probation, and that was it. Now, had that been me, I would have caught a malicious wounding charge, and I would have been held in jail until my court date. Then I probably would have had to do something like community service and anger management. But you see how the justice system works. If you got money, you're all right. If you don't, that's your plight.
Well, the justice system doesn't work here or over in this or anywhere, to be honest.
Nope.
And you're right, it is all about money.
Works for the big companies, doesn't it?
Yeah. And earlier on, Smokey was saying that there's no rehabilitation. The only rehabilitation there is we'll see you next time. Because something like 70% of people who come out of prison for the first time end up going back in within a 4-year period.
Well, see, you know what the sad part is, and this is why I call it a warehouse. Sadly, as you sit in prison, as time goes on, you get used to being there. You get used to being told what to do, when to get up, when to go to bed. You become institutionalized. So when you get out, it's like the freedom is like, what do you call it? It's foreign to you. You're not used to it. And I remember this guy who went to the penitentiary. He went there for 24 years. 21 years. He went there for 21 years for robbing somebody. And he got out. He said, when I went to prison, we didn't have ATM machines. We didn't have like the stoplights that hang from the wires. He said, I had to get used to all of this shit. That's exactly how he said it. But my point is, and this is what I'm trying to get at, over time, when you go to prison, you get used to it. You become what they call institutionalized. So when you get out, you're scared as hell of freedom. As weird as it sounds, that's what it is.
I've just literally had a conversation with my friend, and she's very, very sadly, she's just had a child illegally adopted, taken from her and adopted into the system. She's a qualified social worker. There's no reason that they did this apart from the partner that she had the child with had a history. But the child's gone and she was heartbroken. And a fella, he's been in and out of prison, his whole life. And he'd finally gone on the straight and narrow and everything, proved himself. But they weren't willing to, take the chance. So they took the child away. She's devastated, of course. He actually said to me, sobbing, said, I want to go back to prison. I've been thinking of things that I can do because I think I can get my head straight in there and know where I am, in prison. And I was like, Chris, you can't do that. She needs you right now. And he wants to go back in. He said, I can get my head straight in there. I can't out here.
Yeah. And you can, because you're left alone, Cesara. You're left alone for so long. You left with yourself and your own thoughts. That's jail. It's not the door. It's not the people that's outside that door. It's when you're in your own room, in your own head, and that's where prison starts. When that door shuts and you've got the next fucking 12 to 18 hours sat in that fucking cell, that's where jail starts.
What do they say?
Not when you're out and you're talking to the boys. Not when you're out cleaning or doing your work. It's when that door shuts. That's when jail starts.
Are you mostly on your own in a cell, Smokey, or are you with somebody?
I'd never share. I don't share with anybody. I'm a single seller.
Did he give you that choice, or what? I mean,
I don't get on well in prison. I put what's called a prison head on. So I go in there and I think, right, no fucker's going to mess with me. No fucker's going to mess about. Otherwise, I'm just going to shut my door behind them and they can't get the fuck out. And I've had many a partner, a partmate, and only one or two I've got on with. The others, I've ended up beating up with a steel bin, or I've ended up doing something fucking stupid because I can't get on with them. So I have to be in a cell on my own.
Yeah. So you've got to kick off, basically, haven't
you? Smokey, it's funny you say that because there's a saying, the worst prison is in your mind. And I've got a nephew who's sitting in prison because he kept selling drugs and getting into fights and shooting off guns. And now he won't get out of prison until 2040. I'll be 60 years old when he gets out. No, I'll take
Yeah.
that back. I'll be 70 when he gets out. So, yep.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I hope you never
that's
go
so
back in?
interesting.
Okay, I hope you don't do anything which puts you back in, and you can continue on the straight and narrow. But I just want to pick up a few things, something which Michelle's put in regarding, what you were talking about, Sarah, and your friend. Saves it all. When a qualified social worker loses a kid, what hope does the normal public have with theirs?
Exactly.
People who go into, children that go into the care system, if they're not fostered and if they're not adopted, they end up in the children's homes, quote unquote, and they can be in that system years and years and years, and they become institutionalized. When they come out, and I'll use the word released, some of them don't know anything else. So
That's right.
they don't know when it's time to eat because no one's told them. They don't know how to cook because no one's taught them. And they don't know how to socialize with people in the real world because it's so alien. So they can, I'm not saying they do, they can return to what they understand, which is institutionalization, and they'll do something just to get into the system.
What mostly happens is, which is really sad, the children that actually become, so say you're released, as you say, at 16, and you go into I think it's called a young person's unit, where you get a flat but you're sort of overseen until you're 18. A lot of these young women, only that I worked with for a short while, it was about 3 weeks, they end up pregnant, and when they have their babies, they were forcibly removed after 2 hours of giving birth by one poor girl. 6 policemen and a social worker came in as she was giving birth, and they refused while she had her legs spread wide open. This young girl didn't know what to do, and they literally they were told they had to stand outside. They wanted to watch her give birth.
What?
6 policemen. The 6 policemen. She was in labour.
That should be allowed.
No, exactly.
That's ridiculous.
The midwife and doctors had to come and tell them to wait outside. They wanted to watch her give birth.
So they could just grab it straight away,
literally,
so to speak.
And they gave her 2 hours after giving birth. 2 hours with the baby. And do you know what the reasons were? Fear of future emotional harm. Future emotional harm. Because she'd been in care herself, she was putting that baby at risk, possibly in the future. So this is what they're coming in now. This is what they're doing, literally. It's horrific. And the grandparents tried to, her parents, her adopted mum and dad, who'd got her on the straight and narrow and given her a good life, they tried to take the baby, and they had a nursery, everything set up, baby Amelia all over the walls, and they refused because they get so many bonuses and targets. I have never cried so much, and I was like, this is not for me. I actually left that day.
You do realise I got 2 children in care.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Smokey, don't. I'm so sorry.
My situation was toxic relationship and a violent ex-partner. And I had to sign, because I'm not well enough myself to look after my 2 children, I had to sign them away, and that was the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life, right? But I had to protect my children, so the way I looked at it was, well, I either have my children not being able to cope going out of hospital all the time, who would look after the children?
Yeah.
I would also have my ex-partner hammering the door, hammering my parents' door, fucking giving us grief until they're 18. Actually fucking, she'd come to a point where she was so volatile towards the children. She wasn't. As soon as she gave birth to her daughter, they'd done the same thing. They went in. 2 hours later, they whipped her out of there. My daughter, Scarlett. They whipped her out of the hospital. They sent her home, and they sent the ex-missus home, and they whipped her out of the hospital. As I said, to sign your children away, right, knowing you can't do anything. Now, luckily, my 2 children are with 2 adoptive parents. So they see each other regularly. You know, one don't live too far away from me, but I don't go and interfere for the simple reason I don't want to confuse the child, right? Which may be a horrible thing, but, you know, they got a mum and dad.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense. And I can't, and when they're 18, they can come and see me and I can explain things to them. But until then, I can't, you know, I still have Father's Day presents off them and that, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
That is.
You know, so they know I exist.
You've done the most selfless thing anybody could do. You've given them stability.
I had to shirt my little boy. I had to.
Wow. You've done amazing, because it takes a true man to say, listen, I can't give you stability. I could be selfish and keep you with me, but I know it's not going to be. You've given them the better life for now, but that's what, like you say, you still get Father's Day presents. They know who you are, and eventually you can explain. But that is so selfless, and I put my hands up to you and say, wow, you know, good for you and good for them.
Yeah, I got a 19-year-old son as well. I dote on my son. Me and my son, right, we're best friends. Me and my son are really close. My oldest son, he's 19 now, coming up 20 now in July. And what a lovely kid he is, right? And I commend my first ex-partner for bringing him up so well. And I commend her. I think that what a brilliant mum she's been to him. What a brilliant mother. Now, my other partner, she'd have just damaged those children until they could have took no more and been dragged up rather than brought up. And I couldn't have that. I couldn't have that in any way at all, where the mother was pissed up on drugs all the time. Do you know what I mean? And I couldn't do it on my own. I needed my partner to look after my 2 children. I needed her. Do you know what I mean? I needed her help as she needed mine. We're supposed to be working together, but unfortunately she had like a Munchausen syndrome, where she was injuring the child and grabbing attention for herself.
Munchausen by proxy, yeah. Oh
yeah. And she had severe mental health problems, which I knew about before we had children, but, you know, I took it on board. I loved the girl, you know, it was easy as that. But when she went to a mother and baby unit and she started abusing my son in a mother and baby unit, and they threw her out of there, and then she went to a foster home then to be looked after with my son, and she got thrown out of there.
Whoa.
Do you know what I mean? And then she said she'd had the injection she wouldn't get pregnant, and she fell pregnant with our daughter, and I was like, oh no. And she tried to do it, and she only made one mistake in the hospital in Merthyr, right? John will know where that hospital is in Merthyr. She made one mistake, and she said, I'm not feeding that baby till I get some fucking sleep. And that was her attitude, and the nurses went, is it? Okay, home you go, baby goes into care.
I'm not feeding the baby until I get some sleep.
Yeah, and that's exactly, and the baby was screaming, and she said, I'm not feeding that fucking baby till I get some sleep. So they went, is it? Okay, no problem, and took the baby straight away. Fucked her straight off. I didn't get a chance to see my daughter. I had to see my daughter in a visitation centre.
God. Smoking, my heart goes out to you, mate. But I will say one thing, right? And I sort of speak from experience. When you meet up with your children at a later date, if you're able to explain and they're open to listening, they will come out the other side, and hopefully you'll get a great relationship moving forward.
I'm hoping so, mate. I'm hoping so.
And I'm you know, I really do hope that is the case, and they don't hold anything against you, and they can see things from your perspective at the time, and the fact that you are getting Father's Day presents from them.
Yeah.
That to me, I see that as they're not going to forget you. They know who you are, and when they're able to, they will seek you out.
Well, Smokey, I was just going to say that I applaud you for what you went through, because it sounds like you done lived one hell of a life. And so my first thought would be to tell you to take it one day at a time and don't give up and keep doing what you're doing. And to echo what Grim said, the fact that your kids know who you are and they are giving you presents show that they do care about you. And so whenever you get the chance to go around them, I would just encourage you to be yourself and make sure you emphasize to them that you love them. And they'll be
Mm.
able to feel
Oh,
your love.
I'll never stop loving them. They're my children. That will
Yeah.
never happen up until the day of my
Yeah,
last breath, you know, and
exactly.
after.
Yeah, make sure that you let them know that. And the reason I say that is because one of the things I really hated, my so-called, I call him a sperm donor, my so-called father never really told me that he loved me. My mother did, but my father didn't. And that is one of the things that stick out of my mind. So never be afraid to show emotion to your children. You know, we always taught that if you're a man, you gotta be strong, you can't be weak, this, that, and the other. But I disagree. You need to show emotion to your kids and let them know that you love them so they can have some type of emotion and compassion when they grow older.
Every time I speak to my oldest son now, right, I always tell him I love him. Every time I love him. Every time I tell him, and I've got to every time because I might not be here tomorrow, but he knows that I
Exactly.
loved him.
Exactly. I always say, tell your loved ones that you love them often because one of you may be laying in a coffin tomorrow. So that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's the same.
yeah.
Same with if if you're lucky enough to have a partner, you should always say exactly the same thing when you walk out the door. Because
My father
really,
was a sperm donor. That's all my father was.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
He was a
Michelle's
sperm
put
donor. He
something
never bothered
in
me
the
until
chat.
I was 18.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Michelle's just put something in the chat, telling them you're proud of them, and I agree with that. I'm in contact with one of my sons, and I'm proud of him. Proud of what the way he's turned his life around.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with that. So
Mm-hmm.
different
Now, my
things,
son is
but sometimes
autistic,
it
right? And he's
takes.
got himself a job. My son's autistic. He got himself a job. He's got a lovely girlfriend who's autistic too. Do you know what I mean? And they get on really well together. They don't argue. And I think it's fantastic because he's witnessed things of what happened between me and my ex-partner, right? I used to pick him up on a weekend and my ex-partner used to be hitting shit out to me. And he used to witness all that. And if he was to come on now, he'd tell you straight, Dad had a horrible girlfriend. And that's what he'd say. Dad had a horrible girlfriend and she nearly killed us all. And that's exactly what he'll say because that's exactly what he remembers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it was very difficult to get out of a toxic relationship when it's like that. It is very, very difficult. So I appreciate when people say, why'd you go back? Why'd you go back? There's something in you thinking that something's going to change. It is. You want it to change. You want it to get better, but it doesn't. It really doesn't.
Unfortunately,
It gets
Smokey,
worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, unfortunately, Smokey, I bought the T-shirt and wore it for many years.
Yeah.
So
not
I
nice,
know
is it,
exactly.
Grim?
I know what you're talking about there. But yeah, I mean,
You know,
it
when a
doesn't matter
policeman
how
turns
old.
up, the first person they look up and down is you. They don't think she's done anything. It's you.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Every
yeah.
time. And by the time, and then you get locked up, and then you come out then after no further action, and then 3 days later or 3 days later, she's doing it again, screaming and playing up and shouting, and people are phoning the police, and the person they do again lock you up. It's like, oh my god! And they say, oh, why are you with her? If it's all this is happening, why? Because you love the girl, you love her, and the more and I know it sounds really stupid, right? But the more they kick the fuck out you, the more you love them.
Yeah.
The more you bow down to them. And I
That's
did for many years.
yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, that's indoctrination, and it's not. It's a one-way street.
Mm-hmm.
The love is only in one direction. It's not both, because if it was, you wouldn't be treated like that, and vice versa.
That's correct.
You know.
And as I said, do you know what? Do you know what changed my mind?
Go
A
on.
23-year-old boy in prison. I went to prison for slapping some boy going back about 2 years ago. Year and a half, 2 years ago. I couldn't keep my hands to myself. I slapped him. I pleaded guilty. It's my own fault. I went to prison, right? I met up with a 23-year-old lad who was a graphical engineer in Cardiff University. What a lovely lad, right? Fucking what a brilliant lad. and he was served abuse. He was served abuse by his partner for 8 months, and he strangled her. He killed her. Right? Loss of control. He killed her. He strangled her. Right? He wrapped her up and he left her there for 36 hours. Right? He did. Right?
Yeah.
And that was the part that got him. He got sentenced to 25.5 years. Right? What a waste of a life. What a lovely kid gone. All because he didn't have nowhere to go. He was male. He didn't have no one to talk to. He didn't have nowhere to go. He didn't know where to turn. He didn't have, if there was a male hostel, I'd have gone there. He said he wasn't from Cardiff. He was from up north, from Wrexham. He was North Wales, and he didn't have no family down here. She had all the family. She separated him from his. She kept him in the house all the time. Same story I had. Same bullshit I had. Separated me from my family and everything else. Everybody was doing bad except her. Twisted my head, and eventually he lost it. And that's exactly what he said to me when I was sat in a cell with him one day. He said, "You go back to that relationship. You were going to end up in this position, or she is."
Yeah. And I just want to say real quick, first of all, because I'm enjoying this conversation as always, kids are like sponges. They will watch what we do, even if they don't say it, they take note of it. If we're talking positive and doing positive things, they're going to pick up on it and more than likely do it. If we're saying negative things and doing negative things, they're going to pick up on it and do it. So think very carefully about what you do around your kids and what you say to them. But secondly, it's funny you say that because I knew a guy who his girlfriend kept beating on him, giving him black eyes. And he finally got mad and knocked the purity shit out of her. She called the police. He ended up getting locked up and he finally walked away and he said, "This is it." And I asked him, I said, "Well, what made you stay?" He said, "I'll be honest with you. I kept hoping it would get better. Even though I knew that it wasn't going to get better, there's that part of me that was still holding on to that glimmer of hope." And he's like, this last time finally did it. But I think that's what it is. There's always that glimmer of hope. You want to see best in people, no matter how much they treat you like shit. You want to see the best in them. It's just human.
Just want to bring some of the comments in from the chat regarding what we've been talking about. You've got Doghouse who said it's the same. Women do the same. They keep going back to a man. It's true on both sides. And then you got sadly some people. This is from John. Sadly, some people have children as a meal ticket. You see it up in Merthyr. They get houses, etc., which is sad.
Just for houses,
and the kids end up on chips. Michelle has put in, it can take years for someone to realise the relationship is toxic. Now, I just want to add to that is that what's worse than physical cruelty is mental cruelty.
Yes.
Oh, good God,
Yes.
And mental cruelty can be on both sides, whether it be a man or a woman, and you end up in the same thing. Well, I've got to, especially if you've got kids and you're strong about your children. Oh, I've got to stay in this relationship because of the children. I've got to hide what's going on from the children so that they don't see it. And you're always positive when the kids are around, but when you're on your own, you know about it, and that's all I'll say on that one. But mental cruelty
the mental
is a
part
lot worse,
me,
in my opinion.
The mental abuse I used to have was if I lifted my head, I was looking at different women, but if I held my head down, I get a slap for holding my head down. So where would I go? Where would I go? Yeah. I couldn't lift my head up because now bear in mind now I've been partially sighted for nearly 5-6 years because of what she done to me. She threw bleach in my face and burnt one of my cornea out.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? So I was, I was going blind gradually by the day, just going blind and more blind and more blind. And in the end, I used to say to her, for fuck's sake, I can't see anything. How can I be looking at people when I can't fucking see? And I wouldn't go and have operations for the simple fact that if I could see, she'd give me a slap for looking because I could see, but I couldn't see, but she'd give me a slap anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it was quite difficult situation. I had, quite a difficult situation. Yep. I did. I did. It wasn't very good. I'm still blind in one eye now.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
I don't want to stereotype anybody, but there's just one thing I want to say, and that is it's about time we started protecting our kids,
Yes.
and not preaching at them, but talking with them, and
Yes.
just being
Yeah.
more open and being and talking about different things. Because if you leave it to the schools, to the education's authorities, doesn't matter where you are, right? You have no control over that. You can't put
Yeah.
an alternative side to it. By all means, if the schools are saying something, encourage your children to talk to you about what's going on in school and be more open about it, because kids get bullied as well in school, for
Yeah.
starters, because they haven't got the latest phone, they haven't got the latest trainers or whatever it is, or you're in a hand-me-down clothes and things like that. And this is about to start to get worse because of the cost of living, etc. And it's going to be more and more pressure on parents to deliver something they can't do. And I think a lot of parents fall into the trap of, well, I've got to make my child look good in school, so therefore whatever it takes, you know, live within your means, if you can. You know, there's everything's going to cost a fortune these days, and material things aren't everything, although kids seem to think they are.
And
But
see,
that's
Graham,
I think we've done that to ourselves over the last 20 years or so, 30 years, because
Become a materialistic society.
children of today are more materialistic.
exactly.
Because
And see,
because that's the
Graham,
way the parents were brought up, you know. And I'm not saying it's all parents. As I say, I don't want to stereotype anybody, but I just think that it's, you know, family values, as John's put in, are broken down at the end of the day, and I agree. I mean, how many people can you remember when it was actually safe to let your kids out to play on the streets, and you didn't have, because everybody looked out for everybody else's kids, you know.
That's right. Years ago.
Whereas now, nobody gives a crap, unfortunately.
well, see,
Until one
Graham,
goes missing.
yep,
Exactly.
Well, see, Graham, I'm gonna actually piggyback off of what you just said, because I agree 100% that we become too materialistic. And I'll say I really wouldn't want the schools to teach my child, because I don't know what the schools are teaching my child. You know, I've always heard this saying that a child's first school should be in his parents' lap, which means I should be teaching my kids everything they need to know at home, so that when they go into the world, they can be better prepared. You think about okay, I'll give you an example, what I'm trying to say. In schools over here, the elementary schools, they're teaching the kids you don't have to just be a boy or a girl. You can decide what you want to be once you grow up, or something like that. They're also teaching that you don't have to write in cursive. And I'm like, these aren't the things that I would want my child to learn. So sadly, we become too dependent on the schools to teach our children, not realizing that all the schools are doing is basically indoctrinating our children and push some type of narrative. So I wouldn't even want the schools to teach my kids anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry to hear that you had to lay the law down with your father, but it was hopefully it was the right thing to do for you. But I am sorry that you've had to be in that sort of relationship with your
The thing
parents.
is, deep in the valleys, right, where John is, deep in the valleys, right, life was like that years ago. It was deep in the valleys. It was a rough old life deep in the valleys. John will tell you that. Fucking right, especially up in Merthyr. It was a real hard life up there. It was really hard life.
I mean, I hate anybody who picks on the partner.
All right, Zara, you can turn your camera off if you want to, love.
And also anybody who hits children. I'm not talking about, you know, a tap around the head or something like that as they're being brought up. I'm talking about, you know, beating for no reason whatsoever, just because they can and they think, oh, it's okay to do that, you know.
John, I'm sorry to hear
I never
about.
agreed with hitting a child, right? I've never agreed with hitting a child. I've never hit my son. I've never hit any of my children, right? And the other two, I can understand, with them not being with me. But my eldest son, I have never laid a finger on his head, and I never needed to.
Yeah, John, I'm sorry to hear about what happened to you. And you know what this tells me, though? It goes back to how you treat your kids, what you teach your kids. And the thing that I noticed, because I've noticed, like when people get beat as a kid, they grow up and they beat their kids. And it's like a vicious cycle that just continues. This is why you have to treat your kids with love and compassion so that they know
Yeah,
there's a difference between love and hate. And they won't think,
yeah,
oh, the best way to solve this is to beat somebody up,
that's right. I've always taught my son not to be that way because I'm that way, or I used to be that way, I should say. Right, the first thing I would do is result in violence. Right, and it was never a good thing. From a young age, I was always the same. I was bullied at school, so I never took any shit off anybody, and that was my attitude. Wrong attitude to have. Wrong attitude to have. When and in later life, I realized that hang on, maybe giving someone a dig isn't the fucking best way of dealing with things. Maybe I should talk to people because, excuse me, as you may know, I've had to deal with I've had to move home recently because of a couple of stalkers because of some two fucking idiots that used to live by me. I've had to move home, and they do up in court now in the next couple of months. But my instant to do anything with them, I would have gone out there and I would have smacked the fucking pair of them about. I would have. But because I'd done that going back 2 years ago and smacked somebody for just slurring words, I thought to myself, it's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. You shouldn't have done that. You fucking idiot. So I've kind of calmed down a bit over the last 2 years, if that makes sense. And I've gone and thought, well, I'll do it the right way then. I'll do it the way that they all want me to do it. And it's actually worked out to my advantage, if that makes sense. That I'd done things the right way rather than going out and giving two people a fucking hiding that deserved it because they were taking pictures of children. Do you see what I mean?
Yep.
So I sort of used my own intellect and thought, nah, fuck that. I'm not going back to prison for no one.
Yeah, I was going to say you realise that there's other ways of dealing with things, so that you are protected, which means that your family is protected at the same time.
That's correct.
I just want to say to John, I'll tell you one thing, John. Given the fact that what you've gone through in your life, you come out the other side, and you're probably a far better person than anybody would have thought you'd be. And thank God you've come out the other side, because it could have been a lot worse. It could have made you image in situations. So I'm glad that you're not, mate. By the sounds of things, and I'm just pleased for you and your family that you've been able to sort things out one way or another. And I take that.
Like my father's still alive. My dad's still alive, and I will never talk to him.
Well, I don't know whether my father's still alive or not, to be honest, and I really don't care. But
no, neither do I. He's still alive, unfortunately. The only time I'm going to his funeral, right, is to make sure the fucker's still not breathing. Make sure he is gone.
Well,
but that's the way I feel about him.
Yeah. Well, if I knew he'd passed on, I'd now to probably go and dance on his grave if he got buried. But that's just my own personal point of view.
My father don't live too far from John, unfortunately.
Well, this is the way that it goes, Unfortunately, John protects his wind as his sister, which is the right way to do it. At the end of the day, so long as you're not too forceful with it and you do things from a legal perspective, it's fine.
That's the only time I will go back to jail. Is my mother. Somebody does something to my mother or my son, right, or my children, then that's the time it all goes out of the window, and my mental health will take control, and that's me on one.
Yeah, but that's understandable. At the end of the day,
that's the only time I'm going to let it get to me.
I would tell you.
I protect everybody that I get on with. I protect my family as well, though it's nice and small now, but at the end of the day, I haven't got the same problems that I used to have. I'm in a fantastic marriage now, compared to what I had before. I mean, my wife is everything to me, and my youngest son is as well, and I'm about to be a grandfather next month again. But this one I'll actually get to see. So,
congratulations.
With my other grandchildren, I haven't seen, and apparently I've got some nieces. So I'm probably a great uncle somewhere. But I've never seen them either.
See, Grim, after hearing that story, I almost don't want to tell the story that I'm gonna tell because I'm gonna sound somewhat like a brute. But I guess I'll tell it anyway. So the guy that did 21 years, he had a habit. He would like to use my older sister as a punching bag. So when he tried to use her as a punching bag, I used him as a punching bag. And I'll just say his head ended up split open, his eye ended up busted open, he had a busted lip and a busted nose. But it was so funny because one time his brother tried to get into it, and I'll just say I accidentally bit his brother in the hand. But my point is, his brother said, "Oh, so and so is not going to hurt your sister." And I told him, I said, "You think about it." I said, "Would you want somebody to fight your mother, your sister, or your daughter?" And his brother got quiet and didn't say a thing. That's what it goes back to. You want to fight on people. Ask yourself, would I want my brother or my sister, my mother or my father, or my daughter or my son to be treated that way? And then hopefully it clicks in. You would not want your family member to be treated a certain way. I guess the point I'm trying to say in a long-winded way is treat others the way you want to be treated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like as I said, my father was a bully. My father was an absolute bully all the way through his life. He was a bully. And I could see he was a bully when he was living up in Merthyr and he owned a pub up in Merthyr, right? And he was bullying people in the pub. And I could see it because he could throw his weight around and he knew he got a bit of taste to him. He'd bully people and it'd be like, fucking hell, this is unreal. You know what I mean? And I was gonna move to Merthyr at one point, and my brother said to me, "Don't come up here, Dad," because I was good with computers at the time, with PCs. "Don't come up here, Dad will fucking want you on his PC, with his broken PC. Every time he breaks it, he'll want you there." I say, "What if I'm out? It won't matter. You fucking want you there." And I was like, "Nah, I can't live like that. I can't live like that. I just can't, I don't, do you know what I mean? I'd feel used, man. I'd feel, nah, your father's not supposed to be there for that." First time I met my father, he moved him into a pub and he gave me 20 quid and said, "See you next year." That's my father. After not seeing me for 18 years. Now, sorry, that's not a dad. That's just a biological tosspot in my eyes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I told you, Smokey, I wanna tell everybody in chat as well as everybody on panel, I appreciate you for being here. I enjoy the conversations as always. And I'd encourage you to just take it one day at a time. And like I said before, tell
I do, James.
Often. Yeah.
Well, I got no choice but to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Zara, are you all right? Because you're not set out.
Yeah.
All right.
Honestly, no, I'm taking it on board, yo. And I believe it or not, people don't think I can listen.
No, I wasn't being sarcastic. I was just checking you're okay. That was all. Yeah. Because sometimes what we discuss can cause memories, bad memories, etc. And I wouldn't want that. I want people to be able to look at the past and
there's lots I
make the changes. Make the changes that they need to change.
I've been through domestic violence and stuff. That doesn't even bother me now, but it's nice to hear other people's points of view. I'm just taking it on board and having a think, really.
That's all right.
Their father's being a bit shit, more than a bit shit to them at the minute, and it's different. Father, his son needs him now. He's 15, and he's completely ignored him for nearly a year.
How did he do that?
He phoned him because he's got a new missus and a baby, and the kids used to go there every weekend. You know, I accepted it, and then he's just dumped on him, just completely
you
blanked
can't
him.
do that.
And he's got a really good relationship with his father. You know, his granddad sees him every day, takes him to school, so he's the stable one. And he phoned him last week after not speaking to him for nearly a year. Missed his birthday a couple of weeks ago. Never said. So he presumed, oh, my dad's ringing me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, he's drunk, isn't he? It's Saturday night. I said, wake your mum up, wake your mum up. And he said, no, Dad, they're asleep. I'm leaving her. And he flipped on him. Literally, I'm going to come down and set fire to the house. I'm going to ruin your life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So my son's woke me up. And he was shook. I've never seen my son like that. He was shook. Dad's going to come down here. I was like, no, he's not. Don't worry. Don't be worrying about it, son. Go to sleep. Oh, Mum, keep watching out the windows.
How the fucking hell can you treat your son like that? What the fuck is the matter with the man?
He was just pissed, but he's not.
That's not the point.
No, listen, I usually get it, but because he hasn't even had the balls to ring me, he's rang his son. Who does that? I think I've got him blocked.
Fucking hell, I wouldn't dream of saying that to any of my children.
I'm fuming. I even said, you're taking this out to my dad because he's jealous of the relationship he's got with his grandfather. So he was upset. So I rang the grandfather the next day and said, listen, your son's rang him doing this. And he said, I'll take him out for the day and tell him, you know, I haven't got a problem. It's my son who I'm embarrassed of. I love you, to his grandson. So he feels all right, but I'm just in two minds. I'm like, I just want this person complete. He's out of our life as far as I'm concerned. He's chosen that way. I've never pushed it that way. But what do I do now? I feel so shit on myself.
It's like, what did my father say to me? I've got two children. They're my main priority. My two children and my wife. You are not. And I'm his firstborn. You know, and that was what he said to me when I was 18. And I thought, wow, you really are a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Simple as that, like, fucking
when you're
hell.
15, you don't need to hear that from your father.
No, you don't.
He's got another little
I'd rather hear nothing at all.
He's got a little boy who's 3, and he's prancing him about and taking him to school and doing all this and all that. And he's just dumped us. He just literally left.
Yeah.
It's just so cruel. It's so cruel. So I'm just listening and thinking,
that isn't a father.
Well, he knows that, but watching your own son's heartbreak is hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
Whereas my daughter's not bothered because she was young when we split up, and she's always known him as a piece of shit. She's got more of a. She sits back and watches. Do you know what I mean? But he's got all the memories and the days out on holidays and everything. She can't remember Dad being here, so it's hard.
See you, John. Thanks for joining in, mate. Matt, for sharing.
John.
Hope everything's
thanks, John.
okay
thanks for coming in, brother.
Yeah,
we haven't
take
depressed
care,
you enough already. Poor John. You have to go and put on some happy music.
Have a great day, John.
I must say, I mean,
I think people who are stuck in these positions, I think people who are stuck in these toxic positions, whether it be a father to son, father to daughter, partners, whatever, right? To get this person to realize that they're toxic, right, is a very, very difficult thing to do. Mm-hmm. Very difficult, because they genuinely believe that you were wrong.
Yeah. He thinks
genuinely
I'm wrong in everything I do. When I'm the one putting clothes on the back. I pay the bills. I make sure they get to school. I take them to classes. You know, I give them holidays. And you make a phone call once every 10 months. You know, and you abuse your own child. Like, but I'm the most toxic. He claims he tells everybody that, listen, I'm a raging alcoholic. I'm terrible mother. I'm a slut. I'm this and that. And I'm like, I don't go out. What are you on about?
Yeah, who actually got their children with them. So I can't see that being the truth. Do you know what I mean? Not being like that with this day and age. They take your fucking children off you just for fucking farting wrong these days.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah. You know, so you know, people with any common sense wouldn't believe that anyway.
I would say
common sense. Sorry, speak to him. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the things you could do is to make sure that, is to change your son's number if he so wishes, and that way he can't get that crap again.
That is what I asked him, and he said, "Mum, I've had this number for years. I'm not doing." Basically, he rings off different numbers. He claims he'll text me once every 6 months and go, "How are you? How are kids?" I'll put "Kids are fine." That's it. But it'll be off a random number, and then I might start getting silly phone calls. 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Are you up? Can I come? Blah blah blah. Can I come round? And I'll just block that number. Then he'll ring off a different one, and I get the odds. Can I have old number, my son? And I'm like, well, you've got it. It's never changed. If you really wanted it, ask your dad. He's got it.
Just to keep contact, that is, Zara.
Just to keep contact and stir shit.
Well, that's the thing. He was telling my son to wake me up at 3, and because he said no, that's when he's flipped on my son. He just wants contact with me. He wants to abuse somebody, it'll be me. So, and because my son said no, he said, I'm going to turn your life upside down. I'm going to destroy your life. You think you're happy, do you? Yeah, I'll make sure you're not. I'm going to come down and set fire to your house now.
I don't have that problem. What I have is my partner's new partners. That's the problem I have.
Well, this is because he's back with the new kid's mum. When they're back together, their life is fine. They leave us alone. But when they have chaos or have drama in their life, it comes back on us for some reason.
Yeah.
But if he's happy, he just leaves us alone.
That's what I have. That's what I have. I have the partners of my ex-partner coming on and giving me a load of grief, and I just wish them all the best. That's all I do.
I have him ringing me off random numbers. Have you seen him? Because he's disappeared. I'm like, no, I've not seen him. I have her sisters ringing me.
Morning, Violet.
Alcoholic, ringing saying she's going to come up and fuck me up and slit my throat and do all this, and I'm like, keep your bitch at home. Put her on a leash, because I will kill her.
Morning, non-violent.
I just have messages saying, I'm coming to get you, pal. I know what's happened. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, your side of the story. I've gone, yeah, whatever. Are you with her? Yeah. Good luck, because you're going to fucking need it. And that's all I do. Block. See you later.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, non-violent. Good morning, non-violent. And Zara, what it sounds like is, I guess he's your kid's father. It sounds like he likes using y'all as emotional and mental punching bags. When he's mad at somebody else, he gets mad and takes it out on y'all. When he's all right, he doesn't bother y'all. So it sounds like he just likes using y'all as an emotional and mental punching bag.
Yeah, he's also jealous.
That I'm okay without. I think the thing is,
because you're making a success of it, and move forward and moved on, and so just can't let go.
Well, I think it's crappy. I think it's crappy that he talks to his son like that.
Yeah, he's never done it before. This is a first, and it's because I've just completely don't want anything. I've got nothing to say to you. You miss your own kids' birthdays, and don't even show up with a card. But you're still trying to get in contact with me. I think you're a piece of shit. You're not a father. I'll give you the respect of a father when you behave like one. Mm-hmm. Even if you just had a card. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't turn up at my door trying to talk to me without a card when it's your daughter's birthday the week before. I'm like, go away. Just go away. But,
fucking hell, I shit myself if my ex-partner turned up at my front door. I would turn to jelly. I tell you straight. I'm not afraid of many people, but I would turn to jelly.
I did shoot myself. He's climbed in the kitchen window before. I've been in bed, ignoring him, banging on the door. He's climbed in the kitchen window and come upstairs to my room. Imagine how scared of us.
Yeah.
He's a fucking weirdo, but anyway, that's why I just went silent, because I was just listening to your opinions.
Yeah.
Your experience.
No. As I say, it's. I just wanted to check her out. That was all.
I bet you wish you didn't ask now, don't you, Grim?
No, not at all. I think we've gone through so much this morning. Deep conversation, No one's shouting over each other. What the hell's going on?
That's
Are we acting like
because we
adults
have
or what?
Great, that's what I like it.
That's
That's the way I
because
like it.
Robert
that's
Gamer
because
needs to clip this. This is a
that's
once in a
because we
lifetime thing.
that's
Sorry, Jim.
because we that's because we have something a lot of other people don't have. That's called compassion and love and respect. That's what the difference is.
Yeah, and I'd also say we're adults.
Correct.
Yeah. That goes a long way.
I'm not too sure about that Zora, though.
I was going to say, I'm only just 18. Do I qualify?
No,
You
it's
just
been a
turned
good-
what,
it
sorry?
has been a good life.
18.
I think
It has
people
been a
like
good
me
life.
better when I'm sick, don't they? Sorry.
Well, it's been on, what, 2 hours, 15 minutes, and it's been absolutely brilliant. I've got to be honest. It's been a
Yeah.
really good life. It has been entertaining. Well, it's been entertaining for me anyway, so I don't know how anybody else feels.
Yeah, it's been, well, we've had a good conversation here, and the chat's been having a good conversation, and it's great to see them involved as well.
Yeah.
And it's also
Yes.
good that we don't have people, different factions in having a go at each other. You know, it's like, well, really? Don't need that crap. Not these days.
Well, see, when
Well, Gamer was at the backstage at one point wanting to come on, and I just blanked him. I just can't be fucked with that because I know what that's going to turn into a shit show. So no, I wasn't interested in that.
I was on somebody else's live earlier, and out of respect for the host, I dropped out because it's bad enough having one person there that I don't normally get on with. I'm polite to, but that's about all. But then they brought somebody else up. I had to leave. I couldn't take it.
Well, first of all,
but I didn't want to cause any trouble or any drama, so I just
well,
left politely.
Grim, I'm going to ask you: was it our favorite American show, or was it a British show?
British show.
Oh, okay. Never mind. But I'm just gonna say, yeah, because
I've only got one thing to say to you, and you'll find this funny. Hashtag Southside Gang Wide.
Hey, Grim. If that makes it to Britain, I don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
It already has, mate. I've opened up a British branch of that.
Listen, I was almost ready to say the world is fucked now.
Yeah, but you get my sense of humor, so it's okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed this conversation because there's no arguing, fighting, shouting. It's just people talking, and we're talking about life's experiences. And I feel like we can learn and grow from one another. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
And the chat making good comments. I'm really enjoying it. So yeah, keep the live going, I say.
Well,
we've all had trials and tribulations in our lives, right? But the thing is, we get better. We learn from our mistakes. It might take a couple of mistakes before we learn, but we learn. Eventually, we fucking learn.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes us who we are today.
I've got to ask a question. Nonviolent, what is bed? You said you've not been to bed.
Yeah, I haven't been there either.
Who is bed?
Yeah, I haven't been there either.
Yeah, it's always the usual suspects that are on in the early hours of the morning. I mean, I've got to admit, I'll fall asleep at stupid o'clock in the afternoon or early evening. Then I wake up and it's like, which on and who's on and where?
Yeah. And the thing is, right, you turn something on in the middle of the afternoon or in the night, right? That's all you'll hear is, "You're a fucking cunt, you are. Oh, you're a fucking dead man. I'll come round your house. Oh, let's have a duel. Let's do that." Oh, fuck off. Fucking do me a fucking favour. None of you got bollocks between you. Okay, stay behind the keyboard, right, and just be nice to each other. Fucking hell, why can't that happen? No, you've got to be fucking abusive to each other and treat each other like fucking wankers and twats. I don't understand it.
I've got to say that life is just full of keyboard warriors these days, and that's all there is. It's all hot air. It's all a load of crap.
do find it funny. I find it amusing when people say, though, that they're going to beat each other up. And they happen to know they live at opposite ends of the country.
Oh yeah. Oh, it gets even funnier. Over in America, I've heard people turn around and say, "Come round to my house and I'll blow your head off."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. And this is why I said the Americans do it better.
Yeah, it's some interesting stuff over here. I'll say that. I would definitely say that.
Well,
I just think it's hilarious. So, some of it's funny, some of it isn't funny. I mean, I don't agree with bringing families into anything. I don't believe in bringing kids into anything either, and using them as targets. And I mean, I'm talking about genuine harassment. That's wrong, in my opinion. And I don't care which side of the fence of an argument you are on. You should not use family and children as a weapon against somebody. At the end of the day, this is just virtual. We know each other personally.
Exactly.
We might disagree with what people do, like, for instance, dropping the occasional porn bomb, right? I mean, I don't agree with that, but not for the reasons, the way that it comes across. I just think that it's the channel that suffers as a result, not the person dropping it. And it should be the person dropping it that should suffer.
Okay,
you know.
That's fair.
I'm not having a go at you, by the way.
No,
I'm talking about the Americans.
What I'm saying, right, to my defense, I was getting accused of it for like a year because I was Crinkle's friend. So I'm getting constantly accused of doing something that I never bloody did. And eventually, I just lost my shit. And it wasn't me saying, to be fair, do it now. You've gone below. You're mad. And Dino and me had fallen out anyway. I didn't know why. So I was pissed off at Dino. I did it to Dino. And then I realised what I'd done. I thought, you idiot. And so I got Crinkle back himself.
Well,
the thing is, as I said to you before, Zara, you put yourself in a position, right, where you could be accused for everything. As soon as you've done Dino, you put yourself in that position.
I was literally, but I'm not as clever as people bloody think. I was on there live with my face on the screen. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't. So it's like me.
Yeah,
I know.
Michelle's put it right there. You're guilty by association.
I've been getting it for a year and I'd never done anything. So I thought, I'm getting accused anyway. Bloody do it. And then
there's a couple of different factions. Well, more than a couple, but over the last 12 months with different groups of people, and there's some I will associate and there's some people I won't, and there's some people who I'll associate with now that I should have done in the past, and I regret that, from a point of view that I actually find some people who have not associated myself with as being really good people when they've spoken to me. And my apologies to those people. I'm not going to say who they are, but my apologies to those people. I should have done and should have said hello. When I changed my name, we were talking earlier, Avatar, and changing your name, Smokey. I was associated at one time in the past with a certain auditor, and people thought, he's right up that person's backside, blah blah blah. He's the laughing assassin, etc. I wanted something different. I moved away. I had nothing against that person whatsoever. I just moved away and I changed my name, and people still call me by my old name occasionally, and they think that it winds me up, some of them, but it doesn't. I don't mind. If you want to call me God,
I'm happy. As I said, I'm happy with the audits. I'm happy with the audits being taken out. I'm happy with that because that wasn't for me.
Yeah. Well, it's toxic.
I tried it. It just wasn't for me.
Well, Graham, I'm gonna go back to something that you said, and I want all of you to take this as a compliment. Take this as a compliment. Y'all are mild compared to us, and that's why I like coming here. And I'll give you an example of what I'm saying, because y'all have y'all doxing here and there, and y'all have y'all P-bombers here and there, but over here it's crazy as hell. The P-bombing. Oxen, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example. And Grim, you're gonna know because you and this guy had a go with each other. I'm not gonna mention the idiot's name, but he lives in Massachusetts. But so anyway, he's known for arguing with people, right? So somebody put his name, address, and phone number out there. And it just so happens he lives with his mother. And so after they put his name and address and phone number out there, somebody turned around and called and had Chinese food sent to his house, then had like a couple of pizzas sent to his house. Then I think they had some Italian food sent to his house, like some subs. And I'm like, that's going way overboard. If you're going to argue, just argue on the internet and keep it on the internet. Putting out people's names, addresses, and phone numbers and sending food to their house, that's kind of going overboard to me. But that's how they do it over here.
Yeah,
there's a whole channel dedicated to this one fella, and they go and stand outside his house and film, and he lives with his grandma. They go and film, they knock, they send police there. He comes on camera and threatens people with machetes and stuff, but he literally go and film outside his house.
I'll give you an example of how bad it is. They have Children's Protection Service, CPS, and the number of times that it's been reported that other YouTubers have reported them for not spending enough time with their children because they're always on the internet or something else.
Grim, do you not know that
and it's wrong.
Happened to me? That's happened to me.
Well, now,
how many people on here? I've literally said I'm going to ring social services on here because every time I log on, she's online.
Well, Grim,
now that my name's been doxed, do you not think that's going to happen?
Well, Grim, I just think it's wrong.
Well, Grim,
it's just something I wouldn't do.
Well, Grim, I was going to say, Grim, you go to the channel where you remember the guy. He has guns, right? And you remember CPS was called on him like 3 times. They tried to say the kids have access to guns and they're worried about the kids. But 3 stinking times to call CPS on somebody?
Oh, I just think it's wrong. I just got this,
on here,
but that's just me.
Her children were removed
be back
from
in a minute,
house
guys.
On a live. She was on a live, and CPS came and took the children away because they reported her for being on drugs. Now she was, on I think is it OxyContin where you get addicted to it? OxyContin.
Yeah,
OxyContin.
Yeah. Well, she'd become addicted and.
Hello, David Scott. Good morning, brother.
She reported it, and on a live, the kids were dragged out of the house because she'd just forgotten to turn the camera off. She'd opened the door, and the kids were taken off her. And this is all through one woman was saying, "Everyone go and report it. Everyone go and report it. Everyone go and report it." Now she's come back, and the kids still aren't back home, but she's like. She's sober and everything, and she's saying my kids are okay, I'll see them like next week and stuff, but they literally got a kid's off her.
Do you think this online safety bill that's coming in right into this country, into the UK, I know it won't matter to James so much, but do you think this online safety bill is going to correct anything, or do you think it's going to stifle the freedom of expression?
What does it actually stipulate? I've not even read it.
You can't do, what cesspit is all about and things like that, where you're fucking threatening behaviour and all that sort of stuff. All that will come under this new law.
So basically,
you want me to say, hey Zara, I don't like you, but I'm coming around your house, right? I'm going to beat your fucking head in. That's something you cannot fucking say once it comes in.
I think it's the more important thing. Anybody can say that because you can say that to somebody's face if you wanted to, as long as you don't actually do it. I think that's loads of bullshit. But what about doxing people? I think that's dangerous. I think that should be illegal.
Yes, that's another thing that's going to come under as well. Alex Belfield has paved the way. That's right. That is Alex. I used to be a supporter of Alex Belfield, right? I used to be until I seen through his bullshit.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's going to change anything. They call themselves trying to put laws into place over here to protect internet users. It didn't do anything. because at the end of the day, somebody will come along and say, it's just freedom of expression. It's all about interpretation. If you think that I'm really going to come to your house, it's because you chose to think like that. I don't think the laws are going to do a damn thing over here. I don't think they're going to do a damn thing over there. It's just something to put on paper to give people a false sense of security.
Do you know what
So
it is?
how could you police this without losing the freedom of expression?
Exactly. Exactly. You can't. And that's what I'm saying. It's just an illusion. It's just something to put on paper to give people a false sense of security.
Because there are ways of dealing with it, as JB and Linda found out, right? JB and Reeb, they found out they had to go through extreme lengths to get someone's channel taken down. Extreme lengths, right? Because they felt intimidated and bullied. Right? And I, you know,
do that? How did they have to
what's
go
that?
about it? How did they have to go about that?
They sent a load of emails I didn't get anywhere. They ended up in the Google office in London talking to management.
And Michelle,
They had an appointment with management of YouTube and Google in London, and they actually went there and they actually dealt with it through there, and they showed all the evidence they could show for this certain person, and they took the channel down.
And Michelle,
what, were they bullying them or intimidating them or something?
Yes, it was that. I don't know if you were around when all this was happening, when Chris Colon ended up down the road from where Linda and O'Regan and JB were living.
No,
He ended up in the Morrisons down the road saying he was going to fucking violate her with a purple dildo and all this sort of shit.
Oh my God.
And then she ended up phoning the police and he got arrested for it.
And Michelle, it won't even work here in the US, you know, because this is all online. Like I said, they're just creating stuff to create it. A lot of these laws are just, they're not even worth the paper they're written on. So y'all laws won't work over there, and our laws won't work over here, like talking about it, because at the end of the day, somebody will just say, it's just the internet, people, move on.
You know, it was naughty, right? And if that happens to anybody else, right, then they'd soon have enough fuck I can shout about when somebody turns up in their area and starts shouting about, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that they've done the right thing. They did do the right thing by protecting themselves. And I'm sorry, but people may not like what I've got to say, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Fucking hell, don't come to somebody's fucking area, come within a mile of their property, and say they're going to fucking violate a fucking woman with a purple dildo and shit. Well, do you know what I mean? It's just not on.
It's the free that did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just come back to your original question? I've been listening. You know, we talked about the online safety bill. I've heard a rumor that it's currently being because it's not workable. However, doesn't mean to say it's not going to come back at a later date. Because what the government wanted to do was to put the onuses on the channels and on the more so on the providers to police it, shall we say? And they were saying, "Well, hang on a second, it can't work because if a channel is being broadcast from another country, we've got nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do about it. And all it takes is a VPN.
And you know, that is my point. See, Michelle, this is what I keep trying to say in a roundabout way.
The internet is something they will never, ever be able to police.
Exactly. They come up with laws, but laws meant to be broken. And you could institute something in your country, but I could turn around and put some crap on my channel over here and nothing will happen to me because I'm over here. I'll give you a perfect example. I don't want to say any names, but there's this guy in the US, right? And he put out the address of somebody who lives in Canada. Guess what happened to the guy here in the US? Nothing, because Canadian laws don't affect us here in the US. The trying to police the internet is a joke.
Yeah. I agree totally. The only people who should put, if you're going to police what's going on, for want of a better expression, then it depends on where you're transmitting from.
Exactly.
It's not feasible. you know. And Michelle, I think that, you know, the police will do whatever they can do to sort out the haters of the state. And you're right, the next sort of thing will be moving towards a global security. Because that way they control us all. You know, and I think that might come along when we end up with the world being a cashless society. You know, we'll have to bow down to our masters, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to have certain privileges, because everything will be a privilege.
And Grim, hey Grim, I think you should change your name to Hammer, because you hit the nail on the head. Because you come over here in the States long enough to know they have something called two-party states, and you hear it all the time where somebody will broadcast from one state to another state, and the state they're broadcasting to will say, "Oh, that's against the law. They're against the law." But the people in the state that they're broadcasting from will say, "Ha ha, no, it's not, because we don't have that law here." And what I keep trying to tell people is, California law is different from Virginia law. So what works in California won't work here, and vice versa. And see, I'm glad that you're saying what you're saying, because of the mere fact that enough people are going to complain, and they're going to start creating laws to battle these things. But the crazy part is in the process of creating these laws, they're going to end up gaining control over the people. And that's why I say be careful of what you ask for, because you just might get it.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
How are we doing, Michelle? Morning, girl.
Good morning. Morning, Smokey. Morning, James. I know you, but we haven't met. Morning, Grim. How are you? And Zara, how are you?
Enjoying the
So listen,
conversation.
I just wanted to talk about these bills. Yeah. Now, during lockdown, we had two go through that I've been watching. One was the Global Security Bill, and one was the Global QR Code. Yeah. Now, China released one that was a global QR code. Yep. Now that frightens me. When I hear global, yep, that means the whole world. France has also brought one in, the Global Security Bill. Now, what that means, this is where the auditors are going to get in trouble, because what that means, the one in France is the one to watch, and they've been dealing with this for 2.5 years, since lockdown. And what that one states is, because the police, are on camera, they're trying to bring in a global security bill where you won't be able to film the police at all, not even in your car. So if the copper taps on your window, you will not be allowed to turn that camera on that police face, because they don't want police face on camera at all, because of the death threats that have been going on with the police in France. Now, that's fine. Put it as a security bill. But the moment they put global in front of it, I start to get itchy. And we are seeing a lot of bills go through now across the world with global in front of them. Why? Why? Yep. Now, that is going to happen in France. That's gone through. It's been read through 3 times, I believe, in Parliament, and it's been just put on the sideline again. And that will come through. We will not be allowed to film the police. We will not be allowed to put a police's face up there on the thing. We know what's going on in England at the minute with XR gluing themselves. That's government run. We know that. Yeah, but they're doing that because it's going to fuck us up. Yeah, in the future when we want to go out there and protest. Oh, there's just been a massive discussion about Coco on Shadies. Massive discussion.
Oh, right. I don't know. What's that about?
Well, about the allegations. But anyway, so that's
what allegations are there? You have to enlighten me, Michelle.
That's what I'm saying, that the global bills, they're the ones to watch. And the online security bill for England, it will happen, James, because they don't give a shit about our rapes and our burglaries and our assaults. All they care about is what people are doing online. Yep. Now, they've just put a woman in prison from a Twitter post that she put in 5 years ago. She put that on 5 years ago. Yeah. She's in prison now. Yeah. And she put that post up 5 years ago about a Zionist, I think it was. And she just went to court and she went to prison this year for that. So believe me, that is going to work in England. It was classed as a hate speech. Yeah, 5 years ago.
Now, Michelle, I'm Now, Michelle, I'm gonna come right back to what you said because you talked about globalism. I think that they're gonna put that bill into place, but they're not gonna enforce it like talking about it. And sitting here listening to this conversation because I'm enjoying it, this is what I think will happen. I think they're going to put that bill into place. They're not going to enforce it. They're going to let things get so bad and so out of control
Oh no, they
that
will
then
enforce it
they're
in
going to come
England.
in. Yeah,
No,
then
they
they're going to
will.
come in and make it worldwide. That's
Yes,
what I think. I think
yes,
they're going to let
yes,
things get
yes,
out so
yes,
out of
yes.
control that then they're going to step in and make it worldwide. It's like the people are going to be begging for
It
these
won't in the
laws.
USA, James, because you've still got a lot more constitutional rights. You've still got, people will stand up. But in England, we are so woke here. Yeah, we are so
Yeah,
now to the left. Yeah, that,
yeah.
that this country will bow down. Yeah, we've become a country that if you turn around and say, well, I think you look fucking stupid, that'll be classed as a hate speech. Yeah, that will be classed as hate speech, and they will come for us because all they seem to care about is what we're doing online now. Doesn't matter about what's going on in the streets anymore. If you've said something, and the thing is, remember, this is all recorded. It only takes a clipper, to send it in. Yeah, and you'll have racial comments that we're saying, you'll have hate speech that we're saying, yeah, like you said, against the government. It's all there for everybody to clip.
Yeah.
But you see, Michelle, I'm gonna tell you right off the bat. First of all, we have the Constitution over here, but our rights are being taken away from us slowly but surely. And the
You are,
reason that
because even you
yeah,
mentioned something earlier, and I just want to quickly say, you mentioned something earlier about Canada. Yeah, well, I've been watching something only in the last
mhm,
few days where America doesn't. It was a court case. It was an American. It was two kids that killed three people, and they fucked off back to America. Yeah, well, and because the
mhm.
sting was done in Canada, yeah, that doesn't apply in America, but it did. It did. They brought it into your courts and they allowed it. They've changed the rules. Yeah, they're
But you
changing
know,
rules every
but
day.
you know why they did that? But you know why they did that? I'm gonna tell you exactly why they did
Oh
that.
my god.
Because because America gives Canada foreign aid.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
what had happened is if America hadn't done anything, Canada would have caused such an uproar, and then Canada would have pulled, America would have pulled Canada's foreign aid, and then that would have caused a whole bunch of mess. So that's why it's like they felt they had to act. See, over here, Americans, they like to put on a fake facade and make it seem like we're so for justice. I'm going to be honest with you and tell you if that case had not made world news, it would have just been swept under the rug.
Yes, probably. But I'm just saying they are changing the rules because that's what I thought. You run to America, yeah, then you fine. But they literally, yeah, they extradited them back, took years, but they got them back over there. And then obviously they brought in this Canadian sting, which should never been allowed into American courts because it's just not right. It's just not part of the rules, but they're allowing it now. They literally, the global thing is happening. And that's, I just
And
wanted to say that the global security bill is one to look for. The global, the one in the global QR code, that's the one. I mean, why would China want to bring that in? If you want it
and I
in, you bring it in for your country, don't you? Chinese QR
Mm.
code. But this was global and it got my interest. And I've just been watching it and watching them, and all these bills, this online security bill has been, like you said, Smokey, it's been read, it's been put on the sidelines, but that will come in.
Yeah.
That'll be in. I think that'll be in by December.
Right.
Yeah,
The
that doesn't
latest,
surprise me.
I've just put the latest official updates regarding that bill. It's Article 24, which is the most important one, which is in
There
the
you
top
go.
paragraph there. And then underneath is the reasons why it shouldn't be implemented. But the majority
Do you think they're
of
going to bother with
the
that?
the majority of the rank and file of the French people have demonstrated against it since its first inception. Trouble is, if because it's been passed to the final stages. Now it will automatically
It will
become
go
law the
through,
way that
yeah.
it's the way it's.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the police will want to enforce it, and all it's going to do is to end up eventually it'll have to go towards in front of the high courts, presumably. But don't forget, France is still in the EU, which means that if somebody was arrested and prosecuted, they could take it to the EU human rights,
High Court.
and it can be overturned because they're still in the EU. Now, it is against human rights. It's against. I mean, let's have a look at
Everything
it.
they're doing is against human rights at the minute.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with just stating the way that I see it, right? And I agree with what the press is saying. It will mean that they're going to, it will lead to less police accountability. Now, I've always questioned the French police from the way that they charge in at demonstrations and things like this. I think they're right-wing extremists.
Is that though, Jim, because the French protest every fucking weekend? I mean, the French are out there all the time.
No, it's not that. I think that the problem that I've got with it is the way that it's enforced. The police powers
Jesus
enforced.
Christ! Oh, right. Sorry, a spider is just literally fucking paratrooping down right in front of my mush. Right. And I was just about to say, I'm sorry for interrupting in that manner. Fuck off, mate. I'm not even scared of you.
Parachute today. What colour was the parachute?
No, send me blanket. Fuck off.
Jesus.
Right,
I don't know what to say on that
I was
one.
just about to say I'm having a sneezing and a coughing fit, and I'm not having this conversation, so I was going to politely
mute.
No, I was on mute. I was just going to leave and sit in the chat if that's okay, but now I'm going to punch the shit out of my blanket and hope to kill this thing.
That's fine. Just mute yourself. No problem.
I'm going to go in the chat, so I'll see you later. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
Sneezing me.
Thanks for coming up, Zara.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Sorry. And nice to say goodbye and hello. Good morning, Michelle. Thank you.
I said hi to you, Coco.
Sorry, James. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you're all right. You're okay. Nice to meet you. I would hate that.
I would hate that to come over here, but at the end of the day, I don't think it'd work in America because of the Constitution and the way that it works over there is that you can't override the Constitution with law. It's impossible.
I'll be honest with you. I just think it's going to be hard to enforce. So even if they implement it, I just don't see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, the way it's put across is that if you maliciously share images,
exactly, and see that, and that's the point.
That's down to interpretation and down to
exactly
the court.
And that's what I'm trying to get at, Grim. It's like if I say something like, "Oh, I think all white people are horrible," then you might could say it. Okay, you did something wrong and I violated the law. But if I say something like, "Well, I think all black people are great," and I have to leave it on to your own debate. But if I say it while I'm wearing some type of pro-black thing or some Black Lives Matter thing, you can't really say anything because I'm just wearing the shirt. You see what I'm saying? So it all goes back to interpretation. And you can create any type of law you want, but there's always a way around the law. There's always loopholes being created. Think back to the story that I just told not too long ago about the prosecutor's son hitting somebody upside the head, and he got a slap on the wrist. Why? Because his father had money, his father knew people, and his father knew the law.
Well, Boris Johnson gave us gut-out clauses even throughout the pandemic. He told you had to wear a mask, but then told you if you were exempt, you didn't have to wear one.
See,
Yep.
They
that's what
get
I'm
out
saying.
That's if you're
clauses.
exempt either.
See,
They
that's what I'm
told you get out
saying.
clauses all the way. You
That's
Hang
what
you
on,
I'm
couldn't
saying.
walk. You
hang
couldn't
on,
go out, but if
Michelle.
you went out
It
for a
wasn't
coffee, you
law; it
could.
was a regulation. It was a
No,
regulation, not
it was
law.
guidelines. It was just a guidance.
Yeah.
He told you that. He told everybody that when he stood up on the podium and he said, if you're exempt, you don't have to wear one. Yep. He's given get out clauses in everything he's done. And that's what I was like, oh my God, the guy's telling you one thing and then telling you how to get out of it in the next sentence.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
And
That's
and
what
it was
I'm
the police that were enforcing regulations and giving out
Of
fines
course
if
it
you sat
was.
down for too long, because it was their
Yes.
interpretation.
But now we're
Mhm.
screwed, Grim, because what he's done now is they've all paid these fines. So when they fine us again now and we go in the courts, their answer is going to be, well, the Prime Minister paid his fine, so can you.
Yeah, but when people, a lot of the fines now are also being overturned in the courts, and
Ours have.
the Supreme Court has actually ruled that the fines were illegal.
But the government paid them, so they can't be illegal. That's going to be their get out clause. But
Yeah,
the government paid them, so they can't be
yes.
illegal.
But the Supreme Court is the ones that we take notice of, because they're the ones that can overturn legislation or guidelines.
They
The
can, but do you
interesting
not
thing
think
is,
do you not think it was
the
weird that
interesting
Boris
thing
Johnson
is,
wants to go in once a year to look at all the court things and overturn them himself? Or that was what they implied they were going to do? They wanted
that's
access
what
to
they
the courts.
wanted the final ruling, and they wanted
Yes.
to bring in a law which, in order
Yep.
for them to do that, now they've not done it as yet, but that was part and
No.
parcel, believe it or not, of the online safety
Mhm.
bill,
Mhm.
which had
It all
nothing to
goes
do
back
with
to
it,
that
and this
bill,
is what they
doesn't it?
do. Yeah.
Mhm.
Which has been sidelined semi-permanently, shall we say, at the moment.
Now, for Prime Minister or a government to want to go in to our court records and overturn where they see fit, it's quite scary, isn't it? It's like,
It
what?
is,
Why would
because
you need to worry about our justice system?
They can pick and choose who has the fines, who doesn't. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
They pick and choose.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is all
Yes.
done. You were talking about the prisons earlier. I mean, I'm amazed with the American justice system. Absolutely amazed how people can get lost in it, and it's so corrupt. And the way I watched one on Netflix where a young lad was walking home. He had a backpack that they thought was, he was a criminal. He'd robbed someone. They put him in prison. He was in there fucking years. They left him. Nobody realised. They just left him in there. He went in there when he was about 15. In fact, some of the celebrities had to get involved to get, like, look, this young lad, when it all come out, he'd never fucking done a thing. All he was doing was walking home. He was in there years and years. But they're building more prisons. Not like you said. What's the solution? Because they're not thinking of rehab. They're not thinking of anything. All they're thinking is, well, we'll just build more prisons.
Exactly. It's like
We'll
they're.
just be,
It's
how many
it's
prisons?
like,
How many people have you got in America that are in prison now? I can't remember
oh
the stats on
man.
it. It's hundreds of thousands of people, isn't it? That are just in prison. That are just. That's the way to do it, isn't it? But see, a lot of your things, which I don't agree with in America, is some of these things are done when these kids are teenagers and they get life without parole. I can't imagine going in at 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and being in there for the rest of my life with no parole. Because look, the way you think now at our ages, what are we all over 50, I would imagine, on this panel now? We don't think the same as we did 10 years ago, do we? Because I don't. I don't.
Exactly.
And I don't think the same as I did when I was in my 20s. If you'd got me in my 20s, mate, you'd have got my mouth before my brain kicked in.
I hate to be a party pooper here, but I would say that my political point of view has strengthened, but I've got the confidence now to say it on an open platform.
But do you not feel different? Do you not see things differently now? Grim, that you see? Have you not like gone, fuck, I never thought I'd feel like that at this age. I never felt like that 20 years ago, because I do all the time. All the time. Like, Jesus, how are my views changing? How is it's age and wisdom? You've grown up,
Yeah.
you know.
I think, my views on activism has changed, because just being here, you're being an activist, because you're talking about what is close to yourself and your own points of view. I wouldn't have done that years ago. So yes, from that point of view, yes, I would agree with you. But my stance on things, my level-headedness of seeing things from a third-party point of view changed really over the years. But I just didn't think I'd be as vocal as I am. And people, I mean, people see me as a bit of a peacemaker, you know.
I've had certain situations and I've walked away and I thought, fuck, 10 years ago I wouldn't have acted like that. You'd have different me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are times when my gob comes into it before my brain, even now. But and if I'm wrong, I'll apologise quite publicly.
You know, Michelle, because I enjoy talking to you. You sound like a cool person. I enjoy all of you. I want to say, I think as I got older,
James, don't worry about that. I'm hated. I don't care. I don't care that I'm hated.
Well, that's a good way to be.
Now you've met her, James, you'll regret it. No, but sorry.
No. I don't think so. You're taking a piss now. But look.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As I got older, I think two things then changed. I think one thing is I read more. I sat down and I learned more. And as I began to learn more, my views began to change. And then I think another thing that stepped in was wisdom, because wisdom told me don't look at the small picture, start to look at the big picture. And I was thinking about, like, when I was younger, I'd be like, yeah, if somebody did the crime, they got to do the crime. Got to do the time. There's right and wrong, blah, blah, blah. As I got older, a light bulb came on in my head, and it said, well, wait a minute, why are they spending so much time building prisons, but they're not spending enough time building schools? It's like they're not trying to prevent crime before it happens. They let it happen and then deal with it. Then the more I did research, the more I realized it was all about money. It's all about money. It costs money to run crime.
They've now took all of our teenagers' DNA. They've got it. They've got it all. These teenagers and parents just give up their DNA, and they give it all during the pandemic. Yeah, all these teenagers that are in school now are not going to be able to get away with shit, because the moment that they do a criminal act, you're going to hear it. We've already heard it. All of the swabs are being sold off. They're allowed, they were allowed to be sold off. Yeah, which means all the children's DNA has been stored now. So these kids, as they get older, each generation, they're gonna get caught because they've done it. We've given up everything. If somebody had said to me in 2020, February 2020, that I would be sitting on a panel talking about government, talking about politics. I've been to so many dinner parties, and literally they talk about politics and I'd get up and I'd walk away because I was never interested. But now, see them people, I could sit down and hold a debate with them, and I know that I could have a decent conversation, because I've had no interest in politics until this shit happened in 2020. And that's when I come alive.
I think that's when people changed and some people started to speak out. I mean, that's probably when I started as well, to be honest. And I found that there's a lot of people with similar ideas, and there was also people who were in support of what was going on, and the discussions, I won't say arguments, discussions at one time.
Oh no, there were arguments. There were arguments. There were arguments.
Will you let me finish, please? I love it when people jump in, honest. Morning, Ninja, McQueen Ninja. So there was a lot of discussions at first, and there was reasonable, but then you had the extremists on both sides, and that's what led to so much division. And I sat back and I thought about it, and I thought, this is what they want.
Mm-hmm.
They want to divide us into the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, for starters.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to squash what they called at the time fake information, and they got like Google on board, etc., because they just followed whatever they were told to follow. You know,
do you not think that they did that by the masks, though? Do you not think that they did that? You could walk out your door during the pandemic, yeah? You walked out your door and you could instantly tell who was for it and who was against it. Because the only ones that were against it were the ones that weren't wearing fucking masks. Yeah? Everybody else, I see compliance. I still see compliance up to this week. People are still walking out there on their own in the middle of the street. No one around them, and they're wearing masks.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And you still see people in the car driving around with nobody in the car, and they've still got a mask on.
I saw that just the other day. You know what this has taught me, though? What it's taught me was how easy it is to divide people. I noticed, like, if you got vaxxed, you were looked at one way. If you didn't get vaxxed, you got looked at another way. And it was crazy as hell, because I would see people with masks. They would actually cross the street to move away from the people who weren't wearing masks. And it was
it was like
they still are, James. They still are. They're still doing that 1 meter. You see people, you must see it, where you're standing there, and then all of a sudden you see their brain kick in. Oh, I'm more than 2 meters close to them, and they jump back. They jump back.
Yeah. And they end up within 2 meters of somebody else.
But you see how crazy it is. It's like, I got the jab, so I'm better than you. You know. Well, you see,
when all the restrictions were lifted, and it was as if it never happened, right? The National Health Service here, if you went into any of the hospitals or whatever, you had to wear a mask. Now, the other day, the missus went in for a minor day op, right? And I went to pick her up. And there's the mask there, but there was nobody on duty. Oh, sod that then. I'm not going to have an argument. Great. So carried on walking in. And 50% of people were not wearing masks. But when I saw the staff that were there, they were all wearing masks. So I'm thinking, hang on a second. If you work within the hospital, you've got to wear a mask. But if you're a visitor, you don't. You're not getting harassed. Mm-hmm. Well, there's the turn up for the books.
I went in just to see the orthopedic surgeon, and I was the only one that had no mask on. And the reason being, which I thought, this is my opinion, I walked in, I clocked everybody, as you do, wearing masks, thinking, fuck. So I walked up to the receptionist, I said, I'm here. She said, could you wear a mask? And pointed to the mask right at the desk. And I just looked at her and said, no, you're right. And with that, I walked away. I was the only person in that whole fucking place that didn't have a mask on. Every one of them patients in that waiting room did. And I do believe that's because it was pressure. It was pressure.
Yeah. Marie, I faced the same thing Tuesday. I went for my dermatology appointment. They said, do you want the masks are there? And I went, I don't want one. And she looked at me with disgust, this woman, right? Honestly. Yeah. And then I walked into the waiting room and everybody was wearing a mask except me. And I thought to myself, you're all fucking idiots. You're all fucking idiots. What the fuck? It's actually widely known now that masks were useless. You fucking idiots.
When it comes down to it, Smokey, there was probably a split second in your head where your brain was ready to say yes. Because you automatically, but in my head, when she said, do you want a mask? I went to say, as you do, which you would. Oh yeah, all right. Do you know what I mean? Because that's what they're expecting you to say. And then I was like, no, you're all right. And I walked away. How many people didn't have the balls to say no?
Yeah, Queen Ninja's just put, has added in the chat. In our hospital, dentists and doctors, we all have to wear masks. Yes, and this is where the problem is.
Yeah.
But you
Masks
see, and that,
have never done anything for me personally. I've always argued against wearing one.
but you see,
The only
oh,
time I've ever worn one is to keep the missus quiet because I just get a lot of earache. It's not as political as me.
Again, Grim, yeah? How many times is that happening, yeah? How many times, like you said, you're on your own and you won't wear one, but if you're with your missus, save the earache, you put one on. How many people in that waiting room were in your situation?
Oh,
They
quite
don't want to
possibly.
wear one,
Yeah.
but they don't want the earache. Do you know? This
Yeah.
again is
Well,
pressure. It's
when I
pressure
went,
from
when I
these
went,
people.
yeah. When I went shopping, if I went shopping on my own, I refused to wear one. And when I got asked, I went, I'm exempt. I got asked once to produce, and I turned around and said, since when have you needed access to my medical records? And carried on. I got kicked out of Morrison's because I wouldn't wear a lanyard. And all I was doing was going in to pay fuel.
Right,
You know,
can I just say, you've just reminded me, years ago, we had a system where people were opting out, the NHS, yeah, they wanted to do things with your data, send it to the hospitals, yeah, and people had the option to opt out. If you didn't, I did definitely opt out. But right, they're doing it again. Just to let you know that they are doing it again, because I got a leaflet through the door from my NHS, yeah, so they are doing it in my region again. There's
nationally,
something care. Yeah, I've got the leaflet downstairs. It's they want to do something with your data again, and you've got something post. I've got a leaflet. 1 minute, and I'll tell you about.
Yeah, nationally,
if you want to opt out.
Yeah, nationally, just to warn people, if you can pass this on, they've got a new system called Hive, which they're using, and they need to have your permission to put your data on there. And the reasoning being is that why it's been brought in is that hospitals and doctor surgeries don't talk to each other electronically, and the Hive system is so that they can do that. It's a lot quicker.
So they've changed then.
Writing letters.
That used to be called System 1.
Yeah, well, Hive is this wonderful new system that is supposed to be really safe, meets all the requirements of X, Y, and Z. Personally, if I had to have my data put on there, I don't know where to go. Because if I want to tell my doctor something, I'll go to my doctors. But hang on a second, I'm not allowed in my doctors because I won't wear a mask and they insist. So I'll do everything over the phone, thank you.
The idea behind it is if you walk in any hospital or surgery, as a visitor, which you are allowed to visit surgeries if you're in other areas and you need a doctor. The idea was it was called System 1. It cost them millions, absolutely millions, back in about 2003, 2004, something like that. Yeah. Anyway, it was called System 1. Yeah, and so you give permission for your records. You walked in any doctor's surgery, any hospital in England, and they would bring up your name and they'd have all your records there. A lot of people didn't agree with it, so they opted out. But System 1 was a complete failure. It was a you can Google it. It was a failure. Yeah, it was awful. So this is it. It's now called My Care Record. Yeah, so it's come through. It's from the NHS. It's Cambridgeshire, and they want to hold records about you on separate systems, which means it can be difficult. So they're trying to bring this system back in again. And I'm just going to say to anybody, if you get this leaflet through, and you get that opt-out option, do it. Get out of it. Get out of it, because we did it with System 1 in 2003, and I've done it. What are they doing mine? I think Octagon, have bought out my doctor's surgery now. Because what frightens me is you've got pharmaceutical companies in America that have bought out our doctor's surgeries here. In London, there's nearly 800,000 patients that had no idea they were being bought out by an American pharmaceutical company. Go figure.
Yeah, it's actually. I've just done a Google. It's now called NHS Digital, and you can still opt out.
Yes.
Three things came across my mind as you was talking. We're talking. The first thing is that they're using something as small as a piece of cloth to divide us. The people who have masks look down on the people who don't. The people who don't have masks complain about the people who do. So they use a piece of cloth to just divide us. The second thing is I would not want to really have my stuff on a computer file because there's no telling who would look at it. There's no telling who could hack it and get into it and get my personal information. And the third thing is stay away from big pharma because all big pharma is just a money making machine. I'll give you a perfect example. They encourage you to use antibiotics, right? What they won't tell you is the antibiotics kill all your bad bacteria, but it also kills all your good bacteria. So you find yourself running back to get more medicine to take care of the sickness that you got from the antibiotics. So stay away from big pharma. It's just a money making machine.
Yeah, people knew what antibiotics did. They wouldn't be so. I mean, not our community, thank God, but there is other communities that they just want antibiotics. They want the green slip, and I used to say to so many of my patients, if you knew what they do, you wouldn't want them. You wouldn't want them truly, and your child, you wouldn't want them. And they'd say to me, "What do you mean?" And when I used to explain to them, and in layman terms, you've just literally. Your immune system, them antibiotics wipe it out like that. That first dose takes your immune system from say your immune system's 100%, but you're feeling poorly, so it's at 60. Yeah, your immune system's not working. But what that does is it takes it down to 0 and then makes your body fight back. But like you say, you've just took all the bad bacteria and the good bacteria that's living in your body, and it's gone now. You've got to get it all back again. And they're giving these to children. I used to have patients come in and go, green slip, green slip, green slip. No, well, if the doctor says you don't need one, but I need green slip. No, you don't need a green slip. The green slip prescription, obviously. And they would fight me. They would argue with me that the doctor didn't do his job because he didn't give them a green slip. Because people expect to go into the doctors and come out with pills.
Exactly. You just hit the nail on the head.
If you're going to the doctors, you don't want to walk in there and the doctor says you're all right. You will be. And steroids, I bet, as well, aren't you, Smokey?
I'm always on antibiotics. I am. Always.
Is that for your skin?
I try not to be, but with my skin condition, I'm always on antibiotics.
See, I don't see. What have you've got? Is it eczema you've got?
Yeah.
Or psoriasis? It's eczema, isn't it? Eczema, so it's completely different. See, Paul's got psoriasis, but he gets this medication, but he gets it every month. It's private. He's obviously found it from somewhere.
Methotrexate?
No, it's Medovi, I think it is. I think it's called Medovi.
Right, what is it? It's a tablet form?
No, it's like creams and oils and things. But the thing is, because with I don't know, I suppose I don't know whether it's the same with eczema. I'm not that up on it. But with psoriasis, you have to change it because it gets used to it. So you have to change it up. Do you know what I mean? Every now and again. And we've done the prescription ones. We've done the ones, where he said, like, I said, well, I remember that there was one on prescription, but you can now buy it in the chemist for 30 quid. I was down there within 10 minutes. Do you know what I mean? He said, well, go get it then. So it got to that stage, but psoriasis moves, doesn't it? It doesn't go all over the body, whereas eczema does. Eczema is all over, isn't it?
It goes in big patches.
Up. Yeah,
it's an overgrowth. How I differentiate the two of them, right? Because I've had mine since I was 5 years old, and I've been in and out of hospital. I know a lot about skin conditions, various ones.
Yeah.
And I've made an interest of mine. I love medical stuff. But how I differentiate behind eczema and psoriasis. Eczema is I cannot produce enough oils in my skin to keep my skin moist. So it dries out and therefore the eczema's there. With psoriasis, it's an overgrowth of skin. The skin grows 10 times more than what your normal skin to grow. So it'll grow over and grow over and grow over and get thicker and thicker and thicker until it's unmanageable. That's what psoriasis does. And the partners with psoriasis is arthritis. Is arthritis and psoriasis, they come together.
They come together.
Psoriatic
Rheumatoid
arthritis.
arthritis. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, he
Yeah,
has
there's a
already. I've seen
psoriatic
it.
arthritis.
Yeah.
Right?
I've said to
Which
him,
twists
his
the fingers.
hands
It could be
are,
awful. It
yeah,
could,
that's it.
oh,
His hands are
be
swollen.
really bad.
But he's an electrician, so he you know, he'll say, but well, you know, I'm working all day with my his hands and knees. That's what give him the problems. But I said to him, Paul,
Yeah.
you've got psoriasis. Yeah, you know, I've told you this, that rheumatoid arthritis is linked with this. Yep, your hands are so, you can see they're bigger, they're gnarled, they're just, yeah, he's gonna have
Yeah.
problems. I've got
Yeah, I don't think it's a rheumatoid.
osteoarthritis.
I don't think it's a rheumatoid. It's a sciatic. I think it's called sciatic arthritis. It's
All right,
whenever
okay.
it's the psoriasis is affected, the area, then that's where you're going to get the arthritis.
Well, he used to just get it on his elbows, and then it was sort of, it
Yeah.
was bad on his legs. It was bad on his legs. It was getting to the stage where even I think he was thinking, I'm not putting shorts on. Do you know what I mean? It was like quite bad. on his
I
legs.
haven't worn shorts in over, fucking hell, well, when I was a kid, over 40 years.
Really?
I've not
Oh
put
my
shorts on.
God. It's on his face. That's the worst, when it's on it's sort of come across his
Fucking
eyes.
horrible.
So he's now got this sun thing. It's handheld. This sun thing gives off, you know,
UV, like a UV
yeah,
thing.
UV, yeah, and he'll sit and
Yeah,
he'll just
it does
put that
well for
on, do you know what I
psoriasis.
mean? Yeah. I said to him, we'll just move. Let's just back off the board then. You'll be fine.
There's UVA, UVB, there's PUVA, there's like 3 or 4 different types of UVA you can have. There is for psoriasis. It's quite a good treatment as well.
Yeah, it seems to have worked. But see, I noticed with him, Smokey, is when he gets stressed, you know, I mean, obviously he has to think about son's wages before he can put anything into this house. Do you know what I mean? He's got to provide for him. So that's his main worry. But obviously with business up and down, the pandemic and everything, you know, but they're both electricians, so it's sort of, so you can see, I can tell when he's stressed, it flares up a little bit more.
It's unfortunate. It is a really unfortunate thing to have with skin conditions.
What?
People don't realise how painful it can be. They really don't.
But
Medivi.
Yeah, they try and get you hooked on
A natural one. It's advanced. Dermacreme. So what is it?
No steroids.
It's no steroids. It's the natural one.
I've not done any steroids.
Where did you find this then? Online? It comes every fucking month.
No, don't. I cancelled it.
Oh.
They try and get you a contract monthly, but it depends how bad it is.
Morning eyes on the audit.
I just went, no.
That's Paul, you can hear, sorry.
I went, no, it's all right now.
Hey, good morning. Eyes on the audit.
Put a little bit on.
Oh, okay. No, Smokey's on here. He's got eczema, so we're talking about the difference between eczema and psoriasis. Yeah, it's for. Does it do? But Medivi, have a look at it, Smokey.
It's like a brown cream. Put it on in the evening.
Medovie. It's just that brown stuff I have on your face.
Yeah.
I've seen this. That's like sometimes, you know, like if you put carrot suntan on and you get that. So I've seen this. Like, right, is that on your face? Oh, right, okay.
Like I said, if you get it, it works for me.
I don't know whether it'd work for smokers.
That's a totally different. It's a different condition.
Different thing.
Yeah.
Eczema and psoriasis.
Eczema, psoriasis, dermatitis, they're all different conditions.
But there's so many creams out there. We used to get so many people come and ask for different ones, Smokey. I know what you're saying. Oh, bless you.
Yeah, it's funny that y'all
Queen Ninja have said hello to you, James, about 4 times, mate.
I said hello, Queen Ninja. I said hello, Queen Ninja. Come on, then I said, hey, Queen Ninja. She must didn't hear me. I don't know.
Queen Ninja, you need to shout louder so I can hear you.
But the craziest part
is... She repeated herself 4 times, lover.
The crazy part is I spoke to her. I don't. Queen, I would say it again. Hello, Queen Ninja. Hello, Queen Ninja. Hello, Queen Ninja. Hello, Queen Ninja. That should do it. But Smokey, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned dermatitis because that's what I have on my foot, and I've been taking hydrocortisone, and that's actually been helping
Oh,
it.
fucking horrible
Oh,
stuff that is.
that's a horrible. Yeah, that's not a good one.
That's a
No,
fucking
that's not a
good
good one. Change
hydrocortisone.
that one, James. Change that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
you want to because it's naughty. That is hydrocortisone.
Yeah, it is.
ah,
Yeah, change
okay,
that one. Tell him to give
okay.
you a
Smelly
different one.
tar-based shit. Hydrocortisone is tar-based. Fucking terrible.
Ah, okay. See, I'm glad I came here tonight. Thank you for telling me
The
that.
problem is I'm no use, mate, because I've been chucking steroids on my skin for the last 30 odd years. That's why I look so old, I think.
Hmm.
Steroid
Oh,
treatments that
Smokey.
I've
You
used
don't
and the
look
amount of
old.
treatments.
You don't look old. I've seen you.
Oh, I fucking do. I'm fucking 47. I look fucking 57.
I wouldn't have said so. I
Well,
I
wouldn't have
look
said
old.
so.
I'll
Last
be
time I see you, you was on Andrews.
well. I feel old. I'll be 52 next month.
I'm only old when my kids stand next to me and say mum, and then the grandkids say nan, and then I feel old. When they're not around, I feel young. It's getting to the stage where I want to say, don't say that so loud. Don't say that so loud.
I tell you all right, I've had a fucking rough life, so I know I look old. I've had a fucking rough one from birth, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
Well, you
Exactly,
know
Smith.
how
Do you know
As I
what? You were
said, all
talking
skin
about
conditions are stress
childhood.
related.
You were
I
talking
had a
about your
terrible childhood.
childhoods, weren't you? Right. And did you not find? Because I mean, my mum and dad were in a very volatile relationship. So
Oh
we
no, it
were
wasn't so much that.
women's
My family
refuges.
life was absolutely brilliant, Marie. My family
Michelle.
life was
Oh,
absolutely
Michelle.
brilliant. Michelle, sorry, love. Sorry,
That's all
Michelle.
right.
I've done that twice now.
You don't
I've
even
done
know who
that
fucking
twice.
talking to.
It's the C, it is.
No.
It's the C bit, it is. It's the C bit, Abby. Sorry, Michelle. I am sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
I had a terrible childhood through school. Terrible childhood through school. I had a terrible schooling. I never went to school because I was always too afraid to go to school. I was
Really?
always off, always mitching, always bunking off. Never ever went to
Okay.
school. Come out of there with no qualifications because I was constantly bullied because of my conditions. Now back in the 80s, my conditions wasn't really heard of.
No, there wasn't.
Eczema, psoriasis, all stuff like that. It wasn't that well known. So I was called dirty bastard. Look at the fucking blood on his
wow.
collar. Look at the state of him. Look at you scabby bastard. I had it all, right? I had it all when I was a kid. I was getting beaten up every day because I couldn't defend
Kids are
myself.
so
I had a
cruel.
hell of a childhood.
Kids can
Hell
be
of a
so
childhood. And it
cruel,
wasn't
can't
just the
they?
kids, it was the
Literally, it's
parents as
awful.
well.
Well, this
It
is
was the
where
parents
this.
as well.
I was going to
Don't
say,
go near him,
sometimes they
you
get
catch.
picked up. Yeah.
You know,
Wow.
and there was not enough known about it. And I suffered so badly when I was young. And then it came
Yeah.
to a point then where I didn't give up, where I turned violent and I didn't give a fuck.
Mm.
You know, and that sort of was
No, I did
detrimental
it.
to my life.
I was meant to have glasses, and I wore them till I got to realise, nah. And then I was meant to have braces. Oh my good God, no way was I going in school with braces. I said to my mum, can you imagine? That honestly, I remember sitting there, right, and I wish I'd done it, but I didn't. But I remember sitting there about 14 saying to my mum, yeah, I've got a lazy eye and you want me to wear glasses and a fucking brace. Do you think I'm walking in that school with them? They will have me fucking roasted. I don't know what we said back in them days, but you know, in the 80s, no way was I going in school with a brace. I'd wear it to school and then take it out all day and then wear it when I left school, went home, put my braces back in. I just couldn't do it. I get what you're saying because school was so fucking cruel.
Do you know
Yeah,
what? The only thing I got to live by now, Michelle, right, is all the bullies, right? The 4 bullies I had all the way throughout school. Do you know where they are now?
Oh, prison?
All in coffins, all dead.
Oh, they're dead.
not a surprise.
Dead as doornails, all 4 of them. And I think to myself, do you know what? I may look old, but I still got all my own teeth. I've not had one removed. I've still got all my own teeth. And I'm pleased with that shit, and I'm happy with that. I'm 47, not ever out of lost a fucking tooth. So, do you know
Good
what
for
I
you.
mean? It
It's an
is what it is.
achievement.
I may look old,
It's an
but
achievement.
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially when I look at some people's teeth and I think, fucking hell, what drugs have you been on to make them a fucking mess?
I'm going to be honest.
It's
I went
right,
to a
though, because
school
the problem
reunion.
is at the moment, right? Look at the drugs that sit in this area at the moment, it's in this country. Crack. Crack
Yeah.
has hit this country
What?
massively.
Crack?
Crack.
Yeah.
Holy.
I went to a school reunion, yeah, and I only went to tell them because if we'd have had a yearbook, because we didn't do shit like that in the 80s, I didn't have yearbooks, proms,
No.
fucking graduations. We've never been part of that, have we? Right?
None
But
of
if
that
there'd have
shit.
been a
No, that's
yearbook,
right.
Smokey, I think under mine they'd have put she's destined to go to prison. I swear that's what they would have put, right? But I have turned up and I went to this school reunion with a few of my mates that I still kept in contact with, still to this day. We're still besties. And I went to that fucking reunion, suited and booted, and I had a good job at the time. And I literally walked in there just to say, I never did go to fucking prison. And I'm not one of them kids, them women that have got all these children by different fathers and are fucking single. Yeah, I'm not one of them either.
Yeah.
I went there just to say to them, fuck you lot. Fuck you lot with your judgments, yeah? Because you were all judgmental. And you know what I really enjoyed? The fact that some of these pretty girls weren't so fucking pretty anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know, Smokey, I say it again, I applaud you because it sounds like you've lived one hell of a life and just take it
Oh,
one day at
well,
a time. Yeah, I think
I've had some bad experiences, but then at the end of the day, without those experiences, I wouldn't be who I am today. Simple as that. I wouldn't have
Did
the.
you not find that you took
exactly.
all the shit from your childhood and decided that your life would be a little bit more different? You know,
Mhm.
like you say, the volatile, the drinking. Yeah, I grew up seeing volatile relationships in and out of women's refuges all my life, all my childhood life, because my mum was leaving my dad, then go back to him 3 weeks later, then leave him 6 weeks
Yeah.
after that, and go back 3. So I travelled most of the country, or up to the Midlands, in different women's refuges. And the one thing I said was, I'll have no man hit me. No man hit me. And
Oh,
I'll never drink. I'll never drink. And I've stuck by that. I've stuck by that. I won't drink. My
Do you know what I
kids have only
find
ever seen
appalling,
me drunk
Michelle?
twice. What's that?
Do you know what I find appalling, Michelle? Are these women who use these refuges like fucking hotels.
My mum was a bit like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That appalls the fuck out of me because there's women that genuinely need these places to get out of certain relationships, right? To get away from people. And they'll use it as a hotel. They'll use it, because they've had an argument with their partner or something. They'll go, put me in a refuge. And they put them in a refuge, and then 4 days later, they're ringing their partner up and saying, oh, come and pick me up, come and see me. Yeah, come and get me. That's where the refuge is, but they...
She did it in the end. It took, I think, well, what age was it? By the time I was 12, we were in Peterborough. She'd left him. Do you know what I mean? But years of it. But she just, in the end, she said, I've got to get out of the town. I've got to get out of Southend. It's the only way I've got to be. So she literally come up here. He then, as men would, brought the kids into it. She had to go down to Southend, and the judge would not allow our address or what town we were in. We wouldn't allow it. We wouldn't allow my dad to know it. And it was my brother that decided to let that all fuck up. My brother got in touch with him, told him where we were, told him the address, told him the telephone number, told him everything. Do you know what I mean? But he was only 15 at the time. But that's the thing I took. So I watched all my childhood, and I decided that as I was growing up, that wasn't going to happen. That wasn't going to happen. And thank God it hasn't. It hasn't. I haven't.
No, that's good. That's good. That's one thing that I really can't abide by is women using women's services when they really don't need them, which then puts other women at risk that do need them. I would have loved to have a male refuge for me to go into, right? When I was in my relationship, I would have loved a male refuge to go into and just disappear and not fucking come back. Do you know what I mean? I would have loved that opportunity. But with being a man, you don't get that opportunity.
Yours is a hidden crime, isn't it? It's a hidden crime because people men don't tend to come out and say it, Smokey. Over the years, it's got better. and there should be male refugees out there. Do you know what I mean? There should be a lot of help, but it is a hidden crime because men don't tend to say anything, do they? That their missus is beating the fuck out of them. Look at that young lad.
Do you know what, right? The police actually knocked the door once, and I had a big gash. I had a massive gash in the back of my head, right? And I was trying to mop it, and the police were talking to my ex-partner through the kitchen window, and I was saying, "Don't let him in, don't let him in, don't let him in." And I don't know why I was saying, "Don't let him in." Just don't let. And they were going, "Are you all right in there?" And she was going, "Yeah, I'm fine." And they were asking me, and I said, "Yeah, I'm okay. You know what I mean? I'm okay." Fucking bleeding my bollocks off. I was in the bathroom, right? Trying to get all the blood off me and everything, trying to wash it, trying to keep everything clean, just in case they did come in. And I thought, and I look back now and I think, why did you do that? Why didn't you just go to the kitchen window and show what she'd done to you? Why didn't you do that? And that was pride. That was pride fucking with me. That was too much of a man to go and admit that a woman had just kicked the living fuck out of me.
And I think that's where it lies, isn't it? You don't want to admit it.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
On that note, I'm going to agree with you, but I've got a few things I've got to do, like ordering meds. So I'm dropping down. It's been great talking to you. It's been a great conversation.
You've been a gentleman.
Yeah.
And we'll have to do it again sometime. I do like these conversations. They're great.
Yeah.
And to everybody, if anyone's left in the chat, good morning. 3.5 hours.
Speaking to you, Grim.
Yeah. It's always, Michelle. I'm my own person these days. That's all I'll say. I don't get involved in the crap. So
anyway, there ain't no crap. Not on my part, Grim. There never has been.
No, I know, but you know where I'm coming from. Right, I'm going to go, and if I'm live later, you're welcome to come on anytime.
Well,
all right,
thank you, Grim.
Grim, before you go, I want to tell you, I hope that you have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing you on this side of the pond one time.
Oh, if I could afford to get over there, I would.
well, I was talking about on YouTube, but if you want to come in person, that'll be good too.
Oh, I'd come in person and move there on a permanent basis.
But again, have a good one, my friend. Always good seeing you. Always good talking.
James, I'll see you around somewhere. You know that. Cheers. Cheers, Smokey. Cheers, Michelle. Take care now.
Take it easy, man. Bye, Grim.
Bye.
Good night, buddy. Have a good day. James. Have a good day, mate.
My friend.
You're a lovely guy.
Yeah,
he is.
We were talking.
But this is what I mean. There's not enough men out there, right, that actually own up to what's actually gone on and things. Is not, and they just desserts as they think is their fault, and they, do you know what I mean? And that's how it is, unfortunately. Men need, and the thing I hate, the wording I hate, right, is why I had this of a police officer, right? Man up.
Man up. Smokey,
and it's like, how can you fucking man up when the only place you've got to live is your partner's, and you're getting kicked the fuck on a daily basis?
Exactly. And see, Smokey, you know what you made me think of? I knew this guy. One time I saw him, he had a bandage on his head. Another time I saw him, he had a black eye. And finally, he shoved his wife. This was a different guy. He shoved his wife. Yeah. He called the cops. The cops just asked him if he had somewhere to go. And he said, yeah, I have somewhere to go. And he went to his cousin's house for a few days. But his thing was, I want to be there for my kid. I got to be there for my kid. Sure, I hate the abuse. Sure, she gets on my nerves. I want to kill her sometimes. But I want to be there for my kids because I don't want my kids to grow up without a father. So sometimes, it's pride. And then other times they feel like they have to be there for the kids,
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a very nice part of my life, to be honest, though.
Yeah.
Now, when I first split up with my first partner, I thought she was the devil incarnate, right? I later found out that she was actually a princess, and I fucked up. Do you know what I mean? That's what I learned because I was smoking too much dope. I wasn't paying too much attention to her. My own fault. My own fucking fault. Right? Now, I accept responsibility for that. And I've said that to Josh, my boy. I said to him straight. He said, "Why?" He asked me, "Why did you and Mum split up?" And I said, "Well, because
We fell out of love with each other. There's a reason why, is because I was too stoned all the fucking time, constantly. I was on the computer all the time, constantly. I was paying no attention. When she'd go to bed, I'd get up and come downstairs. When she come downstairs, I'd fuck off upstairs. I said, and that was the relationship, Josh, and it was no good. It was no good. So we amicably split, thank God. You know, there was an amicable bit about it. But my son, he just wanted to know, and I had to tell him, I had to tell him that, it's nothing your mother done wrong. It was that we just didn't get along in the end, and we fell out of love with each other, and now majority my fault for just getting stoned all the time and not paying attention.
Yeah.
My own fault. My own fault. Fucking hell, grin and bear it. But this second relationship, right, I fucking didn't deserve. I didn't deserve what I received. I really didn't. And I'll stand by that. And if she was stood in front of me now, even if she, when she matures, because I'm telling you now, she wasn't a very mature girl. So, it's come to the point where, if she ever come in front of me now, I tremble. I'd absolutely shit myself. I would. But I'd say, look, I take my responsibilities for certain things, but fucking hell, was there any need to plunge knives in my back? Was there any need to fucking throw bleach in my face? Was there any need to wake me up just to she'd put her boots on in the middle of the night. She'd have a nightmare about me cheating on her, right? And she'd put her boots on and kick me square between the fucking eyes.
Wow.
Just to wake me up. And then you've cheated on me. And I'm like, whoa, I had a dream. He's like, oh my God, what the fuck? You had a dream, babe. What the fuck? Like, now, another thing she used to do was sleep deprivation. She used to take drugs and then stay up all night. So when I'd go sleep then, look, I'd have shit off her because I couldn't sleep then. So I'd have a lot of sleep deprivation and shit like that. And then she'd go up with her mother's and she'd go to bed at her mother's. And then I'd try and get to sleep and I couldn't because the fucking phone's ringing off the hook because of her family, right? They didn't know she was at her mother's. She was like, oh, I can't rest. I can't do fuck all. I can't. She separated me from my family. She separated me from my friends. I didn't have anybody. And I wish there was a hostel. Oh, she's done a right number on me. And I got to be honest, Michelle, right? I do not want another relationship in my life ever.
No, I get that.
I don't.
I get that.
Because I'm afraid that I'm going to be told lies.
Do you not think you should say, well, you never know, you might be swept off your feet. You might literally be sat there in 5 years' time and be totally swept off your feet.
No, I can't see that happening because I don't trust anymore. So I can't see that happening.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, my mum was.
Do you know what? Right, my mother went through the same thing. My mother went through the same thing. She married my father. My father come to see me on the day of my birth with all fucking love bites around his neck.
Mm.
You know, he'd been with another woman the night before, I was born.
Yeah.
You know, shit like that. And my mother said, right, I don't want another man. And she got fucking rid of him. She went out with a police officer, right? From a fucking gangster to a police officer. She went from one end of the scale to the other. Then my father decided to try and drown him in the castle moat, right? This copper. And the copper's sergeant or the copper's boss said, you got one or two choices, your relationship or your job. And he picked his job. And that was the time my eczema went nuts. I was 5 years old. And obviously I thought this guy was my dad. Do you know, he was treating me like his son. I loved him like a dad, obviously. And then when he left, my eczema broke out. And it never got back. It never went back to... So I suffered quite a bit of trauma when I was young, you know, with certain things. Now, my father was never, ever bothered. My mother always called him a prick. She did, but I never took that into account until I met him myself. And then I realized myself, yeah, okay, mate, you are an arse. Like, my mother was right. And we haven't talked to this day, and we won't. But I will never forsake my children because my father done it to me. So why? Do you know what I mean? Why should I? You know, if I could still have contact with my two that's in care, then I would. Oh, fucking right, I would. But the problem is the confusion that child is going to suffer. Those two children are going to suffer confusion because they've got parents. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that makes perfect sense. You know, Smokey. I'm gonna make a observation. Although I'm not a psychologist, I'm gonna play one on YouTube. You know, I think part of the reason that you stayed in your second relationship so long was because you got used to it. It's like even though you probably didn't know it at the time, when you seen how your father treated your mother subconsciously, you got used to it and you grew up expecting it. So when you came into that second relationship, it's like it didn't take you no time to get used to it. Does that make
I
sense?
knew my partner was cheating on me. I knew my partner was cheating on me. When I had DNA tests for both my children, I had to have 6. It was out of 6 people, my children. You know,
Yeah,
so I had to go through all this shit just to find out if my children were mine. You know what I mean? And that was heartbreaking in itself. And especially to
yeah,
find out they went between 5 other men. You know,
yeah.
I thought, oh,
Jesus.
I can't, you know, and it's something that I couldn't fucking deal with very well. And then
No.
obviously she got with someone else and she ended up smashing him over the head with a bottle.
Yeah.
She ended up going with someone else then, some girl, because she's bisexual. She ended up biting her ear off, going to prison for 3 years.
Well, I tell you, I'm
You
glad
know,
you got out
so
of the relationship. I'm
I got
glad.
out. I
I
got
am
out and
glad.
I will never go back and I would never want to be in a relationship again. And that's the simple reason of I would never want to be in that position again or put myself in that position again when I'm in love with somebody and I will do anything to keep them. Do you know
Yeah,
what I
you.
It's
mean?
a shame.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You put your whole heart into it. Yeah, I got
Yes, I did. I
you. I
did, my
got
whole heart. And
you.
it was thrown back in my face and it is what it is. And this is why I could not have another relationship, you know? And when I don't know if you heard about the LJ Gibbs scenario with myself.
I heard bits and pieces of it. Bits and pieces.
Well, that girl had me on a bit of a swing arm, on a bit of a rope. She was, you know, she wasn't the person she said she was and portraying, which was quite naughty because I was talking to her every night and we talked for hours, you know, and I thought she was a genuinely lovely person. And then when I found out that the photos she sent, personal ones, mind as well, and of her and her supposed niece, which it wasn't. It was her friend and her daughter and her daughter's husband and all that, right? She was sending to me, right? Pictures, personal pictures of her friend. I thought, oh my God, what the fuck have I got myself into now? Right? Honestly, I did, and I must have been looking for something then, right? And that just that just topped it off. And I thought, no more, no more. She's back on you now as Emily Blessings, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
As
I'd
okay.
heard that. So
Okay.
she's not.
Okay.
So have we got Emily Blessings and Emily? Because we've seen each
Yeah,
other a
Emily is
few.
the little 17-year-old,
That's
apparently.
the 70. So Emily Blessings, I've heard this is LJ Gibb. She's a catfish, isn't she?
Okay.
Yes,
From what I heard.
yes, she's a
Okay.
catfish.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah. I've heard
Yeah,
that.
I've seen
You
them a
know,
couple of
and the problem is, because I could quite easily throw a live and say Emily Blessings, LJ Gibbs, Sarah, whatever your fucking name was, Chunk. She went through so many names, right, to act as so many people. I think she was so mentally unstable. I don't think I should be throwing a live about someone who is that unstable. I don't think that is the best choice to make because I wouldn't want her to hurt herself in any way. Do you know what I mean? I'm not that type of bloke. It's not in me. I could easily say Emily Blessings is LJ Gibb. I could and
Mm,
throw a 2 hour fucking live about the shit I went through. But the problem is I'm not about to do that for the simple reason is I just don't want her hurting herself. Do you know what I
mm,
mean? I don't want, if she is that unstable and she has to act as that many characters, then there's something not right.
mm.
Yeah, I know
You know,
exactly.
when she was saying, oh, come and meet me, I was willing to drive to Leicester to go and see her. Oh, don't come up. Was it my brother? She told me her brother had passed away. She hadn't got a brother.
Oh God,
She told
what is the
she
matter
showed me
with
pictures of
people?
her mother. She showed me pictures of her mother, and her mother was some old dear that had been robbed on the news. I didn't know. It was Buzz who actually put it forward to me. What do you believe?
Jesus.
BuzzTex.
Hmm.
he looked at the pictures and he said, look, he said, you got problems. And I said, what do you mean? And he explained to me and he said, look, he could backward do something to the photos. I don't know what it is. You could put a photo
Yeah,
on and
you
you could
can
trace it back.
reverse search. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've never
reverse
done it, but
search,
I've
right?
heard you can do a reverse search. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is what he done with LJ's supposed mother, look. Right?
Oh.
And he was an old lady that had been robbed going back a few years ago. And I thought to myself, oh my God, she's fake. And I felt such a fucking fool. I got to be honest, I come off YouTube. I felt such a fool. I did. I was brokenhearted because I felt a fool. I can't believe I was taken in by it
Well,
after what I'd been through.
Smokey, I wouldn't have, felt a fool. Everybody makes mistakes, first of all. And if she catfished you, that's not a reflection on you. That's a reflection on her. So I wouldn't have felt a fool. I understand what
I
you're
had it
saying.
for nearly 4 months, 5 months.
Yeah.
Talking to me and doing stupid things and, just having a laugh. And do you know what? I even said to her, if you had been yourself, there might have been a chance. If you had portrayed yourself as you, then yeah, because I thought she was a lovely person. I really did.
Of all the people to meet on YouTube, you met one like that. That's the sad thing.
I know.
Seriously, there are some lovely ladies out here. Lovely ladies that really, that should have been the ones, but you're fucking hell, Smokes. That's bad luck, isn't it?
I know.
Why didn't you meet one of the other ladies that are out here that are single that would be willing? I mean, I have heard of it. I've heard a lot about it, but wow.
And I just don't want. What I don't want is other people to fall in the same trap, because I do have a look and I do have a little read, and there's people on her profile on her page and they say, "Oh, how are you doing, bestie? You're my best friend. Oh, love you. Oh, you're so pretty. You're so this." And I'm thinking, that's not her.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. And I want to put on there, you realise that's not, but I know the comment would be taken off and gone. Right? So I don't. And I don't know if that's down to me being selfish or me trying to protect myself. But I don't. And I could quite easily do it. And I look at it and I think she's doing all the same things that LJ Gibb used to do.
But people
on her
might,
profile,
the thing is,
and I'm like, oh my word.
You could write it all down there, yeah, and somebody could get to see it before she removes it, and they wouldn't believe you anyway.
That's true.
They wouldn't believe
that's
it.
right.
They just think that you oh well, who was that fucking idiot? He's a weirdo. That's exactly what they think, because they're so they're just like the people that are in masks. They're so brainwashed. And they're not critical. That's what I can't stand sometimes, is there's no critical thinking. Because one person.
It was my birthday, right? It was my birthday on the 25th of July, right? And on the 25th of July on Emily Blessing's channel was, I still love you and I miss you. And it was up for 4 hours and it was gone.
Wow.
And I thought, wow, okay, now I know it's you. Now I know it's you. I've even texted her and said, come on, just be yourself. Stop being someone else. Be yourself. You'll be appreciated more. And no reply, no nothing, which I wasn't expecting anyway. But I'd rather talk to her and say, look, be your fucking self. Be yourself.
Yeah.
Stop portraying yourself. You must, she was telling me she was running every day and she was telling me she was a size 8 and size 10 and all this. It doesn't make no difference to me. I'm not a person that goes for looks. I'm a person that goes for who I'm connected to.
Yeah.
If I have a connection, then I'm happy.
Unfortunately, don't they?
Yes, they do. And and I'm not saying that because I'm an old ag now, because I am, right? I'm saying it because I've always done it. If I've got a connection with that person, then I love you till the day you die. But if I haven't got that connection, I can't be with you. Like, it's simple. I can't.
No, I get that.
You've got to have a connection. It's not all about, oh, you look good and this and that. Yeah, you may do. You may be the ugliest person on earth, but let me tell you something now. It's what's inside that counts. It is. It's what's inside. And if you're a lovely, genuine person inside, it'll show.
It does show,
Exactly.
yeah. If you've got a good heart, that's what I go
I
by.
try
If you've
to.
got a good heart, if you're a good person and you've got morals and ethics, and I think that's, you know, you get drawn to people that you know that have the same sort of morals and ethics as ourselves.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
You do get, I think that comes with age and wisdom as well, don't it? You can meet somebody and go, nah. No,
Yeah,
you're not,
yeah.
you're
Not
not,
my
you're
cup of
not
tea.
going to
There's a
be,
few
yeah,
people
not
out there,
my
I've got to
cup
be
of
honest,
tea.
there's a few people on YouTube I go, nah, I don't even want to listen to you.
I know.
Fucking
Yeah,
Joe is
me
one of them.
too. Oh,
Joe is
well,
one of
look,
them. I can't fucking stick him.
it depends what Joe you're getting. Yeah, now people are gonna, it's crazy. Yeah, but it depends what Joe
If
you're
you have the
getting. If
nice
you're getting
talking Joe, you're fine.
the nice rational, quiet talking Joe, yeah, is
I've heard
absolutely
that.
brilliant. He's
I've
absolutely
heard that, but
brilliant.
only once.
You've only heard it once. I've heard it many times
I've
because obviously
I've only heard it
I've been
once, right?
friends
And I
with
got
him
to
for
be honest, yeah,
15
I'll
months.
agree with you, Michelle. I will agree with you totally. I've heard it once, but
Yeah,
when he's threatening to fucking stab people and threatening people and well, you can, he doesn't shut the fuck up, right? That's what I'm like. I got to turn it off.
he did.
I got to
You're
turn
right.
it off.
He can say some vile things, but then hey, the vile things all over this internet at the minute, isn't there?
Oh,
There's people saying
fucking,
the
there's
most
some horrible
vilest
people.
things out of their mouths. Yep. But
Yes.
Joe, look, even I I you know, Joe says a lot of truth, and I back a lot of what he says. But there's a lot of things that he says I really don't agree with. Yeah. But the
Yeah.
thing is, Smokes, is that because I'm friends with Joe, I get pushed into that, oh, you're his friend, so you must believe everything Joe says. Well, of course I fucking don't.
Yeah.
Because I'm a critical thinker. I stand alone. Yeah, I answer to no man or beast.
Yeah.
I answer to
That's
no
right.
one. Yeah. So Joe is my friend, and like I say, even I won't. If Joe's in one of his, like he does, and he's on one, and he won't let anybody speak, and he does, you know, and he's talking over, and I mean, you can see he gets mooted and booted. Yeah, I don't even go anywhere near. I'm not stupid. I'm not. I just sit and listen. You know,
Because a lot
and
of people don't like Deegan, right? A lot of people don't like Deegan. I love Deegan. I think he's fucking great. I do. I like Deegan. I got a lot of time for Deegan, and he's fucking great chap.
Deegan is what you see is what you get. There's some faults with Deegan. I have had many, me and Deegan, but I speak to Deegan. You have to remember these are my Discord friends. I speak to them every day. I've had in-depth personal conversations with them. I know things about them that they wouldn't tell you on YouTube because we don't speak about things like that on YouTube. You know, personal things. Yeah. So these are my friends. Do I agree with everything that they say? No, of course not, because I am my own person.
Yeah.
You know, but like
and
I
that's
say,
why I look at it too.
There's many stages to Joe, and you have to see what stage he's at. Yeah, and I know when he gets to the technical stage and he starts talking technical for an hour, you're on a bad move. Yeah, he's going to go downhill from there. Oh, bless him. But Joe's my friend. He is who he is. Am I meant to stop talking to him because he says things that I don't agree with?
Fuck. Do you know what, Marie? Here we go, Marie again. I'm sorry, Michelle. Right? The thing is, Michelle, right? I'll never say to people like yourself, oh, if you talk to Joe, you're not fucking talking to me. You're not coming on my channel. I'm not into that shit. I can't do that shit. I can't do it. You make a choice on who you listen to, who you talk to, and who you watch, or whatever. It's the same in normal life. You make a decision on who you talk to. Not everybody likes everybody.
No.
You know, but
Smokey, if Deegan does something wrong or he says something, you know, and same with Joe, yeah, people seem to have this opinion that we don't say anything. Well, we fucking do, but we do it in Discord. We don't come on here to roast him and tell him how, you know, you're out of order for saying that and you're a fucking bang out of order for saying that. Do you think I'm going to come on here and do that publicly to my friend? Of course I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that privately.
That's right. That's
Yeah?
right.
But
it's like everybody hates JB.
Blood.
Everybody hates JB, right? Now, to me, he's one of my greatest friends. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. He saved my life. The bloke and his wife saved my life. So as far as I'm concerned, fucking hell, do you know what I mean? I owe him so much.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So I've got the respect for the man, and when he dropped me in the shit, I pulled him up with it. He actually come to my house and we talked about it on my sofa face to face. Because I weren't afraid to do that, and I'll do that to anybody, with anybody.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You pull them up,
Good
don't
morning,
you?
Rick.
But you do it, morning, Rick, but you do it privately. Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't come on here and do it. Why would I do that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And believe me, there are some fucking arguments in our Discord. There are some humdingers, but hey, we're all friends. You know, they can piss us all. One of them will piss us all off, and an hour later, it's all okay again. Because isn't that what being friends is about?
Yeah, me and Deegan have had arguments, but we talk to each other afterwards because, you know what I mean? We're grown-up adults, and we can have a difference of opinion and still be friends.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I'm enjoying.
This is what I can't get over on this fickle YouTube bullshit, because it is. It is. I can't be following the crowd. I'm not a fucking sheep. I'm not,
see,
like.
No.
See, Smokey,
No.
you know, Smokey, I'm enjoying this conversation because, like, I had a disagreement with somebody, and I told their followers, just because I don't go there, don't mean that you shouldn't go there. You go where you want to.
Yeah.
What for me may not work for you. Then eventually I went and I talked to the person because I'm like, if we're really friends, we should sit down and talk things out. And sadly, I think the reason a lot of people act the way they act on here is because they love the drama. They want to see you call your friends out. They want to see you argue with your friends. And that's what I try to tell my friends. You know, you don't have to do everything in public. If you want to talk, let's talk behind the scenes. Let's not give them a shit just because they want to see one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is what it is. We're giving people the ammo to fire, right? As soon as you start arguing with someone on this YouTube, right, there's always someone else that says, "Yeah, well, I don't like that either." Oh, well, I don't like it either, and I don't like it either. It's like fucking. It spreads. It spreads into this fucking horrible bullying fucking pack of wolves.
And you know
I'm
what?
just not up
I
for
only
that
come in
shit.
here to have a chat. I come in here to have a chat. It saves
Yeah.
me ringing my mum. It saves me ringing my mates and ranting at them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I'm pissed off. And the thing is,
Yeah. No, it's
my
right.
family and friends, some of them don't see eye to eye with the way I think at the minute, the way with the masks and the social distancing and that shit in your arm. They don't feel the same as I do. So when I ring them up, yeah, it's a different conversation. You know which ones that you can speak to and have a real debate with, and the ones that you just don't even bother because you're just talking to a complete idiot. Just
Coco, this is the third time I've said hi to you, bro. What's going on?
Well, that's all he does.
Every time, Coco just says hi.
He goes in, hi. He just walks in a room, says hi, and then fucking does nothing else.
No, I don't understand that either. 3 times I've said hello to you, Coco, bro. What the fuck's going on, brother?
Well, the last 2 times you've said hello to him, he was on Shady's panel at the same time, so. I think he's just going from room to room saying.
Will you forget how many times you say hi, or is he? You know, I don't have, as I said, Coco. I don't have a lot to say to him because I don't know a lot about him, to be honest. You know what I mean? I've known him from Cops Lives more than anything, from Cop Watchers. But as I said, there's some people on here. There's some people on here which just love to have the drama. They love the drama because they know it brings in subs and likes.
Exactly.
And views.
Yeah.
And then that's not genuine. It's not genuine, then. It's manufactured. It's bollocks. And that's one thing I can't stand is manufactured fucking arguments, man. Stay offline, you know, like this Cop Watcher and fucking No More Lies. Stay offline and do it offline, boys. Fucking do it offline.
Oh, that's confusing me because they were all friends. I don't get that, but I'm not I'm following it, but I'm not following it. I'm not that invested in it. Do you know what I mean? But
no,
yeah, and then there's another one over
on
Cesspit, isn't there? Harlan and Benji, I think it is. I think that one's going on over there, and so many, too many.
And this is the thing. Do you know what? Next week it'll be someone else.
Mm-hmm.
The week after, it'll be someone else. And the week after that, it'll be someone else. And then the week after that, it'll go back to the person it was 4 weeks ago. Yeah, just
Who's got the
negativity, man.
time?
There's no fucking need for it.
Who's got the time, Smokey? Really? Who's got the time?
Yeah, innit? I ain't interested. I'm interested in having a civil conversation and having a good discussion, you know? Like, I never thought I'd have a racial discussion with James, but we had a discussion about race. Do you know what I mean? And nobody got offended, nobody got pissed off, and everybody was educated.
Deegan and John O'Connell were having a good discussion about race and racism on Deegan's live at the beginning, and it was really good. I like John O'Connell. He's a nice guy, and he talks sense, and he really is a nice guy. And I was listening to him, and I was like, oh my God, this is a good conversation. But then it went tits up.
As it does.
Well, Joe got on the panel. I'm not going to lie. Joe got on the panel.
Fuck off, Rick.
So what I said was, please have that discussion again, yeah, and only you and John on the panel, yeah. Just or anybody that wants to come on, make sure they're gonna, talk, because it was a real good discussion about racism, the change between like when we were growing up in the 70s to now, yeah. I never felt, I didn't. What's the word I'm looking for? Racism at the moment, they want to put us all in a box. Yeah, they want to put you all in some fucking box, and I'm not prepared to go in a box, because I grew up in the 70s and the 80s, yeah, and racism wasn't around like it is now. It's like everywhere. I didn't care. I didn't care I'd never seen an Asian person till I was 11, and I moved to Peterborough. I'd never seen a Pakistani. They weren't in Southend. They just wasn't there. They wasn't around. They hadn't got to that area. Do you know what I mean? They were still, literally. And I remember being 11 saying to my mum, what are they?
Yeah. Like me, I didn't grow up around any black people, right? I didn't, in a village in Wales, like, so there was no black people. There was one that moved in and started a shop, Henry, and he was wicked. He was African descent, and he was a lovely guy, right? Him and his wife. But the shit he had, because he had a white wife, right? Jungle fever was not fucking accepted. Do you know what I mean?
My friend has got mixed race children, and she said this, and true as I'm sitting here, Smokey, she said to me, and this was in the last 2 months, I said, as the girls, as you do, talking, she went, got a little bit BLM on me. I said, right, what did you say? So I said to her, you want to talk about racism? She said, be a woman in the 90s. She said, with a black man, then we'll talk about racism. And I went, do you remember? Do you remember? She went, yeah, because obviously I was her best friend, and I grew up with it just the same as she did, and the kids didn't get it, but boy, did she get it, and boy, did we get it, because we were still friends with this woman who was with the black guy. That was in the 90s.
Yeah.
But in the 70s and the 80s, it wasn't there.
That's right, Rick. There we go. In the beginning, we all came from Africa in the beginning. There should be no need for any form of racism. That's right. The very first person that have been found was black. So what the fuck? And as far as I'm concerned, we're the coloured ones. We're the coloured ones. I said this to James. I said, you ain't, we are. We're the ones that go fucking red in the sun. I want to go fucking and strive to get brown and fucking all that bullshit. Yeah. Fuck off. Black is black. We are the fucking coloured ones. We're the ones that change colour.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, get the racism right for a fucking start.
But son, I'm out there. I'm telling you now, I'm out there. From the moment that sun comes out, I'm there. I want a tan. I'm not bothered. I love the sun. Love it. Do that redness for a couple of days, and then bang, you're brown. But you're right. Yeah, we all strive for it.
But this is what I mean. Terrible. It's ridiculous.
Well, do you know what, Smokey? Right, the amount of my friends now there, we used to sit out in the sun for hours when our kids were younger. Our kids, and obviously these are my friends, and my kids are like
Yeah.
30 and 33. Yeah. So, and we used to sit for hours in the sun. But see, them people now, I'm the only one that sits in the sun. They're all on factor 50, literally.
Yeah.
My friend went to Spain for 2 weeks in June, July. Yeah, she only just got back about a month ago. She went to Spain for 2 weeks. Yeah, she was at my mum's getting the dog. I was here, so I drove over to my mum's, and I'm telling you now, I walked in and she said to me, "How is it?" She didn't look like she'd been to Spain at all, at all. She's just the same colour. Me, she said, "Bloody hell." I said, "Well, I'm hoping by next week I'm going to look like I've come back from Dubai or something." Do you know what I mean? I was literally so tanned. And she said, "You think you've been on holiday?" But I said to her, "Did you not go out in it?" No, because they're all too scared of it now. This is what the society's done, isn't it? It's like, "Oh, don't go out in the sun. Fuck off. Get out there and get your vitamins."
Yeah. Like I'm in the stage now where I can't go out in the sun. I go to the sun for 10 minutes and I just burn. So yeah, I stay out of the sun. Because of my condition, I just cannot go out in the sun at all. If I need to do things, I need to do it when the sun goes down.
So you're a factor 50
Yeah,
in all then?
I can't even put that on my skin.
Oh shit, man. Oh, I'd be
No, I
devastated.
can't put
Oh
nothing like that
wow,
on my skin.
Smokey. So what you even if you burn like, and then you know, because I do that, I burn. I'm actually allergic to some, would you believe? I come up in all these water welts all over my chest, my back. But once I've got a tan, they go, and that's it. I'm done. I'm fine. But that first initial getting that base, even if I went to the sunbed, because I've done it, I've been to the sunbed, I still get the same. Still get these same water, like you've thrown me in nettles, all these little water wells.
Little water blisters, yeah.
Yeah, they're awful, but you can't pop them. You can't pop them. But do you know when I
They
got
leave
them?
scars.
When I got them, they just come up and then they go. But I got them when I went to America. It's the very first time
How are
I
you,
ever got
Lynn,
them.
girl? I hope you're well, girl. I hope you're well. I'm okay.
Ah, there's my Lynn. Hey, Lynn.
Ah, she's good as gold, our Lynn. She is.
Oh, I love Lynn. I
I
speak
like
to her
our
every
Lynn.
day. Every day I speak to Lynn.
Oh, do you know what? She is. She's a lovely girl. She is. I got to be honest. Got a lot of
She's
time for
lovely.
Lynn. And I don't give a fuck if anybody else hasn't, right? She's still a friend of mine. And do you know? As simple as that. Simple as that.
Me
Well,
too, man. Me too.
I'm gonna say hello to you, Lynn, because I'm friends with anybody who wants to be friends with me. And to go back real quick to the racism, I did experience racism as a kid, and it was back in the 70s. And one of the things that I always found interesting about the Brits was that y'all ended slavery over there long before they did over here. So this country basically is full of racism even till this day. And I don't know if you ever heard of Malcolm X. He said something that really stuck out with me. He said, overseas, they see white as just a color, nothing more, nothing less. But over here, they see it as some type of superiority, some type of social status. And I think that's where the problem comes in this country. And the funniest thing is, like, I remember I was 6 years old, and this kid called me the N word. And I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it meant something bad, so I smacked him in the face. But to turn it around, I also had some cool white people. I've also had some black people that I couldn't get along with. So I learned from a very early age that there's good and bad in everybody. And that's how I grew up, you know. I just saw you as a friend or a foe. I never saw you as black and white. If you treated me with respect, hey, we cool, you know?
Yeah. Like, you know, it's at the moment in this country, the racism is big with Muslims, right? It is. It's big with the Asian community. It is. And you can't deny it. It is. You know what I mean? And to be honest, when I come out of prison, I was with a few Asian boys that I was in a bail hostel with, and they were fantastic. They were absolutely brilliant lads. I got to be honest, right? They were celebrating Eid, and they actually got me in and celebrated with them. Do you know what I mean? And I thought,
Lovely, isn't it?
this is amazing. I don't even follow your religion, and you've got me in following, being a part of something. And I thought that was absolutely brilliant. I really did. I thought and this is what people need to learn and need to understand. We all sit on the toilet, we all bleed red, and we all got to fucking get on with each other because, this bullshit, this racism bullshit. And the problem is they're making it more racist. Have you noticed that? They're making things more racist. They're emphasizing it more.
Well,
they want it. They want it to be pretty. That's it. You're all racist. Now, I was in the surgery. I went in there in 2003. I think I started in the surgery, and I was mainly it was 99.9% Muslim community in one surgery, and then 99.9% English in the other surgery that I worked at. And honestly, I can say, they had their faults, but they're lovely. Honestly, I went in there and I was like, oh my God, you hear bits and pieces on the news and, the Quran and things like that. But I was there for 10 years and I learned so much about the Asian community. So much. They taught me,
and they are actually a loving community, Michelle.
Well, they are. I was talking, one woman I worked with, and she said she was working at hospital just after the 9/11, and she said people literally just stopped talking to her. And she worked in the hospital, just literally just stopped talking to her. And they avoided her because of what had happened. And so they were talking to me about that. And then they were talking to me about the Sunnis and the Shiites, and the differences between them, and its perception of the Quran and honestly, I lovely people. But I'd go to their houses for Eid because they'd invite you round. They'd bring you food in all the kind of sweets. I'd say to them, go and bring me a pot of brown rice, because they have the lamb on the bone. It's beautiful. Bring me a pot of your brown rice. Don't be bringing me there. These sweets they eat, I'm telling you.
Isn't it beautiful, all the regalia they'd wear? Isn't it beautiful, all the regalia they'd wear and all their bright coloured...
it's lovely.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And their bracelets. Their bracelets, when they get married, they have to be on their arms for that whole year. They're not allowed to take them off for that first year of their marriage, all their bracelets.
The bracelets and all the art drawings they have on their hands, and they have their arms. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It is. Oh, it's beautiful. It is. And if anybody says that's not, then I don't know what's wrong with them, right? Because it is. And in the Quran, anyway, it says that you do not kill, you do not harm any living thing, no matter what it is. No matter what it is.
Well, see, I think two reasons racism is prevalent today is because, one, they want to keep us divided. They know that we're stronger if we stand together. And two, I think it's also to make money. I'll give you a perfect example. As I said earlier, Black Lives Matter. They want to keep us divided. And if you notice, the leaders are living in mansions and driving nice cars.
Yes.
So to me, racism is a division tool and a tool to make money. That's why it's so prevalent today.
What are these people doing about the fact that the BLM, one of these ladies, because it was all over our news, what was it? She bought £4.3 million house, and that's their money. And then one of them, she went and bought property in a majority white neighbourhood, in a locked, gated. Well, why isn't she living with her people? Because isn't that where you'd be?
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
I don't believe that Black Lives Matter means anything, to be honest. I really don't.
I agree with you 100%. You think about it. They say Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. They scream that, and then they turn around and go and burn down a black neighborhood. So that shows me how much you think lives matter.
Yeah. You'll kill your community shops by burning them down and raiding them, in your own community. What are you achieving by that?
Exactly.
You destroy your community, your brother's car, one of your brothers in arms. You'll destroy their car, set on fire. For what?
Exactly.
And that's the problem. Like I said to James earlier, Black Lives Matter, there's a massive, massive black on black crime wave that's been happening for the last fucking 30 years over in America.
And see,
You know, so
that was another crazy part of it, because at one point crime was going down, but they made it seem like all hell was breaking loose. So that's another part of
yeah,
it too. Again, why you can't even trust television.
Yeah. Well, look at Chicago. Look at the Chicago mayor. She's telling everybody to come into the city, yeah. And there's how many deaths that weekend? I mean, if that
Fucking
woman
hell.
has destroyed Chicago. She literally destroyed it. You know,
I
get
could,
I
rid of
think it's
her.
the big. I think it's the murder capital of America now, isn't it?
I think
Chicago.
it was 76 people were killed on that one
yeah,
weekend, and she's telling everybody they had a fucking great weekend for tourism.
yeah, I think it's the murder capital. If it's not, it's pretty close. But yeah, I've actually been to Chicago, and I could sit down and tell you some stories, and you would just shake your head. Oh my goodness. I would, in fact, earlier today, earlier in this stream, I was talking about how the Bulls won the playoffs back in '93, and the people celebrated by turning over a city bus. And I've always been like, well, gee, what would have happened if they would have lost? So, no,
Yeah.
I don't miss Chicago. Nope, 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 nope.
It's got a lot of history, but fucking hell, it's naughty at the moment.
But Smokey, and that's what I said. To me, when I talked about politics, to me, it's all a big joke. It's like one big facade, because you'll see I'm gonna call him Sleepy Joe. He'll come to
Yeah.
places like London, or he'll go over to, say, Asia, and they talk about how great America is and how it's so prosperous and it's all about justice and truth. And then you actually come here to America and go to some of these cities, and you're like, what? I still think it's crazy that we give foreign aid to countries overseas. Meanwhile, our schools are falling apart. We don't have high-speed rail. Certain parts of town have crappy cell phone service. It's just a joke to me. I'll tell anybody, America is an all right place to live, but it's not the best. It's not anything to like brag about. So don't let the media confuse you or fool you.
Yeah, we've always been known in this country as America the Great. Oh, it's a great country to live in, the American dream. Everybody wants to come to the American dream. And there is no American dream, like there is no fucking British dream. We're all living a fucking nightmare.
And Smokey, because you made me think of another good point, and I think I mentioned this to you the last time we talked. It just hits my mind how they try to indoctrinate you at a young age. I think I was maybe 7 or 8, and I was in school, and we were taught that, yeah, the British burnt down the White House. But the way they made it sound, they made it seem like America is great and Britain is bad. So can you
Yeah,
imagine me, a 7 or 8-year-old child, hearing this, and it's being ingrained in my mind? And that's why I said
yeah,
earlier, I really think it's up to the parents to teach the schools. I mean, teach the children, not the schools, because you don't know what the schools are teaching your kids. It's like they're indoctrinating them at a young age.
yeah. Yeah, and that's the problem. That is the problem. As I said, the only people that should have been in America was the Native Americans.
Hmm.
Simple as that. Because that's all the British did was fucking genocide. Killed off a lot of Native American people and Native Canadian.
Hey, Smokey, they going around telling people, Columbus discovered America. No, he didn't. He discovered some
No,
islands. He didn't discover no America. You've been lied to for
no,
years.
no. That's right. That's right. Like I've got a Native American friend that lives in Washington State,
Okay.
and the shit he has is unreal. The racial shit he goes through.
I
And
can believe.
he's an original Native American. Fucking hell, do me a favor, like.
I tell you something, Smokey. If you want to get a good read, do some research on the Seminole Indians. And to give you a quick backstory, They used to be part of the Cree Indians, and the Cree Indians were
Right.
known for like helping the runaway slaves. So anyway, a part of them moved to Florida, and they became known as the Seminole Indians. Well, let's see, I don't want to be mean, but so the white man came down there, saw they were doing good in Florida, and they ended up trying to chase them out of Florida. And in particular, there's this city in Florida known as Osceola. And Osceola was an Indian chief. And what it was that they tried to get him, they wanted to take the land. They tried to get Chief Osceola to come in and make him think that he was signing some type of peace treaty. Then they basically took him prisoner. They took him prisoner, and they said that you better get off the land, or else we're gonna keep him, but indefinitely. And that led to a great war in Florida, and a lot of the soldiers ended up getting killed. The U.S. soldiers, the white man. But ultimately, what ended up happening, the Indians end up, becoming like they had family member in like Oklahoma and Texas out that way, and so they ended up missing their family member, and they decided to give up and go to Oklahoma, and that's how the white man took over Florida. But it's the Seminole Indians. Look up the Seminole Indians and the Cree
Yeah, I
Indians.
will.
You're impressed. But I say all of that to say it's just funny how they came in, took the land from the Indians, and put them in overcrowded reservations. That's what I was trying to get at. In places like Oklahoma.
But if you have a look at the way it is now, right? We got our own nation doing it to us.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got our whole nations doing it to us, man. Fucking hell, we're already being put into fucking slums and where people can't afford to keep their homes, and what Zara was on about earlier, people living on the fucking streets with kids and shit. It's happening again. It's happening to us all, but it's all by our own fucking doing. It's all our own governments doing this shit.
Well, you know what's sad, Smoking? I'll tell you this. There's a saying, if you don't learn from the mistakes of the past, you're
He's in here.
destined
Marley.
to repeat it.
Marley.
And I have a
Marley.
feeling that's what's
That way, look,
I have a
go
feeling
that
that's
way.
what's happening.
No, you don't have to go out. Marley.
That's what I see
Marley,
happening.
come. No, he's gone to bed now. What are you trying to do?
Mistakes of the
We'll
past,
tap it now.
repeat now. That's what
Yeah.
and it's all about power and control.
That's what it's all about. That's right. And we're all under the control, unfortunately. We're all under the control at the moment. We are. We're all under control, no matter which way you look at it, whether it's religiously or whether it's, the way they like to do things like they've done the last 2 years, lock us all up. They don't want us. Like now, for instance, right, in this country, the pubs now have got such a high electric and gas bill, they're going to have to charge like £20 a pint to even make it through. Now, the reason why they're doing that is they don't want people mixing together and having an opinion. They want to know your opinions. This is why we have to do it on you. And if we do it on you, we're now data. They can look at. Rather than us being our own people and talking on the street. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. It's like we're becoming slaves and we don't even know it.
Absolutely.
But you brought up an interesting point, because you asked me about gas prices, and I wanted to say this the last time, I didn't get a chance to say it. It's just funny how the government manipulates us, because over here what I noticed, they raised the gas prices real high and the people complained, right? And they lowered it just a little bit, and the people were so happy that it was lowered just a little bit. They didn't stop to think, well, gee, how come it hasn't gone all the way back to what it used to be? And I say all that to say is, with the higher ups, they always give us just a little bit to make us think we're getting ahead, but we end up taking two steps back. We end up taking two steps.
That's right. It's dangling the carrot in front of us, isn't it? That's what it's all about. It's dangling the carrot.
You understood exactly what I was saying, Smokey. Yes, that's it. That's it.
Like for instance, they put fuel up in this country at 192. They brought it down to 178, 180.
and we're supposed to be grateful for that. But this time, going back fucking 4 years ago, we were paying £1.40.
And Smokey, do you remember the outrage that when petrol got to over £1? Do you remember? Do you remember people at the pump
Fucking they were blocking all. That's right.
Ballistic. Do you remember?
They were blocking all the lorries, weren't they? They were blocking everything. Everything was happening. Now we haven't got the balls to even stand up to the government. That's the problem. They've taken the fucking scrotum out of us all.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly what they've done.
They've made it. I mean, I remember that. I remember the outrage. Petrol over £1. My God, people were going ballistic. And now it's going up and up and up. And like you say, it's never going to go back to what it was. Yeah. But people are happy that it's gone down 10p. Well, you should be saying to them, no, take it back down to £1.30 or £1.20, which is what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, before this crap happened, because we're paying for this fuel and they've had the best profits they've ever had.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean,
there we go. Look, petrol was 89 pence in 2008.
There you go, 89p. So when it got to £1, there was outrage. I mean, look, the typical example of how stupid people can be is they told us that there was no drivers to get the fuel to the pumps. So everybody got up, they went out and they queued and they got that petrol. But what they didn't realise was that petrol's been sat there. It ain't been used, has it? Because nobody's been going out of their houses. So that petrol, instead of sitting in their tank there, you then poured it into your tank and then put it outside your house and left it. So all that old fuel is now in your car, sat outside your house. Yep. So I left it because it went mad. So I waited for about a week until I was on fumes, so much so that I said to my son, I don't even think I'm going to get to the petrol station. Please stay behind me because I'd rather you hit me than somebody else hit me. Do you know what I mean? If I'm running out of petrol. So but we got there. I walked in. He filled his up, I filled mine up, and I stood there and I looked at the guy and I said, same guy been coming every day, is he, for the last week? And he went, yeah. I said, yeah, and he'll still be coming for the next 2 weeks, won't he? The same drivers, and all of a sudden, now look, where's that crisis gone? Where is that? We have no petrol drivers. All of a sudden, it just disappeared, look. It's just disappeared. Where'd it go? Never heard no more about it, have we?
No, not a thing. Not a thing. And I think a lot of people think our right to protest is gone.
Yes.
I think that's the problem.
That's what XR are doing. That's what their agenda is to stop it. What they're doing is by doing all these motorways and doing all these, getting into the centre of in Westminster. So what will happen is they will bring in the rule that we're not allowed to protest. You won't be allowed to protest in the centre of London. You know, the certain area, Westminster, Parliament, they won't allow that because they'll say they're already starting this with Section 60. The Section 60, when I was at a protest, I got hit by about 5 coppers telling me Section 60. Oh, fuck off. Don't tell me Section 60. Bullshit. Because what that is we think you're going to commit a crime. So we're Minority Report now. Oh, hold on. Get the balls ready. Tom Cruise is coming in the room. We're now Minority Report. You think that by me going to that street, I'm going to cause a problem, so you have the right to arrest me? Really? How do you know I'm going to cause trouble? I don't even know if I'm going to cause trouble. I don't know whether that's a protest I'm going to be fighting with the police or I'm going to be just walking home. I have no idea until I get there. But you get hit.
And they call it crime prevention.
So basically, they can arrest you.
We all got to fucking wise up. Every one of us got to fucking wise up and say, no more. We're done. Fuck this.
Yeah. Fuck off. Yes, James. That's exactly what they do. They tell you that they can arrest you because if you go to that next street, they stop you going to a street and you say, why can't I go in there? And they say, well, because we believe by going, because there's another protest in there, but that's where they've split you, because that's what they do at every protest. They're very, very clever. Once we get to a certain area, we get to, what is it? Piccadilly, where all the yellow lines are. So that area, you know,
Yeah.
there where
Yeah.
the billboards are, yeah? When we get to
Yeah.
there, yeah, you watch every protest. When we get to there, we split. They split us. And they split us into 2 to 3 groups. Yep. And I was there. I was on a Discord call. These people will tell you they see it happening. But Joe called it. Joe called it before the police did it. He said they're going to start separating you. The police are moving in. Because I was on a live Discord call and I had my camera facing out so they could see the protest, yeah, rather than me stream it. They could see it. So there was about 8 of us in there. And literally, the police said, after this woman, me, yeah, block the road. And I went, they're going to fucking nick us. They're going to nick us. They're blocking us in. They're blocking us. Yeah. And I was walking slowly, managed to get past them. So I didn't get trapped. Yeah. And got out of there. But they split the group. That was the day they split us into 3. So that was it was all kicking off at Parliament. Yeah. And they were throwing things over, I think. And we were all trapped up at Piccadilly Circus. Couldn't get to them. It's crazy.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here's a question for you off Mrs. J. Morning, Mrs. J. Have you had a fight with the police and ever been arrested, Michelle? Morning, Lordy.
Yes. What do you want to know? Have I had a fight with the police or have I ever been arrested? What you want to know? That's 2 questions.
I think she wants to know both.
Yes, to both.
And you know, it's funny you were talking, Michelle. I was thinking about the old divide and conquer strategy. They break you up into groups so then they can overwhelm you. That sounds like divide and conquer to me.
There's videos I've
I would
actually
say it
been
is.
thrown to the floor by the police. There's videos. I've got a video of me videoing them throwing me to the floor. 2 coppers put me on my ass in the in Hyde Park.
I can believe it.
I've been in jail for fighting the police. I have, so you know what I mean. It wasn't one of the best choices I made because there's a lot more of them than there is of me.
I'm not ashamed of being arrested. Don't bother me. So you've been nicked and what?
I done fucking 2.5 years for nearly cracking a fucking policeman's jaw. So,
well, I'm not surprised, Smokey, because some of them are just fucking beyond a joke, man. Beyond a joke.
Yeah, I done a hell of a sentence. I did for that. But now, guess what I do? Nothing. Now I just bow down. Do you know why? Because I don't want to be in prison again for something. Do you know what I mean? So now I just go, yeah, right.
Yeah.
During the first
And that's
lockdown,
the problem.
every time we stepped out of our door to go to a protest, we all knew that there was a risk we were going to be arrested that day, but we still did it. Still did it. I was on a train and there was literally, I think there was 1 or 2 people that way. Do you know what I mean? There was no one on this train and I was sat there and 2 coppers come past and I was sat there chatting on Discord and they were like, have you got a mask? And I thought, here we go. Here's the one, Michelle. Here's the one. Everybody's at home and you've stepped out your door and you're going to get nicked now. But I never did. I just said exempt and they just said, oh, right, okay, and walked on. I mean, of course.
I was one of the people that absolutely obeyed. That was the problem with me.
There was one day we were chasing them. Do you remember when they were chasing the protesters around London? Well, that was the police. I mean, it was really bad that day. That day, I thought we were all going to get nicked, and I was with a few girls that I met at the protest, and I was with them, and I can't run. There's no way. There's no. I wouldn't even begin to start to run. Yeah, I just don't. So we went round this corner, and it was a road filled with protesters, and then it's just gone. Yeah, and I was walking up, and these fucking coppers were literally walking up in a line behind us. I thought, oh, here we go. And as I walked, and true as I'm sitting here, swear on my grandkids' life, as I walked past the door, there was this guy, and he come out and started walking with me. And I said to him, I don't know who you are, but hold my hand. And he said, what? I said, because they're going to nick us. They know, hold my hand. We'll look like we're a couple. Because I didn't want to get arrested. We'd just been there, just got there. And literally, me and this guy, because he couldn't run, he got asthma. And the girls were at the top going, run. I said, no, I'm not running. I'm not running. I can't run. I can't do it. Do you know what I mean? I just physically can't run. I'll be fucked. So, and that was that. And yeah, me and this guy, I don't know who he was, but we walked along like we were a couple, got to the corner and then separated back into the crowd.
I just want to say I enjoy hearing these stories because well, with you, Smokey, first of all, you made me think about how the system it tries to wear you down so that you don't want to fight anymore, because that's what it sounds
That's
like.
right.
You want to jump up and down, but you're scared of prison. And I enjoy Michelle's story because
Don't be a
you
nosy
keep
bitch, Mrs. J.
Michelle, you're like,
Find
I'm
my
gonna keep
afro.
Michelle is like, I'm gonna keep fighting no matter what. And I
Morning,
said,
Beyonce.
hey, good
I
morning.
am,
I was
James.
just,
I've been out there fighting the streets
yeah,
since this all began. Like I say, everybody was in their houses and we were out. We were out fighting on the streets, yeah. And I don't give two shits. I've been to many protests and I've loved going to them. And I won't
yeah.
stop. I'll never stop fighting.
I don't blame
I
you
don't
because
blame you.
that's what I'm saying. They want to try to wear you down. They want to take the fight out of you, but don't give up. Don't give them the damn satisfaction. Fuck.
Excuse me.
Oh, that'll be the
Excuse me,
next one,
coughing,
Lynn.
guys.
Oh, she's been arrested. What's she been arrested for? They'll be asking for me acro.
Like I said, continue to fight and don't give up. That's because if you
Well,
don't,
James,
what is it?
James,
Yeah,
I worked for the
yeah.
NHS, yeah, for 10 years. 10 years for the NHS, yeah. Do you think I'd have got through that if I'd have got a criminal record? I wouldn't have got a
No.
job in the NHS, would I, Smokey?
No, not
Exactly.
at all.
You know what was the
Yeah.
saying? It was a saying, and I'm gonna butcher. It says, "When it came for such and such, I did nothing. When it came for such and such, I did nothing. And finally, they came for me, and there was nothing I could do." And that's what it is. The system is set up to take the fight out of us, but we can't stop fighting because if we do, what will our kids have?
I
Well, I
fight for
don't
my
think our
kids and
kids got
always
much
have
as
done,
it
always
is.
will do.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't think our children got much as it is. What they're growing up in at the moment, unfortunately, they're getting used to,
Exactly.
and they
Indoctrination.
think it's normal. Where us
Mm-hmm.
lot, we grew up in a different era, different mentality, and this is not normal. This is far from normal,
Well, you know the
the way we're
things.
being treated.
Well, you know, Smokey, the things that I noticed is like the things that they're doing now, it's like they're trying to create things that last for generations and generations. So the stuff that's happening now doesn't just affect, say, our kids, doesn't affect just our grandkids, but it's meant to affect our great 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 grandkids, you know? As sad as it is
What we
to have
find as well, James, right? Don't take this offensively, but what I'm finding as well is this country is losing its identity,
oh
right? We're
yeah,
being so
yeah.
Americanized. We are being Americanized. We are big time being Americanized, and it's really sad to see.
Oh, cup of tea.
You know, we got proms, we got all this bullshit that comes. Do you know what I mean? We've never had all that.
Look,
Never
look,
had
We've
all this
never been one
bullshit.
for Halloween. Not like you guys have, but
No,
now Halloween's
look,
getting huge over here. But you're right,
look,
we've never had graduations,
look,
proms.
Smokey,
nah,
Smokey.
we didn't have none of that shit.
Hey, Smokey,
You know,
this is Smokey.
it
This is
seems to filter over a number of years right now, right? America had a
exactly.
big problem with crack 20, 30 years ago, right? They did. Massive
Mm-hmm.
problem with crack.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this country's got a massive problem with crack.
Well,
Theirs now is
Huge.
oxycodone.
well,
Oxycodone is
Smokey.
theirs now. Ours is the gabapentins.
Well,
Yeah,
Smokey.
Ours is
yeah.
gabapentins and shit like diazepams and shit like that now,
Smokey. I
Smokey.
didn't. Smokey.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say this, but I'm glad you said what I just said. I mean, glad. Tongue tied. I'm glad you said what you just said. So now that I can say it, the sad fact is, y'all are picking up a lot of our bad habits, and
Well, you
crack
get a
was.
cold, we get sniffle.
Yeah, well, you know, it's so crazy because crack was bad here 30 years or so ago. Now it's becoming a problem over there. And you remember what I said earlier? I said on YouTube, we have tons of shit over here, tons of drama, tons of porn bombing, tons of doxing. And I said, right now, y'all are mild compared to us. But you know what my fear is? My fear is that slowly our influence is going to spread over there, and y'all YouTube communities are going to become just as bad as ours. That's my fear. That's why I don't like share British channels on American channels, and I don't share American channels on British channels because I don't want that shit coming over to where y'all are. I already see what it's like over here. But my fear
We
is
are the
without
51st state, mate.
yeah, you might as well be. And that's my
We
fear. The
are the
shit that's going
51st
on,
state.
the shit that's happening over here on YouTube is going to make it over there. And when it does, you're going to be like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah,
I
we
see
are
it
the
coming.
51st state. We are.
I see it coming. I mean,
So you
we've
just hit
got
on
tons
something,
going on.
James. Yeah. Why is it that
Yeah.
we all pinpoint the last 30 years? Why is it that that's when everybody can pinpoint like the breakdown of maybe I don't know what we'll call it society? Everybody says that's the number you hear. The last 30 years. The last 30 years.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you exactly. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I think, and I don't know if it happened over there, but this is what I saw happening over here. Back when crack started to happen, you started having like babies having babies at a young age. And I've always
Yeah.
been against the fact of kids having kids because I'm like, how can you take care of a kid when you're just a kid yourself? Then over time, you've seen the stupid philosophy come out where, oh, you should be a parent second and a friend first. Well, by being a friend to your kid, now you're putting them on that level where you are. So now they feel like they can talk to you any kind of way. So I guess what I'm trying to say in so many words is crack led to babies having babies, and that's what led down to the breakdown of morals and the family home. You know, home, family values, etc. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you there.
No,
Babies having
to a
babies
certain
is a fucking
extent.
disgusting. Babies
Well,
having
I was only
babies is
17,
disgusting.
but I was a baby. I was a baby having a baby. I was 17, but hey, I've still got mine.
Yeah,
They're
but
still
see,
alive.
Yeah.
I didn't kill them.
but see, Michelle, the
No.
thing is, you think of when you grew up, when you had your kid, it was probably in what the 70s, 80s, roughly. So crack wasn't a
89.
big. Yeah, see, so
89.
crack wasn't a big problem back then. At least not over there. Back in
No,
'89.
I never see crack. It
Yeah,
was
exactly.
weed.
Now see,
Everybody
now
was
see,
smoking weed.
Yeah.
exactly. And see, and this is a perfect thing because this is what I was trying to say earlier. This is the perfect thing. Okay, y'all experienced weed in '89, right? We experienced weed in '79. In
Yeah.
'89, we experienced crack, and that's when you started having babies. Y'all are just now experiencing crack. So it's like our shit makes it over there. That's what I tried to say in so many words.
Yeah.
So the things
Yeah.
y'all were experiencing, we had done already experienced. And and the only thing is, to be honest with you, I am surprised that you don't have more babies having babies now because that's what happened to us when we had the crack epidemic. When the crack epidemic hit over here, we had babies having babies. We had a lot of shootings, a lot of killings, a lot of gang violence fighting for turf. So, yeah, crack took its toll on us.
And it's taking
And
its
now see,
toll on us
we're
at the moment
fighting
because there's people.
devices.
Do you
We've
know
got
what?
too
There's
many
people that
kids
are on
on
crack at the
devices.
moment. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As I said,
And
I got friends, right, who I've been friends with a long time. My mate whose daughters, I would never have thought they'd even touch a crack pipe. They bang on it. Fucking bang on it. All the council estates, they fucking bang on it. It's insane. You can see them getting older, their teeth rotting. You can fucking see it,
Mhm.
like, and it's like, oh my
Yeah.
God, such,
It's the weight loss
beautiful
usually, isn't
people
it, as
being
well?
ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The weight loss. I watch the neighbour, four kids. her and her
We
old man, and then it gradually just got worse and worse and worse, and then they took the kids off them, and now they're living on the
Yeah,
streets, and 4
yeah.
kids
and
separated. Fucking shame.
see
It is a
over
shame. It is.
And them
here.
kids were under 7 outside in the street at like 6 in the morning with nighties on. Oh, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
See, I'll tell you over here. This is how bad it was when crack took hold over here. You had people losing weight, and we started calling them walking skeletons. Then we started calling them base heads. And the worst part about it was, I seen this woman. She wanted crack so bad, right? It was
Morning,
like
Susan.
Good morning, Susan. It was like December the 23rd. She wanted crack so bad, she sold her kids Christmas toys just to get a hit of crack. That's how bad it was over here. That's why I'm surprised when y'all mentioned crack earlier. I was like, what? Crack is over there?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah,
big.
and Spice. We've got one called Spice as
Oh,
well,
crack and
and that is
spice is big.
making
Yeah.
look at. I mean, the crack is bad, but the Spice, when you see them on the streets and they're on Spice and they're like fucking zombies, they literally can't take a
Oh,
step. They're doing all this. It's like, I'll tell you what it's like. It's like, remember your drama school, your drama lesson, yeah, and you had to act like a
yeah.
tree. And you had to stand as still as you were, but move your arms around like a tree. That's what they're like. I've never seen anything like it in my life when you see these people.
Oh, it's
on
awful.
Spice.
It's awful in prison. Awful in prison. They're so full of it in prison. It's unreal. Unreal. And you see them, they're almost dying from it, man. I seen a boy, right? I know. He took a hit of spice. He got rushed into an ambulance. They got him back to normal. By the time the ambulance got to the gate of the prison, right, they were on the phone again because he went and had another fucking hit of spice and got rushed back into an ambulance. He was like, fucking hell, the ambulance hadn't even left the ground yet. He's fucking bang on it. It's
Oh, yeah.
insane.
And our ambulance people and police are walking around with these pens, aren't they? These doses that they can literally jab them to bring them out of whatever they're in.
Yeah,
during the heart
naloxone.
crisis. Is that? Yeah, is that what we've got to now?
Yeah, naloxone. I think that's what they use for heroin addicts, don't they? When they're ODing on the street, they bang them full of naloxone,
Yep, exactly.
which
And the
brings them
reason
straight around then, so they can beat the fuck out of you afterwards because you've just ruined their buzz. Because that's what happens.
Exactly. You know, it's funny because with y'all talking about spice, that's a problem over here. And it's funny because of the mere fact it's a big problem in all places, wait for it, Washington, D.C. So you've got the Capitol that sits in downtown D.C., right? In this place called Northwest. All you have to do is go across the Benning Road Bridge into Southeast, and you see people walking around like zombies, or they take a hit of that spice, and then they're laying on the floor, not moving, and you don't know if they're dead or alive. And then, as you said, EMS comes and gets them out of it. They jump up ready to start fighting the EMS, and then the police have to come. So I know exactly what y'all saying. That's the same mess that's going on over here.
How can you associate, right, and say it's the same as weed? You really can't. It's nothing like weed. Nothing.
No. Oh, no.
My first experience of it was I was in prison and I took a drag of somebody's cigarette, right? And I was in a fucking mess for hours. I was paranoid. I wouldn't eat the food. I wouldn't drink the water. I went fucking off it. I was vomiting. I thought, fucking, what the fuck was that? And then when I was told what it was, that was enough for me. And that time it was vegetation. It wasn't like the sprays they got now and all the bullshit they got now. It was proper veg, like proper weed. And fucking hell, I would never ever, by mistakenly trying it, I would never try it again, ever in my fucking life. It's such a horror, and how people could be.
Do you miss the
What's
Solid?
that?
Do you remember in the 80s when we had Solid, didn't we?
Oh, the old Moroccan.
Oh yeah, I mean them ones, them the burns all over your bloody clothes, no matter what you wore.
Yeah.
You just couldn't help it with that Solid. I remember getting a smoke for the first time. I was about 14, 15, and literally I was like, "What is this stuff?" But geez, I do prefer that.
That was back in the day. That was back in the day, right? You could cut a lump up and it'd be green.
not full of
Yeah.
fucking plastic and beeswax and tires and no
You
what.
can smell weed everywhere you go. You can stand in a supermarket and smell it. People
Yeah.
walking around
Yeah.
Oh my.
smoking it. You know, you can smell it. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the smell of weed. I think it's
Oh
awful.
man. Now,
You know, and if
Michelle.
you notice as well, right, even that's got a lot stronger. Even that is detrimental to people's health now, because you're talking, back in the day, you were talking maybe 5% THC, 6%, and then you had the bushes, which are like 7 or 8% THC. Now, you're talking weed, which is like 30, 35% THC. It's so strong, and it's fucking the youngsters up. It's
Well,
fucking the youngsters because it's too strong. It's actually doing things to their fucking mental health.
yeah, exactly. I can't resist because you know what you made me think. Well, both of you made me think of it, but you, Michelle, in particular, made me think of it.
You were
Back in the
giggling, James. I was just about to say, James is giggling at the hash now. He's still in hash mode. I could hear you
hashtag,
giggling about it.
hashtag giggle man. Hashtag giggle man. In the 70s, right? When I never smoked weed. In the 70s, when weed was real popular here and people smoked it, it smelled like grass. It just smelled like grass being cut. But now the weed actually stinks. I don't know what the hell it smells like. And I'm like, ugh, it just smells horrible. And the messed up part is weed is legal here in Virginia. So everywhere I go, it doesn't matter if it's in the store, on the bus, I can always smell somebody smoking it. But I just took note of the difference. Like back then, it smelled natural. It smelled like grass. Now it just smells like something that you use to clean your toilet with.
It's all the stuff they put on
Yeah,
it. And if it's not in the
it's too strong now. Personally, I think it's too strong. It is. It is. And
like
maybe, you know,
Beyonce saying he's
I don't
smoking
think
a
they'll
fat
ever
joint.
legalize it. Yeah.
Here.
What?
No, I don't think they will because they took it up a grade, didn't they? A couple of years ago, they took it
Yes.
up. And I mean, look, if they're making gabapentin class A, I mean, what on earth is going on? But you told me what they
They
do
use
with it.
that
I
in
never
jail. They
knew.
use that
I
in jail to
never
stay
knew.
awake.
Right, well, see, because I'm obviously the girls at the chemist know that I used to work at the surgery. So when I went in there, I'm like, right, you need to get my meds, and they're like, right, you need to sign for morphine, but you need to also sign for the gabapentin. And I laughed and said, what are you making me sign for them for? And she said, because they're class A now. And I said, why?
Yeah.
And she said, because of the prisoners, Michelle. She whispered to me, it's because of the prisoners.
Yeah.
I went, is
Yeah.
it? Why? She went, they're mixing it with something. Well, I never bothered to ask, what are they mixing it with and what are they doing? But you answered
Right.
it.
They're not
I heard
mixing
you
it.
on a
They're not
live,
mixing
and
it.
you said they're sniffing it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What,
They'll
so they're
crush
just
it up and
opening up the
sniff it like a line
tablet?
of Charlie. I never understood it, Michelle. I never understood it, right? Why would you want to stay up all night in your cell? I never understood it, right? I never understood why you'd
No.
want to sniff so much gabapentin you stay awake all night. Well, that's making your bird twice as long as far as I'm concerned. I'd want something
Well,
to
yeah,
put me to
because you're
fucking sleep
awake.
for a week.
Sleep, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you
That's what I
answered
could
it.
never
But I don't get
understand.
it because I'm looking at it and it's a capsule. So you take it out. What's the fucking difference between putting it up my nose or putting it down my throat? What's the difference? You're still going to get the same hit from it, and yeah.
But they do the same. They do the same with Subutex as well in prison. They'll smash that to bits and then they'll fucking sniff it.
Oh, okay.
You know, and
Well, I
that's
don't know
obviously
whether.
that's a heroin substitute, Subutex. You'll be waiting for your meds, right? And there'll be boys coming up to you going, "What meds you on? What meds you on? What meds you on?" And if you tell them you're on gabapentin or you're on Subutex or something like that, fucking hell, they're on you like a rash. Swap you this, swap you this, or I'll get money sent in. And if you got like 8 mil of Subutex, right, you can get 50 £50 a mil for that in prison.
Mm-hmm. Well, when I was at the
So boys
doctor's,
go in
obviously.
there with their prison pockets full, right, of 28 tablets. They're making a fucking killing.
Oh yeah. What were diazes going for? 'Cause I think I got to one when I was at the surgery. That this was obviously a few years ago
You
now.
won't get diazes in prison anymore.
No, they stopped doing
They
them.
won't give
They
them to you.
said what they did is I remember, see, when I was at surgery, they would give us lists and say, get these patients in, and it'd be the ones that are on the PAMs, as we called them. Anybody that was on any of the PAMs, you've got to get them in because they've got to get them off. They've got to get them off of them. So when I went to the doctors and I got some pills, and then I spoke to another doctor, and she said to me, well, we can stop them and put you on diazepam. And I went, no, you're all right. And she went, why? And I said, no, because I know that they're the ones that they always want to get you off. So I said, no, I'll stick with these ones, thanks. And these are better than diazepams, and I've been on these years. And literally, if they're anything to do with the PAMs or the heavy ones and the morphine, they did a whole thing. They got everybody off of morphine about 2 years ago. They called us all in and got us all off it. Yep. No, I weren't on them. I was on the patches.
Ah, right, okay.
I was on patches.
Like, you know what I mean? This is what they do in prison, man. If you're on a strong medication like that, like, don't let any of the PAMs, the temazepams, the fucking Lorazis, none of them, right? None of them are in prisons now, and neither are Valium. Valium are not in prison either now. So if you're addicted to Valium and you've gone to prison, right, you're not getting any. So you got to do your cluck. Do you know what I mean? You're simple as that. Because another thing I never understood, right? When they're taking their meds, they'll pop it in their mouth, they'll spit it out in their hand, and they'll give it to someone else to swallow. That really wasn't appealing to me. That really wasn't appealing to me, especially the amount of hepatitis that's flying around jails, right? You're having a fucking joke if you think I'm going to swap a fucking medication out of somebody else's mouth and take mine. You're fucking mad. No way. You know, I got more self-respect than that. Fuck that.
I was reading an article the other day, and we've now got more Victorian illnesses in our society than ever before. We've got more hepatitis. Really? Yeah. It said, I was reading it and I was like, really? You know, because even though I'm not there, I still know where to go. You know what I mean? I like to keep up on certain things, but I was because of obviously my background when I worked there. But I was reading this article and it said that there is more things like tuberculosis, hepatitis, gout. I mean, gout. When I went to the surgery, I had to say, "What the bloody hell is gout?" Do you know what I mean?
I've just had a tuberculosis test.
Oh, have you?
Not recently, Wednesday, I had it.
Oh,
what's called a T-spot. T-spot test.
Yeah.
I had to have, I think it was 15 vials of blood had to be sucked out of me.
Yeah.
And obviously, because of new medication that I'm due to go on, because this medication isn't working for my skin, I've got to try a newer medication. They've got to give me a T-spot test first. Now, I've never had my Daisy or my tuberculosis inoculation. Never did. I run my little fucking legs off. I did. As soon as I seen kids fainting and nan coming out crying, I thought, fucking see you later. I'm gone. And I never went back for it, right? I didn't. And I don't know, that's probably a mistake of mine. But I've just had a T-spot test now on Wednesday, and I thought, when he was loading the vials up, right, you said 3, because it's usually 3 vials, I'm done, right? For 3, then he put 6, then he put 7, 8, 9. I looked at him, I said, fucking hell, how many are you taking out of me? You have 15. It's fucking 15 vials. He said, yeah, it's a T-spot test. He said, you got to have loads. He said, they do so much with your blood. He said, you need a lot of your blood to do it. And I was like, fuck me, I didn't realize it was that. He said, you wouldn't know. The thing is, you wouldn't know you had TB in this day and age. You wouldn't know you got it. You wouldn't know until it was too late. And I thought, oh, right. And with this new medication, it obviously does something with tuberculosis, either makes it worse or whatever, you know what I mean? So I've had to have T-spots, but no, I never ever thought that I would have a test for tuberculosis in this day and age, considering it's supposed to be eradicated.
Well, see, Smokey,
nothing's been eradicated. Nothing. They'll tell you. I mean, what was it? What was the other one? Oh God! And I thought,
Smokey. Smokey, you hit on a good point, and this is what I think. One reason why I think people are getting sicker nowadays is because of the medication. It seems like things now are more synthetic, so you don't know what you're putting into your body And I look at some of these medications, right? It takes care of one thing, but it creates 5 or 6 damn side effects. I'll give you a perfect
Yes.
example. So I take Flonase for my nose, right? The damn thing can cause headaches, it can cause your nostrils to dry out. And here's the big thing, it can also decrease your desire for sex, which I didn't even know at the time. But it's like things nowadays, they get rid of one thing but create 5 or 6 things. So if
Create
you are,
another.
yeah, if you are taking medication, look at all the different side effects.
Oh
Yeah.
God, if you look at
Yeah.
side effects, it doesn't
I've
fucking
got
have
a
anything.
British. I've got a BMA app. But yeah.
You'd never take
Have you got
anything
that,
if you looked
Michelle?
at the side effects. What's that?
The BMA app,
The BMA, the
the
British
British Medical
Medical.
Association
Yeah, yeah,
app on the
yeah,
phone. You've
yeah.
got that, have you?
No, I haven't got that app. No, I go on the
Oh,
BMJ.
have a
I
look,
like to look at the
because
BMJ. Go on.
yeah, it's what it is the app. What I had to do, look, because all the medications I take, I had to go on this BMA app, and it'd tell me all the medications that shouldn't be paid together because it can cause adverse side effects. Now,
Right.
I've gone through many of these, and these antibiotics, right? They're the fucking worst.
Mm-hmm.
But
If you were on stomach tablets, yeah, I know. The chemist, the doctor should make sure.
Well, the doctor does the prescription. This is the bad thing about it. So the doctor does the prescription, yeah, and he gives you that drug. You think the buck stops there? It doesn't. It's the chemist. The chemist has to make sure that that doctor has prescribed you the drugs that are okay with your other drugs. It actually stops with the
Many a
chemist.
time, I'm on stomach medication, right, and I take an antibiotic, a certain antibiotic, right, and it gives me C. diff, right? I didn't know this, and I suffered for years taking this antibiotic along with this this stomach medication. I thought, fucking hell, I'm ill. I feel ill. I'm not very well. Can't hold myself in. Do you know what I mean? Running back and forth to the toilet all the time. And I thought, what's fucking going on? So I went on this BMA app, and I read it up, and I wasn't supposed to be taking the two coinciding fucking medications. So I went back to my specialist, and I said, you fucking can't give me these on top of these. Like, you know what I mean? You can't.
Yeah.
And he looked it up, and he said, no, you're right. And I said, well, fuck, how am I telling you?
Yeah.
How the fuck am I telling you?
Didn't you just say to him, get out that chair and let me sit in it? Oh,
Yeah, what the
Jesus.
fuck? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. From that day on, right, I look at everything they give me, and I make sure they look too. Because I'm not, you know what I mean? I don't know why I should have an adverse side effect of a medication that's supposed to make me well.
Exactly. You know, Smokey, you made me think of a story, and I wasn't going to tell it, but I got to tell it. So, my doctor put me on potassium, and I started taking it, right? And I noticed my stomach started feeling funny, and I looked up and I saw that potassium can cause abdominal pain. But I was like, well, my doctor prescribed it for me, so I must need it. I kept taking it, taking it. The pain got worse, right? I ended up going to get an endoscopy done, getting a colonoscopy done, you know, from top to bottom. And they said all they could find was a little bit of gastritis. I started taking some medication, but I still kept having stomach problems, right? I went back to my doctor. I said, you know, I done did all this and I'm still having stomach problems. And then you know what he finally told me? Oh, you know, as you take potassium over time, it can cause your stomach to erode. And I said, well, why the hell did you prescribe it for me in the first place?
Yeah.
And sure enough, when I stopped taking the potassium, guess what? Stomach pain went away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
this is the problem. They, as you said, James, right? They'll heal you of something and give you something else.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the medications I'm on are biological treatments, right? They're strong treatments, very strong, cancer-inducing treatments, right? And the options I have was you either sit on your sofa for the next 20, 30 years or 40 years and not have a life, or you could try these and it may be cancer-inducing. You may have cancer in 20 years, but you've had 20 years of good life. There's your options. And I'm thinking, I've got to make a fucking decision on those. What the fuck? How can I make it? How can I make a decision on that?
Mm-hmm.
but I want a good
Exactly.
life, so I've opted for taking them.
Mm.
I
Now, what my
understand.
medication does, right? It's for liver and kidney dialysis, for liver and kidney patients who have had like a liver replaced or whatever, and the body's not is rejecting it, or it calms,
Really?
it's sort of squashes the immune system, so it doesn't
Yeah,
reject these
yeah,
certain things that
yeah.
you've had. Now, what they found out is once you suppress the immune system, my skin condition is supposed to get better, right? And
Mhm.
this is how they work it. Right? Okay, we found it doesn't work for that, but it does work for that. So we'll put it on that, and this is what I mean. This is what they're doing. They're using us as guinea pigs.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's what
yeah.
we are. I'm on one now called, let me see if I can get it. I was on methotrexate. I don't know if you've ever heard of these, Michelle.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Methotrexate, azathioprine, cyclosporin.
Yeah.
Uh, well, they're all immunosuppressants. They're all what's called JAKs inhibitors,
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
right? And if you read,
yeah, yeah.
right? Well, rice and peas, how we doing, brother? Yeah, JAKs
Morning,
inhibitors they
Rice.
are.
Hey, right?
And what they're supposed to do is squash this part of the immune system so my skin doesn't flare up. Now, I've been on
Mm-hmm.
this medication that I'm on now for the last 6 to 8 months, and nothing has happened. Nothing.
Wow.
And his answer is,
Wow.
oh, well, I don't understand why it's not working for you. Oh, we'll have to try something else. And I've done that through 7 or 8 biological treatments. So I'm
Blimey.
expecting to have some sort of cancerous cells in my body, and I'm expecting to get seriously ill over the next 20 years. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I'd rather a life. You know, I'd rather them not give these and be sat on my sofa for 40 years if they don't work. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's ridiculous. And they continue to do blood tests and blood tests and blood tests just to make sure that your white cells ain't overtaking your red cells and all that shit, right? And so far, I have been lucky. But who's to say my next medication is going to be so lucky for me? Do you know? So this medication has been
Yeah.
out, this new medication has been out for about a month and a half, 6 weeks, that's all.
Right.
And it's more or less my last option.
Do you think it's
Wow.
working?
I haven't tried it yet. This is what I needed all my T-spots for. So I wait for my T-spots to come back now and then try the new medication. So I'm on something called mycophenolate now,
All right. Okay.
which is relatively new. It's only been out for about 18 months, but it hasn't worked for me. In fact, I think personally, it's made me worse, not made me any
Really?
better.
Mhm.
Yes,
Well, when did you get to see your
yes.
consultant? How long have you got to use it before
Oh,
you can get
I
the
speak to
chance?
my consultant every 2 weeks. I see him every 4 and speak to him on the phone then on the every other 2. Like,
Wow. He's good.
yes, as I said, there's only 8 of us in the country that've got the skin conditions that I have. I've got 4 different types of eczema. Look, so there's only 8 of us in the country that has this
Oh,
Mm.
blimey.
issue. So we're
Mm.
guinea pigs. But I don't,
Yeah.
as I said, I don't mind being a guinea pig as long as you tell me I'm being a fucking guinea pig.
Guinea
Because if
pig,
it
yeah, for
works, then
6
I
weeks.
want other people for it to work on other people.
Yeah.
You know, but don't give me a drug for 8 months which is cancer inducing and done fuck all. Done nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. Bit of a
I
risk,
was on
isn't
one
it?
called Dupilumab. That was another one. Dupilumab, Dupixent it was called. Oh,
Right.
fucking horrendous. It was an injection you had in your stomach every 2 weeks, right? And
Oh,
it
wow.
gives you medical conjunctivitis, right? So my skin
Oh,
healed up, but I couldn't see fuck all.
yeah.
That's horrible doing it in your stomach. I mean, my daughter had to do it for her pregnancy. The only time I've had to do anything like that was when I had my hip replaced. And they said, I remember him saying, there's 3 doctors and 2 of them give pills and 1 gives injections. You have to, after you've had a hip replacement, you have to have,
Yeah.
I don't know, certain drug for, I think it was 6 weeks I had to take it, first 6 weeks, something like that, every day. And yeah, I got the injection one. I tell you now, my heart goes out to the diabetes people. Because when you see people that don't look after their diabetes and you think it's just a fucking injection, get on with it. But it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh
though.
my God. It's not, because I would end up, you'd have to do different sites. And honestly, Jesus Christ, Marley, you'd have to do different sites. And, and it hurts. I really, that was me. That was
I had
my
to
one
have,
time
I had to have one in my left
I fought for the
once a
diabetes.
week.
Really?
I used to have one in the left side of my body for 2 weeks, and then one in the right side of my body, then one on the left, and one on the right, then one on the left, and one on the. And I went through that for months. And when I went into hospital recently, going back a few months ago, it was because of that drug that I went into hospital, because I couldn't see what creams I was putting on. I couldn't see what medication I was taking. I was putting the wrong creams in the wrong places. Do you know what I mean? I was putting the wrong. I was putting the wrong steroid, the strong steroids on my face, and I couldn't see. Do you know? So it really did me no favors. Really did me no favors. I've been on so many medications, and damaging medications as well. You know what I mean? Really damaging, cancer inducing.
Yeah, we don't know what they're going to bring, do you? That's awful.
No, you don't.
She goes every 6 weeks to the hospital and has injections in her eyes. Every 6 weeks, has them for over 5 years. Every 6 weeks. Even during the pandemic, it was the one thing, because I was like, shit, do you know what I mean? But she's got to. If she doesn't have this injection in the eye, then it won't keep it stable, because she's going blind. That's what it is. It's called AMD. Is it age molecular disease, something like that? But she's going blind.
Right. So it breaks down. The eyes are breaking down.
Exactly. So she didn't realise these, and she said to me, like if you look through a spirograph, and I said, yeah, and she said, and you turn it, and it all sort of like moves and does all that. I said, yeah. She said, that's what I started getting, but she just ignored it. So it's pretty bad in one eye. She can't see facial features, but she can see the shape and everything. But the other eye that she's obviously can see, that is going down. But at the minute they're stabilizing it. Every 6 weeks goes in, has a fucking injection in her eye. Oh my God, awful.
Only once I've experienced injection in my eye. Only once I've experienced injection in my eye, and that was for a cataract and cornea operation. And that was horrid.
Now I want to say.
Sorry, hold on, pause. Hold on. I need to move. My husband's speaking. Okay. All right.
I just want to say, first of all, good morning, Logman. It's always good to see you here, and thank everyone.
Good morning, Logman.
Yeah, thank everyone in chat for being here. And the funniest thing is, Smokey, you actually talking my language, because I have vision problems.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you my story? Yeah, you want me to tell you my whole story? It's gonna take okay, I'll tell it.
Oh, here you go. Sue has it. Sue's dad has it as well at AMD, injections in his eyeballs. Oh, there you go, Sue. So you're going through what I'm going through. And eventually, I mean, look, she's going blind. I'm going to have to move in with her, aren't I? I can't, I'll see how she goes, but I know eventually I'm going to have to move in with her and make sure when she's blind.
See, I was born.
I got a very good subscriber, right? I got a very good follower, right? I talk to him almost every other day, right? He's a lovely guy. He's probably listening now, right? But he's going partially sighted, and he can't see a fucking thing. And he's had 4 operations, and he just cannot see a fucking thing, love him. And I feel so sorry for him, because I know what it feels like.
Well, see, now I'll tell you, I was born premature. I was born at 7 months, and they put me in an incubator, and they created extra blood cells in my right eye and my left eye. And when they took me out of the incubator, it killed all of the cells in my left eye. It killed a lot of the blood cells in my right eye. So I can't see squat out of my left eye, and I'm nearsighted in my right eye. So basically, I'm basically blind, and that's one of the reasons I used to wear thick glasses. But the funniest thing is, in 2018. I was riding with somebody, and I noticed that I could see straight, but I couldn't see out of my peripheral. So basically, to make a long story short, I found out that I found out that I had a cataract and a
Oh,
detached retina. So I had to end up getting both of them repaired. The good part is once I did that, I didn't have to wear glasses anymore.
wow. Has somebody got another page open and we've got an echo, or am I the only one that can hear it?
I can hear it. I don't know where it's coming from though.
It might be my phone being a little bit loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. Is that any better, Maria? Michelle.
Michelle,
Fuck, you know,
that's
get it
all
in your
right. I
fucking
know.
brain.
Don't worry. I'm not
I'll
taking
find out.
offence much.
Hey, I guess it is. I guess it is
Oh,
better.
Michelle, I'm sorry. Honest to God, my
That's all
brain
right.
is
Don't
just
worry.
addled.
Smokey,
But
honestly, it's fine. Don't worry. I get called a lot worse than that name, believe me. So Marie, I'll take that. I know Marie. The only Marie I know is Marie C, and she's lovely. So I'll take that. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm
I
getting
can
mixed up. Look, is Marie C.
Marie C, but it's fine. I've been called a lot worse, believe me.
that's why I can relate to a lot of the stuff that you're saying because I've had a cataract removed. I had my retina repaired, a retina detachment. I can't see squat out of my left eye, and I'm nearsighted in my right eye. So I can relate to
Wow.
everything y'all just said.
Yeah, it's not nice to
Yeah,
see.
I had
It's,
as I said, I had a cornea replacement. I did, and
did you?
you know, that was quite horrible, to be honest. It wasn't the most pleasant of experiences.
No. I think it's the conversations that you know with my mum when she was talking and she was like, I won't be able to see because I've got grandkids, so she's got great grandkids, and she's like, but I won't be able to see them, and I was like, well, it doesn't matter because you look, if I say to you, as you know, my granddaughter's getting married or alive, I'll just tell you, well, she looks like me, or she looks like one of my cousins. You'll get a picture in your head. Don't worry, we'll describe it all to you. But awful conversations, awful. I hate seeing her like it. Or the thing is, like, I'll say it's there, mum, and she'll go where, and I'll go there, and then of course you
Yeah,
forget that she can't see. I'm like, for
Mm.
fuck's sake, sorry, James, for fuck's sake, it's there. And then
yeah,
I go, oh, I'm sorry, mum, I'm sorry. Do you know what I mean? Honestly, it's then and I forget. Well, look, it's right there. Can't you see it? And she goes, no. And then I go, oh shit, she can't, can she? Oh fuck. All right,
yeah,
mum, I'll get it for you.
Yeah,
yeah.
I can definitely relate to that. It was crazy because I like to walk a lot and I walk with the traffic. That means I walk on the same side of the street as the traffic. And this guy told me one time, he says, "Oh, you're supposed to walk against traffic." And I said, "But if I walk against the traffic at night, it's like
All
the
right.
light from the cars will hit me and I have to keep stopping." And he says, "Well, I know what it's like." I was like, "But you don't know what it's like to walk around with one eye." And he
No,
Yeah,
got
no,
quiet
we don't.
again.
No.
yeah.
Oh no,
Like I
Suzanne, you're
still
not
drive a
going in the
car.
Discord, are you? If you go in that Discord, Sue, you join at your own peril, man. And you have to be bold and brave. And when honestly, you're going to see, oh Jesus Christ, but she's joining the Discord group. Jesus, God help her. But we're good people. We just make piss out of each other in the Discord group. That's all. It's all about each other. And yeah, you've got to be brave and bold and swear a bit. But we're
I don't
good
think I
people.
bother with Discord, to be honest. I haven't bothered with Discord for a long time.
Well, I've met people on Discord. I've actually met them in person. That's how. So it was like a different. You go from YouTube to Discord, and then I've gone to protests, and there's been girls that have been in Discord. I've met them there. I've met Jason. Jason's only 50 miles down the road, so it's easy for me to get to him if I can get in the car and drive. So I go down, been down to Jason's, met all his family, his grandkids, everything. So yeah, I've met some great
Nice.
people from YouTube, and
Yeah, I met a few from YouTube. I have met a few from YouTube.
Hey, Smokey, I think it's just us.
Oh, is she gone?
I think so. She got
I
tired of
don't
me
know where
talking.
she's gone.
She got tired of me talking and left.
No, she'll be back if she can, or she'll be in the chat. She'll pop in. But I don't
I'm
think
just
it'll be long before I end it, guys, because I've been on now for nearly 5.5 hours now, so
well. I
starting to
would tell
feel
you.
it a little bit.
Well, I would tell you, Smokey. I didn't think I was going to be up all night with you, but I'm enjoying the conversation. So it doesn't matter to me. It's just for the record. It's 5:01 a.m. here. So I've been up all night with
So it's yeah, just that's right. 10 o'clock in the morning, yeah, that's right. You're on
you.
Eastern time, and you.
I'm on Eastern time.
Yes,
I
yeah,
want to
like
tell
my friends in
you,
Rhode Island.
and New York City and Florida.
Okay, Maria, Michelle, fucking hell, get it right. Good God, what's the matter
But
with me?
in case I forget, I want to thank you for having me up.
Oh dear. Brilliant,
Oh,
Smokey. Thanks for that.
I tell you what, this is what you get for staying up for 36 hours. This is your brain just goes to fucking mush.
I'm gonna get the kettle ready. My hubby's gone to get the milk. I fucking stopped the milk delivery this week, and obviously I've stopped it a little bit too much, and now I've run out. So he's just gone to get me some milk before he goes to the gym. Alexa, put the kettle on, please. It's right, tea.
I've got to get me one of them. I've got to get me an Alexa.
She's good. The reason I've got her, people have heard this, I've said it a few times. The reason I've got her is for my mum, because she controls everything at the minute. So I'm setting her up ready so that when needed, when my mum gets back, everything will be picked up from here and then put over into her house. So all her lights will be controlled, her heating, her hot water,
Yeah,
the kettle. We're looking
yeah.
into aids, like, because I said, well, all right, so you can get it to boil the kettle, but how you can know
Wow.
how much water you've filled? But they do these cups, apparently. They do these cups that when you fill them with water, it'll beep when it gets to the limit.
I've got
And
it.
I'm
Yeah,
like, they're
I had a little
brilliant,
machine. I had a
right?
little
Go
machine
on.
with a clip on it, right? And I'd stick it inside the cup, and it had 3 prongs on it. And then when it reached a certain level of these 3 prongs, it would beep to me, so I could take it, and I'd know that I'd made a full cup of coffee or full cup of tea.
Yeah, see, these are brilliant, aren't they? So I'm looking into
Yeah,
aids for her, to get it ready, But the trouble is,
yeah,
you don't want to go in. It's hard because you don't want to go in full force. So I got some Alexas around her house, and she was like, "Why?" And I said, "Because if you fall and your phone's in the bedroom and you're in the fucking bathroom, how are you going to ring me?" And she
yeah,
went, "Well, I won't." Right. Well, now you will be able to, because you just
yeah,
say her name, ring Michelle, and that will ring me in my house. And then I know.
yeah,
But we have a system. So every morning I text her, good morning, and she will then text me. If she hasn't texted me back by 10:30, I'm on the phone ringing. Why have you what's going on? So I need to know that she's up, and then obviously her day begins, and then if she needs me, she'll ring me. But she's perfectly able. It's just me being a daughter and worrying about her,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah,
But it
yeah,
controls everything, so it's ready for her then to use. By then, obviously, there'll be better advancements, but at least I don't have to worry about her putting hot water on, putting heating on. She hasn't got to get up and get to it. She can just turn it on from wherever she is, So it has its.
yeah,
I mean, I hate it. Don't get me wrong. Fucking thing listens all the time, and it will start saying, "Oh, I don't understand that," and I'm like, "What? I didn't say anything," because they're constantly listening. This one in the
yes,
kitchen hates me, Smokey. I have to shout at it. Yeah, I've sworn at it, and it still answers me. Yeah, but I think this one in the kitchen is like the other woman. Yeah, that's the other woman. The one in the front room's not too bad with me. It'll obey me. Do you know what I mean? But come on, Paul, I need my tea. And then he's off to the gym. He's
yeah.
having a midlife crisis.
I had some good aids. I did when I was partially sighted. When I was, well, I said I'm partially sighted, but not as bad as what I was, thank goodness. But yeah, I had a lot of aids, especially with me. I was always burning myself, and they give me a little 3-prong hook thing that's sat inside my cup.
Yes, That's good. Yeah, I can well believe it. They've got some great inventions out there. I bought her a big magnifying glass, big one, like an iPad. And she said, "What's that?" And I said, "Well, that's for if you can't see anything." Because she was looking at things on her phone. I said, "Get a bloody iPad, will you?" And she's like, but you have to say to her, like she bought a new TV the other month, because I said, my son kept saying the pixels are going now, but she's not bothered. She's like, I don't care. But I said, yeah, but your eyes will strain, Mum. Your eyes will be straining. That one eye you've got might be straining on that. And I know it was only that I said it. Do you know what I mean? Oh God, I said, I wonder if that's affecting it, And then she bought a new TV, but it's all to do with her eyes. Make sure you're not straining them, and you want to read something, put this on. It's got a light on it, because I've got bad eyes, and I find if I put a light on my camera and then read what I'm trying to read, I can see it. Funnily enough, don't know why.
Yeah, I can see dark print, but I can't see light print on a dark background. Does that make sense?
Oh, I have to have everything on night. Yeah, I have to have everything black.
Yeah.
Even my YouTube is black. It's not white like everybody else's. Mine is black. Discord is black. Everything, even
on like a night mode.
Night mode. Yeah. That's it. And I've just got a lazy eye. That's all. But yeah, everything's. I can't even if like somebody does a screenshot and it's white. I'm like, oh my God, get that out.
I had a lazy eye once. My fucking rest of my body followed fucking suit though. That's a problem.
Well, mine was all right till 5 years ago, Smokey. Mine was fine. I thought I was, pretty healthy, walking along, everything was fine. And I fell down the stairs, and that was it. From that, then obviously they realised I'd got this osteoarthritis, and they had a pain in my hip that I'd had for years. I thought that was just normal. And then they were like, no, you need hip replacement. Within 6, I was 46 at the time. 46, 47.
46 for a hip replacement. Fucking hell, that's young.
Yeah, I was 46. I had hip replacement. The left one's gone now, so I'm waiting for them to do that. But all the joints, even the joints, and I'm like, you can fuck right off. Your mouth joints in your ear. Yeah. I went to the dentist, and she said, we need to get you to see a consultant. I said, why? She said, your joints have gone. So what they want to do is they want to literally slice my face underneath your chin, sort of round there, both sides, in your ears, lift your face up, and replace these mouth joints.
Ooh.
I'm like, no, you're all right. Oh, I'm okay for that. My knees are gone, my ankles are gone. It's all gone. It's all everything. The only thing that ain't gone is my wrists and my elbows. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
Thank you. See you later.
You never stop a dog from barking.
I've got many. That's the thing. That was really good. He's just nipped back with the milk. So, but yeah, I've got. Well, I used to have 11 dogs, but now I've got them down to 5 now.
I'm too afraid to have pets. See, I can't have a pet because if I get taken into hospital, who's going to look after my pet? So I can't have pets. I can't do it. It's like devastating because I'd love a little dog.
Well, most of mine were Chihuahuas. Most of them were rescues. I got into rescuing and obviously fostering, and I ended up keeping most of them. But yeah, as the years have gone on, they've passed away. They're leaving me.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I don't think I'd want a pet. Is because lovely when they're there, but when they go, they break your heart.
Yeah. Well, I've got 2 at the minute. I've got 2 that are poorly. Oh, I've got 3 actually. Well, they're all fucking poorly actually, but 3 of them are on medication. So Marley, he's on gabapentin. Would you believe? Hey, go figure that. My dog is on gabapentin.
Yeah. Most animal medications are human medication.
Oh yeah. They've been on tramadol. I've had tramadol. I've had codeine. I've had amitriptyline. Omeprazole, all dog medication. In fact, here's one for you. So my dog, I'm just about to give him his pill at the minute. So one of my dogs has got heart problem. He's got heart disease. So he has to have pills twice a day, and he also has to have an inhaler twice a day. Yeah. So I have a doggy, what's it called, spacer, and then he has this inhaler, steroid inhaler called Flixitone. Fluoxetine, yeah. Well, that's a human. Fluoxetine, that's it, Fluoxetine.
Yeah.
So that's a human asthma pump that costs me £115 a month.
Wow.
That human asthma pump, is £115. And then he has his heart tablet pills. And then the other one is on gabapentin 3 times a day. He's just gone up, because you can obviously gabapentin, you start low and go up and up and up. Hello, tablet and tea. Here we go. So we all have they're all on medication. And then you're talking about blood cells, red blood cells, white blood cells. I've got a dog here who's it's called histiocytoma. And it's so he comes up in these lumps. So it looked like a flea bite, or it would look like a wart under the skin.
Right.
But they're not. It's where the white cells and the red cells, they clump together and they don't separate. They don't. So they create this. Yeah. So he has these lumps all over his body.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Histiocytoma. Yeah. Tablet. Sorry, I'm fighting the dog. Good boy. Good boy. There you go. Now you can have your tea. There you go. Done. 1 down, 2 to go. Yeah, so they have the same drugs. It's quite, every time I go there, I laugh, especially when they said to me, "There's a new drug. We have great results on it." And I thought, "Excellent, brilliant, pain relief for the dog." Well, I said, "What's it called then?" She went, "Gabapentin." I just laughed. She said, "Oh, do you know it?" I said, "Yeah, just a bit. What are you starting him at?" And she was like, "Well, he might be a bit drowsy." I said, "Yeah, I'm aware. What's starting him at?" And I think they started him at 200 in the morning. Oh, he's crying now. 200 in the morning, 200 in the evening.
But they do give them human medication, like they do.
Yeah. Rick, I wouldn't like to tell you how much we spend on dog medications. It's like rent. It's like a mortgage.
But are you any part of any sort of animal health insurance or anything like that, or?
Too many. I had too many. When I had 11, can you imagine my price of my bills? So we just have a dog fund. But now, no, we don't. It just has to be done. You've just got no choice. You have no choice when you sit there and you say, "Well, Prince is about £160 a month, and I have to do that. If I don't do that, he's going to be in pain with me, and he's going to be suffering."
Yeah, and it costs them 20 pence to fucking make it, or 7 pence to make it. The greedy bastards.
Yeah. And that's it. So you just
that's exactly the same as my meds. It takes them 7 pence to make my meds, and they'll charge them nearly £4,000.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, I don't worry now. I used to worry if I was running out of gabapentin. Do you know what I mean? And it was like shit. Do you know what I mean? To the wire. I don't bother now. I just nick one of his. I just nick his ones. What's the difference? It's the same now for him, isn't it? It doesn't matter if you don't get his pills. You can be that day or two late picking up his pills, because there's pills here for him. He'll just use mine.
Yeah. And that's what I mean. It's fucking ridiculous. These pharmaceutical companies, right? They need fucking shooting.
Exactly.
They do.
No, they don't have anxiety, Rick. I promise you. They might be chihuahuas, but they don't have anxiety.
It's absolutely fucking mental. It is. These pharmaceutical companies need fucking shooting with the amount of money they're making.
Exactly.
And then thanks to our Prime Minister, they're making even fucking more now.
Exactly.
All the big guys are all making more money now, thanks to our fucking Prime Minister, after what she's just fucking announced.
What she just said, I haven't seen it.
She's well, didn't you see the so-called fucking, what's his name, Mwangi fucking
Oh, the vaccine minister that's now out. Do you remember that? Do you remember during the pandemic he was to do with the vaccines all for the last 2 years? Yeah. Now he's changed over to be like bloody Richie Sunak, hasn't he?
Chancellor now, yeah, he's a chancellor now.
Yeah,
He's just done
that, isn't it?
he's just done a what do they call him? The big red box. My brain's gone to sleep now. A mini budget.
Oh,
And now the mini budget's been done, right? They've just cancelled out all the high-paying tax revenue now, right? They've dropped the tax, and now the bigwigs are making £10,000 to £15,000 a year more. That's a lot of suffering our bollocks off, mate. But apparently, it'll bring more people to the country to invest more money to get more jobs. They're living in a fucking they live on cloud nine. I swear to God, they do.
Mm.
You know, they've just made the pound drop, right? All right, it's all right. It's a cent and a half, right, against the American dollar. That's a fucking big drop.
Well,
In a matter of 2
we're waiting
days.
for the financial crash, aren't we? We know it's coming.
Well, yes.
We know
Yes,
the
that's what
financial
we're
crash is
waiting for.
coming. Yeah, you can't
Yes.
build back better if there's nothing to fucking build back, is there? It's got to be.
That's
it's got
right.
to be gone to build it back. So we know it's coming.
Yeah.
The financial crash is coming. What's the dollar to the pound now? Isn't it? Is it just over a pound to
It's
a dollar?
weak. The pound
It's
is
so
weak now.
weak.
The pound is so
Yeah.
weak. Yeah.
Yeah. When I went to America, it was £2 to every dollar.
Yeah.
$2 to every pound. Sorry, $2 to every
That's
pound.
right.
We
That's
were like,
right.
just buy away. Just get what you want. Don't worry about it. Just buy it. It's so good. But yeah, it's sitting at £1 now. It's $1, just over a pound, isn't it, for a dollar?
Yeah, it's so weak the pound is at the moment, right? And this is the problem, look. And why don't they use their heads and say, right, okay, why don't we know these poor people like us, we have to spend money to survive. We have to. We have to. So why not give us the fucking tax fucking relief? Why not give us the fucking relief of all this money? Not give the
Exactly.
fucking big wigs all that. Do you know what I mean? Because we have to spend it. We have to. We have to survive.
yeah. You know what?
We're
this
not on
reminds-
fucking £130,000 a year and £150,000 a year like these fucking banking bigwigs.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of over here? That reminds me of like they gave tax breaks to everybody some years back, right? But
Yeah.
I say after 7 years, the like working people, the common people, they have to start paying more taxes, whereas the corporations, their tax breaks, we call them tax breaks, their tax breaks are indefinite. So basically, what's going to end up happening is when the common people start back paying like the full taxes that they're supposed to pay, they're going to also end up paying the corporations' taxes. You know,
Yeah.
and the reason is because of the fact that you use taxes to help run a lot of programs. Well, if the corporations aren't paying their fair share, the government's got to get the money from somewhere or either cut out programs. So guess who that's going to fall back on? The common man. But it's just funny how because of the tax break, these corporations are making tons and tons of money.
Yeah. And this is another thing that bugs me, see? Why are we paying so much for renewable energy? It's fucking renewable.
Exactly.
Why are we paying for it? Why are we paying fucking 3 times what we used to pay, right, for renewable energy? What the fuck is that all about?
Exactly.
Don't make no sense to me. And they go, yes, Ukraine war. Fuck all to do with the Ukraine war when it's fucking affecting America and Australia because they've fuck all to do with it.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just a way for them to make money. That's all it is.
Bollocks, it is. It's bullshit. It is. As you said, you look at the left hand and the right hand is doing something, but you're too busy looking at the fucking left hand to see what that right hand is doing.
Whenever they make a statement on that podium, I always look behind them thinking, what are you getting up to, you little buggers? Because you're up on this podium and you're trying to hoodwink us. So what are you putting through now? What bill? What are you looking at in the government?
Yeah.
You're doing something.
Exactly. Exactly. That's the same
What
way
I think this country is doing at the moment, right, especially the Conservative Party, this Liz Truss and that, right, and Bojo before him and all that, right, all them, I think what we're trying to do is get us into that much debt
Now, the next people in power, because we're due for a general election now, 2025, aren't we? Right? The next people, it's not going to be Conservative in power. It's going to be Labour, right? It is. It is going to be Labour in power. It isn't going to be Conservative unless they do something really drastic, which they're not going to do. She's already said it. The poor are going to have to fucking work harder. Simple as that. And that's her attitude, right? So they're going to get us into so much debt that it's going to take 20 years to get out of that fucking debt, or more.
And I'll be honest and piggyback off that and says it's going to take longer than 20 years to get out of debt. And sadly, they may get, well, I should say y'all, but I'll say all of us because we experience it over here. Sadly, I don't even think we're truly going to get out of the debt because every time you turn around, they're going to keep going back, borrowing money for something. So it's like that debt just creates interest. So say for the first 10 years alone, you paying off the interest. You don't really start digging into the debt itself until maybe after 12 years. So we'll never really get out of the debt, to be honest with you.
Well,
so what's the point, right? In both our countries, what's the point in all our countries, like our country now, give 730 million to Ukraine? Your country have given billions to Ukraine. What's the matter with our own people then? Why can't that money go into our economy?
Good question. Good question. Ding, ding, ding.
Why isn't it being used right? Why isn't our taxes being used right? Why are we supporting another country when we can't support our own?
Right, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you remember what I said earlier when I started talking about foreign aid? It just blows my damn mind that we send all this money overseas. Meanwhile, we don't have high-speed rail. You go to some parts of town, cell phone service cuts off, schools are falling apart, roads are falling apart. What the hell are you sending money overseas for when it's needed right here?
Yeah,
Our infrastructure is, I tell you, our infrastructure is what you would call shite.
yeah.
T1's
No, and
got
this
the
is what
right
I mean.
idea. Send nothing to nobody, just do
To
our own.
nobody. That's fucking right. Absolutely right, T1.
Do our
Without
own
a doubt.
country. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Shut it all and say,
And I
fuck
think,
off.
you know,
You
to
can
be
piss
honest
off.
now,
We'll
what have
sort
we
our
put
own
in now?
islands out.
1.4 billion we've put into Ukraine altogether, I think. 1.4 billion. Now, what the fuck could we do with 1.4 billion in this country? A lot.
What could we do with our NHS for a start?
Oh, fucking hell, it'd be brilliant. We wouldn't have to wait 52 hours in a fucking waiting room like I did the other month.
Well, you ain't getting no hip replacements. They ain't doing none of them. None of them at all. None of them. Because I went to see my orthopaedic surgeon the other day and they took me off the list and put me on to have injections. And that's just a waste of time because the injections ain't going to work. If it's broke, it's broke.
Yeah.
It needs fixing. So what they're doing is they're doing a plaster. Now, I've been through this stage. I had an injection before I had my last hip replacement. They did one injection, then they replaced it. This time they're saying, no, we're going to do 3 injections. So I sat there and said, right, okay, so what you're doing is you're taking me off the, 6 to 8 million queue at the minute on the NHS. Yeah, and you're taking me off that and you're going to put me on this other section now, which is just given the injections. But what they're doing, and this is where they get clever, is to get on to have the injection, you have pathways, pathways, from going from doctors to a hospital. You know all about the 16-week pathway, it takes 16 weeks for them to do anything. Right? So what they're doing, and this is what I said to this doctor, and he knew. And I said, so what you're doing is taking people off the list. You're going to put them onto this section that you're saying, well, we'll leave them there. But you know that these people that are in this section need to have them operations. Yeah, you're well aware of that. So you're just putting a plaster over it, aren't you? So you're allowing me to then go into a 16-week pathway to get onto the list to have an injection, and then 16 weeks to have that injection. Yeah, well, that's 8 months.
Yeah.
Times that by 3, because they can do that 3 times, before they put you back on the list to have the operation. So I says to him, but you know as well as I do, it's took me 6 months to get to see you because you've cancelled it 3 times. So how many years now? And I said to him, what's going to happen is now you'll end up putting me on the list in about 4 years' time when it will be 13 million. 13 million. I said, but also what you're doing is you're ruining the time. Look, I don't need my hip in 20 fucking years. Yeah, I don't need a hip in 20 years. I need the hip now. Yeah, because now is when I need to spend time with my grandchildren. Yeah, so what are you going to do? Give me a hip I can run around with when they're older and then they don't need me?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a crazy thing. So
I've been waiting
that's the
4.5 years.
I've
been waiting 4.5 years for a cataract operation on my right eye.
What?
4.5 fucking years.
Jesus.
Wow.
What the fuck, like?
That's
I went into
terrible.
hospital, right? I went into hospital not so long back, and what I witnessed was absolutely unbelievable. I seen an auxiliary nurse, right, which is the lowest staff of nurse you can get, running a medical unit of 25 beds and a triage,
Jesus.
right, with not an RGN in sight, without a registered nurse in sight. How
Where's
the
duty of
fucking
care?
And then you next thing you know, right, they've employed all these fucking bank nurses at 27, 20 to 30 pound an hour to stand around and do fuck all.
Mm-hmm.
While this little worse that's on £9.50 an hour is trying to run every fucking thing. And I was like, wow, this is a shambles.
It's horrendous
An
what's going
absolute
on, isn't
fucking shambles. I waited in, before I went into the medical assessment unit, I waited in the waiting room for 52 hours with no moisturizer for my skin and nothing. I couldn't move.
Jesus.
I was fucking, I was in hell of a mess, right?
Wow.
And they put me then on a comfy chair because there was no beds, on one of those easy chairs for 16 hours. And then I went on to a gurney, and then I went on to an investigation bed, you know, the hard black investigation beds the doctor's got. I went on to one of them, and I eventually made it into a hospital bed within 9 days of me being there.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. Is that in the last few years? Since all this crap?
That was going back 5 months ago, 4 months ago.
Wow.
That's how bad
Now
our health system is.
I need hospital treatment now, right? And I am too afraid to get it. Because I can't wait 50 odd hours in a fucking waiting room. I'll lose my shit. I will, like. I'll end up being really ill. My head will go. I can't do it. So I sit at home now, and I just fucking feel sorry for myself lying on my sofa, like, because I'm too afraid to go and get help.
Oh, mate.
I've watched, right, I had a dermatology unit, right? There was, when I first started going there, when I was in my early 20s, there was 14 beds, and they were always full. Then they knocked them down to 10. Then they knocked it to 7. Then they knocked it to 4. And then COVID happened, and they went, oh, because of COVID, we're not reopening the ward. That's it now. Dermatology, there is not a ward in the country that does dermatology. You've got to sit in a medical assessment unit where nobody knows how to fucking treat you unless you've got a fucking heart condition or a blood clot, or, you know what I mean? They know all that, but they don't know how to treat anybody with a dermatological problem, because there is no longer a ward anywhere in Wales for dermatology, although it's disabling.
And it's a shame that our
It's
NHS
crazy.
has gone to that. And it's a shame. The last 20
It's
years.
disgusting. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And do you know what my specialist said? They won't bring it back because they can afford more doctors this way and more what do they call them, understudies. And I said, well, that's not good. If you can't treat people in a hospital, then what's the point of having you all year?
Yep.
Because they're all walking around with clipboards, aren't they? Clipboards
Yeah.
and pens.
Yeah.
Working
No, I've
out,
got a
are we
right now
morally
to.
and
I've got a
ethically
right to an
correct?
MP. I've got a right to a local MP now, right? Sending pictures of my fucking skin and say, look, what the fuck are you doing, like? Why are you not giving us a unit we need, even if it's 4 beds? We need a unit. I'm not the only one suffering with these conditions.
Yeah.
And you'd think they'd do something, considering the skin is the biggest organ on the body.
Yeah.
In and on the body.
Oh,
You
Marley.
know, you can't keep heat in, you can't keep fluid in. You can't. You know, it does all that. And once that goes bad, it's like, you know, you might as well have a bad kidney or a bad liver or a bad heart, or, do you know what I mean? It's really disabling mentally and physically.
When you feel
But the
poorly, you're poorly.
NHS, as I
As
said,
simple as that.
yeah, the NHS is fucking shocking at the moment, right? And do you know what my plan? Do you know what I think it is? I think they want to fucking break it down that bad. Again, we're going to be Americanized, where we've got to pay your health insurance to be seen.
Well, but they were bought over in 2003. The Americans, they came over in 2003 and was talking to the NHS about how to make things private. Most of the NHS, a lot of it's been sold off now anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no longer matrons. They're all hotel managers now. Yeah. That's what they call them, hotel managers.
They don't want us. They want us to be like America, privatised, everybody pays. But look what goes on over there. People are dying because they can't even get diabetes stuff.
Can't afford it. That's right.
Can't afford diabetes tablets. I mean, that's mad.
Fucking hell, people are collapsing of asthma attacks because they can't afford inhalers.
I know.
Exactly.
I know.
I'm fortunate living in Wales, right? I don't have to pay any of my prescriptions. That's a Welsh fucking thing, that is. Unfortunately, if you live in England and Scotland, you've got to pay for your prescriptions. I couldn't pay for my prescriptions that I need. I couldn't do it. I couldn't fit, not with all the biological medications I'm on and all, you know what I mean? And the moisturizers and the creams, the ointments and the fucking inhalers. And I couldn't do it.
Well, do you know what, Smokey? I did all them years at the NHS and I never realised there was a prepaid prescription thing. Yeah, I just never realised it. Yeah, I remember the forms, but I never really looked into it. I had no need to look into it. It wasn't part of the surgery. So the prepaid prescriptions had come in. And sometimes if they were on certain medication and you work, but you're on certain medication, you can get that free. We used to have the forms come in. Well, it used to. I'd have the forms come in, I put them to the doctors, they'd check the medication, sign it, and then that will go back they'd give it to the person, go back to the chemist. But I didn't understand, I didn't know that. So when I started getting poorly and they started saying, well, take these, yeah, for the first year, I was paying about 60. I think one time it was about £60 a fucking month for medication. It was mental because you have to, you know, what they did then was I think they were doing it as each item. Now it's just like the prescription. Do you know what I mean? But that's how I pay for my medication. I have to do it prepaid.
As I say, we're lucky here in Wales in that respect, because we don't have to pay for prescriptions, right? And that's something I'm grateful for. But I'd rather pay for my prescriptions and have an NHS that I can go and fucking get help for my conditions. I'm telling you now, I would rather do that.
Yeah, me too.
Than have the free prescriptions. I would, because I'm telling you now, right? I need hospital treatment, and I'm just so afraid to go. I'm just not going. Simple. I'm not about to sit in a fucking room for 50 odd hours, to be put on a fucking easy chair for another fucking 20 hours, to be put in a fucking gurney, to be put on a fucking, an examination bed, to be like, fuck. Yeah. Hey, Purple.
Even YouTube won't get you know what I mean?
I'm not putting myself through it.
Well, even the live streams will get you through. But yeah, look, see, T1 saying get your ass to hospital. Purple Split, Rich, good to see you. Rick is Rick Welsh? Because he's saying that the Welsh.
Yes, yeah, he is.
Oh, right, okay. I didn't know you were a Welsh person, Rick.
Yeah, he's suffering the same as I am when it comes down to the health service, because the Welsh NHS, as he said, is non-existent.
Such a shame.
And the people who get the flack, the poor old fucking nurses.
Oh, yeah. It's funny because, the healthcare system over here sucks. And those things that you pay when you go to the doctor, they're called deductibles. No, copays. Copays. That's what they're called, copays. And it depends on what type of insurance you have. I've heard of some people paying $50 to go to the doctor. I've heard some people paying as much as $100 or more to go to the doctor. And it sucks because at the end of the day, the health system over here is just set up so that the insurance companies can make a ton of money. That's all it is. It's set up so the insurance companies can make a ton of money. And it's funny because I know somebody who has diabetes. They pay $160 a month just for medication. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Have you got health insurance, James?
I have it somewhat, yeah.
So if
I'll
you're
pay it
ill,
for the
your health
dog,
insurance will
James.
cover your illness.
I'll pay that much
Yeah,
for the dog, but I won't pay it for
I
myself.
am lucky because I can't see too good. I get like what they call Medicaid and Medicare. So yeah, my insurance pays for a lot of my stuff.
Is Obamacare still running over there, or did Trump shut it down?
Oh yeah, it's still running. It's still running over here. Oh yeah. And see,
That was a good idea, that was.
that goes back to what I was saying about the laws having, loopholes and stuff. And so they tried to change Obamacare, but because the way it's set up, it couldn't be changed like talking about it. And it had become popular. It's popular over here now. So the people don't want to get rid of it. So yeah, it's still strong. But yeah, I hate to see y'all healthcare system become like ours because that basically means all the insurance companies are going to make all the money and you're going to
Oh, no,
suffer like
fucking,
hell.
I tell you all, right, there was a guy in this country that invented the NHS, and Ira Bevan, right? I bet he is fucking turning.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you now, if it wasn't for that man, a lot of people wouldn't have fucking been helped, right? And this is what they're trying to destroy. And it's fucking wrong. It is so wrong that so many people are suffering in their own homes and they cannot get the help they require and need, right? And there's no health insurance over here. If you want to go private, you can't have the ailment before you go private. I've tried.
Private, no. No,
I've
not
tried
allowed
to
to
go
have it.
private, and they said, no, you've had eczema since you were 5 years old. We can't accept you. It's like,
Pre-existing.
fuck's sake. Yeah.
Yeah. You're not allowed to
So
have it.
where
It's
do
the
I
same
go?
with dog insurance. Yeah, you're not. You can only have it for that year unless you get a policy that's for life.
Yeah. So where'd you
It's
go?
just mental.
Where'd you go? If you can't get private health, right, and you can't get into your NHS, where the fuck are you supposed to go for help?
Private. Well, that's it. They want you private. If you can't do private and the NHS can't help you, then sorry, but you're fucked.
Yeah, I've tried to go Bupa, I've tried to go private, and they won't accept me because I've got a pre-existing condition.
I do believe
So
I've seen something
I'm
that
fucked.
says that since the last 3 years that more people have gone private for operations than ever before. I think it's like the replacement, knee replacement, hip replacement, but I'm sure that I've seen people going like
Morning,
private for
Sparks.
that. Morning, Sparky.
How you doing, Sparky, bro? Are you good? I just don't know where to turn. I just don't know where to turn. If and I'm the only one that's in this boat. Do you know what I mean? I'm not the only one that's in this boat. There's plenty of people that are so severely ill in their own homes, too afraid to go to hospital because they know what's coming. If they phone an ambulance, they wait in 6 to 8 hours.
Well, would you want to go in there now?
If that.
Would you want to? Over 50 and you're ill, you're probably going to get a DNR put on you.
Fucking hell, I'll put the DNR on my fucking self, Michelle.
I truly believe. Yeah, I mean, we've had that conversation when COVID was going on. Would you want me to call you a doctor, the ambulance? We spoke about it. Would you want me, if you get ill, do you want me to call you an ambulance? His answer was, I'll decide at the time. My answer was no, leave me. Don't put me in there, because if I go in there, I ain't coming out. So I might as well die out here. I'd rather die in my own home than in there. So no, don't ring the ambulance. Leave me. Morning, Pippa. Rich, I am sorry.
No, it's right.
The doggy's a pain in the arse. He's deaf, and unfortunately, how'd you tell a deaf dog to shut up? You can't. You've got to go to it and sign it.
Yeah.
And say, shut up, or you got to bang near it. So I do apologise, but yeah, the trouble is now he's just he's creaming it. Look, he's out there now. He's been crying for about an hour.
So what do we do, people? Do you know what I mean? What do we do? Do we do what we're doing, just sitting back and taking all this fucking flack off this fucking government, or what are we doing? What are we doing?
The people aren't ready to stand up yet. They're not ready. If they were ready,
will they ever be ready?
Out on the streets. No, I don't think it's going to be ready. I don't think anybody's going to be ready until it actually hits every single house. Something's got to happen that will hit every single house for the public to then go, we're not having this. We're not having it. Because at the minute, there's just not enough of us out there.
As I said to you earlier, the government, right, and the powers that be have taken the scrotum out of us all.
Mm,
None of us have any intestinal fortitude anymore to stand up against these fucking tyrants, because they are,
yeah.
you know, and that's the problem. You know, people will die in their homes before they call an ambulance. What the fuck is that all about, like?
Well, people are going to have to choose between heating and eating, aren't they?
Oh, this winter is going to fucking kill a lot of elderly people. I'm telling you now it is.
I think I worry about that. You know, like when you look at my neighbours are fine. Most of them work for the NHS in this way. So you know, they're going to be all right. But you know, when you look out and you go, are they all going to be all right? Is everybody going to have enough food? Are they, you know, who's struggling out there with the bills that are going up? Look at the prices now. This is inflation at 10%.
Yeah.
Right. So your prices now are at 10%. Look at that. Now imagine 22%. Because that's what's coming. It's going to rise to 22%.
Fucking right it is.
Yeah.
£2.50 for a loaf of bread. Now you watch.
Well, I've been saying it for about 8 to 10 months now, and I don't know whether it's going to come true, but I watched an economist and he was talking, and he said that milk is going to get to £17 a pint.
Fucking how much?
So, £17 a pint. So let's see, because I've been saying
I fucking buy my own cow first.
Well, I've been saying
I buy my own fucking cow first.
I didn't understand all about the economy. I've just been too busy, as we have, Smokey, you know, getting on with life, and just you hear it for the last 30 years when I've had the kids, and you go, yeah, turn it over, and that's been my life. I've not been interested in it, but now I am interested in it. So I watched this economist who was saying that, you know, when it was like being in an ocean, tectonic plates, yeah, and we've been sat on these tectonic plates holding the inflation down for the last 30 years, yeah, whereas everybody else is, and what we've done is just let the plates open, and now it's coming up, and he said £17 a pint, which sounds ridiculous, but then when you look at it, Lynn, she's right there, ask her. She said to me she couldn't get milk. Tesco's were out of stock. Milk. I went in 2 shops the other day, no sugar.
Yeah.
Everything's gone up.
Yeah.
I was standing in the queue. I'm looking at the little, you know, Christmas is coming. I do stocking fillers. I'm looking at the little roll, you know, like Smarty Tubes and Jelly Tots.
Yeah.
They were £1. All of a sudden now they're 25. They're £1.25. They've gone up 25p a year, and I'm like, that's a lot more than fucking in 10%. I know.
Yeah, it's fucking insane, man. It's insane. And as I said, they're going to keep doing it to us until we grow a fucking backbone. And that's the problem. The backbone's been fucking ripped out of us all. Especially the last 2 years.
We'll see, T1. That's what I've heard. I've been saying it. I mean, look, milk now. I remember a few years ago, yeah, there was a war with the milk that you were getting 4 pints for 89p. 4 pints. Because there was a milk war. It was sitting at 99p a pound, yeah, but about 98p, and it was sitting at that for years. And then all of a sudden there was a milk war, and it went down to 89p. That was the lowest they could ever do it. Then now 4 pints of milk within the last few years, £2.20.
Fucking unbelievable. My electric bill, right, is 120. My electric and gas bill is £128 a month, right? Now I don't even have my fucking lights on. Right, I don't. I run an Xbox, a fucking TV, a fridge freezer, and when I have a shower, there's the gas, right? And to wash my dishes. That's it. Everything I do is in an air fryer, just to save money. Just to save money, and I'm still paying £128 a fucking month. Now, bear in mind, I'm only on £500 a fucking month. £500 a month.
Oh Jesus!
I'm not even on PIP or any of that shit. They keep turning me down.
I was going to say, have you ever gone for that? I hear that's quite a hard one to get.
Yeah, they keep turning me down, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus. That's terrible.
And because I haven't been well enough to go to the tribunal, what am I supposed to do?
Have they took it to the stage of the court yet? Because I hear that usually when it gets to the court stage, usually you're all right from then. I don't know. I've never dealt with anything like that.
Yes,
So.
I'm due now. I'm due over the next, I think, month and a half. I'm due to go to the tribunal court.
Right, okay. Are you going to try and get there?
And I can't wait. I can't wait. Because I'm telling you now, I'm going to strip off to my fucking undercrackers. I'm going to say, look at me, you pricks. Turn me down.
Do it. Take photos of it, and literally, you know, if there's 6 people there, give them all a photo each of every bit. Bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
And show them. Do a video if you have to. Put it on an iPad in front of them and let them see it. Oh, bless you.
But my video interview, I had a video interview for this, mind. I had a Zoom call, right, to do my assessment, and I showed her my skin. I showed her every bit of me. I wasn't shy. I don't give a fuck, right? I don't when I'm in that position. I really don't, right? So I showed her everything of my skin. She's writing things down, tapping away on the computer, blah, 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 doing all the thing. Okay, no problems, blah, 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 and fucked off. 4 months, well, I've just had my reply now. This was 4 months ago. I've just had my reply now. Turn you down.
Really?
And I was like, really? You've seen my fucking skin. You've seen that I can't move. You even commented that I'm still wearing hospital pajamas. And I don't wear fuck all else, right? For the simple reason, right? I'm not having my clothes ruined with all the greases I have to chuck on my skin.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, what with all the clothes, I can imagine. Jeez.
Yeah, see?
Smokey.
It's ridiculous, man. It's absolutely, and this is what we mean. We're all going to sit here and bitch about it, but none of us got a backbone to stand up. And when we have, there's only a few of us. But it should be the whole fucking country.
But it's got to encroach. It's got to get into the people's houses to know it. Because at the minute, it's not affecting anybody. It's not affecting anybody. Nothing's affecting anybody. Only the ones that are aware of it. Everybody else is just sailing through it like they don't even know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's got to. You've got to look at them and go, what is, I mean, I've said that. I've said to many people, where is your line? Where's your line? When are you going to stop?
Yeah.
It's like that thing
my
in your
poor
arm,
fucking
isn't it?
mother,
Yeah?
right?
Number
My poor mother
5
worked.
now.
My poor mother worked from the age of 17, right? She's now 68, right? She's just not long had her pension. And because her pension is higher than what a state pension is, she got to pay full rent and everything. And it's like, what the fuck?
Way. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow.
She's an old age paid pensioners home, right? Okay, old age pensioners area where they're self-assisted, but they've got the fucking red pulleys and all that shit to deal with. And yeah, she's got to pay her own rent, her own water, her own electric and gas, because she's got too much on her pension.
Wow.
It's disgusting. So what did she work for? Why did she put all that money into a pension?
Pippa said something. Don't use your normal talking voice when you go for your PIP assessment. You sound a bit unhealthy. You've got to go in there. Yeah, you have. No, I'll take that. I think, to be fair, you've got to go in there. You can't go in there looking decent, can you? You've got to go in there.
I'm not one. The thing is, right? I'm not one.
5 days and you ain't shaved for 5 days. Fuck it. Go in there like that. Pick up a dirty clothes that you've got and go in there. Put a decent set of clothes in your bag if you have to. Change when you get out.
But I'm not one for that. I'm not, I see people walking around that's got PIP, right? And there's fuck all wrong with them. They're just lazy fucks. Lazy fucks, like. And I'm sat here thinking, you lazy bunch of bastards. And I've tried working and working and working with my conditions, and I never got fucking anywhere.
Well, this is it. See, the people that really need it are not getting it, whereas the people that don't, I mean, don't get me wrong, God, I can sit here, I could name so many people I know that are on thingy and that they don't need it, they shouldn't get it, fucking more healthier than I am. There you go.
Yeah.
Do you want the tea or not? I'm going
and that's all they're spending it on is their fucking crack habit or their fucking alcohol or their fucking whatever habits they got.
It's not fair, is it?
It's not on, man. It's not on. It's not on. The system is a fucking mess.
Jeez.
And the problem is, we're all poor folks. See, we're all just a number.
Yes, we are always. We're always. You all go out and leave TVs on, you men. It's down here on it's nobody's down here. So have we lost James? Sorry, James. Lost
Oh,
James.
has he come back in? He might be back in.
No, he's not here. But I know that we were talking about the NHS, weren't we?
James, if you're listening, come backstage again, brother, because I think I missed you, man.
Oh, Smokey. Oh,
I didn't hear my phone go off.
Tribunal goes. I hope the tribunal goes well for you. I hope they sort it out and you get more.
I'm not. The thing is, see, I'm not the type of person to lay it on thick.
Well,
I'm not that type of guy. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not.
Well, sometimes needs must.
A lot of people have said that, but I'm just not. I'm just not that type of bloke. Like, I'm not. Like,
no, I know.
If they say no, I usually don't fight it. You know, I've tried many a time. They said no many a time.
Unfortunately,
Thanks,
the system I'm not that clear on. I'm not up to with that side of it. It's all this is all new. It's all new. I mean, they've changed it, isn't it? I mean, God Almighty. I mean, I know people that have been on disability for years, and then all of a sudden they've had their disability cut. See?
Yeah.
No, I can't boil the kettle. There's no water in it. So if you don't fill the water with kettle, though, the kettle will water for you, Smokey. Don't do that shit.
I
want one of them.
I don't want to play the system, though, because the way I see it, I'm ill enough to get it. Do you know what I mean? So why should I play the system? I'm fucking immovable. I can't fucking move.
Because you're entitled to it, Smokey. You're entitled to it. If you've worked all your life, yeah, and you're trying to get out there, it's not called playing the system. It's called fucking being entitled to it. You've worked all your life. Look, if you have to play a little bit, you know, sneaky to get what you want, then fucking do it. People out there, like you said, but we know people, you know people, then go ahead. Don't worry about it. Worry about it after.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it at the time. Worry about it after.
And I'm back,
maybe.
my friend.
If you're struggling,
how are you doing, James?
If you're struggling, not that I want, you know, I understand. I do get what you're saying, because I'd be the same. Yeah, I would be the same. But as if you was my friend, I'd be sitting here saying to you, sod that. Do you not agree, James?
Yeah.
Sod that.
Yeah.
Do
That's just it. That's what I was getting.
What you deserve.
See, that's what I was getting ready to say. Nobody wants to live in pain. You've worked and put into the system all your life. Now it's time for the system to serve you. So
right.
Yeah, you do what you got to do, my friend.
And if your mum and dad worked and put into the system, and like I would imagine they would, because of their ages and the way that things were back then. Yeah. So, and your grandparents, they paid into the system. So all you're doing is having a little bit of theirs, because they never used it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
And see, I'll add to it, and I'll come and say this. Okay, you're sitting there suffering, and you put into the system. Imagine all the people who come to your country and they're getting things free. They're basically getting what you should be getting. So hell yeah, go to that office and get what you can get.
You pick up a pair of dirty clothes that you haven't worn, don't have a wash or a bath for about 5 days. Get a little bit of fucking shavy on your face and go in there looking like shit. The thing is, I know with my friend, when she was filling the form in and she got turned down, the neighbour in the corner, and one of her friends said to her, and I said, oh yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I never think of it like that. Every time you do one of these forms, think of all your bad days. Don't think of your good days. Think of you. Could I do that on my bad day? And the answer will be no. But if you could do that on a good day and you put that down, that's going to screw you up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was her.
The last time I went out and enjoyed myself was the time I went out with Cop and JB. That was a lot, and that's going back fucking hell, 6 months ago.
Yeah, you all met up. You were in the car, weren't you, that day?
Yeah, and that was the last time I felt well enough to go out. No. I went round Cardiff and that with them.
Oh, Oh, bless you. Well, why don't you try and arrange one of them days again?
Because I can't get out. I can't fucking walk, Michelle.
Will they not come to visit you?
Jay does,
And
but
then,
he's just had his twins, so you know what I mean.
blimey, have they
On the
had them already?
22nd, yeah,
Fucking hell. I remember on midnight
yeah, they were
seeing that she was
premature. She had
pregnant.
some.
Did
Oh, they had
she?
some real issues, man. Honestly, right? It was that
Mm.
bad. The Welsh health system is that bad. They shoved her into Worcester to have the twins because there
Wow.
wasn't a bed in Wales.
How far is Worcester from Wales? Tell me, because and then I will get there.
2.5 hours drive.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, nice. When you're in labour.
2.5 hour drive.
Lovely.
Yeah. So she gave birth then. No, she can't. No, sorry. She came home from Worcester because they let her home. Within 24 hours, she was rushed back into hospital to have the twins via cesarean section because the twins were stressing and they were really in a bad way. So they had to get the babies out quick. And then they shoved the set of babies in one hospital and kept Reeb in another one.
Wow.
Away from the babies.
Mm.
Oh, my God, that's awful.
Because there was no beds.
Oh, my God.
This is how bad it is. And you've got to realise that this is fucking ridiculous, man. Where they're shoving people halfway up the country because there's no fucking beds.
And leaving their babies in another hospital. That's horrific. Wow.
And leaving their babies in another hospital.
Fuck.
In incubators because she ended up having them like fucking 25 weeks.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, you know, I had him on the phone to me at 5:30 the other morning, man, crying down the phone. And I was like, oh, gee, fuck's sake. Because he didn't know whether his babies or Linda was going to fucking pull through.
God. How awful.
You know what I mean? It's fucking naughty. It is really naughty what they're doing, man. It's just fucking... And it's not just in Wales this is happening. It's happening up and down the country, this is.
Yeah,
it can't just be
across,
happening in Wales.
God.
It's crazy. It's absolute. And this is why I say to you, I'm too afraid to put myself in hospital. Because when you get there, you're not in you won't rest, you won't get better because you're being shoved from pillar to post, as I said, from waiting room to easy chair, from easy chair to gurney, from gurney to medical table, right, examination table, then to a bed.
See, look, so, hold on, where did I see that? Middle pip. Yeah, see, I'll pay bonuses. Yeah, I would go with that. I was going to say, Pippa. Yeah, I've heard that they have to deny so many cases to keep up with the amount of cases that they put through. It's a bit like driving lessons. Do you remember your driving test?
Yeah.
Oh, don't do it Friday.
If you had one in the later afternoon, you wouldn't pass.
That's right. You're right. See, I think the same thing goes on with the PIP. Yeah, that they have to deny so many to let so many through. And also, I can't remember who just put the middle PIP, because you've got 3 stages. You can still work and get PIP. You can still work and get it. You're entitled to it. There's 3 levels of PIP. I think the working PIP was something like £25. And then it goes up to the middle stage, and then you've got the 3rd stage. I'd still go for it, Smokey, just on the basis of just be yourself. Be yourself. Put down what's going on in your life with PIP. Send it off and see what happens. See what happens.
I've sent it off, and I've been turned down. I'm waiting for a tribunal date now. Once I get this tribunal date, even my stepdad said, "I'll take you. I'll take you. Whether it's high or high water, I will take you." He said, "I will step there and tell him what you've suffered." And it's like, thank you, you know, but it might not make an ounce of fucking difference.
But it's worth a try, isn't it? It's worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Anything's worth a try. You've got nothing, nothing to gain, but nothing to lose. Then have you really? You know, just go there, and like you say, I would take, photo evidence, do copies of them. You know how many people you're going to be sitting with. Are there going to be 5 people there? Right, I'll have 5 copies of every photo, then please, and shove it up their bloody noses and say, this is what I'm going through.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Oh,
You know,
fingers crossed for you.
I've been enjoying the discussions that I've been hearing because I dropped by accident and I was thinking one, it's like we're paying more for less now. When y'all were talking about product, it's like the containers and the boxes are getting smaller, but we're paying more. And then I go back to number 2 when I said earlier, we got to stand up and fight. You know, there's some type of poem. I can't think of what it is, but it was like when it came for one person, I didn't do anything. When they came for the second person, I didn't do anything. And then when they came for me, there was nothing I could do. We've got to start fighting now because if we don't fight, there'll be nothing for our kids and they'll just come and take us with ease. And you made me think back to the health system because I remember one time I went to the emergency room for something. The doctor came around, told me to squeeze his finger. I squeezed his finger. Another doctor came around, told me to squeeze her finger. I squeezed her finger. But I basically sat there for 2 hours waiting to be seen. Nobody saw me. Meanwhile, they were bringing more patients in. And so all I did, I asked them to check myself out. I checked myself out. I ended up going to another hospital, and it turned out everything was okay. What it was, I had a concussion, and I was concerned about my vision, but it turned out my retina wasn't detached at the time. So, but yeah, the healthcare system is a joke. That's why I hope, I hate to see y'all try to adapt our healthcare system because our healthcare system is a joke.
Oh, ours is
I wouldn't want your
way,
healthcare
James.
system, mate. I don't think I want ours.
No,
Yeah, I don't
want
want
You know,
Oh, dear.
every answer to every question comes with a fucking tablet or a medication of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, they just throw them at you, don't they?
Which is going to give you 6 different side effects.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you just get a new diagnosis. I love that. I
Uh-huh.
love the fact that I go to the doctors or go to see a consultant and there's another diagnosis and you go, oh, another one? Oh, okay, I'll just put that on the list. Do you know what I mean? I started with one and now it's like getting bigger and I'm leaving. I'm like, have I really got all them? Do you know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy. It is crazy. I started off as a child with one form of eczema. Now I got fucking 4. How's that?
Wow.
I don't know.
How's that? How the fuck have I got 4 now?
I'd call that greedy, Smokey, to be fair.
No,
I'd just call that you're a
fucking
greedy
hell.
bastard.
They can fucking have 3 back.
Yeah.
They can have
You want
3
to pass
back.
them over? Here you go, James. Throw it over to James. He won't mind.
Fucking
Sharing
unbelievable.
is caring. Sharing is caring.
Unbelievable. Fucking unbelievable.
The chat's being really good. They're talking about it. Yeah, so I said the same. You've got to fill the form in as though it's your worst day, not your good day. Because if you put it down as good, that's what I heard. Put it down as good, you're never going to get it. But yeah, you have to look. Pippin's also saying, watch out for their crafty questions. It's an art filling those forms in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Like now, I have to walk around on crutches, right? I have to walk around on crutches, right? I cannot walk just on my feet alone anymore. Again, I can't. So now, because I've got eczema on the palms of my hands, I can't fucking use my crutches.
Wow.
I was going to say, so how do yeah.
I don't.
No.
I don't. I have a couple of cans of pop by the side of me. My mother, bear in mind now, my mother is 68. My stepfather is 78. Just turned now on the 23rd, right? Now, he does shopping for me. My mother does shopping for me. Do you know what I mean? If I can't do anything online, I'm fucked.
Wow.
And that's not a nice feeling because I do that when I'm really bad. I'll go to my mum's and I'll go there for a few weeks. Yeah, and she'll look after me. And I feel terrible because, like I just said, she's 70, 71, going blind, and she's looking after me. and she's running around, you know, getting drinks and food and tablets, and you know, and I'm like, Mum, but she's like, no, but that is an awful feeling, because I can't
Go on,
move.
Beyonce.
Oh, what's Beyonce up to?
I have to walk on
Tripped over my
crutches
knob.
too, Smokey. I've tripped over my knob and broke both ankles.
You know you've
Wow.
got a good chat when you've got Beyonce and rice and peas in it.
Oh
Yeah, oh
yeah.
yeah, they're good. Yeah, I got to be honest, right? If I throw a live, I always have good people in it, man. I don't. It's very rare I have trolls in you. It's very rare.
I did
Very
share
rare.
it
You
with
know,
the
I do.
Discord divas. I do apologise. I did say to them, I'm on Smokey's live. I did.
No, it's good.
I did.
No, it's good, man. It's good. You know, I'd rather have 18, 19 genuine people in you, right, than fucking 30 people and 10 of them are fucking idiots.
Well, what seems to happen, Smokey, because people think here comes the Disco Divas, yeah. But what we do is in Discord we have a room called Live Now, yeah. So if you're live, I would go in there and share your live. If Shady's live, Deegan will go in there and put Shady's live. So it means that whenever we're in the Discord, if you go, oh, is anybody live? You go in this room and there's obviously all the lives that are going on at the minute. So Discord has
clever.
it has its thing. So what happens is like I would have put, which I didn't, I just put I'm in Smokey's, but I would have gone in there and shared your live, which means that anybody that's in our Discord group would then come in, see your live, and they'll come over. It's not that we all turn up at the same time. It's just the fact that we all call, oh, somebody's live, we'll jump in there.
Yeah, oh, it's good. It's good. You know, I got to be honest.
It has its good ways for that. You know, that's how we keep up with who's live. So we, like last night, I think it was, you had Sparky's, Mark, and someone else was live. Well, them lives go in that room, and then we've then got access to every one of them and choose where we want to go.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. That is. To be honest,
so
that is really
I'm
good.
Sorry, I did share. I did say that I was in.
Well, there's no need to apologise. You know what I mean? It's good to have genuine people in you that understand genuine problems. That you know what I mean. That'll actually help.
Mm-hmm. I agree 100.
And that's what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what we need. You know, this is the support we all need, man. It's not just me. It's everybody needs this support.
Well, I'll share it with you because I have a magic potion. I just want to share it with you because it might help people. But I have this potion. If I spray it on within 20 minutes, I'm gone. I'm gone. And it's a magnesium oil spray. And I'm telling you, I put it on my knee plays me up. So I put it on my knee and I say to the guys on Discord if I'm in there, right, I'll mute myself because I'll put my potion on now. And within 20 minutes, you don't hear from me anymore. I'm gone. It's me out. And it's a natural product, really? Would you believe? Yeah, it's a magnesium oil spray. Yeah, it's really good if you suffer with osteo, really good. Tiana.
So do you hear that, people? Anybody who suffers with arthritis?
Well, I think it's for anything. Because what I didn't know was the friend who recommended it to me said, if we're not taking vitamins or, you know, your magnesium level could be low. So you need to top it up. So these magnesium sprays tops it up. And you know when your magnesium's fine because you might get the clots.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because your magnesium level, you need magnesium in your body. So, and I don't use it every day.
You know, it's funny you said that, Michelle, because but magnesium and potassium are electrolytes, and that's what helps our body. I know potassium in particular, that's what regulates the water throughout your body, the fluids. So yeah, I agree with you. You know, I was going to ask you, have you ever heard of I'm going to say sit bath? It's basically a warm bath with Epsom salt in it. And I can tell you, it's really good for relaxing the body, and it's supposed to help you detoxify. And it's also supposed to be
good for
inflammation. What?
It's very good for getting rid of breast milk. When I had my son, I was told my mother would make me drink Epsom salts to get rid of the breast milk.
Okay. I didn't know that.
It's a hangover remedy as well, isn't it? Epsom salts.
Yeah.
People would drink
Yeah,
it.
I
It was
think my grandfather used to take
hangovers.
it years ago.
Yeah. But it, like I say, in the like late 80s and the 90s, when I had both of the children, yeah, that's what I drank. My mother made me. It's probably just an old fucking wine. She was being an old hag and making me drink something really horrible. But yeah, I always remember a bottle of Epsom salts in the bathroom as I was growing up.
Milk and
Yeah,
magnesia.
milk of magnesia. Yeah, that's good for your stomach. That helps coat your stomach.
Yeah. There's always a bottle of that in my grandfather's medical cabinet as well. Milk and magnesia. Fucking
Apple
horrid
Yeah.
cider
stuff.
vinegar.
Like chalk.
Apple cider vinegar for your gut. Oh my God. If
Mhm.
you've never
Mhm.
tried it, wow.
Mhm.
Try it, because I didn't try. I never had it, but I have it every day now. And literally, the first time I tried it, I was like, oh my, I took a swig of it. May I just add, yeah, that Joe, the pussy, yeah, we did a apple cider vinegar challenge. So about 6 of us had to go out and buy apple cider vinegar, yeah, and then take a swig of it, yeah, and because it's nasty stuff. And then obviously you have it every day. Yeah, this is what one of our friends told us. So we went and got the apple cider vinegar. I swigged it like I was drinking a bottle of vodka. I had a good few glugs. Joe the pussy, goes on the camera with a spoon and the bottle. And I was like, what are you doing? I said, that ain't a glug. That's like 5 mil. That's nothing. Get it down your neck. Yeah, he didn't do it. He took 5 mil of it, I'm telling you. Whereas me and the others were glugging it away. But that's really good for your stomach. But it's got all the probiotics and stuff. Because they say, don't they, if your stomach is good, then your body will follow. But I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly. That's spot on, Jade. Oh my God. That's spot on, Michelle. Yeah, it's like those probiotics. It helps the good bacteria fight the bad bacteria, and because your gut it keeps it balanced, the rest of you feels good, basically. So, yep.
And I'll go with that, definitely, Pippa. It helps the bones, and that's why I spray it on my knee, because my hip's gone. It goes right down to your knee. That your femur, that central bone, feels like cement. Honestly, it's horrible, but it's affecting my knee. So I spray my knee with the magnesium, and yeah, after that, for about, I don't know, maybe a week or 2, I'm okay. And then it'll start to play up again, more magnesium on it, and like I say, but 20 minutes, yeah, it is a magic potion to me and my friend, who didn't tell me that she kept falling. She said I bought it. She said, what do you think? And I was like, I've read the instructions. It said spray on, put your pajamas on, and I'll get a good night's sleep. And I thought, what's that? Well, I did it. I fell asleep. So the next night, I did it again. Thought, this is no. This ain't right. So the next night happened again. So 3 nights on the trot. So she said, how did you find it? I said, well, you didn't tell me it knocks you out. She went, oh, she said, I thought it was just me. I said, did it do the same to you then? She said, yeah. She was waiting for me to try it. Never said to me, I keep falling asleep. It knocks me out. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, why does it keep? And I said, well, it said it on the website. Yeah, magnesium spray. So it obviously it just goes in whatever bone it is I've got the problem with, and yeah, I feel a lot better for it. Good stuff.
Yeah, I can't spray nothing on my skin. I can't do fuck all like that. I can't.
You won't be able to, will you? Because of all your lotions and things.
No.
Jesus, what would you? I bet you just slip and slide when you're walking bare feet.
Yes.
Oh.
The amount of times I've fucking fallen over is unreal.
Wow. See, that's my biggest fear. That would be my biggest fear, falling over and breaking something again. I never want to break a bone in my body ever again. Ever. That's my biggest
fall
fear.
over quite regular.
And when we're out, not in the house, but if we're out and there's stairs, if I'm going up, then Paul will walk behind me, and if I'm coming down, Paul walks in front of me, because I'm literally petrified of falling downstairs.
I can't. As I said, I just don't go anywhere anymore.
and it's
Oh, bless
absolutely
you.
doing me in, to be honest, because I'm an outdoor person. I love being outdoors,
Yeah, me too. I'm out in the garden.
but I can't.
I
I just
like to be in the
can't.
wild.
I struggle to get to the fucking toilet, let alone anywhere else.
Well, look, let's hope that these new ones that they're going to put you on work. You've got
Yeah.
bad echo.
It's probably my phone again.
It's Apple.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. What you doing?
Turn my phone down.
See? Mine's red
Yeah,
hot.
I
You
just
could
turned
boil
my
an egg
phone
on
down.
it.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm having a hot flash.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know what to do about this Pip thing. I really don't, like, because I don't like to fucking lay it on thick, man. I just really don't, like.
okay. Don't lay it on thick. Lay it on a bad day. Yeah. Think of you on a bad day when you're at your worst and you can't move. Yeah. That's what you've got to put over. You can't put over your good days. Put your bad day over. I can't move. I can't walk. That's what you need to
Mm-hmm.
think about. Every day is a bad day because we don't all get bad days. Some days are good, yeah, or some days are better. That's what I say. They're just better. They're better than they usually are. So, but
Yeah,
think,
yeah.
just try and think it. That's what I've heard, and that's what people in the chat are saying as well. You've got to do it like it's your worst day ever. So just think every fucking day is bad, and you need to understand that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I couldn't have said it any better. And the fact that you're walking with crutches and you can't even use your crutches now, yeah, you need it. You need it.
Well, I've got fucking
Jeez.
low mobility, haven't I? You know what I mean? I got problems with my mobility, so I'm a bit fucked. I'm paying for a
Wow.
car that I can't even fucking drive at the moment. Do my fucking head in.
Oh, that does me head in and all smoke. So I can't. Once it's outside and I look at it and all I feel like now I've got to go out. I've got to go out to the shop to get tobacco. And I literally the thought of getting up and getting in that car and driving it. I'm like, oh no, oh god,
I pay
here we
Uber to
go.
get my fucking tobacco.
Do
Hmm.
ya? Oh
Oh,
no,
I
I haven't
got
got
no
to that
fucking
yet.
choice. My parents don't like me smoking, so they won't buy me tobacco. So I got to fucking pay £35 to get a fucking 50-gram pouch.
Wow.
Bloody hell, smokes. Oh wow.
Yeah, to have it delivered to me.
Okay.
I'm just glad I
Nobody
haven't got
around you
other
that's
fucking
doing the
habits.
£10 a bag? Think nobody around you that's doing £10 a bag of baccy?
Oh, I won't smoke. I can't smoke this fake shit.
I found one that's not too well. It probably is, but yeah, this one I've had some shit ones, but yeah, this one that I keep getting from this lady, they've been all right. But I must
You know,
admit,
I
I've
got to
been
be
going out
honest.
in the garden.
Otherwise, you end up buying another pouch and another pouch of something else, and it all tastes the same. Oh, fuck that! I can't do that. I've been down that road. So I
Mm,
just think, fuck it. I'll buy a 50-gram pouch. It cost me 35 quid to have it delivered to my home.
yeah,
You
I
know,
sat
and
here
then I got to
close there
make the
for ages
50-gram
forgetting
pouch
to it.
last me. Then
It's the last thing to go. I've got to the stage, look, where I've said I can't. You know, they give you walking aids, and I'm like, it's like to me, I just can't. I just don't want to. So taking the car away is the last thing. And I know, I'm not stupid. I pay the car insurance and the MOT and all that shit, and it sickens me. But I can't not have that car outside. Take that away, and
Pippa,
I'm done.
I can't go to Citizens Advice. They don't do home calling, mate. They don't come to your house and see you. You've got to go and see them, and I can't get out there to see them. So I can't. So Citizens Advice, they don't do home calling, not round here anyway.
Hmm.
So I've asked for nurses to come in to help me with my creams and everything, and no, can't do that either because there's not enough funding. So it's a state of it. I'm not the only one like this. Do you know what I mean? There's other people like this too. I can't get into the cab, Pippa. That's the problem. Look, if I could jump in my own car, but I just can't get in it. I just cannot get in it. I've got it from head to foot. Yeah, Michelle will be back now. I'm keeping an eye out just in case she pops back. Oh, but yeah, other than that, I'm not going to sit here fucking whinging. It's pointless. But you know, the health system over here is just such a mess. Yeah, it is that bad. It is that bad, man. I don't say much about it. Look, I'm no one for saying much about it. I don't. Yeah, I gathered that, Beyonce.
Yeah.
You know, and this is what I mean. It's quite disabling, and it sort of plays on your mental health. Then it really does, because you can't get out of the house, and you feel useless.
I know exactly what you're saying. It's like you feel like a prisoner in your own house and a prisoner in your mind. I know exactly what you're saying. So I wish I was over there, because then I could try to help some kind of way. Maybe pick up the form.
There's nothing you can really do, to be honest. There's not a lot anybody can do. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. As I said, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. So, you know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here, because I remember you saying that it's like not that many people like you, well, with your skin condition. And I think that's sad, because the way the healthcare system is probably looking at it is, well, there's not that many of them, so we don't have to put that much research and funding into it. I think that's playing a part of it too, sadly.
There's a lot more people now with skin complaints and chest complaints now than what there's ever been. But they don't see it as a necessity to help, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's exactly what I was trying to say, believe it or not. That's what I was trying to say. It's like they don't see it as being important, because they feel like, oh, it's only the skin, so it's no big deal. The skin is what helps you sweat. The skin protects your bones. You know, I mean, so it is a big deal.
You got to imagine, right? This is what it's like every time I have a shower, right? Do you remember having gravel rash when you were a kid, when you come off your bike?
Yes.
And you skim your skin across the ground, and then you get in the bath or the shower after it, and it's like, wow, fucking hell, the pain in that part where you've just scraped all your skin off, right? Right? If you could imagine that pain all over your body, that's what it feels like every time you have a shower. Every time.
Wow.
Don't have a fucking day off.
Wow.
You know, the amount of time I've been in my shower and just broke down and just cried my fucking heart out because I'm in so much fucking pain. It's unreal. And this is what, unfortunately, people don't tend to understand with a skin condition. It's fucking painful. It really is.
That's what I think pisses me off is, you know, you don't really understand something until you experience it personally. And so you have a lot of these people out here, they're like, well, I don't have this skin condition, so it doesn't affect me, or it's not as bad as he said it is. And that's one of the things that really gets on my nerves. It's like it's not enough empathy in the world, not enough understanding. It's just, it works for me, so it should work for you, or that doesn't that didn't happen. It
doesn't work that way.
Yeah, so it's all in your mind. You're making more out of it than what it is. I've just never seen such mess.
When I went last into hospital, and as I said, I'd done like 56 hours in a fucking waiting room and all that shit, right? The doctor come up to me, the specialist that was actually in there, not a skin specialist, just I think he was a chest specialist because he was doing blood clots and things like that. And he walked up to me and he said, well, you shouldn't really be here because you're obviously not putting your creams on, and it's as simple as putting your
Wow.
creams on, mate. And I was like, wow. That's why I said, wow. I said, you get the fuck away from me. I was a specialist. I was a doctor, a hospital doctor. And I was like, you can get the fuck away from me. You can really step away because what you've just said has just hit something and hit a nerve, which, I can't get off this fucking bed. But if I could, you'd have a fucking piece of it because I can't. Do you know what I mean? And that's just, it's as easy as putting your creams on. And I was like, you fucking mad. You got no idea. You got no idea.
Oh man, I know exactly what you're saying. You would think, well, the doctor would know stuff, but the sad fact is, you probably know more than the doctor. And my doctor put me on this new like blood pressure medication. It's a potassium sparing drug. I noticed when I started using it, I'd go to the bathroom more, but only a little bit would come out. And I started getting the pain, down in my pelvis. And the very first thought that went through my mind is, man, I've been taking this medicine. Could that be it? So I went to the ER because I wasn't for sure what was going on. And the first thing she tells me, I said, do you think it could be the
Okay, Michelle.
medicine? Take care, Michelle. Oh, wait a minute. She's coming back.
No,
I
she's
said,
coming back now. She just said she'll be 5 minutes.
oh, okay. Well, that's good. I said, I asked her, I said, I've been taking this medicine for 2 weeks. Do you think it could be the medicine? Oh, no, because you only been taking it for 2 weeks. So then I went to see another doctor. I said, I've been taking this medicine for 2 weeks. Do you think it could be the medicine? Oh, no, it can't be the medicine. But this light bulb kept coming on in my head. All this crap started once I started taking this medicine. So I stopped taking the medicine, and guess what? Everything returned to normal. So when I went back to my regular doctor, I was like, you prescribed this for me, but it made me do this and that. So I stopped taking it and went back to my old medication. And he told me, you did right. So, it's funny because sometimes you think these doctors know more than you, when the opposite may in fact be true. You may actually know more than them because at the end
They
of the
don't want to
day,
listen to the patient, though.
they don't they don't want to listen to the patient because they're a bunch of arrogant assholes. And at the end of the day, you know more about your body than they do. Nobody knows your body like you do. And I
Yeah,
really,
I
I
do.
really,
Yeah, I do, Pippa.
I
Yeah, I
really
keep a
get
food and
annoyed.
drink diary.
I really
I
get
have
annoyed
to.
when you're sitting there and you're talking to them and they feel like because they went to medical school and you didn't, they know more than you. I really
Yeah,
can't stand that.
yeah. I get a lot of that with my skin condition. I get a lot of that. And I just say to him, look, 40 fucking 3 years I've had my condition. Sort it out.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
know
I'm
about
sorry.
it. I know about my condition.
Exactly. I'm sorry that you're going through this. Golly. I hope that things get better for you. I really do.
Mate, I've had it over 40 years, just as severe. And, well, I did have a break off it for a couple of months when I was on a certain medication, but I tried it again after that and it didn't agree well with me. So I'm back to square one.
Hmm. Yeah. And I can understand that because they put me on this
And lying in one position isn't good for you. Like, it really isn't good for you lying in one position.
yeah. I
Not at
remember
all.
yeah, that's it's just crazy. I remember they put me on this blood pressure medicine called lisinopril, and I took it for 2 years, and it was doing good. And then I woke up one day, and my lip was swollen, and I went to the
How you doing,
ER, and
Helen?
hey, Helen, it turned out that I was allergic to it. And I told the doctor, I was like, I've been taking it for 2 years. And the doctor was like, well, I've known people who've taken it for 20 years. And they just woke up one day and was allergic to it. So I had to change my blood pressure medication. Well, the doctor did, rather. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like I said, I feel for you. I wish it was something that I could do.
There's not a lot anybody can do, my friend, and that's the problem.
I go
Yeah.
through tubs and tubs of moisturizer. I go through a kilo of moisturizer every 5 days. And that's a
Yeah.
lot of moisturizer, kilo.
Yes, it is. That's what pisses me off because
So for every 10 days, I got to go through 2 kilo. I'll go and get 2 kilo off my specialist. That'll last me 10 days. I'll then go and get a kilo off the doctor, right? And he'll say, that's will last you 2.5 weeks, won't it? And I'm like, well, the fuck? Oh, well, it costs
wow.
us so much money to do this and to do that. I said, well, that's not my fucking fault, is it? And I always get the same bullshit all the fucking time. Oh, you can't have no more. You can't have no more. So by the time I get back to my specialist, I'm fucking dry as a bone because I haven't been able to moisturize because the doctors won't pay for the fucking moisturizer.
Wow. You know, it's stories like yours that piss me off because of the mere fact that they send money overseas to take care of other countries, or they're concerned about giving themselves pay hikes, the politicians, so they can put money in their
Yeah,
pocket. Meanwhile, the poor folks, the common folks, are suffering. The veterans are suffering.
yeah,
That really
yeah.
gets on my nerves.
I've got to
I
keep
guess.
putting it on, Pippa. I've got to keep putting it on because if I don't put it on, I am totally immovable. I cannot move without breaking my skin and it bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to
Exactly.
put it on for my own fucking sanity to stop the itching, to stop the fucking the stretching of the skin. I've got to do that. Like it's like my skin is like 2 sizes too small for me if I don't put it on. That's how it
Wow.
feels. You know,
That's
it's
tough.
insane. I'll go through a 500-gram tube of steroid every 2 days because I can't do nothing else.
Mm. Yeah.
I've
Man.
tried sunbeds, I've tried UV, UVA, UVB, Puva, I've tried them all. No good to me. It's all about the money, Pippa. You know it, don't you? It's all
Yeah.
about the money. Yeah, I've tried all the sunbeds, I've tried all those treatments, I've been that desperate. I've gone to Chinese treatments, I've gone to hypnotherapy, I've been that desperate, like.
Wow. So it sounds like you've tried just about everything.
I've tried everything, yeah, I have, and this is why I'm trying the biological treatments now, because I've tried everything, I've been there. Fucking hell, I've even tried religion, for fuck's sake.
Wow.
I told you this, didn't I, James, when I had an evangelist come and hold hands on my head and told me my skin condition would be gone because Jesus has took it away. That was when I was fucking 14. I'm 47 now. Do me a favour.
Oh yeah, you
Lying
did
bastard.
that. Yeah, you did tell me that. You sure did.
You
Man,
know? That's what I mean. I even tried religion, man. Fucking nightmare.
man.
I've tried absolutely everything. Yeah, I've done that as well. I used to have something called Visco Paste wraps, Helen, which was zinc wraps, right? Oh, they were so nice. Oh, if you were sore, right, and you were in a lot of pain and you were burning, right, you'd put these Visco Paste bandages on, right? Oh, and they were so soothing, they were lovely, but they only lasted a couple of hours. Then they had to take it off and put new ones on. They had to take them
Mm.
off, put new ones on, and it wasn't cost effective. And the hospital stopped them because it wasn't cost effective. Have you tried licking toads?
Oh my goodness.
Brilliant. Hi, Anne-Marie.
Hey, Anne Marie, good to see you.
Brilliant, mate. I love it, Pippa. I love it.
That
Oh,
that reminds me of the
hell.
time I ate That reminds me of the time I ate some frog legs, though.
Fucking great.
That
That tickled
reminds
me
me.
out as well.
Yeah, that reminds me of the time I ate some frog legs. I don't think I'd want to eat frog legs every day, though.
Okay, Michelle, I'm waiting. Yeah, I've tried it all. I've tried it all from top to bottom. I've tried it all.
Yeah, I hope things work out for you, my friend.
I do too, because I can't do anything with my son anymore. I can't do things. I can't go and pick him up. I can't do things, and it's sort of getting to me a bit.
Yeah, it sounds like it's affecting your quality of life.
It's
Yeah.
fucking hell. It's affected my quality of life for years.
Mm,
Really have.
Yeah.
But when I can't do any, it really bugs me when I can't do it. And my son doesn't drive, you know what I mean? So it's difficult, and he lives about 15 mile away from me. So, I'm with him working as well. I just like to do a few things with my son, and I just can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I talk to him on the phone, that's it. Have a messenger chat with him, that's it. That's all I can do.
My mum says, "Oh, we don't go out to the rain." I'm like, "I can't do it. I can't just randomly get up and say, right, we're going to go out today, because I don't know how I'm going to feel that day."
I can't hear you, Michelle, for some reason.
Can you not? Hold on.
That's it. That was perfect then.
Is that any better?
Perfect.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Headphones are on the wrong way.
Ah.
I thought I'd take advantage and start getting myself sorted. Oh, while my phone was on, it gets too hot. StreamYards boots me off. It hates me.
Oh.
Phone,
UK transparency, right? I can't even wash my own fucking dishes. My parents have to do it. That's how
Wow.
simplest of things I cannot do.
Is there no way that they could put you under the social services, like get you, not like in that way, but get you like somebody from an
Tried.
agency and they're not interested?
Tried.
Don't
No.
qualify for it?
No.
No.
Not interested
You're part
at
of the
all.
ones that they don't care about, unfortunately, then, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, bless you,
Yeah.
Smokey.
They don't. I've tried to get nurses in and everything, right? And nope. Don't. They reckon because I can't. I asked for a nurse to come and help me with my moistures and my creams and everything else, and they said to me, "We can't afford it. Can't afford it. Not enough money in the system to actually give it to you." And it's like, oh, sweet, cheers. Not because I don't deserve it, then.
No, because it all comes down to money, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Sounds
it's
crazy,
awful.
doesn't it, that we've got people suffering with skin conditions that you think that people
Insane.
shouldn't be.
Absolutely insane.
Couldn't imagine it, bless you. Well, thank God
It
you've
is,
got your
and I'm not the
parents,
only one.
Smokey.
Poor old Andrew, right? He's suffering, right? And he's got to be suffering because he drinks, and alcohol is a natural dehydrator, and it fucks your skin. That's why I can't drink alcohol. Because as soon as I even go near alcohol, that's alcohol in a fucking spray. So I can't touch it. As soon as I go near it, it fucks me up.
I think that's the problem with Paul as well, with the alcohol, with his skin problem. I said to him, you need to cut it all out. Stop it.
Yeah, yeah.
Cut it all
His
out.
skin problem would improve.
But he's like, no, can't do that. He's on bottles of wine now.
His skin condition would improve because it's a natural dehydrator. It's what it does. It dehydrates your body.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think he thinks, the French drink wine all the time. They're all right. I can do it. I can do it too. I think he's got a bit of that about him. The French get through it.
Isn't it mad, right? I can go out in the sun in this country and I'll burn within minutes, right? If I was out in Spain or anywhere like that, right, I don't burn.
Huh.
It's a different sun, isn't it? And now look, I didn't go on holiday for years. We didn't go abroad because Paul wouldn't take the kids. he was like, you know, when they were babies, no, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. They can't go until they can swim. I was like, what a waste of time. So we didn't go abroad till our kids were like 9 and 11, I think it was. And all my life, all I heard was, it's a different sun. It's a different sun. I thought, well, it's the same sun over there as it is here, but it isn't. It's completely different.
Yeah. I've heard of psoriasis patients being sent to Israel to have those have the fish eat the skin. Do you know what I mean?
Really?
Yes, and that's done a lot of problem, but it's no good for my condition. It's not. It's good for psoriasis, but not good for me.
Bloody hell.
You know, same as sunbeds, Puva and UVA and UVB. I tried them. I burnt within fucking seconds.
Really?
Yeah, I can't use them. I can't do it. My skin is so thin now because of steroid abuse. So I've been using steroids over 30 years.
Blimey. That is a
So my
long
skin
time.
is so thin now, right? I only have to see this, look at the sun, and I'm fucked. I'm burnt.
I bet your mum's got bleeding better skin, isn't she? She hadn't been having steroids. Oh, bless her, because usually old people, they get bleeding, don't they? Oh,
Yeah.
bless you, Smokey.
You know, I only have to bump myself. I only have to, and it'll break. That's what happens. I bump myself and I start bleeding, and I don't even know how I've done it.
God, awful.
Because my skin is so thin. It's terrible, honestly. And this is what people got to understand. It may only be skin, but it fucking holds everything in.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew was sat there one day, right? I think it was 30 degrees above outside, and Andrew was sat there in a big polo, in a big fucking thick fucking jumper, and he had the heating on. And people were like, why the fuck have you got your heating on? It's fucking boiling. I know why he had the heating on, because his skin was that open, he couldn't keep the heat in his body.
Oh, goodness.
So I understood where he was coming from. People have said, oh, try cod liver oil. Try cod liver oil tablets. Fuck all happens. I eat a lot of fish. I eat a lot of tuna. Nah, nothing. Because obviously with the oils in the fish, it might actually help. You know what I mean? But no.
Yes, yeah. So.
They used to say it was dietary as well. They used to say, oh, don't drink dairy, don't drink milk, don't eat cheese, leave eggs alone. Have goat milk, have goat cheese. Fucking hell, have you ever tasted that shit?
Goat's cheese is lovely. It's my favourite.
It's fucking minging.
Oh, it's not. Get the smooth goat's cheese. Sainsbury's do it.
I'd rather shit in my hands and clap.
Oh, I love cheese. See, I'm a real cheese fanatic. I love my cheeses. But yeah, I did not know goat's cheese until I tried it. And I literally went, that is beautiful.
Oh, I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. I would. No. Honest to God.
Well, you can keep that.
I would.
I ain't fucking having that.
Fucking horrible.
That ain't coming my way.
I would. Honest to God, it's fucking disgusting. Oh my God. My mother used to try it on me when I was a kid. She'd say, it's normal milk. Now drink it. Drink it. And I'd fucking stick it to my lips. I'd have my tongue in it a little bit. I'd think, oh, fuck, that ain't proper milk. What the fuck is that? Oh my God.
Yeah, but my mum used to come near me with...
What the fuck are you feeding me?
My mum used to come near me with like blue cheese when I was younger. Look, the worst thing she ever gave me was lamb's hearts. Yeah. And that was the worst thing that she gave me. And on my plate, I remember that. You think I'm eating that. So the next week, she did exactly the same and cut it up and I ate it. So she was always trying to introduce, but I remember thinking, I'm never eating that blue cheese. Oh my God, I'd choose blue cheese over anything now. No, I didn't realise goat's cheese is so nice.
Oh, it's fucking disgusting.
Oh my God. It's not for everybody.
Oh, he's turning my stomach just thinking about it. Fucking horrible stuff.
It's making me think I need to go to Sainsbury's and get some cheeses.
Oh. So I do actually lay off cheese. I lay off eggs. I love milk, and I can't stop drinking milk. You know what I mean? I think it's the reason why I still got all my fucking teeth is the milk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you know, but
I've tried staying off it, and it done made no difference whatsoever.
Hmm.
Wow. I haven't got any remedies. I just certainly ain't got any old wives' tales to tell you.
You know, what I felt sorry for, what I feel sorry for, is what my mother had to go through when I was a child.
Yes,
You know,
because
putting me in the
back then
bath
there
and
was...
listening to me screaming.
Yeah. Oh,
Ah,
You know,
yeah.
bathing my pajamas off the bottoms of my legs. I can always remember that. Bathing them, sat in the bath for 2 hours trying to bathe these pajamas that were stuck to my skin.
Oh,
Oh,
no
wow.
way.
Honestly, I used to have my uncle come in one day, right? I was only young. I was only about 6 years old, right? And my uncle came in one day and he said, the best way to solve that is to pull it off quick. And he grabbed it and fucking ripped it so quick off my leg, right? Oh, fucking hell. Woo, I hit the fucking roof. And I can, you know, I'm 47 and that's a memory that will never leave me. So it obviously done damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, I've had allergy tests, mate. I've had allergy tests. I'm allergic to cobalt. I'm allergic to latex. And I think
Have
that's
you
it.
found that it flares
Cobalt.
up with certain foods, Smokey? Have you found that? Have you realised
No.
that if you have certain foods, it flares up? No, not from your food diaries and that.
No, not through my food diet. I've done all that. And I still, as I said to Pippa, I still keep a food diary now to this day
Yes, yeah.
to check what I
Oh.
eat. You
Oh,
know,
well,
there's so many things I've tried. My mother used to go nuts because people would say, try this, try that, try this, try that, try this, try that. And she used to go nuts. She'd say, don't you think I've done that? Like,
Done enough, yeah. She's tried everything in the book.
Christ, I used to be in coal tar bandages when I was a kid. Stinking, smelly, tar-based fucking bandages. They were rank. Hurt me to fuck, they did. But it was the only treatment.
Goodness.
I can't go in the sea. Because if I go in the sea, you imagine what it feels like in the sea.
Wow.
With the salt
Yeah.
content.
Mm. Yeah.
I never
Man.
learned to swim. Because I couldn't go in the baths. I couldn't go swimming with the rest of the kids when I was in school. So I never learned to swim.
Oh, wow. Yeah, see, it's things like that we would have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's so much that has stopped me having. Here we are, Telly. You know the score then. If you've had it for 50 years, you know the score from head to foot. It's fucking not very nice, is it, bud? Not very nice at all. And do you know what? I look at people, right, and I get envious. I do. I get envious of how good their skin looks and that. I do. I get fucking terrible. I look at people on lives and I go, oh, look how fucking nice your skin is.
Yeah.
And I look at my own and I think,
I get that because I'm a hairdresser, so I notice hair. That's the first thing I look. I go, ooh,
yeah.
Oh, you've got bad hair. Oh, you're a man with long hair. I need my scissors.
Yeah. Like I suffer with alopecia as well.
Mm.
Do you?
Yeah, I got really bad alopecia. I used to have lovely brown hair. I used to love running my fucking comb and styling and everything. I was one of those. I was like a fucking chocolate boy when I was younger. But then all of a sudden, as soon as my relationship broke down and I lost the children, my alopecia came out and that was it, done. I never had I just have patchy fucking hair bits. I just shave my head now.
Just shave it all off. Have you still got it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting a bit thin. Time to maybe go and get some extensions. There's always that, Smokes. We can get you extensions, mate.
Smokey just always remembered it could be worse. You could be Shady's PC chair. It could be Crinkle's fucking PC chair. That could be worse again.
Who said that? Was it Beyonce? Who said that?
Yeah, fucking great.
Beyonce, was it? Yeah.
He knows I'm fucking good. I'm good humoured. Look, I don't give a fuck in that respect. I am good humoured. Like, you know, I don't let it get to me with my humour. You know.
I think once the laughter's gone, that's it, isn't it? That's it.
Yeah.
I remember I've always said to my old man, when I stop laughing with you, that'll be time I walk out the door. Because the one thing that he does is make me laugh sort of every day.
And would you believe, when I was in jail, my skin healed up.
He healed
Wow,
up.
I wouldn't believe
So
that.
so what was the difference? Hold on, what was the difference that was in jail that was different outside then? The air conditioning?
No
What did they
stress.
have? No stress.
No stress.
Shit. Oh yeah, I never thought of that. Oh.
Didn't have to worry where the next meal was coming from. Didn't have to worry how to pay my electric bill. Didn't have to worry how to pay my gas bill. Just had to worry where my fucking noodles were coming from.
Yeah, yeah. When was Tuck Day?
You know what I mean? That was it. My noodles and my fucking tea bags.
Oh God.
I come out of jail and then all of a sudden within 2 weeks, boosh, it's there, bang, out it comes. Because it's a stress-related illness.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, I can definitely see when Paul's stressed.
And in prison, if you're stressed in prison, right, you go and find a knobhead to go and take it out on. There's enough of them.
I might be a while then. That's what I'd say. I might be a while.
You know, that's what I used to do. If I found a knobhead bullying somebody else, I'd go fucking bully them. And that'd take my aggression out then. That would take all my stresses out on that fucking idiot. So I really didn't have much stress in prison. The boys in prison have got it quite easy, believe me.
Yeah, true.
Easier than what we got it out here.
Right, cup of tea, and then I better get up that bloody shop.
A lot easier than what we got it out here.
I hope you've all got the nice weather.
Yep, stress does exacerbate psoriasis, eczema. Yep, that's right. It does, Terry.
Paul can cope with it. Like I say, he can cope with it anywhere, but when it's on his
Fuck
face,
Pippa, I can't eat
it.
noodles at home. I can't eat noodles at home, mate. I had enough in fucking prison. I can't be eating noodles at home.
Yeah.
Not even them pot noodle spicy ones.
Nah, fuck that. No way. No way. Like, I know where Coley Burke's got his fucking name from. Coley is the fucking noodles they sell in jail.
Is it? I watch his, I must admit. I haven't watched his for ages, but I do like a bit of I like the Coley Burks and I like AB. They're the two I watch.
Coley are the noodles you'll have in prison. Coley.
Guess crumpets were on offer then. We've got loads of them.
But the thing is, as well, right? You're in the gym a lot as well in prison. You know, if you're a good lad and you're cleaning, you're doing your job you're supposed to, and you're keeping your fucking head down, you end up going to the gym, and that's a big stress reliever as well.
The routine bit. You know where you are in prison, don't you? Like you say, you know where you are. This time you're going to get up. That time you're going to have your breakfast. Everything's routine, isn't it?
Everything's routine. That's right. That's right. Everything.
God.
8 o'clock in the morning, you have your breakfast. 8:30, you go to work. You're back by 11:30. 12 o'clock, you're having dinner. You've been banged up then for dinner till 1. And then you have a little kip then, look, while you're after your dinner. And then all of a sudden, you're back to work then till 3 o'clock. Then association till 4. And then it's tea time then, 4:15, 4:45. And that's it, done. Back banged up again all night. And that's your routine.
Like my day. I'm standing there so
Pink Himalayan salt.
Yep. Himalayan salt. Oh, okay.
No, I've not tried that. That's something. Oh, right.
Ooh, look into that.
I'm trying to write it down as we speak. The thing is, I can't even grip a fucking pen. It's frustrating, man.
Speak into it then.
Oh.
Himalayan. Well, look, it's on your stream, so you can come back to it. But yeah, Himalayan salt. Oh, I'll have a look at that.
Himalayan salt. Where the fuck would I get that to, Anne-Marie?
Probably on Amazon or somewhere.
Please don't say the Himalayas. I have a problem getting to the fucking toilet. I don't see me going to the Himalayas anytime soon. Heel Skin by Carmen.
I can't read chat. My phone's on charge in the fridge.
Oh.
Ah.
Something I'm going to have to look into.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I'll look into that, I will. What, and you use it like normal salt?
What you should do, Smokes, right? You should ask people what's their old wives' tales, what's their suggestions, and then the ones you end, like you're doing now, write them all down. I bet people have got some ideas. People do different things, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Have a suggestion box, walk in your room.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have a look at that pink Himalayan salt. I'm going to look into that. Honey, I've tried honey. I've tried that. Yeah, just like normal salt. Right, okay.
Have you tried that? Have you tried the turmeric paste? Have you ever tried that? What they call gold paste?
No.
Nah, that might be worth a go. It's gold paste. It's got turmeric and all the different spices. Yeah, because I have honey and cinnamon. So I have a spoonful of honey and then sprinkles half a teaspoon of cinnamon. Because I got told, and I just take it. It's honey in the fridge. I've got cinnamon, and I just take it every day.
Some good suggestions. Turmeric anti-inflammatory.
Yes.
Yeah, some good suggestions there.
The turmeric is an anti-inflammatory. It works from the inside. But you can get the recipe if you Google the golden paste or turmeric paste. It will give you the recipe. Yeah, and then you can. Yeah,
I've tried the medical honey. I've tried the medical honey, Susan. I've tried that. I even tried. There was an option of putting just a little bit of bleach in your bath as well.
All right.
Just a touch, and that was supposed to do something, but fucking never done anything for me except burnt me to bits.
Oh God, yeah.
So unfortunately, it didn't do a lot for me.
It's like putting, what was that other smelly stuff that they used to put on you when you bleeding fell over? Oh, that antiseptic stuff.
Germaline.
Oh, yes. The smell of that. Blimey.
Golden shower. I don't have to Google that, Beyonce.
Oh, is that Beyonce? I said it was golden paste. Golden paste. Not bloody golden. See what he is, see? It would now make some reference in Discord about that. The fact that I've mentioned golden shower.
Brilliant.
He always
brilliant.
I
don't have to Google that, though.
Well, there's another one. What about someone wheeze on you? I mean, they say that's got a good effect.
Well, do you know what, right? I remember watching a program on an early morning when I was young. I was in my teens. And there was a guy there, and he was drinking his own urine, right? I'd never done it, never tried it, never want to. Right?
Well,
and he was like, as long as you don't do it on the first pee, he was going, as long as you don't do it on the first pee and all the toxins are out, you can drink your own urine. I was thinking, oh, and it helped my skin condition. I was thinking, fucking hell, I'd rather suffer than drink my own piss. Cheers, like.
But no, he's right, isn't he? You think about it, your first pee is as yellow as it can be. But throughout the day,
I take vitamin D.
Gets lighter and lighter, don't it? But yeah, well, there's some fucking heating's on. What on earth? Jesus. Yeah, well, there's something, Smokes. Think about getting a woman and telling her to have a good pee on you.
I don't think that isn't my flavour. I'm experimental, but I ain't that fucking experimental.
Come and tell us the results.
No, it's all right. I won't do that.
Don't do it live and direct, okay? We don't want it live and direct on YouTube. Don't be doing that shit, all right?
Look, fuck off, Pippa.
We had enough with the Pringles.
She only likes fucking bags.
Who wanted Pippa put? I can hardly see it. What did she put?
Oh, Pippa. Laura Lou is available.
Oh my God.
See now.
Yeah, don't be peeing in no bag. We don't need that.
No.
There's other ways to do it. Well, you could put it in they can pee and then you could put it in a container for you, mate.
No. No, you're okay.
No, you're all right.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't want it either, mate. No.
I really don't fancy drinking or washing in anybody else's feces. That really is not appealing to me.
Oh, look, I didn't like changing. I don't like changing babies' asses when they get too big. So there ain't no way I'm wiping anyone's ass. I did caring when I was younger, and I refused to do that. I'd hoist them anywhere they wanted to go and do anything, bath them and clean them, but I certainly wouldn't wipe their asses.
No, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd want anybody else's body fluids or fuck all anywhere near me like that, to be honest.
Not on your bucket list, then?
No. It's
Good
about
to know.
it's as far off my bucket list as scat movies or scat fucking porn or scat fucking sex or whatever they want to fucking call it. Or shitting over each other and that. No thanks.
Oh, they do. Oh no.
What's his name used to do it, didn't he? What was his name? McAfee, the guy who invented the McAfee antivirus. He was into all that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He went missing, didn't he? No, he's in prison, isn't he? McAfee man. He's been a right fucking criminal. I watched I don't know. I watched the documentary about him. It's on Netflix. Yeah, he was. There was murders or something. I can't remember now. I'll have to watch it again. Yeah, I watched the documentary a week about him.
He tried to take over, where was it? Belize, wasn't it? Belize in Southern America.
Mm-hmm.
And
he went on the run, didn't he?
His famous thing was he'd get married to women, but he wouldn't have sex with them. He'd stick him on a hammock with the center of the hammock cut out, and he'd sit underneath it with his mouth open, and you know what she'd have to do.
Yeah.
Good grief. Well, that takes four places.
Susan's link. Level. I can't click the links. I'm on my phone. I'm actually doing this off my phone, so I can't click the link. I wish I could. You know, but yeah, John McAfee was into all that. He's a fucking strange one, old John McAfee.
I'm sure I was watching this documentary and he went on the run.
Yes.
And he had a camera crew with him. And he went on the run. He was literally using his planes and boats and everything. And I was like, McAfee, that's the antivirus guy.
That's it. He nuts as fuck he was.
He was really, yeah, he was.
Absolutely crazy, that man. And he got arrested by an American patrolman, I think, and that's how he got caught.
I'm trying to think.
An American police officer pulled him over and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And he went, "No." He said, "I'm John McAfee." He said, "I'm wanted by the FBI."
Mm-hmm. He was on the FBI's Most Wanted, wasn't he? He was on there.
Yeah.
This is when he went on the run.
He said, "I'm wanted by the FBI." This cop, I must have thought, what?
Yeah.
Murder, wasn't it? Murder.
Yeah.
He murdered his neighbour in Belize, didn't he?
That's it. It was the neighbour. Yeah. Yes, over a dog. They shot his dog.
Over the dogs. That's right. Over the dogs that were biting people on the beach, and he went round, didn't he?
And
he went round and told John McAfee, "Don't fucking, don't." As it, he said to keep your dogs off the fucking beach because it's biting people. Otherwise, I'll fucking poison them. And he poisoned the dogs, didn't he? So John McAfee had him killed.
He went and
Yeah.
he got him shot, didn't he? And then he went on the run. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was good because I remember thinking, God, you had all that money and you did that?
Yeah, multi-millionaire. He'd spent, by the time they caught him, he had 10 million, right? He had $130 million, and when they caught him, he had 10 million left.
Oh, did you see the
Wow.
lifestyle he was leading while he was on the run? He was in flipping cruise ships and everything. He was going from one country to another by private planes.
That's it. That's it. Mr. Guffpuff, that's traumatizing, mate. I'm picturing
that?
Smokey covering all sorts around Pippa and Beyonce suggestions. That's fucking traumatizing.
If it's Beyonce said anything,
Blood,
yeah,
salt, turmeric, toads, piss.
Yeah. We'll have a vision of you later going out to find a toad.
Oh,
Yeah. On the grass with your tongue out. Where's the toad? There's the toad.
I'm going out on the pole tonight. I'm going to cover myself in blood, piss, salt, shit, turmeric, and go and kiss a few toads and lick a few toads. I'm all right. I'm sure I'll be all right, the pole.
Brilliant. Oh, well, that's about as good as it's going to get for my day.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I haven't slept for 36 hours, right? And I'm still not tired, man. This is not fucking on.
Wow.
Blimey. So do you just stay awake until it literally takes you out? And no drink,
then I'll sleep
you're
for
not
like
drinking,
15,
you're not
16
drinking, are you,
hours.
or anything?
I'm not drinking alcohol, no. I've got a couple of cans of pop and stuff and, you know, bottle of squash diluted and that. That's what I do. Like I keep a couple of bottles of squash diluted and a couple of cans of pop, and that's me. I can't make myself tea or coffee because I can't lift the fucking kettle.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, bless you.
So it is, I'm used to the shit now, and
It's horrible when you hear people are suffering and you're so far away because you think, Christ, if you were around the corner, people have been nipping in now. People on here, they'd be nipping in and they'd be seeing you, making sure you're all right. But we're all so bloody far away from each other.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly. That's how I feel.
It
do you know
just
what?
breaks
The
my
one that
heart
says
because I
I'll
think
come
if I
down.
was-
Do you know the only one that says I'll come
who's
down
that?
and see you anytime and help
JB?
is Cop Watcher. Cop Watcher.
Really?
And he's 2.5 hours away from me. And he'll say, if there's anything I can do, even if it's to get you milk, I'll drive down and get you milk and drive home.
That's nice.
You know,
That's
fair
nice.
play to him, like.
Yeah.
I've tried hemp. I've tried the hemp oils. That's another thing I've tried. Hemp oils.
Have you tried the hemp cream, the CBD oil cream?
Yeah, the CBD creams. I've tried all them.
Yeah, I tried the tablets as well. They were good. I had CBD tablets. They were good, but they were just so expensive. They were so expensive. You could bring it up. I'm just Smokey, heartbreaking, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not
makes
very
you realise
nice.
just how we have it. Do you know what I mean? That's what it does to me. It's humble.
Okay.
It makes me humble. It makes me really humble in thinking, see, you're all right. You can do these things. Do you know what I mean? Just count your blessings and it just makes me humble. But I wish I was near you. I wish some of us were near you that we could nip round and make sure you're all right, have a coffee.
I get embarrassed, look, because I can't tidy my place up that well. I get embarrassed really easy, so I don't have many people here, if anybody, my parents, and that's about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay any attention to that because I'm not from Better Homes and Gardens.
As long as you've got a space for me to plonk my ass and a clean cup, I don't care. And if I have to bring my own cup, yeah, I'll do it. It wouldn't bother me. I don't give two monkeys about people's houses. I'm not there to see you and judge you. I'm there to see the. I mean, and I've been in some fucking houses.
Yeah, I just climb up into a corner, sit on the floor, and I'm A-okay. Because That's the thing. I think people worry too much about what somebody looks like or what somebody's house look like. Hell,
That's
I'm
right.
looking at the inside of the person. I'm concerned
Yeah.
about you and how you doing. I don't care about your house.
I just look round. If I was there, I'd just look round and go, right, that little spot there, I'll fit my ass in there. Can I move this over? And then I'll just move it and sit down. It's yeah, I don't care.
I'd be like, hey, where's the refrigerator? And that'd be it.
Thing is, after my last relationship, I don't have many fucking mates either. Do you know what I mean? So I used to have a lot of friends, but after I was shut off from that, then I'm pretty much fucked. It's only one or two people that I see if I'm lucky. If I'm lucky, I speak to my parents on the phone. They come up maybe twice a week. That's all I see is my parents, really. This is why I like talking to people online. This is why I like talking to you guys, you know? It's just my only way of talking to people that are real.
Yeah. Yeah. You just want to come on and have a chat, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Sorry, my headphones have now run out. We're not doing good today. Everything seems to be on empty.
yeah, you know, they say music and laughter are medicine for the soul. And sometimes somebody just needs a good shoulder to cry on, you know, not just somebody to give them advice, just somebody to listen to them, you know, because it feels good to get things out. So you can talk to me anytime. I'm willing to listen.
Sometimes talking to a complete stranger about it all can help. Just letting it out.
Exactly.
You just want to get it
Exactly.
out, but you don't want to tell the people you love. You don't want to talk about it to them. So just a complete stranger, and they've got the time. Woof, let it out. See, sometimes it's
You
the
know
only
what
way.
I tend to do, right? I don't like putting pressure on my parents, look. So they're like, ring us if you need anything. Ring us if you need anything. And I don't bother. I just don't.
No.
I just can't. I can't put pressure on them either. They've done their work in life. My mother has brought me up. Why the fucking hell is she looking after me at 47 years old? Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell, no.
Yeah.
I know, but then see, look, I would say exactly the same, but you know, to you, I would say, but your mum's doing it because she loves you, and you know, this is just a hand you've got at the minute to deal with, so she's always going to be there. But I do get that, because I absolutely hate it, but I also won't ask them for help. Never.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Don't ask my mum. Don't ask any of them. Don't even ask Paul.
no. And
If I
you get
can't do
used to
it
that, don't you? You
myself,
get used to that.
if I can't do it myself, then tough.
Yeah. Well, see, I like Pippa's statement right there. Smokey, no shame in asking for help. People like it. And see, that's what I like. To me, I like helping people because it makes me feel good. And somebody told me, never be too proud or too ashamed to ask for help. If you need help, get it. Don't sit there and suffer.
No, I'm not. No, look, right? I'm not one of these people that I'll say on YouTube, I'm fucking skint. I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm eating one meal every 2 days. I don't do shit like that because I don't expect anybody else to stick their hands in their fucking pockets. I don't like, and that's not me. You know, I don't want that. This is why I
Yeah,
haven't got stupid things like fucking PayPal's up and all that bollocks because I don't want it. Do you know what
But
I mean?
sometimes,
I don't
listen,
want to feel that way.
but Smokey, sometimes, right, which is why I remember having this same sort of conversation with Andrew. Yeah, sometimes we would want to. Some people would like to say, "Let me treat you to a takeaway tonight." That's not
exactly.
because we know you can't eat. That's because some of us like you and appreciate people. Yeah, that I wouldn't mind going have a takeaway on me tonight.
Exactly.
No,
And then I know that you're sitting there, you basically like a prisoner in your own home, which is causing mental and emotional stress, which is just making you a prisoner in your own mind. So hell yeah, I'd be willing to help if I could. I don't see that.
I
I don't
wouldn't
see
ask. I wouldn't
that.
ask. Right, with the way things are, I would never ask for anything out of anybody else's pockets. I wouldn't like. I won't ask. I won't. I don't know if that's pride fucking with me or whatever, but I you know,
I'll
But
tell you.
sometimes then you should just, if there was an option, then you should just put the option out there, and people will do what they want to do. Some people get a lot of
I'm not a
enjoyment
beg.
from donating money.
I'm not a beg.
No, I know you're not a beg, but sometimes people are like, I've often thought, oh bloody hell, Andrew, let me pay for that takeaway. You know, he's done an 8-hour stream. I've been there all day chatting with him, and I think, oh, let me buy it. But of course he won't, because he's like you all. You're too proud. But sometimes people like us would like to say, let me buy you a takeaway.
Yep. Exactly.
Because the way I see it, yeah, if we were in a pub right now and we were going to the local Chinese, yeah, I'd be, come on guys, well, I'll get this one, you get the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I'm taking out of someone's pocket.
I know what you're saying, because I'm exactly the same. But being the other side of it, I'm just trying to tell you, it's horrible. It's a really horrible situation to think about. But I get what you're saying, and I wouldn't ask for money either. But then, you know, I do donate. I have donated to the streamers because I appreciate them. You know, they've done a stream for fucking 12 hours. What's a coffee to me?
And see, the way I look at it is, it'd be something different if you were in perfect health and you were just sitting on your ass wanting to smoke weed all day, and then turn around asking for money when you could go out and get a job and work. The thing is, I know your situation, I know your condition, and it's not like that with you, so I wouldn't mind helping.
Pippa, we would move away from the Chinese. You're right, it was ridiculous. Well, it would if it was healthy Chinese. Come on, if we just got him like some plain noodles or something, that's got to be out. Oh no, we don't eat noodles because of prison. They're out. They're out.
No, I don't, right? I've got a couple of really good followers. I have, right? Terra Nine Toes is one cracking. He is such a loyal follower, right? He's such a lovely guy. He is, and he's suffering himself as well. And I couldn't, you know, I just can't. I just feel obligated then to not so much help back, but to give back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
I just can't. It's just not in me to do that. I'm not, you know, I'm not a beg. I'm not like some of these people on this fucking YouTube that are, you know, oh, what's money? I want money. I want money. Go on, sub me.
Exactly.
Sub me. Oh, fuck that.
But
I can't be dealing with that.
Know what? Don't you think that us as the people in the community know who the beggars are and know who aren't?
Exactly.
Do you think of course we know? Yeah, you're not like certain one that are like, oh yeah, oh there's no money in my account yet. But we know who's out begging, and we know who isn't. Andrew isn't. Shady is.
And see, and that's the thing. You said I'm not like, and that's exactly why we would want to help you, because you're not like that.
Yeah, I get you. But it's still no fucking PayPal is going up on my fucking page.
I know, but I just wanted you to think. Just wanted you to know that we are aware. Some of us are aware who is and who isn't. Yeah, but you just sometimes think to yourself, like all the time, I thought, bloody hell, Andrew, I'd love to buy him a takeaway, but I know he wouldn't accept it.
Yeah.
But if he was in the pub with me, I'd be buying him pints, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
I'll get this one, you get the next one. So I don't see, just because it's you know, but that's my thought on it all, that's all.
Yeah, see, I knew this guy who was in a wheelchair, and he never asked me to do anything, but because I knew he was in a wheelchair, I would go and see him almost every Sunday, and I would stop at this restaurant and pick up something for me and him to eat. And I'd get there and he'd be shocked that I did it, but I'd be like, here, eat it. And he would eat it. I wouldn't tell him I was going to do it. I would just do it. And he was happy to do it. And it made me feel good. But
I know I got a lot of respect in the community. I know that. I know a lot of people, right? I know a lot of people do like me, like for you know, for who I am, but that still doesn't give me the excuse to beg off anybody. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I see, that's just it. I don't see it as begging. That's the difference. You do, but I don't because, like I said, I know your condition. It's this one idiot over here. He lives with his mother. He has a car. He's only 32 years old. He can afford, he's able to work, but he sits on YouTube and begs for money all day for weed.
Nah,
Now
fuck that.
that is begging to me, but that's not you. So I don't consider that begging. I don't consider your situation begging by a long shot.
No. Not
Yeah, and I'll
so.
tell you who sent me that. I'll tell you who sent me that screwed politics, right? Was Lynn Oggy. I was sat there with no tobacco, and that's the only time I've had money as Lynn Oggy.
Mm-hmm.
And I, do you know what? I got fucking persecuted for that. So never again.
Oh, fuck those people who persecuted you. People are gonna
Never
talk
again.
and hate. The hell with those people.
And
Smokey,
this
when
is
I
why I got all the time in the world for Lynn.
Smokey, when I realized it doesn't matter how nice you are, how kind you are. Some people are still gonna hate you because it's you. I kind of realize people are gonna talk regardless. So fuck them. That's the way I
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah, big up Arlene. Love her.
Fair play to her, she did. She could see I was going mad without any tobacco. She could see I was going mad. And fair play to her, she did. She sent me money, and I was like, wow. Fair play, thank you very much. And I offered to give it back to her, and she refused.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, see,
And I had
now
so
there
much
it is.
shit
I
for that.
offered to give it back, and that is the thing I used to say to my son: when you're giving your dad the rent money, give him it. Yeah, offer it to him, because I guarantee he'll tell you, "Oh, don't worry about it." But if you don't give him it, he'll demand it. But because you've offered it him back, you've given him, by the way, Dad, is that 20 quid you give me? Yeah, by offering it back, your dad will go, oh, right, that's good. Otherwise, he'll say that tight little shit didn't give me my money back. Yeah, but when you say here's the money back, what's the normal response? Keep it, don't worry about it, it's done.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly.
It's done.
I know people are short. See, that's the problem. I know people are short, especially now, and I can't. Because I know people are short. I know people got bills to pay. Fucking hell, we're all struggling. Every single fucking one of us. And that's why I can't. I just can't do it. I can't take food out of people's mouths to feed me. I don't know. It's not their responsibility. It's mine. Hopefully that makes sense,
Oh, no, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, but I
It
know
sort of
you.
does my head in. It sort of does my head in with people like fighting trolls. You come on, people are fucking donating money and money and money up until he gets to a grand and a half, and he'll fuck off and not come on for weeks.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Is that
And it's like, what the fuck? You all tell giving him money, like,
yeah,
are you all stupid?
Yeah.
Giving him money when he's got to just piss it up against the wall, and when he runs out, he's coming back on YouTube to have another earner.
He does. He's been coming back on with the beg bowl out again. That's how I know who you were talking about, because I was thinking, I see a post where it's like, he's just had 1,100 quid and been missing for about 3 weeks. Now he's back begging again.
Yeah.
And I'm like, who? And it was fighting trolls.
And this is why I would never do it, because he's just given everything a fucking bad name.
No, he hasn't, because people are still donating to him, Smokey. And that's their
I know, and how
prerogative.
stupid are they?
Well, then that's their prerogative. If they know, and this is the thing, this is where, and I do get with the donations. Look, if people, I have no right. I donate and it goes off. I have no right to say where that goes. I don't give two shits. If I've donated that money and it gets spent on weed that night or a pint, I don't care, because I've donated. So I have no right to ask where the money goes. But if you do donate, and you know they've took the piss, and then it's up to you whether to do it again, isn't it? And people will do it. That's their prerogative.
It's absolutely ludicrous in my eyes. Absolutely ludicrous.
I know, but people will continue to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want to be tarred at that. I don't want to be
No,
tarred in the
no,
same
no,
brush.
no, Smokey. No, people know better. You'd never be put on that level. Trust me. Nope. No, no. And see, that's what I keep trying to say in so many words is that you see it as begging, but I don't see it as begging because you're not doing the things some of these dodgy people are doing. That's why I wouldn't mind helping you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Too proud, maybe. I don't know.
Smokey, if I was literally sitting there right now, I'd be saying the same thing. No, I wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't ask for it because that's the way we are. But see, we're on there again. See, if you were over this side, you'd probably say the same as well. But people want to donate, that's up to them. It's a hard one, but yeah, no. If people want to donate, then they, let's say to Fighting Trolls, they have every right to. Would I do it continually? No, of course I wouldn't. But hey, people like him. I think he's a scallywag, but he's funny. He's funny as hell, but he's a scallywag. He's got a way about him. I'll give him that. He does make me laugh.
You know, like I can't sit on fucking TikTok and go, send me roses, guys, send me roses. Oh, fuck that.
We are old school, Helen, aren't we? That's the problem. We are. Prince! God, I'm going to take your larynx out in a minute. God, dear. He says, leave her be for a minute. I'll bark again. She'll forget about it in a minute. Yes, what are you doing? Garden safe now, I hope.
Yeah, it's just too much for me. I can't, everybody's struggling, man, and I can't take money out of the pockets. I just can't. It's not for me. Unfortunately.
Oh, the money that
I'd give my last to anybody else. I would.
I tell you what, the super chats to the Canadian streamers, oh my God, the money that they were going, oh wow, I was amazed, literally. And these guys just were living there. They streamed anyway, but because the protest took place there with the truckers, I'm telling you, you'd see 50, 100, 50, 100. I mean, they were getting thousands a day.
Fucking unbelievable.
And that's just like over here in America. Every 5 minutes, somebody's dropping a PayPal link. Okay, come on, guys, I'm doing this for you. Okay, send me some donations so I can keep on going. And like I said, that one guy, all he does is sit on YouTube and beg for weed all day. And the scariest part is people donate to him.
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't get why people do, especially if there's no content and that. I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I just don't understand it at all. But as I said, I can't do it, man. I just can't. It's just not in me. I don't even ask my parents for fucking money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're a good one, Smokey.
That'd be my first protocol.
Yeah.
You're a good one. You're a good one. That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my mother would be the first protocol to borrow money, but I don't. Because I know they've got barely enough. So, you know what I mean? Why should I put my pressures on them?
No.
It's not their responsibility. It's mine.
No. Well, I lost my cards. Yeah, I went to the hospital. It was only gone an hour, and I lost my card. I can't find my credit card. I lost that 2 months ago. So I've had no cards, and I've literally, I think I had about £18 in cash. And all I have to do is ring my mum and say, send me some money, and I'll transfer it over to you. I could even do it with Paul, and I won't do it. It's like, I'll get by.
Screwed politics. I know of him. I've spoken to him, but I don't know him as a friend, no.
Who's that?
I wouldn't say he's one of my friends. I'd say he's an acquaintance more than anything.
Who?
BuzzTex.
Oh, Buzz.
Oh. You know, I can't do what he does.
That's begging as well. I can't do that either. I can't do it. Because the way I look at it, if I'm struggling, I'm not the only one. There's fucking thousands, hundreds of thousands of us out there that's struggling out bollocks off. And if you've worked for your money, fucking that's even worse, man. You know, because you've worked for that. You've earned it. It's yours.
Well, I'll piggyback off of that. So if I work for the money and it's mine and I can do what I want with it, then if I want to give it to you, that's not really a bad thing, then, is it? Because I'm choosing to give it to you.
Yeah, but I don't do this. I don't do this to earn any sort of money. I do this out of enjoyment. I do this to talk to you guys. I do this to have time out of my own head, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But if you're struggling, then everybody needs a helping hand every now and then. And the thing is, I keep saying it again, I wouldn't classify you as a beggar. As you could tell by some of the comments in chat, we got a load of beggars over here in the States, and you are far from it. So, no, I wouldn't even class you as that.
Yeah. Oh, there's many out there. Like I say, I've seen that some of the
Oh,
streamers
yeah.
across the
Oh,
world.
yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
even our own streamers here, they can pull in money if they're decent streams, and we appreciate them. That's the thing. It's only a coffee or whatever you're giving them, but it's look, I haven't got off of my ass and gone to that protest, but you have, and you've shown me it. So I appreciate that. That saved me money. Like yesterday, I really wanted to go to yesterday's protest, and I thought my cards would be here, but I didn't want to, and I could have. I only had to look at him and say, "Can you give me some? Can I have some money?" He'd have given me it. Do you know what I mean? But I was just like, "No, my money's in the bank. I just need to get hold of it. I can't. I've got no cards."
Mm-hmm. And see, it's crazy as hell because I talked about that guy. Now, this fool, he's 32 years old. He can work, but he chooses not to work. He lives with his mother, right, in a 2-bedroom apartment, and she gets some type of disability, so they pay little or no rent. He has a car, and then he sits on the internet and says, "Oh, I need money to buy weed." And he starts cussing when people don't send him any money for weed.
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
going
like,
out of
what?
order.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, you
like,
don't
what
cuss.
the hell?
Yeah, if you're
It's
not getting it, don't cuss about it. That's rude. That
and
man
that's
would
what
never get a penny from me. Never.
and that's what blows my mind because after he goes on a rant, then people start sending him money. I don't know if it's a guilt thing or what, but I'm like, hell no. You just
Yeah.
begging for money to support your habit.
Yeah.
No.
And that's fucking
just
naughty.
plain rude.
Yes, it is. He's what you would call a wrong'un.
A what?
A wrong'un.
A wrong'un.
See, I'm picking up on your. I'm picking up your British terminology.
I thought you were saying some new word then. It sounded like wallet.
Bye, Susan. Love. Have a great day, my love. Have a great day.
I've been hanging around with you for a while, so now it's rubbing off on me.
How are you doing? I will never come home. Hope you're well, brother.
Have a good day, Sue.
Take care, Susan.
Slow burner, you got that right. James is the nicest guy on YouTube. Yeah, he's sound as fuck.
Slow burner making me blush now. It's good to see you, Slow burner. You haven't done a live in a while. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing all right, my friend.
Prince.
Mr. Guff Puff. I can't do it, man. I just can't.
Oh, an
as much as I'd
automatic
like
water
to.
boiler.
I
Like them
know.
ones you see in the community centres.
Hey, Pippa, I I found myself saying, big up, mate, big up, mate. But the thing is, I find myself saying it to my American friends.
Oh no, no! Stop, James! Stop! Don't do that.
Well,
You can call
it's the
them
weirdest.
mate, but stop the big up.
But the weirdest thing is, I was talking to my buddy in New York just yesterday, right? And we were talking about the different terms. Like over here, we talk about getting drunk. Over there, y'all say bladdered. And it was funny because we were laughing and joking. And he said something. I said, "Why don't you piss off?"
Oh no!
But he laughed. He fell off laughing about it. And I explained to him what it was, and he laughed even more. But that's what I'm saying. It's like y'all terminology is wearing off on me or rubbing off on me, and I don't even notice it.
James, we had a conversation with a Yank one night, right? And we explained to him, it took us an hour and a half, yeah, as to why there are two ways of using the C word, yeah. You know the C word I'm on about, the
Yes.
cunt, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Now
Yep.
he didn't understand because he said, "Oh no, we're not allowed to use that word." We were like, "Why is that?" And he said, "Because it's a terrible word." And we were like, "No, there's two ways of saying it. Yeah, you can say it with no T, and that can be you're a cunt, yeah, and you can say it in a normal term, and you won't take offence. But if I put a T on the end of that, yeah, then that's a derogatory term. That's the way we use it over here." So we explained this to him for an hour and a half, and we said, "Look, it's perfectly fine to use it. You just have to use it in the right context." So do you know what he did?
What?
He went in. Now, we're not too sure whether it was his woman or his wife or his mother, but we do believe that it was his mother. Yeah. But he walked into the room, called her a cunt, and then walked out and literally left the house and was in the garden walking away.
What?
Yeah. I swear to God. Somebody in the hold on, Rice and Peas will tell you. She was in the chat. I don't know who else was in there. Gina was in there. There was a few people in there, yeah, that will remember this, yeah, that was in this chat. But we were on Jason V's, an hour and a half. There was about 7 of us explaining why we use it, what way we use it, what context we use it in, and he went in and called this woman the name. Yeah, she wasn't too happy. And then he literally left the building, left his own property. And we were like, "Are you outside?" Yeah. "Where are you walking? Where are you walking to?" Literally, he ran. He literally called her a cunt and ran. Honestly, yeah, Rice and Peas, you were there, weren't you? Honestly, it was absolute, it was hysterical. It was hysterical.
Probably afraid what that woman was going to fucking do to him after he called her that name. That's why he fucking
This
ran.
is it, because he said, "No, you don't, no, and women don't ever use that in America." What do you mean women don't use it? Well, they don't. Well, we use it all the time over here. And we were like, "What?" And he was, yeah, but like I say, yeah, honestly, who could have a conversation for an hour and a half how to use the word cunt?
I laughed so hard I hit the leave button by mistake.
I'll see if he's still got it. If he's still got it, I'll see if he can put it up, and we'll bring it up. Honestly, it was one of the funniest streams. But yeah, to hear this man call, and we kept saying, "Was it your mum or your wife?" And he wouldn't answer. He wouldn't tell us who he just said it to. Yeah, we never see him again, did we, Rice? No, we didn't. We've never seen him again since then. And we do actually wonder whether he's dead.
He probably is.
We do think that maybe his mother or wife was running out the house with a semi-automatic or something.
Hunting him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we was a bit naughty, weren't we?
Well, you know the funniest thing is, this is the only thing I can really pick up on. Like with y'all insults, y'all refer to the front of the body, Whereas with our insults, we refer to the back of the body. Like when
Yes.
y'all get mad, y'all will say, that's complete bollocks. Bollocks. When we get mad, we say that's some Chicago bullshit. Y'all say,
Right.
y'all will
Okay.
say, oh, are you taking the piss out of me? And we'll say, oh, you're just talking a lot of shit. Why are you talking so much shit? But you see how like y'all refer to the front of the body and we refer to the back of the body.
Yeah,
That's
we
what
just
I
say
keep
you're talking
picking up
bollocks.
on.
Yeah. We're not afraid to say you're talking bollocks, James.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Arsehole, yeah.
Not at all.
No, we're not. We're
Yeah.
not afraid, are we? It's just
But
like
see,
normal. It's like the word "and."
No.
and y'all say, oh, that's complete bollocks. And we'll say, oh, that's a lot of shit. What the hell you keep talking shit for?
Funny.
I've had so many Americans. When I've been playing on the Xbox with a couple of American boys. They can't say bollocks. They always end up saying bullocks. They're bullocks. And I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? Bullocks. Bollocks. No, it's bollocks. Bollocks. No, bollocks. No, bollocks, mate. And then they say twat. Twat is twat. Twat. You
Oh,
twat. I said, what's a twat? You fucking twat.
Oh, come
What's the
on.
matter with you all?
You know you're playing with some idiots if they don't even know twat.
but now
Yeah,
see,
they call us twats.
Oh,
now
We're
see,
twats.
Smokey.
TWOTS.
But see, Smokey. Now I say twat, right? That's what I say. What you got to keep in mind is that in different parts of America, we have different accents. So I say
Yeah.
twat, but in the South, somebody would say twat. Now up north, somebody would say twat,
twat.
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 Yeah, I say
Twat.
twat.
Yeah, my friends from Rhode Island, they say twat. Twat.
Yeah,
What the fuck's a twat? The fuck is that?
but
We invented the fucking English language. What the fuck is twat? A-T. T-W-A-T. The fucking matter with you all?
well, we laugh though because we say garage and y'all say garage. I'm
Garage.
like, and
What is garage?
the first time I heard somebody say that, though, I was like, what?
It is
Well, don't worry,
garage,
we
and it's
can't
fucking
understand what the
rubbish. It
North
isn't
think.
trash. It's fucking rubbish.
We have that difference between the North and the South, don't we?
Yeah.
Sometimes we can't understand them.
I have a problem fucking understanding some of the deep Irish and the deep Scottish. I really do.
Jesus. Yeah. Well, Smokey, right? So you know Joe, yeah? We all know Joe.
Yeah.
So it took me. You can imagine. What did you say? Say that again. What?
Yeah.
What? Right now, I know
Yeah.
Joe. Like I don't need a translator. So we're in Discord, right? I've got to tell you. So we're in Discord, right? So in comes Deegan. Oh my fucking god! I literally looked and went, "Bring Joe back. Bring Joe back now." Right? So the next thing I know, in comes Beyonce. Wow, that was it. I literally went, I need a fucking translator for these two. I could understand Joe better than I could Deegan and Beyonce. Deegan, I'm all right with now. I can understand Deegan. It doesn't. But I tell you now, have you ever heard Paul and Suzanne B and Paul O'Neill? You want to hear an Irish accent? I'm telling you, you need to hear her husband's Paul's. Paul has the most. He's from Dublin, and his accent. Oh, I can understand him now, but I'm telling you that he's so fast and so. And I'm like, whoa! What did you say?
Yeah.
I remember the first time I met Joe. Right, he abused the fuck out of me, right? And I was just laughing at him because I couldn't understand what he was fucking telling me and what he was calling me and anything. I just couldn't understand what he was saying.
Maybe that was best way.
Yeah, I think it was as well. The only thing I understood was, I'm going to fill you full of holes and I'm going to stab you. I think that was the only thing I heard out of the whole conversation. I was like, wow, fucking hell, really, mate?
Yeah.
You can. I was like, oh, what are you on about? The McGinty's, what the fuck you on about? I don't know, fucking hell. Who you on about?
I know.
You know what it's like.
They're only. I've had the same conversation that if you know the names, then they mean something. But if you have no idea, then it means nothing. But
Yeah.
But like I say, there's many stages. You've seen the Joe that's the you know the one that you can talk to. I mean, he can hold.
I've seen the placid Joe. Yeah.
He's fucking intelligent. He can hold a conversation, but there's different stages of him drinking as to what Joe you're going to get.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I've viewed him being civil, and I got to be honest, I prefer him like that than what I do with him shouting his head off and abusing people. I got to be honest, I prefer that. I prefer him being nice than being horrible.
Mm. Yes, yeah. Well, we all do. We all do.
Because I think he just takes it a step too far. Not realizing what frame of mind the other person is in.
But the thing with Joe is it's a hard one because he you know, if he obviously sees what he sees, thinks what he thinks, yeah, and he has every right to. He's his own person, but he has to get this out. And if he doesn't get it out, he says it just sits and it's inside him, and he has to get it out. But
thanks, Pippa.
Unfortunately, it's not always a nice way of doing it. But
no. Pippa, have a great day, my friend. Have a great day.
Yeah, take care, Pippa. Always good seeing you.
See you later, Pippa. Nice to speak to you this morning. It's been such a great stream, Smokey. It really has.
It's been going for 8 hours, man. I'm dragging it out a bit myself, I think.
Literally, the chat hasn't stopped moving, has it? It's been flowing. Everybody's talking,
it's been good,
in the subjects that we're talking about on the panel.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I got to be honest. I do when I throw a live. I do like to have a nice live like this. I prefer that than everybody saying you're nonce, you're paedophile, you're fucks. I'm fed up with all that bullshit now.
Of course, we all want. At the end of the day, we're all on here for a chat, aren't we? I don't want to come on here and call anybody out and fucking argue. I've got fucking a house and the dogs to look after. I'm too busy. Do you know what I mean? I come on here as a release to get out of the shit. You know, not to sit and argue.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
Life's too short, man. Fucking hell, everybody bitching amongst themselves and that. And I know sometimes it's good entertainment and it's quite funny in some arguments that they have, and pointless arguments, but it just gets to a fucking point where they like to bring up the nonce word and the fucking wrong end and the paedophiles, and I just think to myself, what the fuck? Why would you want to bring something like that up? Well, I don't understand. It's so damaging. You know, it is so damaging for people's health, mental health. It's just something that shouldn't be said.
Well, I just don't go in the streams anymore. I know which streams are going to be where there's call outs and there's going to be shit. So I just don't bother going in them.
I ghost a lot of them, I do.
I've answered from so many, it's unbelievable. And if I do, I go in now, maybe 5 minutes. Most of them have Crinkle on anyway. So I'm only ever in a room until Crinkle comes in, and then I'm out there. You won't see my name ever in a room with Crinkle.
I won't have him on my channel. I won't have him anywhere near my channel. I don't want him in yet. And I've let him know that I don't want you anywhere near my fucking channel. Gamer tried to come on earlier, and that's another one I don't want on my channel.
No, not if they're not going to bring anything to it. No, Gamer. No. See, I've never been into Gamer. I know he was with Amanda and all that lot, and he was around them all the time, but he wasn't my cup of tea, so I never bothered going in them streams. I wasn't a Gamer fan. Why would anybody want that?
Yeah, there's another one, Bright. There's another one I want to have on you.
We outed Bright a year ago. A year ago, we said Bright is a wrong un because of that dream. We outed him a year ago, and people are still letting him in.
Yeah, I won't have him on you. I won't have him on you at all.
You know, big up Bright, big up fucking Crinkle. Really?
I know. And I don't know what's going on with Coco. I don't know a lot about what's going on there. You know what I mean? I'll have to look into that. But
with who?
Coco Savage. I don't know what's going on there.
there's a lot of things going on with Coco, and all I can say is, yeah, I'm aware of it all, and I've been aware of it because obviously a year ago there was the auditing community and the freedom community, and now there is no freedom community. It's all been linked together. So I was aware of these wrong-uns, GMM, and all the others, yeah, and obviously Coco. I've been watching these for a long time, and the only thing, I've never spoke to them because I've never had reason to. They were over in the auditing community, but we're now, like I say, they're in ours. But the one thing I will say is I've heard 3 times out of his mouth and the story, and every time has been different. He has never stuck to the same story, and that to me, yeah, if you're not lying, it don't matter how many times you tell that story, the truth will be.
It's going to be the same. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
absolutely, it's going to be the same. Without a doubt, it's going to be the same. Because as soon as it starts changing, you're proving to be a fucking liar, aren't you? Simple.
That's right. So as far as I was concerned, when I heard the story the first time, yeah, okay, that's the story. Then I heard the story the second time, and well, that wasn't what you just said like a few months ago. Then I've heard it a third time, and it's changed again. Yeah, but what gets me is I've seen this with my own eyes. I think it was it Matt on Burns? You're calling me at 4 a.m, Coco. Fuck off. Yeah. And that's what he seems to be doing. He's ringing a lot of people. Where he's getting all these numbers from, I have no idea. But look, that's all I'm going to say about him. There's allegations about him, but I have no opinion other than I've heard out of his own mouth the same story 3 times, and everyone's been different. And that brings an alarm bell to my head.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't disagree with you there. I won't disagree with you, because I find that. I find a couple of people's stories, they change.
Yeah.
As time goes on.
Yeah. But if we asked you a story that happened a year ago, yeah, and kept asking you it, and you were telling the truth, it wouldn't falter. We know that.
No, it wouldn't change.
There's enough psychology programs on our TV to know when someone's lying.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I won't disagree with you there. I remember when I was getting accused of fucking going to beat up fucking Chris Live Free. They asked me a million different questions, right? All the different ways they could ask the same question, honestly, right? Yeah. And I answered it all the same, and I've done it for weeks, and I still do it now.
Yeah.
Because it's the fucking truth. It's simple. You can't how can I put it? There's no way of fucking messing the truth up.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way of doing it.
Yeah, it's like if you tell the truth, it's gonna just come out naturally. Whereas if you tell a lie, you got to keep telling another lie to cover up that lie, and you got to keep trying to remember what you said to get the story straight. But the problem is you keep forgetting, and that's why the story keeps changing.
That's right. And that's my only opinion on it. Is like I say,
cheers, Beyonce.
There's not a lot of allegations, but my personal
big up Mark Kelly.
My personal one. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark Kelly.
If you've heard the story change so many times, then what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as Beyonce said, but there now, right? My story never changed, and it never fucking will, because it was the truth. It never will change. And why should it change? Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. I didn't give a fuck about going on a million people's channels and fucking explaining my situation, explaining myself, because I knew I was right.
Yeah.
I knew I was right. So why should I shy away from that?
Well, you won't.
People who shy away from questions is another one that gives me suspicions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who won't answer a straight question. They won't, like.
No, they deflect and avoid, and or they take 5 minutes. Look, if you're going to have to take 5 minutes to answer a simple yes or fucking no question, then you're obviously bullshitting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. I will never conform. People are being pushed to their limits. That's right. And it's just no need for it. Fucking hell, we're all in it for the same reason, aren't we? Either entertainment or to talk and talk to civilized people with the same fucking mindset that you have.
Yeah.
And if you haven't got the same mindset, let's have an educational thought and talk and see if we can change minds and go in the right direction. It's all about that. It's all about that.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not
Exactly.
educational, right, don't fucking bother.
No. No, I
Simple
mean,
as
look what
that,
you
you know.
covered today. I've been in here since 5, and what was you talking about then? I think it was racism and well, it was loads
Yeah,
going on, haven't there? There's been the NHS, illnesses,
yeah,
PIP assessments.
we've gone through the lot.
Bloody right. We put the world to rights this morning. We don't need
That's
commercial.
right. We have. You know,
We've
and I've
really put it to
realised,
work,
right?
haven't we?
And I've realised there's a lot of genuine people in this fucking community. There is a lot of genuine people in you. There is. And I like that. I like genuine people. I don't like this facade of fucking putting the fucking mask on. That's not me, and I shouldn't be other people either. They've got to be themselves.
Oh, there's that song in it. What is it? Was it Gloria Gaynor? I am what I am.
That's correct.
That's the one. I always think of that when I hear that, when you know, and I think, yeah, I'm singing the song I am what I am. I don't praise, I don't take pity.
And I don't profess, Michelle, I don't profess to be a fucking good lad, right? I've always been a naughty fucker. I have, like, you know what I mean? But it just comes to a point in your life where you think, I got to learn from these mistakes, because if I don't, I'm going to end up a fucking knobhead for the rest of my life.
Of course. And look, at the end of the day, again, that's with age and wisdom, isn't it? We've all grown up, we've realised we're still making mistakes. God, I make mistakes all the time and go, fucking hell, what'd you do that for? Now you have to learn from it. But, you know, that is still part of growing up, isn't it? We are, even though you might be in your 40s, I'm in my 50s, we're still growing up.
No, I'm learning every day. Every day.
Exactly.
What's that? That's what it's all about.
You know what they say, Smokey? You learn something new every day, and you're never too old to learn. And that's what
That's true.
that's what I like. You know, everybody has made mistakes. Everybody has done wrong. The important thing is to learn from those mistakes and try not to repeat them again. And you know, you touched on something that I really like to say is you come across a lot of idiots on here, but you also come across a lot of great people. And I feel like a lot of genuine people don't get the attention and the recognition that they deserve. We're always talking about the bad people, but we don't talk enough about the good ones.
Oh my God, the link to the Discord's going out again. Oh God. Right.
It's right though, it's right. You know, it's always the bad apple that spoils the bunch, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Smokey, I think we really are. Smokey, I think we really are brothers. It's like I understand what you said. I understand what you're saying, and you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Listen. I love soul, Motown, and Tamla Motown, right? And I'm telling you something now. I was born the wrong color in the wrong fucking era, and the wrong nationality.
Well, I think I'm a Brit. I think I'm a Brit in an American's body, so that makes us even.
No, I miss most of yours,
don't be a Brit,
Mark.
mate. It's just as bad over here as what it is over
there. What'd you say?
Sorry, Michelle.
Shit, did you lot just hear that? I did try and mute it.
We heard something.
Fuck's sake, I muted it, then pulled the biscuits out, and then thought, oh, I hope my phone caught up quick enough. Sorry. If I'm making noise.
That's right, Mark.
I'm making noise.
That's right, Mark. You give people the option to watch what they want. If they want to go, they can go. If they want to stay, they can stay. That's absolutely correct. And leave people the choice, their own choice. I'm big on that.
That's it. Exactly. You've got to have the choice. You have the choice.
Yeah.
Everybody has a choice. It's, you know, the other night there was quite a few. Was it? Yeah, last night there was quite a few on, weren't there, Mark? I think you were live. Sparky was live. Can't remember now. I think I was in there till Crinkle come in, and then I left.
Yeah, I think I was in Mark's till Crinkle come in, and I had to go. Like I went on Lord of Lose last night, and Crinkle was in there, and I didn't say a fucking word to him, and I won't. You know what I mean? I won't. He knows my feelings. He knows I don't like him, and he disappeared.
Morning, Marie. Marie's in now. Now you can see
Ah,
Marie.
morning,
She's
Marie.
down there, look.
Hey, good morning, Maurice.
Bless you, Marie. Old Smokey's thought I've been you most of the morning.
Oh, yeah, my brain's been addled, Marie.
It's getting a bit tired. Are you feeling tired yet, Smokes?
No, not at all. Not
Have
at
you
all. I
eaten?
think I'm on hour
Sometimes
40
having
now,
a
I
load
think.
of food might fill you up and knock you out.
I can't get to the kitchen, man. I can't do it.
Really? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ah, it is what it is. It is what it
Bloody
is.
hell.
Don't I got some chocolate biscuits for the side of me. I'll have a couple of them now.
Where's the map app? Let me have a look. How far's Wales?
Oh, don't you dare.
I think it'd be quite far on Peterborough, so I'm in the Midlands.
Yeah, oh
West
yeah,
Midlands.
that's a distance now.
Yes, very, very right in the middle of nowhere. Well, the city is. What did I come up here for? Oh,
I
yeah.
got chocolate biscuits here, so I just have chocolate
what you got?
biscuit.
What you got? Milk chocolate or dark?
Yeah. Oh, milk.
Oh, I do
Milk
like
chocolate.
a dark one though. Don't you? Don't you like the odd dark chocolate biscuit?
Oh, I can't. Oh, I don't like dark chocolate. The only time I like dark chocolate is after 8 minutes.
Oh, I do like a bit. Yeah. You got me thinking. No, I want cheese. I'm still on cheese mode. You spoke about
all right, mate. No problem, people.
See, that's done me in now. I need goat's cheese.
Here's me saying morning, Marie. It's afternoon now, isn't it? Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Fucking hell. I've been going for 8 hours, 20 minutes. It's the longest live I think I've done.
Oh,
Well, believe it or not,
he's going to come up and speak. He's going to restart his phone, Sparky.
believe it or not, it's only 8:01 a.m. here, so our day is really just getting started. It's still
Have you been
morning
asleep
time.
yet?
No?
No, I haven't, Marie. I haven't slept. I haven't slept in about
You've not
40
slept?
hours now.
No, I know you haven't. Oh, blimey. I know you haven't. Have you been to bed yet, James?
No, I stayed up
my
all
good
night.
God.
But what it was, believe it or not, I fell asleep about 8 o'clock last night, and I woke up
Thank you,
around
Gina.
10 or 11, and then I came to Laura's first, but then Smokey started up his live. I came here and been here ever since. So I don't mind. I like it because I enjoy
Ellen, I
the
can't have a carer because there's not enough funds.
I enjoy the conversation and just hanging out with people from a different country. So hey.
No, it's been a great stream.
I can't sleep, Marie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let us know when you start getting tired, Smokey.
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Don't keep it going, you know. But look, it's not like we've got much else to do. Look, we're all in chat and on panel.
Yeah. No, I
My
just
old
can't
man's gone
sleep.
to the gym. I feel a bit
And
lazy.
Tara's still here. Look, Tara's still here. Here's another one. He's fucking great, he is. I love my Tara. He's fucking good, man, he is.
Who is? Oh, Terra. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I've never seen that name before.
No,
Hello.
he's a good guy, ma'am. Really nice guy. Really nice guy.
Oh, I want a wire.
He's one of my closest followers, he is, man. And I tell you what, we speak to each other regular, and he's such a lovely guy.
See, we've got some
It's a pleasure to call him my friend.
Mm-hmm.
He is a pleasure to call my friend. It is. He is a pleasure. He's a lovely guy.
It's lovely when you've got good friends, isn't it?
Oh, he's good as gold. I got to be honest. I know I could pick up that phone any time in the morning and he'd be there and answer it. I know he would, like.
I send my friends texts sometimes just saying, have I told you lately that I love you? And they go, no. And I go, oh, okay, just check it. And then, you know, you just get hearts back. And I just get hearts back. But it's just my way of saying, you know, I might not have seen you for a week or two, but I still love you. Do you know what I mean? And then that's how I love my besties. Yes, Prince, I'm going out. I'm going up the road.
Yeah, it's been a lovely live. It has. It's been good. I've thoroughly enjoyed. And they wouldn't have done it without you guys.
Purple Spliff's going to come up as well, don't forget.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting for him.
Opening the
I'm
wine.
waiting for
Oh,
him.
did you watch Jack Your Body? Jack Your Body, that is the best video. I've watched that about 5 times. I had to watch it once I watched it once all together. Then I had to watch it for Joe. Then I had to watch it for Andrew. And then I had to watch it to see what the lady in the fucking bottom was doing. Have you seen it, Smokey?
Is that the one with the lever corkscrew and he didn't know how to work it?
Corkscrew. Yeah, the Jack Your Body one. Yeah. I swear to God, I don't know what Jack Your Body's been up to, but whoever they are, they're not doing this, thank God. But it did get to a stage where I was thinking, shit, we're all going to get jacked. You know, we're all going to get jacked by Jack Your Body. But that was the funniest one I've ever seen. Funniest one. Just done so well. The corkscrew. I mean, she got down, and when I'll tell you the best bit, when he goes, "It's coming, Joe. It's coming." He's coming, Joe. He's coming. He's coming, Joe. Fucking was like, Andrew, stop! I'm gonna pee my pants. I swear to God. So funny.
Oh, Andrew is a card, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Andrew. Do you know what? They played their roles perfectly because I know Joe. Yeah, and I know that when he goes, I've got to mute myself. This is doing me head in. You know that Joe's OCD would have kicked in, right? And he literally, and then right at the end, he goes, "Well, you're going to put it in a cup, aren't you?" "Oh, you're such a chap," he said, when he literally got up. And then he swigged it out the bottle. Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah, brilliant.
Afternoon,
Absolutely
Queen.
Brilliant. Have you seen that, James?
No, I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, there's
Oh, it's funny, man.
I'm sure he's Lynn around. Who's in there that's blue? I think Lynn. Oh, Suzanne might do it for us. She put it in earlier. It's Jack Your Body. We don't know who they are, but they're called Jack Your Body, and they've done a few videos on a few people here in the community. Yeah, but the best one you have to watch is Andrew J, the corkscrew with Joe, and then because Joe's drunk, obviously. But he's doing his heading because he knows how to use it, and his OCD's. You just watch it, honestly, it's just brilliant. But it's based on.
It's funny.
We used to have a game here called the Krypton Factor. Was it the Krypton Factor? Yeah, it was Krypton Factor.
Yeah.
And it was based on that. So but you'll get it. You'll get it. It's based on a game that we all know that we were like, oh my God, this is brilliant. But yeah, give it a go. Jack Your Body, so funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. And I just want to say, hello, Queen Ninja. See,
Oh, yeah.
now you heard me say it. You heard me say it.
You made sure she heard you this time.
Yeah, but you did say it. I did hear you the last time. But yeah, but hello, Queen. How are you? Right, let me just put this blind up. I'll mute myself. I'm waiting for Purple Spliff to get up, and then I can mute myself and get to the shop so that there's another one on the panel with you talking away.
No, there's no one yet. He hasn't come back yet.
Right, it might disconnect, but it will come back. I'm going to take you to... Have I got the money with me? Shit, I'll be getting up the shop and no money.
That's no good.
I want to see. Well, my son seems to think that even if your cards aren't on your phone, because obviously I've lost them, he said, yeah, but you can still use Apple Pay. I said, of course you can't. He said, you can, Mum. Apple Pay has nothing to do with your cards and your credit card. I said,
it's all linked, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. So I'm going to go up the shop and try it. I'd rather try it with a shop that I know than one that I don't. And they say, sorry, your card's been declined.
You haven't cancelled them, have you?
Really pissed me off the other day. Pizza place to get a pizza card only.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one round by me. There's Domino's by me who'll do card only as well, cashless.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a few places that just do cashless now around by me. Which is insane, really.
Yeah, that does sound insane. But you remember when we talked the last time, you said they're going to a cashless society. I think
Yeah,
that you're right. That's what they're moving towards.
yeah. And unfortunately, old Prince Charles is the leader of the World Economic Forum, which are all for the cashless society. So now we got a monarch that wants a cashless society. So we're maybe a bit fucked now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what gets
You
me
know, we
because
may be a little bit fucked.
they're trying to make everything global now. That's what I noticed. Smokey,
Fucking hell.
Smokey, I'm gonna ask your opinion. What do you think about technology?
In which way?
Well,
What do
okay. Well, I tell you what I think. I think it could be a good thing or a bad thing. But at the end of the day, what it really all comes down to is the heart of the user. Like I can come on here and meet great people like you all, or come on here and look for something educational, or I can choose to come on here and just seek out the drama or seek out some crazy stuff. So it comes down to the eye of the user, the heart of the user, I should say. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's the technology itself. I think it's the heart of the user. So that's what I wanted to get you.
Well, yeah. Well, as you guys say, when it comes to guns, it's not the guns that kill people; it's the people that use them.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, so you could put that sort of thought into this YouTube business. It's not YouTube itself; it's the people who use it.
Mm-hmm.
You
And
fucking
see,
And if you
arsehole.
use it wrong, you can be
Indicate.
detrimental to people's health. Simple.
mm-hmm. And see, it goes back to, you remember we were talking about the Mayans being removed, and it's like you can take the statues away, but you can't take somebody's mentality away. So, it's really no need to take down the statue.
Oh, the shop's shut. What the fuck? Wow.
The shop is shut.
My shop's shut. It's never shut. Yeah, it's shut. Oh, I knew he had staffing issues the other day because I see him and his missus working in there, and I was going to say to him, got staffing issues again? Oh, I suppose I better go to... Oh, crap.
That's funny. I will never conform. Fair play.
Oh, say more driving.
So you got to drive now.
I'm driving, yeah. I've gone out, I drove. Paul's gone to the gym. I could have texted him and said, the trouble is he doesn't smoke. Yeah, he gave up smoking about 3 years ago, and he is the world's worst ex-smoker. The guy used to smoke in between, like if you were shopping and you come out of one shop and you wanted to go into the next shop, right? He would literally stop and have a cigarette. It used to piss me off, yeah. But now he's an ex-smoker. I smoke everywhere in the house. I don't give a shit. I smoke wherever I like. But I don't like asking him to get it, because the one thing is I don't like alcohol. Yeah, so I won't buy his beers. I've been with the man 35 years. I think I've bought beers 4 times. Yeah, you want to drink that shit, you go and get it yourself. Drink it. I'm not doing it. And if you ain't got enough, tough shit, wait till tomorrow. I will not go and buy his beer. So it's a bit of a piss take if I say to him, by the way, I know you're not smoking and you hate it, but can you go and give me to my tobacco, please? So it's the one thing that I go, you get out to that shop and get your tobacco, mate, because he's already been out and got milk, so I can't moan at him. He's been out and bought me milk this morning.
Oh, trolls are in.
Oh, what trolls we got?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
What you got? Who?
Yeah, I tell you what, that can happen to that.
I ain't no troll.
No, not you.
Oh, hello,
Here you
Rich.
go.
All right.
Hey,
Who
Michelle.
got in?
Hi.
Who's the troll?
Yeah, I don't know. I had to restart my phone, so I've been out of the chat for 5 minutes.
Oh, the SIB.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
just
Oh, bless you.
yeah, blocked.
Look at Beyonce. He's such a snitch, isn't he? And he listen to him. Mute Michelle. She gets road rage.
Yeah, that one's blocked. See ya.
Oh, sorry I'm so late.
Could be
Smokey.
doing without your shit today.
I
See
always
ya.
come on late, but I don't get
How
up
you
that
doing,
early.
Purple?
So
You good, bro?
yeah, I'm okay, man.
No work
I'm
today,
good.
Rich.
No, they didn't need me.
Have you been at work?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Bloody hell, they've changed the look around here, haven't they?
I did a shift yesterday. It was quite harsh.
Come on.
And hey, Purple Spliff, always good to see you.
Oh, is it?
Hi, James. Good to see you too, man.
Yeah, it's like we haven't
Was
seen
you on
each other
a
in ages.
0-hour contract then, Purple?
You're a good friend of some of my favorite channels. Brilliant.
Oh,
Sorry,
well,
Smokey. What?
Are you on a 0-hour contract?
No. No, it's just part-time. It's just a part-time job at the moment.
Hey,
How you
having a
getting on? Do you
part-time
think it
job
will
is
lead
better
to a
than having no
permanent one?
job, mate.
Yeah, it's
Do
the
you think
first.
it will lead
It's
to
the first
permanent,
job.
Rich?
To be fair, maybe Michelle, but to be fair, like it's the first proper job I've had in quite a few years. So
Good for you. It's giving you the footing, though, isn't it? It's getting at least it's getting you used to getting ready, getting out, seeing
yeah,
people.
it's given me some confidence, and made me aware of the real world of work and stuff. And there's obviously it's just like any workplace really, quite large workplace where it has quite a lot of people. It's a reflection of any community, I guess, really, or any group of people. There's always gonna be different characters. There'll be your alpha bullies, who will just do, they'll just push you out the way or shout you out the way or whatever. And there's all there's right down to meek, quiet types. You don't say much, but maybe just think a lot and just figure people out slowly.
Good for you. And at least you've
most
had good
people are
weather
right.
for
So
it.
Yeah,
Do you feel better for
I
doing
see
it?
that as well.
Have you got some like like sense of like fuck it? Yeah, it's nice to be back out. I envy you, mate. I wish I could be out there working.
It's all right.
I
Yeah,
miss
me
people.
too.
I miss people. I miss the hubbub and meeting by the water cooler, slugging off the managers.
Yeah, the chefs are great because they have a great. Most of them have a great sense of humor, and they're always cracking jokes and telling stories and stuff like that. But yeah, it's okay, and it's great to just come out of work and like be on the beach and just be like, okay, well, work's done now. I'm just going to chill out on the beach with a Zoot and just turn my back on it.
There isn't much work out there, so I commend you, bro. I do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if I had much competition for the job, but I was interviewed and chosen pretty quickly. So
the main thing is you got a job.
Yeah, I can get another one. I want to work it in a different. Get a different part-time job in a different area, like soap or something. I'd love to, like a bit like Tyler Durden in Fight Club. I would like to make soap, or at least work for a company that produces soap.
Well, I think Laura Lou said something to you about being on going for a job in Lush, didn't she?
Yeah. It's quite well known that they're based here or in Poole, not far away, and they've apparently they're looking for workers at the moment. So I'm definitely going to try applying. See how far I get.
Why not? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
what have you got to lose?
Well, not much really.
No, you haven't to do. You know, at the end of the day, you're in a part-time job now, and if you get a full-time job, you've gained everything, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, not everything, because if I, on the other hand, is if I get a full-time job, then I'll lose all my benefits. Then I'll have to pay my rent.
Yeah.
And shit, man, you know, that wouldn't be easy. But
well, no, I understand that. I understand that's not easy, but
I've had a lot of, over the years, people might wonder why I haven't been working for so long. It's not because I'm lazy or stupid or incapable or anything, but just to say that I have had a lot of, in my life, I've suffered a lot of mental health problems. They started, well, they didn't start when I was 23, but they flared up really bad when I was 23, and I just had to, I couldn't deal with life. I had to be taken away to somewhere safe, because I was just going out raving a lot, you know, and taking a lot of drugs, and thinking I was doing some good. But
it did
really,
done you no good.
My life was just falling apart, and the more it did, the more I threw myself into raving, and then it was just like, it's complicated, you know. It wasn't just me, and it wasn't.
Yeah, but most people
have faced that
situation, people. Most people who fit that bill, right, will turn to drink and drugs and try and find an answer. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, that is the way of the world at the moment.
You
know, and it has been for a few years.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I kind of knew what I was doing to an extent. So I wasn't just. I don't know. I wasn't just getting wasted for no, you know, for no reason.
No, you were escaping.
It was more.
That's why you were getting wasted. To escape.
Maybe I didn't drink. I've never really drank much. I'm not much of a drinker. It just makes me a wreck. But I've always been more into the psychedelics, and I've done, you know, I've done lots of acid and magic mushrooms and ecstasy and ketamine, a bit of ketamine, not much, and a few other things. But also, it wasn't just youthful experimentation. Like when I started, even before I took my first acid tab when I was 17, I didn't just go into it blind. I knew what I was getting into, which is why I did it. But I researched. I read books about the subject, and I found some pretty you know, engaging and influential people, and I just kind of I put my trust in them.
When I started doing acid, I was 14 years old, man.
I had a fucking great time.
When I started doing acids and that, I was 14 years old. I started on the blotters and I ended up on the dots.
That's mad, mate. I mean, that's crazy, Smokey, because people say, I'm amazed when people say, oh, I smoked weed. I started smoking weed when I was 14, and I'm like, or 11 or whatever it is, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty shocking. Your head must be.
That's when I started smoking weed when I was 11.
But how did you get? Like, how did you have the contacts when you were that young to take these kind of drugs and stuff, man?
Because I was hanging around with people that were 2 or 3 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah. At 11 years old, I was smoking weed. At 14 years old, I was doing acid and pinching cars.
That's a weird combination.
You've got to realise this is the valleys I lived in. It was quite a rough, you know, I lived on a rough council estate.
Yeah.
So, you know, if there was weed to be dealt, then I'd be quite happy running 9-ounce bars around everybody's houses from a certain house and things like that, and I'd earn my weed and, you know, and things like that, and then all of a sudden the blotters come out. And I knew someone who was making the blotters, so that we'd have booklets of blotters we could sell and we could make
Yeah, yeah,
ourselves. And you know, we'd
yeah.
in the
It's
end, by the
great that
time
you
I was
made.
16,
But
by
what?
the time I was 16, I was off it all. You know, I wasn't off it all, but I was
Yeah,
off the acid and that. You know, I never
right.
bothered after that. Then
Shit. So you had some early experiences with psychedelics, and you just kind of sounds like they scared you. You got scared off them a bit.
No, not really. I didn't have any sort of bad trips or anything like that. I never, you know, I always tripped outside. I never had acid indoors. You know what I mean? I was always outdoors. So, you
It's
know, I
quite
never
sensible.
really had that issue.
I was just going to ask, like, what
when I used to go Glastonbury.
Yeah, but I was going to ask though, what before you carry on, what did you really know about, say, for example, LSD before you tried it?
Fuck all.
What do you?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No, not a thing.
That's mental. That's mental to me.
Not a thing. I seen the boys use it about a week before, and they were all laughing their fucking heads off, right, over nothing.
Right.
Walking around with bongs in their hand and thinking it was fucking funny, and I was thinking, I give that a go, and I give it a go, and that was me then. I was using, and I'd only use them in the summers. Wouldn't use them in the winter, always in the summer. Summer drugs.
That's a good way of thinking about it. There's so many different ways.
I'd done mushrooms once.
Taking acid, like, go on.
I'd done mushrooms once, and I never liked the come down. I did not. It was so dirty.
Really?
I felt fucking bogging. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. Didn't like the mushrooms.
I absolutely love mushrooms. See, I've done mushrooms at Glastonbury and stuff. Right, you know, sat around a big fire with loads of people talking shit for fucking hours, and I'm just like staring into the fire at one point, just watching the fire dance and go all different colors, and there's things jumping around in there that shouldn't, you know, that aren't usually jumping around in there. And I'm thinking, this is fucking awesome. But I've had some great times on mushrooms. I've never had a bad mushroom trip, where I've heard some people have. But I've had some strange moments, and it does get overwhelming sometimes. And when you're in the depths of the mushroom trip, and you're just like, you're not even here anymore. You're in the presence of something much, much bigger, and it's right, you know, it's sitting right next to you. And it doesn't always talk English either, but you can definitely learn from it. But yeah, I used
to, when I was 14, my mate was 17, and he just passed his test, and we used to drive to fish ponds in Bristol.
I know.
Pick up a load of booklets from a guy in Bristol, right, who we knew, who was on the run for a few years, right? This guy was a dangerous fucking man, passed away now, right? Martin, his name was, lovely guy, Scottish, South African, right? What a combination that was.
That's weird, isn't it?
He was on the run for years. He used to smuggle cannabis in through the ports of Dover and Ramsgate.
From South Africa?
No. He used to bring it in from Europe.
All right.
And he had a business. And he had a business partner. And we used to go down in the van, right? When I was younger, we used to go down in the van, and he used to come in. Remember the big computer screens with the big backs on them? These CRT monitors.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they used to be full a kilo a time on those monitors. So we used to smash the monitor, smash the back off, take the kilo out, dump all the fucking TV, all the screens and all the backs, and we load the kilo cannabis then in the corner. We'd end up coming up to Wales, then up to Cardiff. We'd do a drop in Cardiff, and then we'd do a drop in the valleys. Then we distribute it out to everyone, then that sort of thing. And I used to do that at 15 years old.
Right, that's mad.
Yeah, I was in the thick of it. When I was in that age, I was in the thick of it. I was right in the thick of it.
I've never really
dangerous people.
That's hard for me to relate to, Smokey, because I've never been that in thick of crime.
I remember taking black microdot, right? I remember taking a black. This guy was on the run, right? Because his partner had disappeared. Strangely enough, they caught his partner, and his partner was going to grass him up. and he disappeared. This is how important this guy was. His partner disappeared, and he was on the run, right? And he lived in a caravan in the Gower. And he'd had all chickens outside his caravan. He pulled out 2 410 shotguns, right? He started blowing the heads off his chickens, right? I've never seen nothing so funny in all my fucking life. I was tripping my head off, right? Honest to God. These chickens were running round, no heads, right? Just fucking sprinting round this. And I was giggling my fucking head off, right? Honestly. He had 2 410. It was him and my mate Jasper, right? They were fucking blowing the heads off his chickens with these 410 shotguns. Oh my God. So fucking funny when I was a kid.
Crazy. Were they his?
And that's the sort of upbringing I had when I was hanging around the boys.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. But were they his chickens or whose chickens were they?
Yeah, just normal. Yeah, it's normal chickens. He thought it was because he was tripping himself. He thought it was funny to blow the heads off of chickens and then see him run round his fucking pen.
Hmm.
And obviously, I was fucking tripping my head off, so I thought it was funny. Very cruel, right?
But,
very fucking cruel.
Yeah, I could see the funny side to that. Headless chickens.
You know, when you're tripping, right? It is comedic, like, you know. But you know, we've driven up past the M4. I remember sat in the car, and this guy would not let us leave, right, without having an acid trip, a blotter. And we were driving up the M4 from Fish Ponds, right, up over the bridge. And we were doing 30 mile an hour on the M4 on a little rascal van. My mate was 6'6", driving this fucking rascal van, right? He looked like a fucking giant driving it. I've never seen, we 30 mile an hour all the way up the M4, fucking crying, laughing over nothing. Over fuck all.
Wow.
I look back now and I think, you lucky bastard to get away with that, like, you know?
I think that's part of the way I am, why I am today, because the expanded perspective it can give you on the world and life and yourself. It does expand, it does expand your mind. It does expand your consciousness, and that scares people sometimes because they're not, you know, they didn't expect people to change in that way or to grow, you know, a different, like a new head or whatever. But you know, I've had some absolutely amazing times, and it's not the social times where I've been with people. I have had laughs with people on acid and psychedelics and stuff, but it's more when you just sit alone and kind of meditate and go into your own mind and just look.
No, I was
too
busy. I was with the boys. I was having a laugh.
That's where things get really interesting.
No, I couldn't do it on my own, man. I'd have to have a group around me that were doing the same thing. You know, I was one of them. I needed the group around me, like.
Well, fair enough. But I mean, you're talking like 14 to 16. That's not like you're a minor. You're not even an adult yet. So it's like it's hard for me to put my head around.
Yeah, I was a child. Yep, a child taking drugs on one. It was ever since my grandfather passed away. When my grandfather passed away, right, that was it. I was because I'd never had a dad, and he'd done everything a dad should do. It was like my dad had passed away, and I lost my head. Then I was stealing cars, taking acid, fucking on one, drinking. Do you know what I mean? I was doing so many stupid things.
Yeah,
so many stupid things, and I look back now and I think, right, you were a fucking idiot back then, like.
Yeah. But I always, you know, hear these bad, you know, you always hear these bad stories. The media's full of them. Oh, you know, and I just think, you know, like things like people, I took acid and I thought I could fly, man. So I just jumped out of a 3-story building or whatever.
I never understood it. I never understood it when people would say, run down the street and the lamppost bent over and shook my hand and the fucking Mars bars. And what the fuck drugs did you have, mate? Because I didn't fucking feel like that.
Yeah.
You knew the ones that were lying.
Does affect people in different ways. Like if you've got a vivid imagination already, then it tends to bring that out more.
Yeah, but blotters wouldn't do that. Blotters wouldn't do that. Blotters, you were just giggly. You were just giggly, laughing over nothing with blotters.
Sure. I don't actually know the difference. I mean, I know a bit about chemistry, and LSD 25 is the is the
and my
specific chemical.
favourites, right, was strobe double dips.
What is a blotter? Yeah.
A piece of paper, the piece of paper, the blotter.
Yeah, no, I know. Oh, yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm rabbiting a bit. I'm kind of nervous about and excited about being on, but it's nice that I can talk about one of my favourite subjects as well. But
yeah, blotters were little square bits of paper, mate. They were square bits of paper.
I know. Yeah, I know that. I was thinking about the microdots. Like what?
The
I've seen
microdots
them,
you had.
But why
green,
are they
red, and black?
Yep, maybe purple. But why?
Maybe purple if you're lucky. Yeah.
What are they made of that's different than the blotters? Oh, maybe the blotters have been soaked in a bath, like with soaked in the bath of acid, and they just soak it up. But the blotters, the microdots, they're just these tiny little it's no
flints,
bigger than a
lighter flints. They were
lighter flint. Yeah, exactly the same, like a small one of those. Maybe a half a lighter flint. But what is it? What is it made of?
I'm not sure, to be honest. That's all I knew. That was pure LSD. That was pure LSD, and that was.
They're just legendary, and they're so rare. I don't know anybody that's ever made them or anybody talk about making them. I have about blotters, but yeah, I did have a few back in the day, and they did. They were always
blotters
really strong.
Were pretty easy. Blotters were pretty easy. What we used to do, the boys used to go over to Holland, and they used to take weight for weight mushrooms. They take over the Flygarrick Welsh mushrooms, which the Dutch love, right? And we'd have weight for weight with cannabis. So we'd have, if you took over an ounce of mushrooms, you'd have an ounce of cannabis back.
Right.
Or you could get yourself a little blotter bottle, which is the liquid.
Yeah, of course.
In a little with a little teat on the top, so
bottle
you could just drop. Yeah. So you'd double dip them, so you could drop a droplet on them, let them dry out, and then drop another droplet on them. Then you'd have always called a double dip.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that this acid is so powerful as a drug. You only need, for a decent dose, you only need 250 micrograms, which is a millionth. Right. The microgram is a millionth of a gram. So
that's right.
You think, I've got a gram of weed or a gram of whatever, and you think that's not very much. But then, how much acid you need to get a proper trip is such tiny amounts that, my God, people must have been so careful back in the day. Just one touch.
I tell you what, right? His wife, right? This guy Martin, his wife, right, used to make cake. His wife used to make psychedelic cake, and it'd be luminous green, luminous yellow, purple. It'd have and we'd all have a piece of it. We'd all be off our fucking heads. I'm telling you, she would make cake. I tell you, amazing. Absolutely amazing. This guy had a mad household as well. He had like fucking half a springbok hanging off his wall, and he was a madhouse, honestly, in fish ponds. It was a madhouse. But
I know
he was on the run, and do you know how he made his money?
No.
Acting like an old man. That's what he did. He had a die cap on. He'd walk a Jack Russell dog, but you wouldn't know that guy was into kilos and kilos of fucking weed.
Right. So it was the old man was a front to throw people off the scent.
Yeah, he'd act as an old man. He would. He'd get a die cap on. He'd wear all fucking old men clothes. He'd walk his Jack Russell. But the quickest deal I've ever seen was a box come in, right? 2 kilo box come in. In one hand, he took 2 lumps of weed out for himself, closed the box back up. The other guy come and took it, and that was all done in under a minute.
Wow.
2 kilos gone, cash up front, and he had his smoke. And I was like, wow, fucking hell.
Now,
do you know what I mean? I had a bit of an adventurous lifestyle when I was younger. I was earning more money than my mother when I was younger.
Wow.
I'll tell you, I don't know too much about this stuff that you're talking about, but I have heard of acid, LSD, speed. Somebody told me heroin was the most addictive out of all of it. But I want to say, Smokey, that story you just told, it reminded me of this mob boss. He was the head of this crime family. and they kind of suspected that he was the head of a crime family. So he started pretending that he was crazy, and it would be like 90 degrees outside, and he'd walk around with a coat on, or he would turn the shower on, have all his clothes on, and get in the shower with an umbrella instead of the shower. And he was putting on this front, making people think that he was crazy. But like I said, it came out he was the head of a New York crime family, and that's the story you think of when you said the guy pretending to be an old man.
Yeah.
Interesting,
it's crazy,
isn't it?
honestly, it's crazy the lengths people would go to. Honest to God. When he was being watched, he ran into a pub in Fish Ponds and he was shouting about his keys, right? Where's my fucking keys? Now, when these coppers were listening to him shouting about where's my keys, they thought he meant keys of weed, but actually he meant keys, his house keys and car keys that he left there the night before, right? So they fucking, so when he jumped out of that fucking pub, right, the police jumped on him, boosh, at him straight away. Where's all these keys? Where's all these keys? He pulled out a bunch of fucking keys, right? And they never looked so flat, and they never bothered after that, funnily enough. Weird as fuck. But there was a fucking pub full of coppers when he went in there. It was unbelievable. And I stood outside, you could see them all just jump on him. Fucking loads, jumping out of cars, out the back of this fucking flower van. They all jumped him. And he was going, where's his keys? Where's his fucking keys? They were going to him. And he said, they're in my pocket. And he was going, don't be so fucking stupid. It won't fit in your pocket. He was going, they're in my fucking pocket. He was going, and the fucking police, he said, they're my fucking house keys and my van keys. He said, for work.
I think there's a moral of the story here. If you're overly suspicious, then you know you just you get the worst. You think the worst, you think the worst, you fucking get the worst. That's the moral of the story.
Very clever man. Very clever man, especially to stay on the run for about 5 years without being caught and hiding in a caravan in the Gower. Fucking brilliant.
Cool. So he was just, you met him. He was just around your estate.
I met him through a guy on the estate he was doing deals with.
Yeah.
And then we ended up working for him then, going down to Dover then and Ramsgate and taking the backs off the PCs, of the CRT monitors and look and bringing, fucking hell, we must have brought in, and I'm telling you, this guy had bands. This guy must have had...
He smuggled the weed in the monitors, the computer monitors.
In the CRT monitors, you could fit a kilo in a CRT monitor.
Wow.
That's quite a good idea.
CRT monitor, you could feed a kilo.
They'd probably never think of looking in there. I mean...
Back in the day, man,
you might know
what I mean? It wasn't like it is today.
Rumbled. Sorry.
You imagine being 14 years old and you're dealing with like 15, 16 keys of fucking weed.
No, I can't imagine that. That would have blown my little head at that age.
You know,
I wouldn't.
And that's what I mean. That's when I look back now and I think to myself, fucking hell, if I got caught, I would have gone to jail. I would have gone to young offenders straight away. I would have gone to youth or Borstal. Straight away, no fucking about.
And this is why your upbringing is so, like, your environment is so important to how our environment is important, always important to how we, how we get on and how we evolve and how we relate to each other and all this stuff. So
my mother could never understand how I was always wearing brand new Nike trainers and brand new Adidas fucking shell suits when they were out and shit like that, right? Because she weren't buying them for me, and that's all she knew I had was a milk round and a paper round.
I'm thinking, where's he get
all? But really, I was earning so much money. I was earning more money than my mother when I was 15.
Yeah. Wow.
Crazy, mate. Wow. Honestly, crazy. I had a bit of I bothered with the wrong crowd.
I
bothered with the wrong crowd, man. Simple as that.
I probably fell into a slightly bad crowd. They weren't completely bad when I was about 17. And it was a college, and again, Bristol. It was just the nearest city to where I lived, and I was bored with small town life, so I moved to the city, and my God, I had such a wake up call. But these guys were like, I don't know, they were like bikers, kind of metalers, like rocker type dudes. They were basically went to college, there were basically two main groups of people in the refectory and all that. It was like when you could, back in the days when you could smoke, they let you smoke in the refectory. How cool was that? Just cigarettes, like. But there were two main groups. There were basically the chavs, or the trendies, you might call them, you know, and the rockers, the long hairs and all that. And I thought about it for a bit, and I just thought, do you know what? They're both cool, but I think I like the rockers more because I'm into rock music and stuff. And, you know, I just thought, yeah.
Sorry, Michelle, I didn't see you back there, girl.
That's all right, sweetie. Don't worry. I went there long.
Some of them are cool, and some of them are idiots.
What can I say?
But we had some good times. Met some good people.
Yeah, I had some great times. I got to be honest. There's things I wouldn't change for the world. There is, but there's things that I would have, you know, that I would have changed. That I thought, fucking hell, that's a bit fucking naughty, like, you know.
Of course.
We got so good. Me and my mate Gavin, right, got so good at stealing cars, right, that people would actually ask us to do insurance jobs on their vehicles.
Oh, that's shocking.
Oh, buggers,
do you know when I
buggers.
knew? Do you know when I knew that my son had obviously been driving before? When I had a lesson with him. Honestly, I wouldn't even. There was no way he was allowed to ever. My Paul would never have allowed him to drive my car. Never allowed him. It'd have blacked my eyes if he knew I'd let him drive that car. But I let him. I let him once. He was learning to drive. Just had 1 or 2 lessons, and I said to him, "Come on, then I'll have a go with you." That bugger knew how to drive more than I did. I remember he was 17. I said, "How do you know how to do this?" And he just looked at me, and I said, "Go on." And he said, "Do you think we never drove?"
Oh,
when we
to
were
be
kids?
young again.
Yeah.
Not
Joyriding. You were all out doing your joyriding, weren't you? My son was one
we
of
were
them.
out doing joyriding.
He
But
went,
we always had a rule.
Mum, the cars we used
But we
to
always
sit.
had a
I said,
rule,
"Oh."
see, Michelle, right? We always had a rule. If we hit anybody or hurt anybody, we would not leave the fucking vehicle, and we would not leave them in trouble.
Oh, well, that was a good rule. I don't
That's
know whether
good.
they had that. I've run out of roll-up papers. I don't know whether they had that rule. I have no idea.
We would never. Luckily, we never did. But
it's always good to have
if
morals,
that was the
isn't it?
crunch and we'd hurt somebody, we would always stick around, you know, and that was the rule. We stuck around. We take the rap, like, you know.
The one thing I
always
think
good
they
to
did that
have
they
morals
kept
even when you're
to
high on drugs.
was they
Welcome
didn't
back,
even
Michelle,
they
by
didn't
the way.
do. That's all right, sweetie. Thank
nice
you.
to have
They
you
didn't
back.
do local cars. They didn't do people they knew. You know, it was people from other. It was cars from other estates. That's all I know. But yeah, it shocked me. Absolutely shocked me. And then when my daughter started to learn to drive, I thought, oh, bloody hell, don't tell me she's been out there joyriding and all. I can't cope with this. You know, I mean, I weren't joyriding myself. I was in the cars when I was young, but I never drove them myself. Do you know what I mean? But I used to drive the motorbikes and the bikes all across the estates and everything. But yeah, no, I was absolutely gobsmacked. He was driving at 17. I went, how do you know how to do this? What's going on? And yeah, and then it all came out. I had no idea. I'd have beat him if I'd have knew he was doing that. Little shit.
Yeah,
I've lost
I had a very experienced young lifestyle when I was young. I did. I was
Be right back.
I was into a lot of things, man. A lot of things. A lot of things I shouldn't have been into at that age.
I mean, I was a rebel, and I've always been I was put in care because I wouldn't go to school, and I was a right little shit. I've always been rebellious, but I did try and teach my kids, you know. I didn't keep it all back from them. I told them exactly. I said to them, you're going to taste some drugs. Yeah, some of them are going to be good, some of them are going to be bad, but know this, I don't care where you are in the country. I don't care if you're 10 hours away from me. You need me, you ring me, I'll come get you. I'll come get you and I'll see you through it. I'll see you through the drug till the end.
Yeah.
You know? And then he developed a tick. I said, oh, right, we're on that shit, are we? When he came in, I remember he came in, he was like, I'm going to bed. I said, so you're smoking weed then? No, not at all. No, I'm not smoking weed. I said, you're standing there, you stand out your head, and there's a packet of fucking 10 donuts and 6 sausage rolls in your hand. Do you want to tell me I'm stoned again?
Funny enough, that's how my mother sussed I was smoking weed. I'd come in from the boys, right? I'd raid the fridge and I'd fucking loads of stuff, take it up to my room. Fucking hell, my mother say, what have we been smoking? We go, nothing, ma'am. Nothing,
Well,
ma'am.
when I knew he was smoking cigarettes, yeah, his sister grassed him up. So I give her a slap, had him a slap, grounded her, grounded him. She looked at me and said, "What you grounding me for?" I said, "For being a snitch." Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
She what?
Yeah. Fucking brilliant. Honestly, I look back on the things I've done and I think, wow, how the fuck did you get away with that? How, like, fucking hell, crashed so many cars, man. And we'd steal anything, from an Austin Allegro to a Saab 900. We'd fucking steal the fucking lot.
I've never stolen a car. I can't even drive, so it wouldn't be a good idea for me.
And if you wanted a Sierra or something like that, right, it was easy to get into a Sierra, right, because they had the airlock central lock-ins. You could get half a tennis ball and just bang half a tennis ball around the lock of the where the handle was, right, and all the locks would pop inside the car, so you get in pretty easily. And then you get your scarf bar then underneath with the old cowling, rip the cowling off, get your scarf bar. Fucking, I shouldn't be saying this, should I? Get the scarf bar, get the fucking central lock off, get your screwdriver, make sure that's all fucking sorted, get your 2 wires, put them 2 together, and you could just turn the ignition like you had a key. Off you went. Off you went. I can remember my mate sat on pillows. I sat on cushions because he was only small. Gavin was my mate, and he was sat on pillows. But I can remember him going into the local petrol garage, the checkered flag, sat on, and the woman said, "Where's your father?" And he went, "Working." She said, "You're only fucking 14." And he went, "Yeah, I'm paying for the fuel." And he paid for the fuel, got back in the car and drove off. And that was how easy it was them days. You wouldn't get grassed up. You wouldn't have none of it. These days, you couldn't get away with none of it. You couldn't get away with none of it now. Crime has changed so much now to what it used to be. It was so easy to get away with things back in the day. MG cars and half a tennis ball. Here we go. Beyonce knows.
Right.
Yeah.
But in the end, as I said, we were so good at stealing cars. We had people saying, "Oh, I need a new car. Will you do an insurance job for me?" And that's what we do. Then we go and steal their car, go take it up the mountain, rally it around, and then fucking burn it out. And we get paid for that as well. Like, that's how it used to be back in the day, back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Smokey, you crazy, man.
I used to be a fucker. I used to be a little bastard. I did, honestly. I never stopped. Do you know what? I never done a dwelling, no. I never done house burglary. That's fucking something, right, that I was always dead against. I was something that never really interested me, was dwelling burglary.
Yeah. I don't think I could ever
never
invade someone's home and just root around all this stuff.
Never interested me.
Leave it in a state,
never
piss on the floor or whatever. No.
No, I never interested me. I knew boys had doing this shit in the bed and that, man. It'd be like, fuck's sake, why? Like,
I'd never forgive myself. No.
That's something that I never ever. I do factory units, fucking right. Do factories all day, and I go to the local council. I remember us pinching 30 TVs, right? Massive fucking TVs. They were heavy as fuck. They were. We loaded them into the back of this van, and we took them to our council estate, and we sold them all around the council estate for £65 each. Right, so we had a big earner. These tellies were 100 odd quid at the time, 120 quid at the time. So they had them half price, and we made an earner. And that's what we used to do. We done Furbies. Remember Christmas? There was an MB Games factory. We broke into there and fucking nicked all the Furbies, and we sold a load of them. Fucking brilliant, man. Fucking hell. But I never done dwelling. Never ever done a dwelling. That was something that wasn't my flavour. Dwellings. But factories, they were fair game. Factory units.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between corporation robbing from stealing from corporations and stealing from.
What you used to do, look, is climb on the roof, kick the alarm off the side, right? Kick the alarm off, The alarm would go off. You go and hide in the stingies for half hour then, waiting for the police
Wait for
to
the
turn up. The
batteries to
police
run
would
out.
turn up. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'd look at it like that, and they'd fuck off. And you think, you know,
Yeah.
they're not coming back because they know what the problem is. The alarm has fallen off the fucking wall.
Yeah,
No, it's
faulty
been
alarm.
kicked off by us lot. And then we go back in then and steal everything that was in the fucking place.
That's the funniest
I
thing.
went from TVs to Furbies to aluminium ingots. Fucking hell, so much. I was making so much money in my youth. I never bothered with school. I was getting bullied in school. I was bothering with boys that were 3 or 4 years older than me. So, you know, those
Right.
boys then were, you know, they were protecting me as far as I could see. If I was having any shit, these boys would protect me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the
So,
reason why I done it.
yeah. So all this stuff about, you know, your past crimes, do you think, it's got me thinking, do you think crime pays? Like, with the karma that obviously you get from it.
It used to, but yeah, I think, yeah, it used to pay. I don't think it pays. I think it's a bit different now. I wouldn't have I've got to be honest, right? I wouldn't have the bottle to steal a sweet from a shop now. I wouldn't like. I wouldn't have the bottle. I just
That's
wouldn't
real
have the
talk.
bottle.
Real talk from
I
Smokey
wouldn't.
as usual.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything like that now, man. You know, I'm too old for it. And as I said, I wouldn't have the bollocks. I wouldn't have the bollocks to do it.
That's interesting. No, you know,
I think
never
that's
had
part
much
of growing
luck
up,
with
though.
crime myself. Whenever I've tried, I've not been very good at it. So I think it's
you know, I was a good little crook when I was younger. I was a fucking great.
Yeah.
I was only small, so I could get into little windows and all shapes. You know what I mean? That's what the boys used me for, like to get into little windows and open the fucking shutters.
Wow, you're quite
But
small.
then I
then.
knew if I was getting beaten up on a fucking daily basis, I knew these boys would give them a fucking kicking as well. It never stopped
Yeah.
anything, mind. I still had fucking kickings. Sometimes worse kickings if I just left it alone, but you know.
Just making a coffee.
You know, and it's mad because I never went to jail till I was 38.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
never went to prison till I
surprises
was
me.
38. And that was for
Things
me not
finally-
keeping my hands to myself.
Right. Things finally caught up with you then.
Yes. Yeah. Well, my aggression was too much, man. My aggression was way too much. You know, I was with a partner that was kicking fuck out of me all the time, so I was looking for the next male I could beat up because I was so frustrated.
Anger can be so destructive.
Yes, it can. I'll
Especially
agree totally.
to a young man's life.
Well, as I said, I was angry all the way through my life, but when I turned like 38, I started going on the wrong side. Then I started looking for the next male, and if it was a policeman, I didn't give a fuck. I'd still attack.
Right.
So you know what I mean. As I said, I'm 47 now, so you know, in the last 9 years, I've been to jail 5 fucking times. I'm not going again. I'm not going again.
Nah, man.
So now I just keep my hands to myself, and that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Keep self-control.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
I
part
have
of it is part of it like keeping your emotions under control as well and in check?
Yes.
Like, yeah.
Yes. Because frustration is an emotion.
Yeah.
And that's what I suffer a lot of, is frustration. I couldn't get what I wanted to say out. I couldn't get what I needed out. I couldn't. And the only way I could express myself was going up to someone and causing a fucking punch up and having a punch up. Because that's all I knew, because I'd been fighting all my life from a young age. So that's all I knew.
Of course.
And then I ended up in a violent relationship, and I thought, fucking hell, this is what it feels like, is it? Do you know what I mean? And this is, and this is how it felt. But fucking hell, having a kicking off you every day, this ain't fucking good. So then I'd go out then, and somebody chops the missus off, and then I'd end up fucking fighting with them.
Yeah, protecting her honor.
Yeah, you know, and then you know, and then all of a sudden, then when the police were involved, I'd end up fighting with them.
Which is never
But
a
that
good
didn't do
idea.
me no favours. Didn't do me no favours. And they said the last time I hit someone was for 2 years ago. And that was because he was calling my ex-partner a fucking slag and a slut and everything else under the sun, and I just weren't putting up with it. Although me and her were arguing. Do you know what I mean? Because she was back and forth in my life at that time. Back and forth, thinking things were going to get better. And I just tuned this boy, and that was me going to jail. And I come out of there and I thought, pleaded guilty. I thought, nah, I'm not going back to that. And that's when I cut it all dead and thought, fuck this. This is too much for me. You know, and that's when I started to grow up a little bit, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I thought to myself, I'm not fucking going back to them, putting myself in that position where I could go back to prison. I'm not doing it no more.
So this all happened when you were around 38?
Yeah, 38, yeah.
Wow. Well,
yeah, never got into trouble before 30. Well, I never got caught till I was 38.
Yeah, never a bad time to grow up.
Well, when I
late.
seen the state of some people in prison, I never wanted to. That was the problem, look. I was going back and forth, and I was seeing the same old faces. And it was like, fucking hell, you've been doing this for years. And they're like, yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. I do my bird, get out, do what I got to do. And if it happens again, I come back and do my bird. And I'm thinking, I can't be like you.
I've seen people like that. I've seen people like that. It's no way to live. Not for me.
No.
There's so much more to life. It's got to be.
That's I said, I can't be like that. I can't be like that no more. I can't. So I chilled out. I had to chill out. I didn't have no fucking choice because the problem was even my common assaults were giving me 8 to 12 months. You know, just for slapping someone, they were hitting me hard. And I was thinking, fucking hell, you know, every time I'm getting into trouble, you're hitting me harder and hitting me harder and hitting me harder. And I thought, fuck, I can't do this no more.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, when I was picking up the phone to my mother and saying, she's going, I haven't heard off you in a few days. And I'm like, Mom, I'm in prison. Oh, again, what have you done? You know, and that's what I'd have. And now, you know, thank God, I don't have that issue. You know what I mean? I stay away from most people, to be honest. I don't bother with anybody. So I don't have that issue.
Lucky if you can get a phone call in prison.
Yeah, I get a phone call in prison. Of course you do.
Shit. Takes. Yeah. Well,
you get one as soon as you go in. You know, you get one as soon as you go in. As soon as you booked in through reception, they ask you, do you want to make a phone call? And that's your phone call, like your free phone call.
Yeah.
And then you have to wait then for money to be put on.
What if you don't have any numbers? What if you can't remember any phone numbers?
You're fucked.
Yeah. There you go.
Pretty much. You're fucked. You have to write a letter then. You have to write a letter to whoever you will need to write to for them to send you numbers, and that could take 2 weeks.
Yeah. And they check all the letters as well. They read them all.
Now they don't even do that. They photocopy every letter now.
I bet if you
they don't even give you the letters, they give it to you when you leave.
Here's an idea. How about if you wrote the letter in a different language, like French or Spanish?
They still do it.
They just get a translator, I guess, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yes.
You know,
it's a dark, you know, it's a big dark old system, and everyone knows it. Some people are afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it. I just want to expose it and just.
I never thought I'd see the inside of that fucking cells, mate. I never thought I'd ever see it, and I did, and I was 38. And people, don't ever forget, you're never too old to go to fucking jail.
Exactly.
Never.
Exactly. Yes.
And you're never too ill to go to jail either, because you'll go even if you're fucking dying.
Yeah. Well, I've already been once for something quite minor, and I was only on remand anyway. And when the trial, when the court case finally came up, it just fell apart because there were no witnesses or anything, or any solid evidence.
So they kept you on remand for a various amount of months for fuck all, really?
Yeah, I was in there for a month and a half, Smokey. I was, I'd never thought I'd go to prison, but
anybody who says they don't shit themselves on the first day of prison, right, when you're going and you go through those big doors and they shut behind you and then your van's being watched over, and then you're going through the second set of doors into the prison, right? If anybody says, "No, I never shit myself," they're lying. Simple.
I didn't
They're
actually,
lying.
but in my head I did. I was just like, what the fuck, you know? You're just locked in this, you know, old building with all these half fucking nutcases and criminals and whatever, and you're just like, okay, so this is going to be my new life from now on.
I sat there in the van with one boy, right, who said, yes, he said, I've had fucking 7 years. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you saying yes for? Well, I could have had 14. It's like, fucking hell. Fucking hell. Get me fucking out here.
Yeah, a month and a half.
That's always, I did, honestly, I fucking shit myself. The very first time I went to prison, I shit myself. But every time after that got easier. And this is the problem. Soon as that fear goes, it's easy.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what it is.
As soon as that fear of the unknown goes, it's easy.
And, see,
I remember going in on my last sentence thinking, oh, well, here I am again. There's no escaping this fucker. I might as well get my head down and do it.
And see, that's the sad part about it, because you get used to it over time, but it ends up fucking you over, because the more you go in there, the more you get used to being in there. So then when you do get the freedom, you're not used to it, and you do something to go back. So it's like a double-edged sword.
Yeah. Hey, John, how you doing? Yeah, I'm still on, brother. I'm still on, mate. Jump on the panel if you want to, bro.
It's John O'Connell.
Hey,
John. I tell you what, John's a lovely. John is another guy that I got a lot of time for. He's a nice guy, John.
I think I've seen him on a few panels. I don't know him that well, but I think I've seen him before once or twice, and I can't remember.
Yeah, he's all right. John is.
Like.
Yeah,
he's not
John's all right.
I don't think. Yeah.
No. He's a Merthyr boy, man. He's all right. He's sound.
Cool.
Sound.
Local.
You know, and this is what I mean. The more times I've done, the more the fear went, and I got used to it. And then when you see the old faces as well, and the old screws that you used to look after you on the wings,
it must feel quite welcoming, right?
It does to a certain degree. As horrible as it sounds, it does.
Yeah. Nah, I never got to that point.
I could have got away with that assault when I assaulted that boy going back about 2 years ago. I could have got away with that. There was only one witness, and that was my ex-partner, and she weren't going to stand up in court. But I pleaded guilty because I needed to get away. So if I really did put myself there out of choice.
Yeah.
Because I needed to get out of the position I was in. Yeah.
It's quite brave, man.
You know. And this is what I mean. You know, it comes to a point when I done my 2.5 year sentence, right? I couldn't leave the prison to go to my appointments because I couldn't go out the door, couldn't go out the gates, couldn't do it because I was institutionalized.
Exactly.
I'd have sweats and anxiety and fucking everything, and I just couldn't do it. And I couldn't go to my hospital appointments or nothing. I was just no way. Because you tell me how embarrassing it is, right? I went to one hospital appointment, dermatology appointment. Now all these people knew me. It was a working ward at the time, so I knew the nurses, I knew the domestics, I knew them all, right? And I'm walking down the corridor with a screw either side of me in these fucking archaic Victorian fucking chains on my wrists, right? With a dog leg attached to the fucking screw. And how embarrassing that was. And and I thought, nah. And I did. I came out there and I thought that when I left the last time, I thought I'm not going back. And I haven't gone back since. And I fucking don't plan on going back unless someone hurts my mother or my son, my children.
Yeah.
Then I wouldn't have no hesitation about going back to fucking prison.
Sure. But because
it doesn't frighten me anymore.
You've seen a better life though. A life where you can actually walk around go walk around the countryside and stuff.
Listen, it's easier in there than what it is out here.
I know. Don't you think they make it that way though? They design it that way so that people do get kind of addicted to it, like that syndrome. What is Stockholm syndrome, where people fall in love with their jailers, their captors.
Yeah.
That's dangerous. That's a red. That'd be a red flag for me, because I just want to be free, baby.
Yeah, but you don't feel like that. This is what I'm saying.
Locked up in a cell 22 hours a day, couple of meals a day. I got to get up really early to get my meds. Fuck that shit.
They do, John. They do. I went to the Heath once, right? To Cardiff, to the Heath. And I damaged myself. I had, right? I'd gone into a bit of a punch up, and I had a split above my eye, which needed stitches, right? And they couldn't do it in the prison because it was a deep cut. I'd had a bit of a row with somebody, and they took me into Cardiff Heath Hospital to have this stitched up. And this old woman was sat there, and she went, "Oh," she said, "you're a prisoner." I said, "Yes, love." She said, "You're not in for murder, are you?" I said, "No." I said, "Bank robbery." I said, "I'm good bank robber. I'm not good. I'm you." Right? And she just looked at me, and she fucking moved to another seat. Right? I had a row of seats either side of me, right? No fucking to come near me. It wasn't. I was in for a minor assault.
But see,
she obviously didn't have told her he was a fucking bank robber. Yeah, I told her. The screws were laughing like fuck they were.
That sounds funny to me.
The screws were giggling like fuck they were. "Oh, you're not in for murder?" You're like, no, bank robber. I'm a bank robber. I know damn good one too. This is why I'm sat by you.
But Steve Sparky, Steve Sparky is crazy. Steve Sparky, that's the thing, that you begin to get used to it, because
you do.
My nephew, he got in trouble, right? And he had to go to court. I went to court with him a few times, and of course he'd get locked up because he got drug charges, get out on bond, go back. But it was so scary because every time we'd go to court, he'd go right back before the same judge that he had before. So it's like he got used to it. And then when he got locked up, I went to visit him in jail. And I'm sitting there looking, he's speaking to all the prisoners and stuff. And I was like, damn, half the people in the jailhouse. He was like, yeah. And then it hit me that to him, he got used to getting locked up. To him, going back to jail was like going to summer camp, because he got his 3 meals a day. He got his 3 board a day, his 3 room board. He got to see all his friends. He got to see all the jailers that he knew. So it was like a damn club to him. And then when he'd come up, he'd be like, he didn't know what to do. So he would do something to go right back. And like I said, now he's sitting in there until 2040.
And that's what happens. Look, the more you go back, the heavier your sentences are going to be.
Exactly.
I had a woman judge. Every time I went to court, I had a fucking woman judge, Judge Ellery Reese. Oh, she fucking hated me. She did. She fucking hated me. "You assault police officers in the course of their duty. What? Oh, fucking I sat there in the dock thinking, oh, fuck me, you're going to hammer me by you, aren't you?" And when I cracked the one cop and I cracked his jaw, they had me for ABH, look. So I ended up doing 2.5 years.
Wow.
And that was the biggest sentence I'd done. And I was like, fuck. And when she said, "You're getting 28 months," she went, or 32 months. And I went, "Pardon?" She went, 32 months. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, that's a kick in the nuts. Oh, I was used to 4 months, 8 months, 12 months to 6. I was used to them sort of charges. I weren't used to fucking, 30 fucking 4 months. I weren't used to that.
They call that throwing the book at you.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, she hated me. She did. "If I see you here again, I will." Oh, I thought to myself, oh my God. And then the last sentence I had, luckily it wasn't her, it was a male judge. And I thought, fuck that. But he still hit me hard. For a fucking slap. One slap. Fuck, But then at the end of the day, I pleaded guilty. It was supposed to be 12 months. They took all the fucking increments off as they do and give me 8. So I done 4.
And then I thought, I'm not doing this again. And that's what I thought. I'm not doing it again. I'm not I'm not coming back.
Well, see, Smokey, you did something that a lot of people don't do, and that is you changed, you broke the cycle. A lot of people get used to it. You're like, I had to for this shit. And it's funny because you made me think of the judges. You ever notice every time the judge is about to hand you a sentence down, they lecture you. And it's not like you did wrong, you're gonna be sentenced. It's like, you know, you was a fool for doing this. You know it was reprehensible. You've got to learn one way or another. It's like you stand there for 20 minutes. Just go ahead and sentence me and get it the hell out the way. You know.
He was a bastard, right? Because when you're in court, right, these fuckers that take you up to court, these fucking court screws, right? They're fuckers. They'd go, oh, I think you've done all right there, mate. I think you'll be let out now. Oh, let's see now on your sentencing. You'll be let out. I'm telling you now, this here. And you go back up like that, right, for your sentencing, and they go, 34 months. And you go, you look at the screws either side of you, and you think, you bunch of pricks.
Absolute bastards. Yeah.
You pricks, like.
Give you a false sense of security. Yeah, just to let you down.
And you know the worst part is I don't know how it is over there, but over here we have like general district court. And so in circuit court, you can have like a jury trial, and that's where a few people are in the room. In juvenile and family court, it's just you and the defendant. But in general district, it's like a whole bunch of people in the room, and depending on the charge you get, you could get some time. Can you imagine you sitting there with a room full of people, and you go and stand before the judge, and everybody's able to hear your case, and then they say, you get 30 days in jail, send them to the back, and you got a room full of strangers just sitting there looking at you being taken to the back. That's humiliating.
Now, in this country, you've got magistrates' court, which you don't really worry too much about, to be honest, right? You don't. Magistrates, right? They can't give you much. They can give you up to 12 months now, I think, right? That's about it. But when you go to Crown, that's a different fucking ball game altogether. That is Crown Court. That is a fucking naughty one. That is Crown Court. Is you're having, if you were having Bird, you're having a good sentence, like.
They're the big heavies.
Yeah, now see, y'all Crown Court would be like our circuit court. And the circuit court is where you go when you charged with murder, any type of felony that get you some serious time. You going before a circuit court. So y'all Crown would be our circuit. Okay, got you.
And you try everything. I got to be honest. You try everything. You try and get judge in chambers. You try and get anything to try. You apply for bail. They turn you fucking straight down. Buff. No. Nope. Straight. There's no point applying for it because you know you're going to get turned down, right? Especially Crown. They don't fucking like giving you bail.
Exactly.
But as I said, I met that 23-year-old lad who killed his missus, right? And he was out for 6 months before they prosecuted him.
Right.
He was out for 6 months, wandering the streets for 6 months before he had his prosecution, then got brought into prison, then was sentenced. Crazy how it works.
He never got up to loads of other like naughties in the meantime.
Take it easy, John. What's that? Sorry, Purple.
He never got like into any other trouble in the meantime. That would have.
Nope.
Well, that's fucking amazing.
He was out for 6 months and then they prosecuted him then, and obviously his murder, he had 25.5 years. But at the end of the day, he fucking murdered someone. What do you want? But at the end of the day, you got to think of it's easy to do.
There's no undoing that, is there? Once
fuck no.
It's kind of
fuck no. You might as well come to peace with yourself and say, right, I'm doing all this Bird.
Yeah. Fuck that. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go back to prison for anything. I'd probably survive if I had to, but I just. Do you know?
The only time I go back is if I was living on the fucking streets and I had nowhere to go at Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard quite a few homeless people say that. Where they're like,
they do that.
Prison life would be better than life on the streets.
Yeah,
you know,
they
in
do
the
that.
winter.
At Christmas, prison is always full. Always full. Because the street boys are coming in. They're doing their thefts, their shop thefts, and you know, and they mount it up then, so they end up in prison then for 2 or 3 months. You know, so they do it over Christmas then, and they back out then in the end of January. They've done, you know, going into the beginning of February, they're out and about again then.
It's not a holiday camp, though. Prison's not a holiday camp.
It fucking feels like it, though, mate. I'll tell you straight.
Yeah, but you didn't choose, like, these are some of the worst, some of the, not all of them, but some of the worst people you'd want to be spending time with, and you're forced to be with them. And it's just, that's not a holiday.
I spent time with a guy, Ray. He set fire to his missus and went on the pub. Killed her.
That's awful.
He turned around with a cigarette. They were both alcoholics. He turned around with a cigarette and burned her. She said, "You fucking burned me." He said, "No, I didn't." He fucking put a lot of lighter fluid right from his Zippo, sprayed her all over her, set her on fire, and fucked off on the pub. Fucking left her burning in the house. The house burnt down and everything.
That's fucking crazy.
You know,
crazy as fuck.
You know,
and he can't remember a fucking thing about it because he was pissed.
You know, that's the weird thing about it. I knew this guy, right? His name was Eric. I knew him. He ended up in prison because he got with his girlfriend. And basically, he tried to kill his girlfriend's mother to get the insurance money. And the crazy part is, he locked both of them up, but they went to her and gave her a plea deal. So he ended up doing like 20 plus years, and she got out in about 5. But I say that to say the craziest part is, to see him, you wouldn't believe he'd do something like that. All he used to do was laugh and crack jokes. And that's the crazy thing to me. Some of the people that you wouldn't think end up in there.
Yeah, you do. You meet some really, really strange walks of life in there. You do. Like you meet people that have made one mistake and it's cost them their life.
Exactly.
And then you meet boys that wish they'd make that one mistake because they want their life in there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's crazy. Absolutely insane. I met another guy, right, when I was on because the last time I went in, I got beaten up by the police and I ended up on the hospital wing. And I was in there with another guy. He was the next cell to me. And when I said, hey, about his elderly guy, he was, he'd had dementia. He was losing it a bit, you know. He was trying to ring his daughter and his daughter wouldn't answer. And I said, why won't your daughter answer? He was like, I don't think she's talking to me. I said, why? He said, well, I killed her mother. And I went, oh, fuck. I said, oh, that's a bit of a bad one. He said, yeah. He said, well, the thing is, he said, I got married. He said, I nearly killed my first wife. He said, so she left me. He said, so I got married again. He said, but the thing is, he said, I killed my second wife. And I said, how do you do that? And he was a big fucking lump of a guy. And he was an ex-fucking lumberjack, ex-logger. So he was strong as a fucking ox, right? Really strong for his age. He was in his 60s, really fucking strong. And I said, how do you kill her? And he said, I pulled her head off. He said, stuck my hands around her neck and I pulled her head off her body. I said, don't talk wet. I said, fucking talk. And I went and talked the screws. I said, fucking, he's on about, he pulled his head off his missus. She went, he did. I said, what? He said, yeah. He said, he threw her head in the lake and buried the body. I was like, you're fucking mad. I was in Usk, that was. I said, you're fucking mad. He was like, no. She's like, no. The screw was like, no, that's what he done. He pulled the head off somebody.
Without even having to use a sharp, you know,
object. Just pulled it off her body. Pulled it off. Poof. Like a fucking top of a dandelion. That's how he explained it to me.
Crazy.
Like a top of a dandelion, he said. It's like pulling a flower head off. I was like, wow, you ain't well. Straight away, you ain't fucking well. In the end, I was giving him my apples and that. I was at there, I have my apples. And fucking hell. You like your apples? I'll be off my apples. Fucking with you. 60 odd years old, you can pull your head off. People see you fucking later. Like, have my fucking apples. You want anything else? You want my chocolate as well?
Well, you know, I have this relative, right? And their father, I don't know exactly what happened, but something happened where their father started going with this woman, and the father and the woman's son got into it. So you know what the son did? He waited for the father to go to sleep and stabbed him multiple times and killed him, and then turned around and ordered a pizza. And when the pizza man came to deliver the pizza man looked and saw him laying there on the couch dead. And that's how the police got called. Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm back again.
Good afternoon.
You okay, Michelle?
I am. I'm like a tit in a trance. I don't know whether I'm coming or going at the minute. I'm telling you.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello.
Just keep
Oh,
coming back.
You didn't know whether you were coming or going. I know what I wish I was doing after the fucking, you know what I mean?
God. Well, you
I
know
don't
what?
think I'd be
Look, I
going.
got up this morning, Smokey, thinking I ain't going out. I ain't going out. I thought I could slob all day.
Great
It
story,
ain't turned out like that. I've been out 3 times now.
It never works the way you want it to. Never works the way you want it to, Michelle.
And then I just had to go and drop something off. And then I thought, you went in the shop and got tobacco. Why didn't you get roll-up papers, you dozy cow? So I had to go back in the shop. I'm not.
Don't they have the rolling papers with the tobacco?
They have the little ones.
Hardly anymore.
Some of them don't. Some of them won't have any, but only the little ones. And I can't be asked. You know, when you want a cigarette, I can't be asked to roll one little one. If I'd just rather make a big one because I only have a couple of drags.
I buy them in bulk now. Cheaper.
You buy the what
Who's
one?
the Manchester Beast?
I buy the zigzags from Wilco's. Only about £1 or so.
UK Transparency. Who's the Manchester Beast?
No, 8 packs. 8 packs for like a £1.20
for pounds. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So, but look, this is my reasoning behind it, right? I could not roll a cigarette. I used to have because I've smoked cigarettes all my life. But when I went over to tobacco, I couldn't roll a cigarette. So I've always had rolling machines, yeah. But then I thought, come on, Michelle, you know, you're not a Karen. Get your big fucking girl pants on and learn how to roll a roll up. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah. So, but I find that I can do it more with the blue paper because blue paper is more bigger and thicker, isn't it? And I get more control. Yeah. Honestly, if you see some, even I can make a little roll up, but if I do my big roll ups, you wouldn't want them. You wouldn't want them. And don't even bother asking me to make you a joint, mate. I'm telling you, they're like the biggest devastation. You'd say you cannot have that good shit in that shitty roll up. So don't even ask me to make you a joint because that ain't gonna happen.
Oh, I can make a joint better than I can make a little roll up, man.
Well, Smokey, how did I do a three skin, right? This is what gets me, right? At 14, 15, I was making 3 skin roll-ups, yeah? Ask me now at 51 to make one fucking joint. I wouldn't know how to do it. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Oh,
it's not that hard.
I don't even use 3 skins
I'll
now.
show you.
Oh, yeah, well, back in the 80s, yeah, we had 3 skins. You had to do a 3 skin roll-up. You didn't have such a thing as big roll-ups back in the 80s. What are the big roll-up papers? Did they exist? Because I don't remember them ever existing.
I can do one with 2, but can I? I'm quite economical usually with
quite
stuff,
economical. You can do it with 2. Look, Jesus Christ, where are you going to do it with 1.5?
But,
what was his name, UK? What was his name, UK Transparency? What was his name? That don't sound familiar to me.
What's that?
Is my
the Manchester Beast?
Is my audio coming through okay? Because I've got a feeling
you've got a little bit of a burpee. You've got a bit of a, but it's fine. I think you're still thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see. Where's my? See, I've lost my glasses.
Other programs. I'll try and run a program background tasks. Yeah, there you go. I'll shut down the background tasks. Of course, it might shut down this as well, but I'll get back in.
Ah, the Manchester Beast. Yes. Well, there's been quite a few that have had a bit thing to do with the nipples, isn't there? If you want to watch some good crime series, it's the Australian ones, the Australian crime documentaries, because it's like they're in the middle of nowhere, aren't they? I mean, my God, they've had some serious killers out there.
I like what I'm sick and twisted. I like watching things like this. Do you know what I mean? I like watching about all these fucking lunatics.
Love them. Serial killers. Would you ever want to speak to one, Smokey, and see if you could get? Because they're real. I mean, let's face it, they're not like us. They're not like us.
The closest I've ever come to one. The closest I've ever come to one was living the street behind Cromwell Street. When that was going on.
Cromwell Street.
Fred West.
Fred West? No.
That's the closest I've ever come to one. And he lived when I was I moved from Caerphilly down to Gloucester, and I was only there a couple of weeks when all this was coming about. And I was living in an attic room at the time, and I remember opening the attic hatch, thinking, "Fucking hell, that guy's having a hell of a party down there. He's got, look at the gazebos he got in the back garden, fucking loads of gazebos." Right, so I thought, so I run downstairs and I told my people I was living with, "He's having a hell of a fucking party over there. He is. He's having a hell of a party." Found out it wasn't. They were taking the fucking back garden up for bodies, weren't they?
Fuck.
I didn't realise. Look, I didn't realise. I thought they were having a party.
Well, do you know there's actually a serial killer out there. Obviously he's caught now, but welcome back. But he took his victims, I think, from like Wales down to England, somewhere like that. Yeah, and he took his dead people, his dead girls, that he got in the back of in the car. He took them down and buried them in the house that he was living at in the back garden. Then went off and committed some other murders. They had to go back and look. And you know, there's still a house. There's a house that he lived in that they think there's bodies in the garden, and the people who own the property won't let them dig it up. Now, in cases like that, in the cases like that, that should be, you dig that garden up, because there's people out there's families out there that are missing their loved ones. If you know for a fact that he's done it in this house, and he's done it in his previous house, and he's done it in his house somewhere up Wales somewhere, you can fucking bet your bottom dollar that if he's done it in 1, 3, and 4, he's done it in 2, hasn't he? So I've
watched loads of documentaries about. I've watched loads of documentaries about people like Huntley and you know, Maxine Carr and all that. I've watched loads, right, to see what was going on and try and understand what was going on in their fucking heads, right? I still, to this day, I think, wow, how the fucking hell can you kill children? Like, I just don't get it.
No.
I don't get it. Some people are fucking naturally evil.
Well, they shouldn't be allowed to breathe the same air as us in that case, should they? So put them to sleep.
No.
See you later.
No.
Well, now, Smokey, since you're into watching serial killers, have you ever heard of John Wayne Gacy?
Yes.
Oh, that was the one that buried the kids, that buried the boys underneath his house, wasn't it?
Gay clown.
Dressed as a clown.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fucking don't you look horrible as a clown. Jeez, would you have that in your kid's party? Would you?
No.
Oh, fuck that.
No.
That scared the shit out of me, let alone the kids.
And when
he used to do a lot of charity work, didn't he? He used to do a lot of charity work, and he liked young boys.
Exactly. Exactly.
30 of them, wasn't it? 30 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that it was.
There's one on now at the minute on Netflix called Dharma. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, I want to see that.
You want to hear about Jeffrey Dahmer?
No, there's a new series out now.
Okay.
There's a new series. So there's a documentary about him, because he's well known, isn't he? There's all these documentaries, but they've made a TV series about it. So literally, it's just like watching a series. But I've watched one episode, and I have to say, even I'm like, oh God, he's horrible, he's freaky. It's it's put me on edge a bit just watching him. And if that's the portrayal, it's really, and I'm not the only one. I've seen other people say it. Have you seen the new Dharma series? It's quite scary. Yeah. Awful.
Yeah. Oh man, do you know he was known for like going to like gay bars and picking up guys and bringing them back to their house and then basically drugging them up and killing them, then cutting the bodies and eating them and putting the body parts in the freezer. And I was like, man, he was crazy. But
we had one of them. We had one of them called Dennis Nielsen.
Yeah, and you know
another one,
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if you ever heard of like the term poetic justice, but Jeffrey Dahmer ended up being killed in prison by another serial killer.
Well, karma. Do you know the one that they put to sleep that I actually thought, I don't know, man, you could have learned a lot more out of him. Yeah, and he begged for it. He begged for them to use him, the behavioural team, and that was, oh fuck, he's just gone out of my head. The good-looking one.
He
The good-looking
he was the
guy.
one. You talking about
Bundy.
no,
Ted Bundy.
yes,
Bundy.
Ted Bundy.
exactly.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was the one that they should have kept. They should have looked at, and because he was the one that was willing to tell them all about serial killers. Because there's another thing on Netflix about the Behavioural Intelligence Unit or whatever it is, the BAU, and how it come about, and it's based on a true story. And actually, one of the guys who's actually was in the BAU, he was looking at his son and thought that kid's got traits of a serial killer. It's like when you hear, innit? If you hear someone, they say, "Oh, they hurt animals in their local area," you immediately go serial killer. If they're killing cats and dogs, serial killer.
Exactly.
Oh
man.
yeah, they say that, don't they? They say that, don't they? You're not far off a serial killer. If you're killing animals like that, then you're not far off a serial killer's path, right?
Well, could you hurt something that was that? I mean, all right, if it was coming for you and it's a bear or a boar or something that wants to fucking kill you, then I'm all for it. Then attack and go for the death. But a cat walking down the street, I can't bear it. Look, I'd rather see a human being kicked to shit than I would any cat or dog hurt. And I mean that. I'd rather see a human killed than a dog killed.
That's what Venables used to do, didn't he? That's what our Venables used to do. He used to kill animals like that.
Yeah.
The Bulger killers. Yeah, Venables used to kill animals like that.
They're out now, aren't they?
So he was seriously sick and fucking twisted. He was.
We thought one of them had moved into our neighbour, into our street. No shit, and I mean that. No shit. All the neighbours around here, we all got together, thought it was one of them that had moved in. Because they'd come out and then they've got houses, and we were like, "Is it one?" We were fucking convinced, man. I think half the neighbours.
Yeah, because the one of them is out, isn't he? The one of them is out with a different identity, isn't he? But the other one is back in there all the time because he's doing fucking naughty things with PCs and that.
Yeah. Had kids on it, didn't he? Shit like that.
Well, just on the mountain, just not far, about a mile and a half away from where I live. That's where he was kept there for a couple of months. Venables.
Really?
Yeah, there's a paedophile range up on the top of the mountain. Fucking horrible place.
Oh,
This
John O'Connell.
conversation
Hello,
is
John,
just
and
making
bye.
me feel quite uncomfortable.
Yeah.
What about serial killers?
What's that? A wrong-headed is responsible for my only criminal record. Apparently, it's still assault if they go around trying to infect children with HIV. I'd say that's fucking premeditated fucking murder.
Definitely. That is premeditated. They intrigue me, Rich. When I watch these documentaries, they intrigue me. I'm like, why aren't I like them?
Yeah, and me.
Why aren't I like them? Why don't I think like them? I'm intrigued by people. And if I get that little bit of honestly, and it takes me off on a whim, but I do like my crime dramas, I must admit. And I tell you what I like to see as well is how they get caught. We had this conversation earlier. Ted Bundy got caught because he was a twat riding around in an estate with his lights off. And that was it. If he had roamed around that estate with his lights on, he would never have been stopped because every fucker had a Volkswagen in them days. Yep. But he decided, and what a numpty, went to the beach.
Big up Shoe.
Went to the beach and then said, "My name's Ted."
Big up
Shoe sniffer. Oh no, it's AC.
Yeah, big up the sniffer fam.
It was AC sniffer then. All right, Shoe.
No, it's Shoe. It's Shoe.
That's how they get caught, Rich.
Shoe sniffer.
Sometimes it's the most
that's it. Yeah.
stupidest mistake that they make, and you go, "Oh my god!" And coincidence, great, sometimes when they walk in and something happens, and then you go, "Well, they've just been caught. They've all been caught now."
Yeah. I think I follow things like this. I do watch things like this, and I do. It does intrigue me on what their thought process was. Like Huntley, what was his fucking thought process? He talked on camera. He said a lot of bullshit. Even the fucking cameraman and the fucking interviewer knew he was talking bullshit.
They knew he was bullshit. Yeah, I was going to say that. Did you hear that when they said the cameraman, like I'd first interviewed, the people behind him went, "He's guilty." They knew because we all know, don't we? We all know they want to be part of the process. They want to be in front of the camera. They put themselves into the search parties, and they're too involved. Yep. Also, which
It was the
does
same.
get
What was
me.
that guy who killed his children in a house fire?
Oh,
And he didn't mean to kill him, or what? In Clydach, I think it was.
Brian, he's set fire to the fucking house, didn't he?
Trying to get it.
Killed about 9 kids, didn't they?
Yeah, killed the kids, and that was another one. When interviewing and stood in front of the fucking cameras and cried and pretended to cry. Oh, we don't know what's happened. Please catch the murderer. And it was fucking him all along.
Yeah. Millie,
They're
not
twisted
Millie. What
fucks,
about
man.
the one who was with the older woman and her granddaughter? He killed her granddaughter and she was up in the loft and he was on the fucking
Shoved
camera.
it in the loft and they were all fucking looking for him. They were looking for him all around the place. Couldn't find her.
Yeah, couldn't find her. She's up in the fucking
And they
loft.
stumbled across her, didn't they, in the attic?
Yeah. They went back in the house and said, we'll do another search.
That's right. That's right, because they never searched properly on the first search, did they? And then the second search, they went through everything and found her in the attic.
Found her. See, they know it's all the same. I can't
think of his name either.
I'm intrigued with this, and I try and do it. I try and work it out and sit there and try and get and the psychology
Chris
of it.
Watts.
But they'll say they turn left, don't they? You look left when you're lying. You look down when you're lying.
Yeah.
It's all left and down.
Yeah.
So whenever I said to my kids, you'd never get away with shit now. And they're like, why? And I said, because if I'd known now what I, back then, what I know now, I'd have caught you out in every single
That's right.
Your body language and your eyes would have told me. Whereas
that's right, Chris Watts, American boy. Yeah, I remember him, Chris Watts. He killed his missus was Shannon Watts, wasn't he? And he killed her and the kids.
Yeah.
That's it.
Is that the young?
And then he went pleading. Everybody was. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna. I know a guy. Well, I don't know. I never knew him, but I heard of a guy who was in the local paper when I was living in Sharpness back in the day. There was a guy drove his whole family into the canal in a car, and everyone died. And I thought, what a depressing place to live.
Well, he's got to have had some fucking issues, haven't he? You know what I mean? Most of these people had fucking serious issues well before they committed the crime. Well before.
Yeah. What about the one that killed his wife and his 2 children? He put the two girls in the fucking silo. Did you watch that one?
That's it.
He put the 2. I mean, there's a whole podcast about that now. There's podcasts going on. They think he's innocent. They're saying it's all, and I'm like, how can it be innocent? He took them there.
I have no doubt.
Oh, you have
so
to
right, here's a question for you.
It's not good for my mental health, man.
Here's a question for you. Madeleine McCann.
Oh, well, yeah.
Do you think the parents had anything to do with it?
Without a doubt.
No idea.
Without a doubt. Did you see where that looked? Right, we've all done it. Even I've done it. Yeah. When we've been on holiday, we left our children. They were up. We went down. You do that, but they were, they were 9 and 11. Yeah, they were all right. But believe me, that little girl. For a start, why did they have the end one? Why didn't they get an apartment that was in the middle? It was on the end. It had a window on the outside, didn't it? And there was a gate. Yeah, but they couldn't see that child. They couldn't see across and see that apartment, even though by the crow flight, but without a doubt, they did it. I reckon they drugged her up.
It's the drugging. It's the drugging that got me. It's the drugging of the children that got me, because they were doctors, weren't they? One of them was a doctor. It was the drugging of the children. That's the part that got me. And then they found traces of Maddie's blood in the boot, but it was never followed up. No. Why?
And they said, didn't they, that everyone went through that crime scene. Everybody was in there. All the people locally, and all the parents were in there. I don't know. Why? I don't know. But then they say this German guy did it.
German guy, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that's just like a scapegoat?
Well,
do you think he's a bit of a scapegoat, this German guy, because they need someone?
Well, apparently, it has been said that he said that he had a little girl, didn't he, for a few days? That's how they've got him. I don't know. I mean, God, I've always thought they did it. God, if I'm maybe we are, or all the ones that like me think that they did it. We might be wrong.
Well, you
I have no
know,
Yeah,
opinion.
I don't know. I don't know about that one either, to be honest.
well,
I'm not well
let me,
informed on this case.
have you ever heard the story of Susan Smith?
What was
Remind
it?
me, not the name so much, but remind me what she did. I might know it.
Susan Smith, it happened here in South Carolina. Well, it happened over here in South Carolina. So she
Yeah.
basically claimed that a black man had stolen her car with 2 kids in it. And people kept saying that the story didn't add up. So they went back and they kept investigating and investigating and kind of found out what that ended up happening was she basically drove her car to a lake with the 2 kids in it, got out the car, put the car in drive,
That's it.
and let the car,
Let
yeah,
it go.
let the car
Yes, yes, I
go down into
remember
the,
that.
yeah, and
Yeah.
and ended up the 2 kids drowned, and kind of found out she killed her kids because she was trying to have an affair with her boss, but her boss told her he didn't want any kids, and so that's what made her kill her kids. But she drowned her kids in the car.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
How does a mother do
Wow.
that? How does a mother put a man
Wow.
above her children? Would you want to be with a
Fucking
woman
blows
that
me
put a
away.
man above her children? I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's
Blows me away. There's a few in this country that have killed their own children.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm really sorry to
One recently in
duck
Bridgend,
out.
where the
Sorry,
little boy
Rich.
got
I've got to get some
was
food.
dumped down by the river.
I've got to get some food anyway. I'm going to duck out, but thanks for having me on,
Sorry,
Smokey.
Rich. We didn't mean to make you
It's been good.
uncomfortable talking
Not a
about
problem, brother.
crime.
take care, brother. I'll see
It's
you on the
okay.
next
I
podcast.
really would
Absolutely.
rather talk about nicer things like rainbows and fluffy clouds and things, but it's cool.
That is reality, unfortunately.
By the way,
It's a
Michelle,
fact of
We all like
life.
rainbow. Go and get food
can you
and come back. We'll have moved on
okay?
to a different
Can
subject
you
then.
cool? Can you call me Purple or Perps or
Yeah,
Herb Sniffer or something? Because I only told you my real name because we were on a private live stream, and
Oh, so was it a private? Sorry, sweetie. I didn't realise it was private. I thought
I
it
could
was on
trust
my live
you.
stream.
It's cool. I haven't really. I'm not really comfortable
All
about
right,
being,
no worries. Yeah, it's fine.
you know, cool.
I didn't
All
realise
right,
it was on a
Purple, not a
private
problem,
stream. I
bro.
thought it was on my
No
live
worries.
stream.
It's been great to talk to you all anyway, and it's
The
fantastic. You're all
subject
my
will probably
friends.
change now, mate. It does. We go through so many, so the subject will
Well, I might be
probably
back.
change now.
I might come back if you're still on, but I mean, big up to you for doing such a long stream, man. It's been 7-8 hours now.
10 hours now, just gone 10 hours.
That's nuts. That's crazy. Going for the record. Well, you can go. You can go up to 12, and then after then it deletes it all.
Yeah.
Or most of it. So
yeah, I'll be gone before 12. Don't you worry about that.
cool. Well, I might be back later. So just
all right, catch you later.
Have a good
So
one.
have you been watching the new?
And you, my friend.
You been watching the new
Sweet,
Game
man.
of Thrones series
Peace
or
out,
the
guys.
new Lord of the Rings, Smokey? You been getting into them?
No, no, I'm not. You know, I liked Lord of the Rings. I liked Fellowship of the Ring and all those 3 movies. But as the rest of them, The Hobbit and all that, I wasn't much fussed on, to be honest. And this new Lord of the Rings, I watched the first episode and it didn't do a lot for me, so I've not watched it.
Oh, I think it's been really good. I watched another 2 episodes last night. I got right into that. I thought it was pretty good. I think it's because they're like 75 minutes long, so it's like near on a film.
Yeah. No, I haven't had much to do
good.
with it. I watched the first one and I thought, most expensive TV show, isn't it?
I don't know. I just thought
Yeah,
it was
it's the
quite
most
good.
expensive TV show to be made, apparently.
Wow. Oh, well, that'll put it in a different light when I watch it. That's because Prime's.
I like watching some crazy shit. I do. You know, I like watching my Marvel stuff and that. I'm like a child underneath it all.
Oh, me too. Are you a Marvel fan?
Oh, massive.
Yeah, me too. I do like Mum. In fact, I just went on there yesterday. I was chatting to my son and I was saying, we were chatting as you do, and I said, "Oh, have you watched the new Star Wars then?" And Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I was telling him about that. And then I went on, and there's a couple on there because there's a new Doctor Strange one out, and I haven't finished that one yet. And I thought, I'll watch that. But I noticed there's another one gone on there as well onto Disney Plus yesterday.
Yeah, Thor: Love and Thunder.
That's it. 4. That's it. And I went, oh, 4's out. 4's out. So that'll be me later.
Have you been watching the series as well?
Not the 4 series. No.
No. Like things like She-Hulk and Miss Marvel and stuff like that.
No. Any good?
Oh, you've got to watch them too.
Oh, the She-Hulk. Really? And Miss Marvel? I just thought, oh no, not for me. But I'm waiting for the new one because obviously they've got rid of Iron Man, haven't they? And they've got rid of American. What's his name? Captain America. So they're gone now.
No, believe it or not, right? The series do add up to the movies. They do lead into the movies. Yes, they do have things like WandaVision, yeah?
Yeah, I've seen that.
WandaVision was the series. That leads up to Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm. And Loki, I've seen that one.
Loki now is going up to the multiverse saga when it's in with Khan or Kane or whatever the fuck his name is. The multiverse fucking guy is leading up to that. She-Hulk is actually a character from Marvel. She is actually a character, and she did have a blood transfusion from Bruce Banner. That's how she became She-Hulk. But that's leading up now to the Hulk having a solo movie, something called World War Hulk, where it's going to be like Civil War, where all of them come together.
My favourite movie of all of them, Civil War.
Well, that's what's going to be the one against the Hulk, because the Hulk has gone back to Sakaar. Because remember when the Hulk went on Ragnarok, he was on Sakaar?
Yeah.
Well, he had a relationship, although Bruce Banner wouldn't know about it, or whatever you want to call it, David Banner, but his name is by fucking 2 names.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was in that Hulk thing for like 5 years, he didn't realise that the Hulk had a relationship with someone on Sakaar and created a son. Scar, his name is.
Oh, really? Oh, right, okay.
Yes, and that's in the comics as well. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking, so Scar, so he's gone back to Sakaar now to go and find out what the problem is, why these Sakaarians have gone looking for him. So they've come looking. So he's gone off looking for his son and past partner as the Hulk. Now, when he goes back, the story is right. It's not made into a film yet, but the story is that he goes back there and his partner and Scar had been murdered. So he loses his head. The Hulk goes into like a world rage, where he's a world destroyer, where he's the most powerful he can become.
Right.
And he comes back, he destroys, he comes back to Earth then.
Will be better than the previous Hulk movies, because out of all the movies, let's be honest, the Hulk ones have been the shittest.
I don't know about the last Hulk movie with what was his name? Oh, I can picture him
out of American History X. You're on about him, aren't you? Little American History X.
Norton, Eddie Norton.
Edward Norton, that's it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Have you seen that film, American History X, James? Brilliant.
I've seen American History X, but I've only seen the first Hulk movie.
Oh, when they break
the one with David Banner, the one with Banner playing it. Yeah. Eric Banner. Banner.
Where does the She-Hulk come into it then? How has she been created then? I mean, I thought there was only one Hulk, which obviously you've just said he's had a son. So where's the
There's
She-Hulk
3 Hulks. There's 4 Hulks actually.
Is there?
Yeah. There's Hulk. There's She-Hulk. There's Red Hulk, and there's Scar.
Oh, bloody hell!
Now, Red Hulk was supposed to be Jim. Do you remember Thunder Ross, the one I was always after the Hulk, the military man?
Okay, yeah. I do remember him. Yeah.
Well, he's dead. He's passed away, unfortunately. William Hurt, right, who played that part, but he was going to be the part in the Thunderbolts as Red Hulk. He'd taken the super serum and ended up being the Red Hulk, and that was the storyline. But they've had to change it now for obvious reasons, because the guy's not around anymore. He's passed away.
Oh, look out for it then. Yeah, I do like him.
But Eddie Norton is what Mark Ruffalo is playing. He is that character. He is supposed to be that character. I think Mark Ruffalo is a better Hulk than any of them.
Right. Okay. All right. I'll watch it. Like
Mark
I say,
Ruffalo is a good Hulk.
it's just been, I've always thought, for God's sake, it's not hard. Make a decent Hulk. Do you know what I mean? The rest of them have been
But you
so
got so much coming out. You got the Thunderbolts coming out, right? Which looks really good. Which is like the Dark Avengers type thing. You know what I mean? With it all, with Sebastian Stan, one that plays the Captain America's mate, Bucky.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's the leader. You've got Romanoff's sister, which is another one, which is part of the Thunderbolts.
She's dead, isn't she, Romanoff? Yeah.
Forgot about her. Yeah, because she died, didn't she? Romanoff died, didn't she? The original Black Widow.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, there's a lot of Black Widows.
Yes, well, she was
there's
in
a lot
school,
of Black Widows.
She? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So you've got Romanoff's sister now as a Black Widow. What's that?
The Black Widow one was a bit disappointing. The film.
Yes.
I thought that was a bit disappointing as well.
To be honest, the recent Thor one is a little bit disappointing. The recent Thor movie is a little bit disappointing as well. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Well, at least I'm full.
What's going on, Raj? How you doing, bro? Nice to see you. Greetings from Wales to India, brother.
Star Wars. I'm a good Star Wars fan as well. I do like the Star Wars movies. Although I've been to the last, was it the last 3 with my son? Fell asleep each one.
I just watched Andor now. Andor. There's 3 episodes of Andor on now on the Star Wars, and that's a bit slow.
Is it?
And that's about the Rogue. Have you ever seen Rogue One, the movie Rogue One? Which is supposed to be in between like the 3rd one and the 4th movie about getting the Death Star plans. Well, this is about the guy who got the Death Star plans. This is the Andor.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they're going so deep into things now, right? If you're not a massive follower, you want to understand what the fuck's going on. You know, and it's just, and it is. That's all it is. It's Disney making money, making more and more money, flogging it to fucking death.
Yeah, the Obi-Wan series weren't too bad. I mean, it could have been a bit better, I suppose, but.
Well, Mando.
I do like them. The Obi-Wan where the children.
Oh, yeah, I quite like that.
He's looking after the two kids, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he's looking after Leia, isn't he?
Yeah.
Originally, and then because that Owen and us looking after Luke, Uncle Owen. See, I'm massive on movies. I love my movies.
Yeah. I love the original 3 Star Wars, but then when they brought out the new Star
fantastic
Wars,
movies,
first 3 movies, the Clone Wars, them ones, the Phantom Menace, I thought they were fantastic. I thought this is it.
Really?
Yeah, I did. My favourite one is the second one, Attack of the Clones. Is it Attack of the Clones? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was, just thought they just took it to wow, this is it. We're going to start it now. So to watch.
I didn't like the first one. See, I thought the first one was fucking rubbish.
The Menace, Phantom Menace.
Yeah, I thought it was fucking rubbish, to be honest. Compared to what Star Wars 4 was like, I thought that was complete fucking trash.
I think it was nice to see the build up to it, because obviously we always knew there were 6, didn't we? But they only ever made the last 3, so we knew that there was these 3. So to see them come into play, because we grew up, I remember when Star Wars come out, I remember going to the cinema to see it. You know, it was just the same as I remember watching Disney Bambi in the cinema, and people were crying, and I didn't understand why, because I was too young. Bloody Bambi's mother died. I remember my brother sobbing, looking at him, thinking, "What's he crying for?" But then obviously I was too young. But yeah, I remember that. But yeah, going to the cinema to see it, me and my son, huge Marvel fan. We like Marvel. He's more Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars, Marvel. I got to be honest, I do like them. I just think they're clever. I think, especially Marvel. I think Marvel is very clever how they tie things in with each other. Different people, different movies. Do you know what I
don't have
mean?
to
They're
think
all
about
tying
them.
in.
Yes, they're movies you can watch and not have to think about. You just watch
No,
it. You don't have to think about
yeah,
storylines and shit. It all just makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, great films. Absolutely great films.
it is good. Like I think the first saga, which was the Stones, wasn't it?
Yeah.
22 movies in that saga, or 23 movies in that saga.
Jeez.
Now, in this saga, now the multiverse saga, is going to be another 20 odd movies.
Oh, blimey.
And the saga after that is going to be the Mutant saga, where they bring in the X-Men,
I
which
like
I'm
them and
looking
all.
forward to.
X-Men, I like them and all great films. And I tell you what, I really like. I've never been a Star Trek fan. I mean, I like Star Trek. I grew up with it. I didn't watch any of the series, like maybe ones with Kirk in it at the beginning, but you know, not the Generations and all that lot. But they brought
Yeah.
out the last ones with Kirk. Oh, what's his name? Pratt? Is it James Pratt? James Pratt? Is it? Can't remember his name now. But they brought out them ones, and I think they're again brilliant. Love them.
I've never been a Star Trek fan. I think the only things I liked with Star Trek was when Picard was in it.
Yeah, well,
The
see, I
Next
didn't watch
Gen.
the series, but did you watch the Picard series on Prime when he did his own series? Just
No, I
only
haven't
him on his
seen that
own.
actually.
Oh, you should watch that. That's brilliant. Oh, you'll like that.
So I like Patrick
And
Stewart anyway. I do like Patrick Stewart. He's a very, very good actor.
see, I've never watched the Picard Generations, but I do like Star Trek Discovery. I've watched every episode of Star Trek Discovery. I've never watched any Star Trek series other than that one. That one. That
Going on,
got me,
okay?
Star Trek Discovery.
Hey,
You're right. Oh, it's okay, yeah. Bloody hell. All right, okay. How are you, Ken? And you must be. Oh, blimey, you're on Okai 3. What happened to Okai and Okai 1 and 2?
I dread to think Hawkeye had a bit of shit in this chat in this community, didn't he? So I don't know what's going on there. He had a little bit of grief, bless him.
It was took out of context. The bit that they got, yeah, if you'd have seen 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after, you'd have realised that why that clip means nothing. Yeah, you have to have 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes before a clip, 5-10 minutes after. So you get the whole clip, and then you know
It's funny
what
how
in
that
context
happens, isn't it?
that was took in. But the one that was done of Ken, or Okai as you know him, but the one that was done, I was there that night. I was there the night that was done, and I can tell you categorically, 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, you would have known why that statement was done. That's all I'm going to say. And it Ken, he got a lot of shit for that.
Yeah, I did see a little bit of shit happening to him. I did, like, you know,
and
as I said, it seems to.
And then with Alien, that ain't gone down well for you, Ken, has it? Hanging around with Alien, that's the trouble.
That racist bastard.
Well, yeah.
Well, he is, isn't he? You can't say he's not. I've heard his comments. I've heard him come out of his mouth. So it's like, man, well, that's a little bit too fucking racist for me. Sorry, pal. See you later.
Yeah, it was. That was bad what was said on Tony. I'm on about the video that was done a year ago, not the one that was done recently with Tony Pease. Not that one.
Which reminds me, I'm going to leave now. And just for the record, that one with Tony P was me.
I know it was you. Yes, I know it was you. I was on about the video that was made a year ago, but yes, I understand.
So,
that was terrible what happened that night.
Yeah, so this is
disgusting.
This is where I'm going to depart, and I'll say good talking to you.
No, don't go, James. Don't go. We're not talking about that.
James, don't be so silly.
Don't say that. We're not talking about that now.
But I got stuff I got to do anyway because.
Oh, that's fair enough. Okay, if it's stuff you've got to do, don't go because we've said anything. Do you know what I mean? Because that's not what I want.
Oh no, Smokey, you should know me better than that. It's 10:03 a.m. over here, so I gotta go.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
okay, I get you.
I'm tired, and I've been asleep most of the night.
Well, see,
I
I
get
don't
you,
want to.
mate.
I don't want to put it out here, but I do want to go take a shower.
Well, just wind us up
No,
even
that's
more.
cool, bro.
Tell us what the weather's like where you are in South Carolina today. What weather are you
Well,
sitting at? Because that
I'm
will make
in
me jealous.
I'm in Virginia, and right now it's like 75 degrees, and it's sunny, and it's
Oh,
supposed to get up to like
75.
maybe 79, but the
Right,
sun is
now
shining.
somebody convert that to what we know. What is that in our weather?
Mm,
I think it's
About
about
20, isn't
between
it?
28 and 30 degrees, I think.
yeah,
No
somewhere around there.
way. Are you really
It's
that
somewhere.
hot there?
Yeah, it's warm, but
Jesus.
see, the thing is, the good part about this year is since it's now the fall here, or as you say, autumn, we don't have
Yeah.
the humidity here. So it's not as bad as it was like in the summertime. Like the heat wave y'all felt a few weeks ago is what
That
it's
was,
like here in the
yeah,
summertime. So
yeah.
and it's not that bad today. So
See, I like
26
the way you
degrees. Here
said
we go.
it's 28 to 30, yeah, but it's warm.
26 it is.
26, right. 26 in England is bloody boiling. But you
Yeah, it's
said, oh,
hot.
it's about 28 to 30 and it's warm.
I know. I
Do you know
know.
what, right, James? Before you go, right, this was me in Florida, right? I'm telling you, I thought I was going to melt. I thought I was a snowman, right? I went to Florida. I think it was about 100 degrees out there, and it was on the 1st of September, so it was their tornado season, right? I remember going there and standing in the African one. What's it called? Oh, I can't remember now. Anyway, the park, the African park. I remember standing there, right, and literally going, "I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it." And then my old man was like, "Why?" And I said, "Because if I move 3 inches, you're going to see a puddle on the floor where I've sweated that much." My God, it was roasting. I've never known heat like it. So yeah, you with your 28 to 30 and it's nice, it's warm, warm.
but see,
Too much for me, that is.
I mean that's the thing. Like, oh man, see, I have to go. Oh shucks. But real quick, the thing for me is like the humidity is what does it, because if you take away the humidity, it's not too bad. But let's say it's 85 degrees. You tack on the humidity, that makes it feel like it's 95 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
It's
where the
Yeah.
difference comes in that. And like
just
when I used
struggling
to
to
work,
breathe, isn't it? It's the because it can
yeah,
get so hot
exactly.
that I remember
And
being in America. That's what I remember thinking. Jesus, I can't breathe. Every breath you took, you knew it was just hot air.
and see that's the thing, like because when I used to wear glasses, there were like summer mornings. Some mornings in the summer when I would walk out the door and my glasses would fog up.
You want them little ones with wipers on, James? We'll get you some. We'll sort it out for you. We'll get you some. We'll find some little sunglasses with them little wipers on the top. Yeah, well, you can have it in a hat, the battery. Yeah, and literally as you walk out your door, it'll just. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah. Like I did New York and I did Florida. I did New York in the winter and Florida in the summer. And seriously, I was like, right, the next time I go to America, I'm going to do an autumn. I'm going to do an autumn
See,
because
and
my
that's
God, the
another,
cold is cold and the hot is hot out there.
and see that's another part of it too. We're not as bad as Florida, but we're worse than up north. Up north, it stays kind of cool. Down south, it's real hot. So we're kind of in between. Me personally, I like the cold and the snow though. So it sucks when Christmas time comes around and you're looking at 60 degrees outside.
Now
Yeah.
that's weird, isn't it? Yes, because I did one Christmas in Lanzarote, no, Gran Canaria, and on Christmas Day I was on the beach. And I was literally sitting there having a cocktail on the beach in a bikini on Christmas Day, and all I could think of was, "Fucking hell, I wish I was at home." It was so, it just weren't right. It was like, "What are you on? It's sunny." I didn't have Christmas dinner. I had Italian pasta. It's not right. It's not right, James. I like to I like to at least be in my house cold on Christmas Day with a shitty weather outside, right? It makes me look. And another thing I have to say, yeah, they struggle with roast potatoes abroad, man. They cannot do a roast potato to save their life, or a Yorkie. Yeah, so so no, the cooker's not good enough. So no,
I think they call them biscuits over there. Yorkie puds, I think they call them biscuits over there.
Well, I'll tell you something that I did.
Biscuit and gravy.
Yeah. I'll tell you something that I did like. There's this place here called the Penny Lane Pub. And, it's got the English flags and everything. And they serve authentic English dishes. And I will say that I did like the fish and chips. I did like
Did
that.
you?
Y'all got the fish and
you got a traditional fish and chips. The kids.
Mm-hmm. I did enjoy that. And they sold all types of different beers. I tried Guinness, but I couldn't get into Guinness. I just couldn't get into that.
No, you've got to like a Guinness.
Yeah, that's an Irish stout, that is. Irish stout.
Don't worry, we'll get you on certain foods, pickled eggs and saveloys. We'll get you like a true English person.
Rissoles.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. But New York was in the winters. That was -30 wind chill factor. Gee, wow.
But see,
I'm telling you.
But see, I used to live in New York. I was born and raised here, and for a while I lived in New York City, and I love the snow. I actually like it better in New York than I do here.
Really? Is that because you see the change in the weathers? Obviously the seasons, the autumn, walking through the New York Park, lovely.
Well, I like New York because it was cooler. We definitely did get snow on Christmas. I liked it because the transportation was good. It was easier to get around. And it was just nice to meet people from all over the world and just, a different vibe.
Oh, yeah. And you're not allowed to smoke on the streets there. You've got to do it. What do they call it there? Like sideline or something. You're not allowed. Yeah, I couldn't walk down the street.
Where, in New York?
Yeah. Curbside, that's it.
Well, you're not allowed to have a cigarette on the street in New York.
No, there was no cigarettes on the street in New York. You stood outside and had a cigarette. No, we couldn't walk down the street and have a cigarette. No one was doing it.
Yeah, because they call themselves cracking down. Yeah, they called themselves cracking down on smoking after people talked about like smoking is bad for your health and secondhand smoke can affect the lungs. So they started cracking down on it. But the weirdest thing about New York City, they sell beer all night. The only time that they don't sell beer is on Sundays from 6:30 to like 1:00 p.m. But after that, you can get beer anytime you want. And that was crazy because I'd never lived in a place like that. I mean, can you imagine going to the store getting a beer at 3:00 in the morning? It was just crazy. You can. See, here it's not like that. Here in Virginia, they sell beer from like 6 in the morning to like 12 at night, and then after that, you can't get any more beer here in Virginia.
I think the only time you're not allowed to buy it is on a Sunday morning before 11:00, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
It used to be in the shop that I run. I'm sure it used to be. I'd have terrible arguments with people. I used to have men come in, and in the end, I couldn't argue with them anymore. I used to tell the girls, "Don't argue with them, just do it." They'd walk in at 6, 7, 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning. They'd go to get their drink. We'd say no, and in the end, they'd literally just say, "I've took them. There's the money," and put the money on the counter and walk out. And I used to say to the girls, "I'd rather them do that than just walk out with the beers. So leave them. If they're prepared to put the money on the counter, we'll run it through at 11:00."
Yeah.
I couldn't do it because they would just take it, and if you tried to lock them in, they'd smash their way out. They didn't give two shits. I've seen one guy kick at the bottom of the door in so badly and then get through it, and it was smashed. And I was like, "You're not going." Do you know what I mean? So in the end, it was just one of our area managers said, "Just let them have it. Let them have it."
Yeah, I'm still going, Queenie. Still going. I won't be long quitting now, though. I won't be long. I'm starting to flag a little bit now, to be honest. Like,
it's not us. It's not us, Queenie. It is Smokey. Smokey can go. Are you getting tired now? Are you going to try and have something to eat?
It's coming. It's coming. I can feel it kicking in.
Good.
Oh,
Good.
oh,
Get yourself
man.
sorted. Like, get a cup of tea or something and lay down and get yourself into
No,
a film.
I'll just put my head down now. I will. I'll just see how I go. I'll chuck a movie on, and I probably won't get to the end of it.
Yeah. Put a crime drama on. 10 minutes, you'll be asleep.
Good night, Helen. Well, good night. Good day.
Are you off to bed, Helen? Take care. Bless her heart.
Yeah, take care, everybody.
Keeping us
I
busy
gather
with
she's
her
working
job.
nights tonight then.
She does the night shift. I think she does a night shift, don't you, Helen? I'm sure she does a night shift.
Yeah, I think she does. I don't know who else is live. I got no idea who else is live, if anybody.
Well, see, now, Tony, I know somebody who's live, but I'm gonna be late.
Yeah, Tony's live.
Yeah, but I probably won't go to his live until maybe 2 o'clock my time. So that would be what, 7 your time?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get over to probably 2 o'clock because y'all 5 hours ahead of me. Hey, maybe you can tell me the winning lottery numbers.
Oh, if I could tell you that, I'd be fucking happy with that myself, mate. I
Well,
would.
see, you're in the future, so you can see what happens before I do.
Wrong country, mate. Wrong country.
Only if you give some of it away. If you ever find the lottery numbers and you let us know, let us do it. Let us know the lottery. We'll win it and then we'll give you some money.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Because
Yeah.
y'all
If you don't do that, you can bugger off.
If I won the lottery, I would waste it. I would. I know I would, because I'd end up giving it away to people and that, man. I'm fucking dull as fuck. I would end up giving people loads of money and that.
Yeah. I would. I'd help some people out, you know, like if you want it, and you know, my friends and things, you know.
Yeah, of course.
You'd help them out, wouldn't you? Even if you just bought their bloody houses for them. Do you know what I mean? Got rid of their debt, you know, and said there.
And I've always said I would start a dermatology ward. I would give them the money to make sure there was a fucker open for people like me who are suffering. Simple as that. Yeah. I've always said that.
Yes. Yeah, that would be a decent thing.
I'd make sure there was a fucking fund there, you know?
Yeah. Or even the proper agencies.
I'd have to, because I'd be using it myself.
Yeah.
So I'd have to. Oh, big up, Nigel. How we doing?
Hey, Nigel.
Afternoon, Nigel. You all right?
Nigel, they holding me hostage.
Of course we are. We've got him. It's Smokey. Smokey won't let him leave.
No. No, he's not going nowhere.
I couldn't resist. I was supposed to be leaving about 10 minutes ago.
It can take 20 minutes to leave, James. It takes 20 minutes. It's always like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm having a good time, though, so I'm not going to knock it. I enjoy talking to you, Michelle, and I always enjoy talking to you, Smokey, and I'm enjoying what I'm seeing in the chat. I mean, so it's all good. It's all good.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
I have to wait another hour or so to take a shower now, or wait until you end.
Then you can have a shower, shave, something to eat.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, see, we all get up and think our day's planned, don't we? You know, I thought I weren't going out. I've been out 3 times. Smokey thought you'd be asleep by now. That hadn't happened, and you're just here held hostage. So, and that, you know, you ain't had a shower yet, and it's what time?
It is now 10:18 a.m.
Oh, you whizzer.
So that's 3:15 our time.
He's being a whizzer.
He is. He is. But if you gotta go, you gotta go, man.
Well, it's the craziest part is I've been here this long now, so I might as well stay.
Well, you're here for the duration.
Well, I will be cutting it off probably within the next 10 minutes anyway, guys, to be honest.
Okay, next 10 minutes? Okay, probably next, okay. Yeah, I can stick it out. It ain't gonna
next 10 minutes. About past, I think I'll shoot off.
Yeah.
And I've done my bit.
You know, it's funny, Smokey, because you were over in Laura's and you said, I'm going live. Will you join me, James? And I said, yeah, I think I'll come over. And that was 10 hours ago.
And that was the end of that. Yeah.
Well, you know when he says them
Yeah.
words
Next
again,
time I offer you,
James.
you have to say no.
Yeah, I was going to say, remember this for next time, James.
Well, I will be honest with you. If I've gotten a lot of sleep and you say, hey, you want to do this? I'll be like, hey, okay. It doesn't matter to me. I enjoy because I enjoy the conversations we've had. And I'll tell anybody that it was no fussing, no yelling. It was just a friendly dialogue going on. And, you know, I feel like we can learn from each other. And that's what it's about. Listening and talking to
Yeah.
one another. Not listening to respond,
Absolutely.
but listening to understand. So hey, I've enjoyed myself.
And as I said, it's much easier when people are not shouting at each other and over each other. And, you know, people get, you know, the people who are watching get to hear it properly. You know what I mean? Instead of all this bullshit all the time and all the arguing and the shouting and screaming. It's just too much, man. It's just too much.
Exactly.
So it's nice it is nice to have that stream where you've got real people.
Exactly.
You know, real people with real issues that wanted to talk about real things. I'm happy with that. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If I wanted an argument, I don't have to come on YouTube to have one. I just have to go make one up with me old man anytime.
Yeah.
Well, I could fucking argue with myself quite easily, so
you can argue in an empty room. I'm a bit like that, Smokey. I'm so much like that. I don't need anyone. Just put me in a room. I'll create an argument with myself.
Yeah, fucking right.
I was going to
me and the voices in my head.
I was going to say if I want an argument, all I have to do is go see a couple of family members.
Exactly. You know,
yeah, we could all see someone if we want an emotional and physical kick in, I'm sure. Well, no, YouTube isn't the place, I don't think.
I take it out of my housework.
I was enjoying when y'all were talking about the sci-fi movies, but I'm not like I don't know as much about it as y'all do though.
Well,
like
what's that? Give us a movie you like, because look, it sounds like Smokey's into his movies. I love my movies. So what sci-fi movie would you say?
Well, I wouldn't call it a sci-fi movie, but I used to love like Superman 1, 2, and 3. One with Christopher Reeve, and the one I really liked was the one where he was battling. I believe it was his brothers and sister, or you know.
Oh yeah.
That's
that General Zod and all them.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you think of the new Superman? Is it Henry Cavill? I mean, I love him. I think he's wonderful in it. But the new Superman, what do you think of him?
I think it's all right.
He's done some, isn't he? Because DC have done some movies. Obviously, same company now. They used to be separate, didn't they? But DC have done some new movies with the Superman, with what's his face, Aquaman,
Batman, Superman,
Batman, and they were.
The Justice League. You're on about the new
Justice League. What do you think about the black and white Justice League? Did you ever watch that? I did.
No, I watched the Snyder Cut. I watched the original, then I watched the Snyder Cut, which is like 3.5 hours, 4 hours, and I thought the Snyder Cut was so much better than any one of them.
Really? Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, the Snyder Cut was amazing.
No, I'm not going to lie to you. And see, well, no, because me and you are around the same age, Michelle. It seems like I just like the older versions than the newer stuff. I can't really explain it.
UBRS, how we doing, brother?
Hey, you know what it is, James? You're very much of the opinion like I was. If it ain't broken, don't try and fix it. So in a lot of these movies, the original ones were always going to be better. It's like the new the Alice in Wonderland, is it? And the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Why? Why did you want to make another Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Why? And one wasn't good enough. Willy Wonka.
When you had Gene Wilder, the absolute brilliant fucking yeah, he was fantastic.
Exactly.
But they made a darker version of it, didn't they? To me, it just totally just. What would you want to do that for? Why? Why do you want to do that?
Johnny Depp's weird fucking acting, wasn't it? You know, he loves his weird films, doesn't he, old Johnny Depp?
Yes. So does, what's her name, Helen Bonham Carter, because she was married to
she acts a lot with him, doesn't she? She acts a lot with him.
Well, her husband, he's the one who produces them. I can't think of his name. What's his name? Somebody in the chat might tell me. But she that's why she's in Alice in Wonderland, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, because whoever the writer is, I can't remember who it is now, she was married to him.
It's not, the one who does all the dark stuff, The Nightmare Before Christmas and all that sort of stuff.
Yes,
is it not Tim Curry?
Yeah.
Tim Curry?
I'm sure it's him. Yeah, she was married to him. That's why she got all these parts.
Sweeney Todd, I thought, was fucking brilliant. With the both of them in.
Really?
Have you seen Sweeney Todd? You didn't like it, did you?
The musical.
Yeah.
No, I didn't like it. Didn't like that. Didn't like Chicago. Didn't like any of them. I thought they were no.
Oh, I thought no. I don't like that. Les Miserables and all that. I wasn't into that, but I thought Sweeney Todd was very good. I giggled at that. I did because I liked old Ali G in it as well.
Yes.
I liked him, and I like Alan Rickman as well, who was the girl's appropriate adult.
Yeah,
I like Alan Rickman. I think he was a good actor.
Now that takes me on to Harry Potter. Love Harry Potter. Oh my God, we adore Harry Potter. I've been to Harry Potter World. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
I've never watched one of them.
Have you not?
No.
Okay, what about the new ones then? The Grindelwalds. Have you managed to watch them ones? Ah, right. Okay, you're missing a trick there, Smokey. They're good. They're very good. I got into them because obviously my kids, when the Harry Potter books come out, and I bought my daughter that. In fact, I got here you go. There's a little dig now. See, this is how my memory is. She's 30 now. Yeah, when the Harry Potter books come out, I think she must have been about 6 or something. It was in the 90s. Anyway, so I bought the Harry Potter book. I went in and bought it for her. Anyway, she told the girls, the teacher at school, and the teacher wanted to read the book. So the book went in, and what she did is, she said, it's a golden rule for any book reader. You do not dog-ear them pages. You do not. If you're a good reader, you do not dog-ear them pages. She fucking dog-eared them, didn't she? And she wrote in where she got up to. I went mental. Oh, I was not happy. But anyway, and that's how I got into them, because my kids got into the book, and then she wanted to go see the film, and we grew up with them. Yeah, I love a Harry Potter film.
Yeah, I've never watched any of them. Never watched any of them.
I like the Twilights as well. If anybody watched them, I thought they were very good as well.
No, they're not my cup of tea either.
No, I like a good trilogy, me.
The only thing I can stick with vampires was Blade.
Yeah, I watched
Blade 3. Blade 3, really? All right. See, look, see, there it comes, Muggy. There it was. You knew exactly what. Did you see that, James? Did you see that? He knew exactly what I was talking about when I said Blade 3, really? Because I thought he hardly spoke in it, Smokey. He didn't want to make that film. He didn't want to make it. I remember reading something about it. He didn't want to make it, and I don't think he liked some of the actors he was doing it with, because there was just something off about it.
Have you seen who the new Blade is?
I'm with you. No, who?
I think his name Archie Ali or something. His name is, but he looks like Wesley Snipes, man. It's the start of the Midnight Suns, or they call the Midnight Suns, which is a little group which was created by Doctor Strange, and it's Doctor Strange, Moon Knight, Blade, and they all go after like Morbius and shit like that. Yeah, Marvel. Yeah, Blade is Marvel.
Is it? Oh, well, I learned something new
Yeah.
today. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, Blade is Marvel.
Oh, I do like the Blades. Yeah, they
Part
were
of the
good. I
Midnight
didn't get into
Suns.
the series though.
No, the series was shocking. This is what I like
See.
about what Marvel is doing, right? Marvel are using the actual actors to do a series as well, which is, I like that. I think that's fucking brilliant. That's the way it should be done.
So do you think they're gonna, what do you think they're gonna do with Humans then? Because they brought Humans into it, didn't they? Which was, I thought, was a decent series. I watched that every week. I thought that was good. But remember, then I haven't done anything more with it. But it's
No,
in there.
there's Humans was a bit different, wasn't it? It's like the New Mutants and that. They were,
New
you know,
Mutants, yeah.
now they didn't do much with that either. I thought that was shocking, to be honest. The New Mutants, but they're going to redo all these series and movies. They're going to redo them all.
Are they?
Yes,
Interesting.
yeah. There's a new what's his name? One of the B-list Marvel characters. He's blind as a lawyer. He was in one of the Spider-Man movies recently.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I can't think of his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Oh, I can't think off what is that off the top of my head. I can't.
I'm trying to think.
But there's a new one of that coming out.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's a new Punisher coming out. They're the same actors, but they're different writers. So I think that, you know, they'll stay bloodthirsty and they'll stay, because what they're experimenting with now is the 18s, the 18 version parts of things now. Like the Blade is going to be 18, Deadpool is going to be 18, Midnight Suns is going to be 18. Oh, Deadpool's brilliant.
Deadpool, just that and Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, my God,
That's
Guardians
fantastic.
of the Galaxy, there's just from start to finish, from the moment Guardians started to the moment it ended, I was
Daredevil.
literally just
UK
wow.
Transparency, thank you.
Daredevil.
Yeah, they're making a new Daredevil.
Mm-hmm.
Which ties in with She-Hulk.
All right. Okay. Prince, enough.
So this is what they're doing now. They're tying things in with a series. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to have to catch up on all these little things that are loose then, aren't I? To know what flipping hell's going on.
Yeah. Like Prince, if you watch, like I said, if you watch WandaVision, that's all about Wanda and Vision in the multiverse, where she'd created her own multiverse look and damaged time. That's where it starts. And it was Doctor Strange was supposed to be the next movie, but they released the Spider-Man into the multiverse with the 3 Spider-Men.
Yeah.
With Tobey Maguire and here we go. My brain's addled now. And the three original Spider-Men anyway, the Amazing Spider-Man and the Spider-Man, which is Tobey Maguire. I can't think of the other guy now.
I wonder why they've been doing a few more Spider-Mans. God, there's so many of them out over the years.
But now Sony have got hold of something as well. See, now Sony have got hold of it as well. They're going to do a multiverse with Sony as well. Look, so it's in a Sony multiverse. It's confusing. It gets really confusing. It does. Like they're doing, like Sony have just done Morbius, which is to tie in with the Amazing Spider-Man 3, which is due, which ties in with Madam Web, who was a Spider-Man derivative of a woman who could jump through time lapse, so she could go through the different portals of time, which will then give Kraven the Hunter, which then Kraven the Hunter always hunted Spider-Man. So, and it's all going to go to what's called Secret Wars. Secret Wars? Yeah, Secret Wars, where all the multiversal characters will all meet up and go against one character. That's what it's all aiming towards.
We've come a long way.
So you'll have like we'll have a different Iron Man, which supposedly is going to be Tom Cruise, but I don't think it's cast in stone yet.
No way. No, we don't want him.
as the ultimate Spider, as the ultimate Iron Man, yeah, in a variant. You've got the Fantastic Four coming in. You've got the Thunderbolts coming in. You've got Nick Fury and that coming back. And apparently,
yes,
Chris Evans is going to do another. Yeah, and Chris Evans is going to do another Captain America appearance somewhere in all this.
Really?
Yes. But they're not sure if it's going to be old Chris Evans, old man Cap, or young man Cap. They're not too sure on how it's going to work.
He gave it over, didn't he, to his mate, didn't he?
Yeah.
So there will be. There's obviously Captain America's still there, but it's his. Can't think of his squad.
Well, it's Captain America 4 is due out now, isn't it? Next year or the year after, Captain America 4.
Bloody hell!
Which is the one that flies. He's Captain America for Captain America 4.
Blimey. And we just had Bionic Man, James. Oh, Steve,
wow.
What was his name? Do you remember what was his I can't think of his surname now. Steve. Oh Christ.
Steve.
The Bionic Man, old back in the day.
Oh, Steve Rogers.
Steve Rogers?
No, it wasn't. What was his name? The $1 Million Man. That was Steve.
$1 Million Man, yes. $6 Million Man. What's his name? Somebody tell me in the chat.
Oh, okay. Because see, I thought
Steve Austin. Steve Austin, that's it. It was
Steve
on the tip
Austin,
of my
that's
tongue. I
it.
couldn't get it out. Oh, do you remember?
That's it.
And then they brought out the Bionic Woman. Yeah. And that just completely rocked us. And then we had Wonder Woman. I mean, I used to remember on a 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening would be Wonder Woman or Bionic Man.
Or... Now, the woman who played Wonder Woman, that was Linda Carter. And it's funny.
Linda Carter, that's right.
I didn't think about the $6 Million Man until you said something, but I thought about the Bionic Man, and I think that was played by Lee Majors. But I'm not sure.
Lee Majors, that's right. Who was also the Fall Guy, wasn't he?
Yes, exactly.
Do you remember the Fall Guy? I love the Fall Guy.
Yep, I remember
Fall
that.
Guy, yeah. Yeah, it's my Saturday viewing. That was the Fall Guy. There was the Fall Guy. There was Kit Knight Rider.
Rider. Yeah.
All the old school, the A-Team.
Oh,
you know what? It's funny.
The old A-Team.
It's funny.
Never
you
killed
that
one person, did they?
Nope.
No.
You know, it's you said that because the A-Team comes on at 6 o'clock here, but it's Monday through Friday. The old A-Team. Yep. I pity the fool who don't watch the A-Team.
And do you know what? Right, they were taken off British television. The A-Team was taken off British television because it was too violent.
What? Wow.
That's why it was stopped in this country. Yeah, too violent.
Wow. See, I remember growing up as a child, and on 6 o'clock on BBC Two, it would be Pigsy. It would be Monkey and Pigsy and
Monkey Magic.
Cloud. Monkey Magic, yeah. Now that was I remember watching my TV programs, leaving there at 5 o'clock because I couldn't stand John Craven's news round. Even as a child, I hated the news. So then I'd have my tea, and I'd always make sure I'd say to my mum, "Got to be ready for 6 o'clock. I've got to go and watch Monkey Magic." And I'd literally sit there, and I can remember him going, and Kitchy, I can't think of its name now. Kitchy, what's its name? The princess.
I know you're on about
Chihuahua or whatever it is.
Something like that, isn't it? Well,
something like that. Yeah, but yes, I remember that. Did you ever watch that, James? Does that ever ring a bell?
You said Monkey.
Monkey Magic.
I don't
think they had that over here because
it was dubbed. It was a Japanese series that was dubbed to English. That you'd be shocking now. It was as bad acting, bad dubbing, and bad acting pretty as much as El Dorado.
Yeah, it was terrible.
When El Dorado came out, it was awful. So it was very bad to remember El Dorado. But it was very bad acting, but it was, the acting was good, but the dubbing was bad. But it kept us all amused. I mean, we loved it as kids. Everybody was watching Monkey
Quantum
Magic
Leap, there you go. Look, UK Transparency saying they're making a new Quantum Leap.
rebooting it.
Would you believe Quantum Leap? Do you remember? I never got. He never did get back. Did he, old Quantum Leap man? He never got back.
Yeah, I do remember Quantum Leap, but it's funny because when you were talking about the monkey stuff, you know what you made me think of? You made me think of those old kung fu movies when
that's right.
They were trying to.
That was exactly it.
That was it. Oh yeah, well, we have a lot of kung fu movies over here.
You've literally, but this was like in the 70s, wasn't it? Smoke. Oh,
yeah.
You're younger than me.
Yeah,
this was in the
Magic.
70s. Yeah, that you'd watch, or late 70s, early 80s, that you'd watch this Monkey Magic, but it was just like a Japanese movie, but with the worst dubbing you've ever seen. But it was just the fact that Pigsy, and they'd fly on a cloud. So Monkey would have come down on this cloud, and then his cloud would disappear. And when he wanted his cloud again, he'd do this with his whistling, 2 fingers in front of his mouth, do this whistling thing, and this cloud would appear. Well, as a child, honestly.
Yeah, it was called UK Transparency said it was called the Monkey King in America.
The Monkey King. The Monkey King? Wow.
Yeah.
But we loved it. It really was. When you look back, you think it was horrific. But it was, honestly, it was just one. Everybody that watched it remembers it. It's one of them things, like we just said, watching Steve Majors, Lee Austin, what his name? Lee Majors, Steve Austin. That Wonder Woman.
The $1 Million Man.
They're our memories of Monkey Magic to us, Monkey King to you, then, if that's what UK Transparency says. But watch it, James.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it on YouTube and see if I
think
remember.
about being
it's probably going to be on there.
Child. Think about being a 70s child watching that, thinking there was nothing around. I mean, we hadn't even got VHS in them days, had we? We hadn't even had our videos coming yet. The only time we got to see a Disney movie was Christmas, on Christmas Day, when they played it. That's the only time you ever got to see a Disney movie. Do you remember?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but those were some of the most fun times growing up in the 70s and the 80s, because of the fact they had the movies. Like, I tell you, you were talking about Star Wars. When Star Wars first came out, I thought that was the coolest movie I'd ever saw. And you had Buck Rogers, then Battlestar Galactica.
Oh yeah, Buck Rogers. Diggy.
Yeah.
Yes. That brings me back.
My old man's called Tweaky. His nickname is Tweaky, and it comes.
That's it. That's what it was. Tweaky. That was his name, wasn't it?
And Tweaky used to move from one leg to the other. Do you remember him walking from, like, he'd just stand there and move one leg to the other? So my old man would, in his big yellow,
and he'd have that fucking stupid fucking Simon Says on his chest with all the fucking flashing boxes.
But he'd just stand there, didn't he? Like, moving left to right. So my old man was freezing cold at work one day in this big yellow coat thing, and he was all huddled in, moving from one leg to the other. And they said, "Oh, look, Tweaky," and it stuck. So that is his nickname, Tweaky. Mad.
Yeah, diggy. That's what he used to do.
I love it.
Yeah, I remember. See, now you're bringing back memories. Well, now
I loved it.
Well, since you said that, for some strange reason, you made me think of the Dukes of Hazzard. You remember General Lee? Boss Hogg.
The good old boys.
I wanted to be the woman. That's what I thought I was going to grow up to be. I thought I was going to be
Daisy Duke.
It never fucking happened, Daisy Duke. It never happened. I thought, I'm going to look like Daisy. I'm going to have a figure like Daisy. I'm going to be just like Daisy. Never worked. Great series.
Roscoe had that laugh though.
Yeah.
And it was it around them times that they made Smokey and the Bandit. I mean, they were Smokey and the Bandit with the fantastic.
Oh, what was his name?
Burt Reynolds.
Burt
Reynolds. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Such good films. And then Any Which Way But Loose. Do you remember that one?
Oh, fucking brilliant
orangutan.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. Yeah.
What a clever man he is. Yes. What a clever man that man is.
Yeah.
He's such a good movie director. He is an unbelievable movie director. He is like.
And did all them
Have you ever watched any of his movies that he's actually made himself?
Well,
Yes,
I
he
know.
didn't. He did Gran Torino. Was it Gran?
Yes.
Gran Torino, yeah. Gran Torino,
that was
Million Dollar
produced by
Baby.
him, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Million Dollar Baby was good as well.
I was just going to say Gran Torino is one of the best movies I've ever seen. The thing was, with me though, I had to sit there by myself and watch it. It's one of those movies that you got to get in to it and you got to watch it from beginning to end, and you can't really have nobody around because if you get distracted, it's going to take your focus off of it. It's one of those deep movies, but I like those types of movies.
He was actually married to the one who was in Left Turn Clyde. He was actually married to her, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. That was his wife in real life. Yes, yeah, with the blonde hair. I thought he could have done better, to be honest. But there you go.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I think they stopped doing movies together because as soon as they'd done those 2 movies, they got divorced, didn't they?
Yeah,
didn't end up too well.
Pretty divorce. No, it didn't. I was going to say,
no, it didn't end too well. No. But what a clever man!
Movies for hours. I love my films.
If you watch Gran Torino, then you'll probably like Harry Brown.
Harry Brown.
Because Harry Brown is a remake of Gran Torino, but it's actually Michael Caine who plays the part. Same story.
Okay. I'm going to have to check that out then.
Yeah. Harry Brown is not a bad movie at all. Not. I'm going through all my old movies at the moment. I'm going through a bit of an Eddie Murphy stage. So I've gone through Beverly Hills Cop 1 and 2. I fucking hated 3. I thought Beverly Hills Cop 3 was shit. What a terrible, terrible film. And then I went from 48 Hours to another 48 Hours with Nick Nolte. I've been watching them recently.
Right.
And now I've got Trading Places, one of my favourite films. That is Trading Places with Eddie Murphy.
Oh, well done.
Funny as fuck.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on my list now. Well done. As soon as you said it, I thought, brilliant.
Oh, him and Dan Aykroyd, they play such a really good parts. They do, the 2 of them. It's fucking brilliant. Absolutely classic. Absolute classics.
You know who I think is a great actor? Tom Hanks. And when you were sitting here
he's brilliant.
You made me think of The Green Mile. That was another
brilliant movie.
That's an amazing movie. So touching.
I don't think I liked him in that Elvis film, though. I thought he was shocking in that. I didn't think he was very good in that.
Yeah.
In the new Elvis film. I didn't think he was the best portrayal.
As well. I think if I had to choose,
Goodfellas.
I'm really into gangsters. Goodfellas is my favourite movie of all time.
It's the best movie. Do you know what, right?
The best movie made.
Right, opinion.
Go on.
Opinion. Goodfellas or Godfather? Which is the best?
I say Goodfellas. Goodfellas.
Oh, Goodfellas. Knocked blows it out the water. Yeah.
And I like
so as
Casino
well.
because I liked what I like about that is, and that's why I said, if we're talking favourite actors now, because I like Goodfellas, I like Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci together. So I like to look for them. So I like from that. Then you've got Casino, which is like Goodfellas too, but Casino is very good. But the one that I do really like, and it's a favourite of mine of Robert De Niro, and that's Once Upon a Time in America. I don't think you can.
I've got that to watch, right? And I've come across it a few times on one of my channels that I've signed up to.
You've never seen it.
So I'm gonna have to have a look.
Oh my God!
No,
please, I'm begging you, go and watch it because if you like Goodfellas, and you think
I love Goodfellas.
You think Casino was good and Godfather's good. You're gonna love Once Upon a Time in America.
I didn't know Godfather. I didn't think was that good. To be honest, I thought it was a very slow, monotonous movie.
Well, you know what?
It was very good.
Well, I did watch Once Upon a Time in America, but one of my favorites, if not favorite, Robert De Niro movie, that was this movie called A Bronx Tale.
Oh yes,
that's brilliant. That is
with the bus driver.
With his son, going out with a black girl.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on, see if I can remember his name now. Claudino Colangelo was the son's name.
But you know what
I
disappointed
haven't
me
seen it for
about that?
years.
It was Robert De Niro played a good part. He played the father.
He was the bus driver, the father of the bus driver, wasn't he?
And I wanted him. I was like, oh no, because I suppose because they get stereotyped, don't they? Whatever it's called, because they're in one role. So it was nice to see him, just like it was Meet the Fuckers and all that, Meet the Fockers. It was lovely to see him do other roles, but I just expected in a Bronx Tale there was obviously, you know, the wise guys involved. I just expected him to be on that side. It threw me a curveball.
My favourite
part.
It
really threw me.
My favourite part of that film is when those bikers go into that bar and he asks them to leave and they play up and he locks the door. He says, "Now you can't leave." And that was it. Smash fuck out of all of them. I thought, that's fucking brilliant.
Well, you know,
brilliant movie.
One of my favorite parts was the gangster. I think his name was Pagliamo. That was his real name.
That's it,
You remember he kept telling Collage, you know, don't hang out with those guys. Those guys are bad. And my favorite part was when Collage, you know, was in the car and he was like, I want to leave, but I don't want to look like a smook, so I think I better stay. And then Pagliamo pulled up, told him to stop the car, pulled him out of the car, smacked one of the boys. That was my favorite part because he ended up saving Collage, you know, from what happened to those guys.
That's right. That's right. That's clever movies, man. They're old school movies, they are. The Lethal Weapons, you know, the first three were brilliant.
Lawrence Fishburne. Oh my God, it's father and son, and he knows his son's going to get into bad trouble. I can't think of
Boys in the Hood.
Oh, that is. Boys in the Hood again. Another film that you don't need to think about it. You can just watch it and enjoy it. I've seen it multiple times, and every time I've watched it, I'm like, this is such a good film. And I love the song on it.
There's three of my favourites from that era. And that was Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, which was brilliant. Really well made. And fucking hell. Oh, gone now. It's gone. It's gone. Brains addled. Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood. Oh, New Jack City. Wesley Snipes. The old school.
New Jack City, yeah. Wow. God, I've not seen that for years.
Yeah.
I've got that on DVD. Blue. Oh yeah. I've got
on the DVD if I remember right.
Yeah. I've got New Jack City on DVD.
I
liked New Jack City. I thought New Jack City was a very clever film. Nino Brown.
In fact, in fact, you know what? You know when that movie was made, that is when the crack epidemic was hitting here. That's when the crack epidemic had hit over here.
What was that? Mid-80s?
Yep, like around 1990, 90-ish, 91.
Yeah, mid-80s, early 90s, yeah.
But that's when the crack epidemic was bad over here, and that's one of the reasons that movie was made. That's really the way it was. That's
they were taking over housing blocks, weren't they? And using them as crack dens.
Exactly, and that's why it was so popular, because it was happening in real life, so people could relate to it. I mean, and the drug dealers actually dressed like that with the big chains and the fancy.
Yeah, Flavor Flav type fucking chains. Massive things on his chest.
Yes, exactly.
So I think one of the boys in there was Ika Mouse, if I remember, and he was an old school rapper, Ika Mouse. He was one of the old school rappers that was in it. Ika Mouse, he was called.
Yes. And since you said that, you remember Flavor Flav was actually in that one?
Yeah, Flavor Flav was in it. Yeah, he was on stage, wasn't he?
Yep, and Keith Sweat and the group Guy. Yep.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Old school.
Well,
Flavor Flav is the one, Public Enemy #1.
Yep. Since you said that, then, do you remember this movie called Juice?
Yeah, remember Juice? Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Tupac, Omar Epps, EPMD.
Omar Epps,
Yeah, I got that on DVD too.
That's old school as well, that is.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It was the days of of bringing gangster rap into gangster movies, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's what it
It was.
was.
They were trying to show life in the quote unquote ghetto.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
watching my very
Yeah.
first gangster movie. I think it was a gangster one, and it was Warriors.
Oh
That was
yeah.
Warriors come out to
That's
play.
the play.
That one.
Yeah, with the Pepsi bottles at the end at Coney Island. I tell you now, I mean, I loved it as a child, loved it. I've got it on DVD, I bought it because it's one of them again that you go, I just remember watching it in awe that there was all these gangs as a child. You got these visions in your head that there's all these gangs in America just roaming around like that. And they're killing each other. It's just brilliant. Loved it.
Look up a movie, right? Beyonce's just told me now, right? And he's right. James, have you seen this? A film called Twin Town?
Twin Town? I don't think so. I think I've heard of it though.
Look it up on YouTube. I think it's free on YouTube to watch. Twin Town, right? And this was what Welsh Valley life was all about back in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna check it out. Twin Town. All right.
It's brilliant, mate. Honestly, it's real class act of a movie. It's a classic. It is. It's a British classic. It is. Have you seen it? Have you seen it, Michelle?
I don't think so. I'm just trying to think. Twin Town. I don't think so.
Rhys Evans and his brother, Lou Evans.
No.
Because you had right? You had a load of Welsh actors that was in a series in Wales called Pobl Cwm, right? And they all starred in this particular series, Welsh series, right? Now they all went and made a film. The guy who directed it, do you know Keith Allen, the comedian?
Yeah.
Well, it was his brother who directed it, and Keith Allen actually stars in it too, as the guy who takes mushrooms and sits by the sheep laughing his fucking head off, right? Honestly, it's such a brilliant film, so well made. Twin Town.
Oh,
look it up. Yeah, look, you laughed your fucking heads off.
I think I've seen it on there. I might have seen it, and I just can't think of it. But I'll have a look at it as soon as you
Two Welsh brothers. The father's a dole bum, but he keeps working on a fiddle, and it's fucking brilliant. But a Welsh family that live in a caravan on the down in Port Talbot in Swansea. It's fucking brilliant. It is. It's typical old Welsh life. Now, if you've watched Casualty do you watch Casualty? The recent casualties that have been on BBC. There's a woman in there that acts. She is one of the actors in Twin Town. She's in the local BBC production of Casualty, right? Oh, it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, it's something you got to watch.
I've just written it down, so I'm gonna make sure I look it up. I wrote
it's
Monkey,
so funny. It's
Magic,
so funny. They're selling their Tamazis and everything. They are, honest to God, selling Diazis to people, to this old couple. Oh, it's proper. Oh, it's funny as fuck. But it's like it's proper Welsh life. It was the way it was. This is how I grew up. When I said I had a bit of an experienced young lifestyle, this is exactly how I grew up: pinching cars, taking drugs, smoking weed, fucking, doing whatever you want to do, and not giving a fuck for anybody else. And that's what this film is all about: two brothers. And it gets quite nasty towards the end of the film. It does. It gets quite gangsterish.
Okay.
So you may like it, right? But
I think I will.
It's good. It's good. If you want to know about typical Welsh life and what it was like in Wales, that's it. That is the film that says it all.
I just wrote it down. I want to let you know Michelle dropped again, I think because her phone is hot. But I've just written it down. I wrote down Twin Town and Monkey Magic, and I'm going to look out for it on YouTube. I'm going to check it out. Well, both of them.
Yeah, man, right? Definitely. Well, now Michelle has dropped out. I'm gonna go as well because I've been on for nearly 11 and a half hours now.
Yeah, I see. Trust me, I see. You have been on for 11 hours.
11 hours, 14 minutes. Well, 15 minutes now. So I think I've done my live. I've done my live.
Well, one thing I can say, when you do lives, you really do lives. And I want to tell you once again, thank you to everybody in chat for a wonderful time. Nice to talk to you, Michelle. And we'll have to do this again. Nice to talk to you, Smokey, and everybody else on
Always
film.
a pleasure, James.
And, you know, I'll be looking forward to talking to you again. Next time you do a live, I'll definitely be here because I am subscribed. I hope that all of you have a wonderful evening and a wonderful night. And as always, tell your loved ones that you love them often because one of you may not be here tomorrow. So take care, everyone. Goodbye.
You know it. Take it easy, James. You have a great day.
You do the same, my friend. Well, say
You have a great day, my friend.
Bye.
Bye, buddy. Bye-bye. Bye. Right, guys, I'm going to call it a day. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you for listening to the movies and everything else that's gone on. We've covered quite a lot in the last 11 hours. So, you know, it's not been bad. It's been a lovely, lovely chat. And I can't say no more than but thank you for coming in. Really is appreciated because I wouldn't be here if you lot weren't here. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Hey, not a problem, Purple. Anybody's welcome as long as they show respect. Anybody's welcome. You know that. All right. I'm going to call it a day because I'm getting quite tired. So everybody have a great day. And I'll second what James said. Just tell someone you love them because you may not be here tomorrow to tell them. So tell somebody, your family, your loved one, whatever part of the fence you're on, whether you're gay, straight, bi, whatever, it doesn't matter. You tell someone that you care a lot about them, you love them. Keep smiling, everybody. Everybody have a great day. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.